minutes. That's not
5
so
minutes,
bad.
that's not too bad. We've been like 2 hours late.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
happened.
God.
Yeah.
But see, but here people always yell at us when we're late.
Yeah, we've run a tight
People
ship.
expect better of you guys.
They're probably
They do, and
already
it's always
yelling at
Adam's
us.
fault. It's never my fault when we're late. It's always 100% Adam's fault.
I have a feeling we're live. Whenever people start blaming me, we seem to be secretly live.
Maybe because, hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite late harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friended. And today we're joined by very special guests, Mauler and Fringy. How you guys doing today?
Oh, do you want to go first, Mauler?
Oh, it just sounds weird because I'm in like I had the stream going, so I'm hearing double voice.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
right.
hello.
Double-
I'm
What?
here.
Double, hey now, hey now.
I'm here too.
Yes,
Yes,
yeah,
we are both here.
We will be adding
You should
their
tell your audience that this is part 2, all right, of the stream. We did part 1 yesterday.
That's right.
With
That's
you
right.
guys.
Yesterday, me and Adam were on the Mauler EFAP live stream.
The
forever.
Mauler
Or actually,
show.
Adam was on forever. I
Late
wussied
night
out,
with
but-
David Mollerman.
Yes. So
Um,
there's a clarification though. Adam, you fucking lied.
Whoa.
Oh shit! I already got outed.
You
What happened?
fucking liar. Adam's a liar. What show did you say we were on Mauler's show?
What happened? What do you mean?
Didn't you say we were on the same number as Mauler, 126?
Oh
He
yeah,
did.
well
He did
that
lie.
I did. I
Uh-oh.
confessed on this. I confessed on the stream. They were already calling me out in the chat. They were like, "Oh, you're on 122." Come on, I was trying to make us look good.
Adam, it's too late. Your credibility is
according to Vaush, as long as you're saying something that makes you look good, then it doesn't matter if it's untrue.
Oh, so as long as your heart is in the right place.
Yes, as long as it's morally correct. It doesn't have to be factually correct. And I kind of feel like we've been doing this longer than Mauler, right? I feel it in my heart of hearts.
Yeah, feelings don't care about your facts, all right, guys.
Exactly.
True.
Exactly.
This
Exactly.
is
A man
Jordan
after my own
Peterson
heart.
metaphorical truth moment right now.
Yes, exactly. So I just want to thank everyone. Our comic is up to $23,000, which is super
awesome.
cool.
my God.
Yes. We got quite a few backers yesterday on EFAP. Thank you so much, Mauler, for inviting us on.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you for letting us pitch our comic. And we had a lot of fun over there. The stream is unlisted, but I think you upload on your Mauler channel, so you guys will be able to check it out later.
Tomorrow, I think it'll be on Mauler. So yeah, they'll be able to find it if they wanna.
I've sent out the secret unlisted link to a few of our fans already, so I know people are already watching it.
Yep. And there's a link to Mauler and Fringy and Mauler's channel in the description.
Right.
Excellent.
So shall we get into this crazy video? I'm going to add Mauler's and Fringy's icon to the screen. We're running a little bit late today, so I didn't have a chance to do that. So I'm going to do a little light graphic design on the side here. Do you have everything up in the watch together? Let me.
Oh,
I do. Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Mimi Julian for $10 says, listening to EFAP while doing dishes yesterday, I said to myself, I didn't realize Hunter Avalon did movie critiques. And then I see it's Patrick. What year is it? I know.
He's quite special, that Patrick, isn't he?
I know he is.
That video was a lot of fun. Very interesting stuff. Very
And,
interesting.
It went really well. It was cool to have Nerdrotic with us because he's such a boomer. He has all the old information of all these artists and these comic workers and extra context. Because I think when you have topics that delve back so far, anybody who is even a remote expert on it and it's niche can start to talk as though they've got the full picture, and you can just be like, oh, is that how it was? Okay. And then someone else is like, no, I was there too, and it wasn't. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And also shout out to Hyzap for £5 says, wait a second, you said EFAP was your 126 show, but this show is 123. I've been lied to, bamboozled, hoodwinked. How can I ever trust you again?
You shouldn't have trusted me to begin with. What are you talking about?
Terrible.
When did
Anyway,
you guys start this show, by the way? Do you know what the date was?
Oh, I have no idea.
Number one?
It's probably been a couple of years. I guess we could look at the playlist.
It's been too long ago.
The Jordan
I was gonna say,
Peterson show was our inaugural show, right?
I thought the Fight Club one was our inaugural show.
You always
Is that our official show?
You always say that, but it's so untrue.
I know.
Here, I'll look it up. Press play on the video and let's get going.
No, well, before we get
What's
into
going
the
on? No, new people are here.
one piece
No,
of
fuck you,
information.
PSA.
Okay, before we get into the video, you need to
welcome
calm
new
down now.
people. Welcome new people. We
calm
would love
down.
to invite you to our show.
Calm down.
Nobody
okay,
cares.
Stroke your nipples. Relax. I know it chills you out. Okay, listen. I gotta warn everyone. This is a 3-hour debate. It was actually longer. I actually cut it. So you'll notice in the first 20 minutes or so, there's some cuts. It's because I'm trying to make this fucking manageable. And there's a very high likelihood that the stream will be split into 2 parts. I don't know if we're going to get through the 3-hour fucking debate in one day.
You beat us out. We've never covered a video longer than, I think, an hour.
What?
That's the maximum we've ever done.
Oh my word. Look at this.
I don't know. We have the capacity to cover something that's 3 hours long. I'm proud of you guys. It's impressive.
Well, I think you guys somehow pause it more than we do, which is hard to believe. But
well, yeah, it's the namesake. We got to do it. It's legally required at this point.
There's something in the super secret EFAP contract that says that I think there's like a minimum requirement of 50 pauses per minute of video.
Sometimes we fail it.
Anything less than that means that you get your legs broken.
Yeah.
With a sledgehammer. So you gotta bump up those.
People like, how do you guys do it? How do you pause so much? How do you stay still for so long?
Well, it's for fear of getting our legs broken.
Yeah,
that's the secret to life. If you're afraid that you're gonna have like your bones shattered with a sledgehammer, then you'll be really productive. Think about it.
So maybe you guys should institute that. You might get some more pauses going.
We'll get the simulation people on it.
Yeah.
It might cost money though to have just a guy standing in your office with a sledgehammer, just waiting, and with a little counter clicking every time that you pause.
May 20th, 2018 was when we did the monk debate, which was a 5-hour stream. Our first stream was a 5-hour stream.
There you go.
Really? That means
an hour.
We started like 3 months after you, I think, right? Because we're August 22nd, 2018. That's when we did our first episode.
What? So we started before you? Holy cow.
You did indeed. And we're ahead of you. What's going on, guys?
Wow.
What's going on?
I know we lazed out a couple weeks, I think.
We did.
We were like, nah.
We pussied out. Anyways, let's jump into the video.
All right.
A lot of social pressure in the online socialist community about hiding one's income because being poor is an aesthetic, but that's not the same as like it being an attempt to trick or deceive people, These are not the same thing.
When your aesthetic is literally disguised like some property of yourself, how is that not a trick? You don't think that this
semantics, right? Like, is that how that's defined? Like, because you gotta be careful. Is it if you're trying to deceive somebody as to the truth?
Yeah, well, if your whole content is about wealth redistribution and you're hiding the amount of wealth you're getting from your fans, I don't know. That seems a little deceptive to me.
So, like, the big thing that you notice is that a lot of the Patreons for these channels have $2, or as you can see on screen here, £2 as the minimum, when the minimum can be $1. It's just interesting to think about.
Fun fact, right? Because I don't know if people know this. I don't know if Citra. It would be really funny if like anybody we know has done this, and we'll just feel very offended by
what
this.
happened.
Hey, it's totally okay. Okay, I'm not throwing shade. I'm
tell
so
us
mad
the
at you
secret.
right
I want to know the secret.
So
I'm gonna kick you off the Zoom call.
With Patreon, I'm pretty sure you can put any sort of thing like you can pay this amount and you'll get whatever.
One is the minimum though.
Yeah, one is minimum. Yeah. But when you choose it, don't they give you the option to like, do you want to bump it up or lower it down? Like you can sort of manipulate, but like the typical statistically what people will do is just click it and accept whatever the number they see is. They think that's how it works, right? For most people.
Right.
I think this is a way to change it. But what Patreon does through noting how everything works, because so first of all, like Fringy just said, you'll notice a lot of them start at 2, and it's just like, why do they start at 2? Like, why don't they all start at 1? That seems weird. But it's like, oh well, because on average, let's say you have 100 people and they're all looking to donate the lowest amount to you, and they see 1, let's say all 100 do the 1, they're like, yeah, that's cool with me. In an alternate universe, that 100, the lowest is 2. You might lose about 10 people saying, nah, I'm not going to do 2. I was looking to do 1. Never mind. But that 90 will more than make up for, that loss of those 10. True. And Patreon actually send you emails saying you should make your lowest one 2 because you'll probably earn more money.
They want their cut.
The whole thing is it's probably good business, but you know, you know what I mean?
That's the thing. Principally, it's like, nah, you can choose whatever you want to donate to me. I'm not going to say like anyone who wants to donate $1 to me. No, you have to do 2. It's like, okay, it's a bit weird.
Yeah. And to which someone might be like, well, why don't you make it less than $1? It's like, oh, but like once it's less than $1, doesn't that like?
I don't think you can.
Well, you can't. But even if you could, it's like $1 feels like an actual, you know, number
amount of
almost.
Money.
Yeah, it feels like that is the minimum.
But if Patreon had it so that people could donate a penny to you, I'd be like, yeah, God. Sure. I guess if you really want to. Like,
the problem is that if they're donating a penny, you get none of that. That would
that's
be
the problem, because the transaction price
transaction
price
more expensive than a single penny.
Well, that's kind of the thing. But it's just something worth thinking about. That's all.
Yeah, when Patreon increased the amount that they took from you, they sent that email around like everyone should change their bottom tier from $1 to $2.
I remember
because
that.
we're increasing the amount we're taking, and it makes $1 like pointless almost.
It's been said before, and I think there's something to it. But like socialists make some of the best capitalists. They're really, really good at it. They'll be like, this is an opportunity to make money, and I will. And to be honest with you, I'd be like, that's totally fine. If that's your goal, but it's confusing that you wouldn't use that money you've then accrued to do a, you know, like if there was 100 things you could do or 0 things you could do just to create the scale, you'd think they'd be at an even maybe 30 40. Like it seems, why not? But sometimes they're at a 0 and you're like, huh.
The official definition of hypocrisy is the practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs to which one's own behavior does not conform.
Oh my God, I love that you looked that up.
So just keep that in mind.
Well, okay. I'm glad that you read that out because I feel like that's probably going to be the theme.
That might be relevant.
Thing.
Might be relevant, yes.
Person is like making it sound like they need to get like out of paying rent due to the pandemic, ignoring the fact that they're literally doing this to somebody that is probably making far less money than they do.
I don't necessarily have an issue with people calling for a rent strike and using collective language and doing
Stop. That's not what we're talking about.
The tweet, if you guys can't see it, is PhilosophyTube tweeted, my flatmates and I are writing to our landlord to tell them we won't be paying rent in April due to the pandemic. Here's a template you can use if you want to follow the same thing. And then someone calculated that PhilosophyTube is making around, at the minimum, £90 a year. So the idea
£90 a year.
Yeah, so the idea that she's like,
minimum. That's the
minimum. Yes. I'm sorry, 90,000.
Yeah, 90,000.
90,000 pounds a year.
Oh my God.
£90 a year. Jesus,
yeah, 90K.
Alive.
But so the idea that PhilosophyTube, who I'm assuming most of her money comes from Patreon, comes from YouTube. So her income is probably not affected whatsoever by the pandemic in the first place, is then turning around and not going to pay her fucking landlord for rent.
Who probably makes less than she does.
Yes.
Far less. And the other option, obviously, being that she could pay for a tenant's rent for the month.
Or alternatively, because there's nothing wrong with, obviously, if the position is, well, like people can't afford their rent, people should do rent strikes, but it's the collective language. We, us. But it's not we. You're not a peasant like us. You know what I mean? Like, you're not. You just. I don't know.
Oh my God.
I do think that it's bad that they hide their income, though. I think that's the big definer here. I think that if you show your income, then I think that's totally.
This is not the. What I'm saying is she is making it sound like she literally like won't be paying rent due to the pandemic, ignoring the fact that the landlord makes less than them. I would say that this is a trick into making somebody think that they're on their side.
Is that fair?
Listen to Destiny's.
Is that fair, considering the landlord makes less money? It's probably going to end up paying her rent.
To not pay rent. I think that if you can afford to, you probably ought to. If you can't, then I think that there's a different discussion. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, totally.
And,
unfair.
The ultimate conclusion of what is this then? Is it that they're being like the lowest end of the scale is that they're kind of just weak-willed, or the highest end of the scale, they never actually believed in any of this and they're just trying to make money? It's like
which is worse?
No ethics. They didn't believe any of it. They're totally dishonest.
we talked about this, was it last week? The Walrus and the Carpenter. Which one is in Alice in Wonderland? Which one is worse?
Do you want to give a refresher? Of the
Yeah,
difference?
yeah. I haven't watched Alice in Wonderland
I'm
recently.
so sorry, you guys are so uncultured. In Alice in
Hey, we're
Wonderland,
not media critics, okay? We're
I know.
political pundits. That's what we do.
Yeah.
In Alice in Wonderland, she finds a walrus and a carpenter who are supposed to represent Christianity and Buddhism, and they're convincing a bunch of oysters who are supposed to represent their followers to follow them. And when they do, they consume and eat them all. And the carpenter, when he eats the oysters, feels no pity or shame for doing it, but the walrus cries tears of sadness, but still eats them all.
Right.
And the question is, which one is worse?
I guess the thing is the one who isn't sad and doesn't care. If like it's
Oh man,
if you know that it's bad
Yeah.
and you do it anyway, then that becomes like more, you know what I mean? That's a little bit more complicated as opposed to I don't.
Yeah, I guess I have
believe that
more
this is
hope
bad.
for the one who doesn't know why it's bad, because it's like, wait, we can convince them, surely. But the
Right.
person, the
Yeah.
person who's like, no, I know why it's bad. I'm still doing it. It'd be like, oh,
I don't know that you can convince a person that doesn't know, though. I'm a little terrified that there are
Oh,
people in the world that don't know it's bad.
yeah. I think if you push it to the extreme, there's a like if someone's just killing children over and over again, and they're like, wait, this is bad.
What?
You'd be
This
like,
is
Jesus
wrong.
Christ,
Yeah,
how do you know?
exactly.
Like what?
That's
Yeah,
horrific.
You know, at least in that sense, like with the parameters, though, that means that they actually don't know, and so you have to tell them, and that's still more hope to me than the person who's killing children and crying while doing it and say that I'm doing it. That's what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
My thinking, though, is that one of the people might not have the capacity to know, and that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah,
that's definitely concerning.
I was going to say, if there was a third person, the person who doesn't know why it's wrong, but also doesn't have the capacity to know, it's like,
Yeah, that's
at that
Right.
point, that's almost like a creature rather than a human at that point.
yeah.
I don't know,
That's the
I
one you're
think-
most afraid of.
I think that the person who knows what they're doing is wrong and does it anyway is worse, because the other person, I could be like, well, this is like a NPC. This person doesn't, they can't even comprehend what's happening. But the person who knows that what they're doing is wrong and does it anyway is they're just weak. They're just giving up.
I guess that would be the issue. I guess the difference between somebody whose values do not allow, whose values don't account for the welfare of X group versus somebody's whose does, but they don't adhere to it. So and then it's the whole idea of like, well, consequentially, there's no difference between these two people. So even if one of them feels really bad about it and one of them doesn't, the consequence is still the same no matter what. And then I guess that, it depends on if we're utilitarians or anything like that.
No.
No.
It almost feels like we're getting close as well to like the nature of evil, like how it's defined. Is it when you recognize it and choose to do it because it benefits you, or is it just when you do things that are immoral by a judgment for someone else? It's
Right.
like,
Well,
and if they're both evil, which is worse?
I guess the reason I also think that the walrus is worse is because to me, that's more the behavior that I believe most people fall under. Most people understand if they're doing something wrong, that they're doing it wrong. They just do it anyway. I don't think there's that many like
that's
totally.
most people. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's that many like totally immoral people running around just don't understand that they're being terrible.
You don't know that Vaush doesn't fall into that category. I mean, he's saying things
He's
in
the
this
100%
video
the
that
walrus. That's like his entire argument.
I don't.
Well, it's complicated, right? Because his argument is that he sees them doing the thing, but they are ultimately useful in his war, if you will. So
Yes.
we'll keep them in.
Yeah, but why would you say it if you know that it's wrong? That's the thing that shocked me. Like he's basically.
I
making
wouldn't
the
declare
argument
it optically. No.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly.
Like,
Exactly. Oh my God! Why do you think
Well,
we're
what's
covering
interesting
this
about it
video? He said
is that,
the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that it could cost him because in the way that, let's say for example, someone's like, oh, Mauler Sitch has this about media, and yet he writes this way, so he's inconsistent. And I just go, yeah, he's inconsistent, but he's also useful when it comes to Star Wars because he tells people it's badly written.
Oh my God!
I imagine Sitch would be like, what the fuck, Mauler?
Useful. Yeah.
And I should be like, oh, well, I mean, you further me, so it's like, wow.
Crazy.
Wow, it's almost like the I am actually smarter than you guys kind of thing, isn't it? When you say that. Like if you-
I'm
if you
a
say something like
benevolent lord. I will allow you to exist if you benefit me. Like, oh my God.
I don't know if that's a Freudian slip if it's done on purpose, but yeah.
I think what's happening is that Vaush is trying to value some form of not consistency in behavior, but consistency in principles. And so he has to construct this argument because he knows that if he doesn't, everyone's going to call him and all the other bread tubers a socialist. So he's basically latching on to the, I think, what he can consider the best defense to all this stuff, which is why he would say the quiet part out loud. Because I don't know what else he would say in regards to all this.
Well, I think
it's a tough one. This one is tough to fight on his side, I would say.
His language in this tweet.
Oh no, Destiny's language in a tweet. Oh no.
Online socialists don't want you to know how much money they make because they want to constantly trick you into thinking they're on your side. This is an incredibly stupid and reductivist take.
No, I actually defend that to the death.
This is another thing that like triggers me immensely, and obviously triggers Destiny as well. Like he has these conversations with people, and as soon as they're done, they immediately go to Twitter and just start talking shit behind your back. It's like, dude, I have Twitter. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It does, yeah. It often is like, it's just my group of people seeing this. Nobody else is, right? You're like,
no, it's a public fucking platform, you moron.
I know lots of people have done that to you, Mauler. You cover a video and then they start shit talking. You're like, oh, you want to talk about it? They're like, no, I just want to shit talk you on Twitter.
No.
Yeah, we always invite them on. We have a standard policy. You know, come on, talk to us. What the hell? It's really hard to talk shit though to someone's face though, and I think really all they do want to do is talk shit. So. Well, they can't do that publicly.
I think you guys probably get it the same way, or at least you may, maybe not as harshly, but with EFAP, it's like you have a choice as a creator, and this happens in the political sphere as well as the others.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so they've just ripped into me. Is it worth me even going on there and figuring this out versus, like, what is ultimately better for me, to do that or to just discredit and have them dismissed by my fan base? I think it's quicker and easier and better for me in the long run if I just dismiss them.
Mm-hmm. No, that's definitely a calculation you make. Or you could say, "Hey, let's make it into content."
Yeah, exactly. We're like, come on.
I don't mind if they end up being like, I don't want to go anywhere near you. I was like, yeah, okay. We had fun with your video. We provided the counters. We'll move on to the next one now. Because every time we cover a Patrick Willems or a High Top or whoever else, they'll be like, oh my god, they're covering me again. And it's like, we've covered a lot of people many times. I don't know.
Yeah, we have our regulars.
We had that because we did like 3 or 4 on Thought Slime, and he's like, "Oh, these people are obsessed with me. Out of like 130 videos, they've done 3 on me." Like, okay.
Well, they said we were obsessed with Jenny Nicholson for the first time we covered it. It was like,
yep.
I mean, okay.
You did an 8-hour stream on Jenny Nicholson. You're obsessed.
I mean, her video was long.
You're like, well, that's like half. That's usually the length of our streams.
Well, that's the funny thing, right? Because like the goal there was to see their video in full context and respond to it in real time, so that there can't be any assumption that there was a dishonest set of cutting or editing or whatever. And now it's flipped to, that's unhealthy.
Yeah, as it turns out, that was the wrong way to do it. If you do it too short and do little snippets of things people say, then you're taking them out of context. But if you spend any longer on that than they took to say it, now there's something wrong with you.
You can't win. I think the music guy was the guy who came at us the hardest, which was odd because he seemed
Adam Neely.
He seemed like he had the largest platform and seemed the most kind of professional, like he would be above it, but no, he was like
keyword.
I know, he was like, just let's go at it on Twitter. I was like, what the hell?
Well, he's probably, since he just does very uncontroversial music videos, he probably's never had someone do like a response video like attacking his argument before.
Oh yeah, a lot of people have still not had this done to them yet, and so when it does, they're like, what? Like
really negative reaction to it.
A bunch of people just being so mean to me.
What do you mean? What do you mean done to them? The privilege of having their content reviewed.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of these people didn't. Man, I've said this like 50 times at this point, but I definitely feel like Arthur Morgan equivalent of the internet, like now where it's like the old West internet is dying and it's all like sort of sanitized and commercial and everything.
Look, the idea that we all watch and comment on a thing is like, whoa, maybe you should be banned for that. Well, like, wait, what?
I guess it's just the idea of people not even being, God, like I remember just all the things that you would get called like 10 years ago or 15 years ago on the internet, every pejorative under the sun. And now, it's like you just respond to somebody and people get really upset.
Well, and it's interesting to see because everybody drew a different line on probably what is and what isn't acceptable language-wise, and it's just as time goes on, more and more people are like, "Oh, is that where the line is now? Oh, is this where the line is? Oh, is this where the line is now?"
Yeah, it's sadder and sadder.
Because once upon a time, I was probably in favor of that line. I was like, "Yeah, these words probably we could lose them." But
now it feels like that line is totally arbitrary.
And it also feels like advocating for any line is only going to add to the disaster.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, fun.
We try to keep it clean here. Sitch actually he dips into the ad hom. I try to try to keep it. I try to keep it clean.
Since you brought this up,
what are you talking about? What? What did I do?
I thought you were too mean to Isaac yesterday.
But that's different. Isaac I've known for 30 years. Like I can just beat that guy to
I think
to
you
a
need
pulp.
to be a little nicer to poor Isaac. I thought you were being too mean on him. Okay.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. You should see the comment section. They're like 10 times worse than me.
Yeah, I know.
I even give 2 or 3 examples in that Twitter thread about it.
Real reason why a lot of online socialists hide their Patreon income is because their audiences will get super fucking angry with them if they show it, okay?
If imagine thinking your audience is ready for the socialist revolution when your audience can't even handle knowing how much money you make.
I was about to say, what is the argument there? Your audience get mad at you for having money as a socialist?
I think a more apt thing would be you probably will make less if people know how much you make. Because if people know how much you make, they may like be like, "Oh, you're already doing well enough. Like I'll pull back and maybe put money elsewhere."
I'm not sure if like he's about to contextualize what he just said, but like why what is Vaush saying that they would be mad about?
He's saying that the fans would just be upset seeing that socialist creators are making all this money.
Yeah,
they're cosplaying the proletariat. They're cosplaying the proletariat.
Yeah, that's a really bad reason to hide your money. Sorry.
But it's true though. I think a lot of the socialists would be at least the fans, they'd be very mad about that, which is kind of the weird conundrum about the whole situation.
But like, surely that's something they just need to address then with their audience. They need to be like, so this is the case.
Listen,
this is
I'm rich and you are poor. Okay.
Well, it's funny because Bernie Sanders doesn't tend to hide the fact that he is wealthy.
He did change his.
He usually owns that. Like I remember, there was an interview where he was getting interviewed on Fox News, I think, and they asked him about his income, and I think he was like, yeah, I wrote a book that sold really well and it made a lot of money. You know what I mean? Like it's, but then again, I like Bernie Sanders a lot more than a lot of these YouTubers. So.
He did. Bernie Sanders did update his stump speech though, where he constantly said the millionaires and billionaires, and as soon as he became a millionaire, it was like the billionaires, the billionaires. He stopped calling out the millionaires. He's like, wow, $1 million really isn't that much money. Now that I have
it, Adam, you realize it's not
and
that
that sort
much.
of highlights the problem of like, wait, so where's the line on how much money is too much money?
Well, I feel like that's a discussion nobody really wants to have, right?
Yeah,
of like figuring out the exact amount of dollars that is too many dollars for one person.
And it also doesn't feel quite right? Like there's a line between $1 that rises in a bank account that turns you from a bad person or good person to a bad person.
Part of what people don't like about the way that a lot of welfare systems work, right? Where you make $1 above the threshold and then you end up poorer because the amount of money that you lose from the welfare payment.
Excellent
and then that's
point.
a huge disincentive to actually work that much because you will be penalized for it.
Yep.
That's it's tough.
In their material and not to show it. The idea that it's part of this like duplicitous scheme just isn't borne out.
My problem are
sorry, wasn't that just he confirmed that it just was though?
That's what I was about to say, is that if, as you said, Mauler, if this is a problem, then they should, or they think it's gonna be a problem with their audience, you need to just address it and be honest. But they're choosing the cowardly way of hiding their income.
Yeah, to go to an extreme. It's just like, I know you guys have an issue with murdering babies, so I put them all in my closet. If you come over my house, you can't see them. It's like, what? Wait a minute. It seems
that doesn't solve the problem, okay?
Yeah,
just hide
I was gonna say something's wrong, and it's like, oh, you're not deceiving them. It's being pragmatic. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know. That doesn't seem quite right. I don't know.
when people pretend that they're poor, to be one of you so that they can pretend that they're fighting alongside with you. That triggers the fuck out of me. Well, if it isn't Vaush Vidya back on Twitch.
Yeah,
I love that you pulled out from when he was evaluating his stuff without Vaush actually there. That's awesome.
Well, it's like it's 3 hours and 50 minutes. So I cut out like most of the stuff before they actually start talking because it's just,
You dived in a lot more detailed than I was going to do. I was just going to like start at a point and go for an hour.
I was gonna mention,
for now.
some people are asking where Rags is. It's like he all we know, okay, is that he's busy because it's Valentine's Day.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So hope he's having fun, I guess.
Oh, that's right. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I'm so glad that
this is the way to spend Valentine's Day.
Exactly. Instead of spending it with the loved ones, we're the loved ones. That's right. Spend it with all of us together.
I was gonna say, we are spending it with our loved ones.
That's right.
There you go.
That's right.
Perfect.
We'll see how long it lasts, huh?
We love you.
Well, as long as we don't talk about the Middle Eastern people.
I love the size.
Are you guys familiar with why Vaush was originally banned from Twitch?
I am indeed.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. For anyone in the chat,
for
who
the
doesn't
audience,
know, he in an argument he said it would be, I don't know if he was directly saying it himself or implied that it would be better for a lot of the surrounding countries if they nuked Israel off the face of the
I'm
earth.
pretty sure that his exact quote was like "nuke Israel, gloss it," or something along
It's pretty
those
extreme.
lines. Yeah.
You could call it poor optics.
The aesthetic is way off.
A rhetorical misstep, yes.
But
also,
just an update, because now Vaush is back on Twitch and Destiny has been kicked off Twitch because of Vaush's audience. Vaush's audience went after Destiny and got him kicked off Twitch.
Well, he's on Twitch, but
He's
he's
on, but he
kicked
is
from the
demonetized.
partners.
Yeah.
He is demonetized. Yeah.
When you say who are you talking about?
Oh, Destiny is demonetized on Twitch, but he can still stream there, to my knowledge.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he's not like, it's not destroyed him or anything. I think the specific thing he can't have is subscribers through Twitch. He can have them
Or
through
ads.
his website though.
Mhm.
And I think a way to sort of mediate that is that what would have been his subscribers can move to like his is it his
YouTube.
fiance right now?
.gg.
Oh,
I think.
Yeah,
okay.
that and well, his fiance streams as well, so you could
Right,
subscribe
of
to her, I
course,
guess.
There's a workaround. Nice.
Yep.
There you go.
J Mac for $50. Thank you very much, J Mac. Says, who got EFAP in my A team?
A team. You say it's
A-team,
exuberant.
You can say A team exuberantly if you want.
Where's
gonna
my
make those.
comic?
Destiny's playing Dyson Sphere program. You guys should, if you liked Factorio, you'd like that game. Anybody out there who's thinking about it, it's real good. It's real fun.
And badass son of a bitch for $50. Thank you very much. Says, thank you for being CGI Luke Skywalker. Also, Sitch play Mass Effect. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll get right on it.
They super chat on EFAB. They were like, they said, I think that us coming on here would be like seeing CGI Luke Skywalker in Mandalorian.
Oh, nice.
Well,
A very, very nuanced discussion about that in a debate panel earlier. All right, what are you talking about?
all right, you got really mad that I said that people should probably like spend money on things that are important to them. If they want to like make a change, they should like actually do something. And it feels a little bit creepy when like all of these lefties are getting like
And Destiny has a right to say this because he's been out doing like political canvassing and stuff.
Mhm.
He's actually doing political action.
Yeah.
In fact, of all the streamers, he's probably the one who's actually made the most of an impact in any way on like real IRL politics.
Yeah, baller.
Hey, Hassan had AOC play Among Us with him, okay? That really moved the needle in some direction.
I feel like that was more to his benefit than to
I
everyone's,
do.
but
I
all right.
completely agree.
Yeah, and I was going to mention, to make sure like a scale is generated, it would be like if I always advocated that you need to just drop a penny in this machine and it'll make everyone happy, and then I earn more than enough to do so and I don't do it. It would just be like, that's
Oh my
strange.
God.
But then if you stretch it to the other end, and I'm like, if we drop $1 billion note into this machine to save us all, and they're like, why aren't you doing it? It's like, I can't. I don't have $1 billion. It's just like, oh, there you go, nice and simple. And now you get the complicated parts in between. It's like what amounts and when and what's being advocated for. And I get it's tough.
Well, it's definitely tough, but something, you know, anything at all.
It's even from a pragmatic level, which Vaush is trying to argue throughout this conversation. Why should anyone follow a person who doesn't practice what they preach at all? There's no people are wired to notice hypocrisy and inconsistency very easily, and they're not going to follow you.
Because they're useful for the war, okay? It is interesting to me, like if there was someone who constantly argued that all of the same sort of conclusions we have about what are well written and what aren't, but all of their reasoning is like just pathetic and useless, and it would just be like, well, let's not have a disagreement with that person ever because they're useful. In the same way, like, you know, we've had different discussions on media and stuff, and it'd be like, don't do that. Sitch is one of the people who says the sequels are bad. It's just like, what do you know?
Right? Yeah. No. Exactly.
They're getting like mega rich on these like content platforms, and they like hide the amount of money they make, and they don't like seem to be doing anything proactive. I would just imagine that like if you're a socialist and you truly believe in all of these ideas, that like you would probably try to find projects or things that you could invest in to kind of like, I don't know, further those causes in the world. That's what I would imagine if you really truly believed about these things, if you're really strongly believing these.
But I also think the reason why you should expose your income if you're a Patreon person is so you can't play up a narrative that you're some basement dwelling, you know, like you're saving up to, you sold your kidney and you're saving up to buy the stitches and you can't afford X and Y when you make $20,000 a month. I think that's exploitative. Very often people will, they'll that's not preying on your audience, but they'll manufacture a narrative where they need the money more than they do.
Sure, it's like girls that are saying like, oh, I'm so single and lonely and blah, blah, blah. And they like try to get guys to donate to them or some shit. And then they have like a husband or whatever. It's like, okay, well, yeah. Exploitative.
It's weird to me how
I'm rich, you're rich, Hassan's really fucking rich. If people are going to donate to any of us, I think they should do so understanding that, I mean, they're not putting a sandwich in our mouths or anything. They should do it because they like the content.
Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree on that.
Okay.
But about this spending money for socialist causes thing.
Yeah.
Like what?
Well,
so
like what?
I feel like that's a problem. The fact that he said like what?
Yeah, it is a problem.
Well, here's an example. So there's a YouTuber who talks about politics in Australia who I really like, and one of the things that was talked about in one of the videos he made was the idea of like, if you want to promote renewables or something, or you want to encourage your country to transition away from fossil fuels and into renewables, one of the best ways you can do that is just by investing in renewable energy companies, or like or allocating your super, which is the equivalent of 401k, to be more in that sector, because obviously the more money they get pumped into it, the more valuable it becomes, and you know, the more that can be done. So like, even if you believe that the system itself is flawed, which obviously, you know, is the case of like you're a socialist, you still got ways of working within that system to actually advance the world that you want. The fact that you would say like, well, like what would you invest in? It's like, Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? Like, if that's the case, then how are you ever going to succeed at bringing about the world that you want?
It almost, because it would be, I suppose, a portion of bad faith to assume he has no idea how. It's just like the question is implicit. It's like, wait, you don't know? Like, you don't know of any way that you could invest to further the causes you advocate for? That's strange.
Yeah, you're supposed to be the one telling us how to further the cause.
It feels that way. That's something that he should be
you're
very,
the leader,
very aware
right, of the cause. You have the answers, please.
I think it's supposed to be, it's like a rhetorical tactic. You like criticize someone for a general thing, and they're like, well, give me a specific. And they're banking on the fact that you won't have a specific thing ready to go.
Well, like, Vaush knows that Destiny's obviously got the canvassing would be one. You know, he's done it. She's obviously going to bring that one up.
I love the fact that Fringy is proffering that he should buff out his stock portfolio. I can't wait to see what Vaush's fans do when he shows how much his Tesla stock is up.
Oh, dude. Tesla is one of those real sad meme kind of things when you just look at it going up and up and up and up.
Yeah,
and it
exactly.
Just keeps going up. And also Bitcoin. It seems like whatever Elon Musk says, hey, buy this, people do. So it's almost like you want to get ahead of him. and then you just
imagine-
make money.
If he was like your uncle or whatever, you'd be like, find whatever the lowest invested thing ever is, buy it all up, and then have him
Man,
tweet
that's
it
like-
out.
I wonder. It's funny, right? Because that's almost like insider trading, but it's not because he doesn't have any insider information.
Right.
Yeah, he's
But
just a
it's the
guy.
same consequence. Yeah.
But
You have to wonder if this applies to lots of celebrities. What if Robert Downey Jr. just put out that Dogecoin should be invested in?
Well, I think
I don't know if
it
anyone
applies broadly.
care if he said-
I think it applies broadly to
I
the
don't
market,
know.
right? Like one hedge fund or one mutual fund, depending on how much they buy or sell of something, can drastically influence its price.
Mhm.
Individual investors don't really have that kind of power, but
Nope.
yeah, but these
Yeah,
big funds can.
It wouldn't be as effective as Elon because he's like a meme lord, but
Yeah.
maybe if Robert Downey Jr. upped his meme game first.
There you go. You have to build it.
He needs
to
to
build
do
the
some
meme game.
memes so that he can, put money in certain stocks and be like, hey, I really like, I don't know, I really like BMW. And then it's like, yeah, and then the stocks go into Pluto.
Isn't he
the
like
moon.
the fictional avatar of Elon Musk anyway? Since he played Iron Man, he basically
Yeah, people
is.
connect
true.
those two. Yeah,
It's true.
He could step into those shoes pretty
like first
quickly. I
tweet being
think
stonks, and he's well on the way.
he could do
like
it.
he
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
care.
He
If you
could do it in a week.
If you ever
Yeah.
hear him in an interview, he's just like, I want to be left alone to be like artistic. I don't give a fuck about this.
Yeah.
But
I don't
going
care what
to-
he wants. Memes.
we'll meme it into existence regardless of whether he wants it or not.
Exactly.
But going off what Fringy was saying, that's another reason why it's so important to have people that can afford, who are supposed to be leading your movements, like the bread tubers, to engage in this behavior. Because you can say, okay, if you believe that climate change is a real problem and you want to invest in renewables, maybe the average person doesn't have the income to be spending money into stocks for a renewable energy company. Maybe the average person doesn't have the money to buy an electric car and do all these other things. And that's where you're supposed to say, well, when you do have the money, when you are the bread tuber who's making 6 to 7 figures a year, then you can do those things and you should provide the example, because if you're not going to do it, who the fuck is going to do it?
And
Yeah.
I will say that this is a relatively new problem for political voices on like YouTube, because I don't think they were even, some of them have this moment of like, oh shit, I actually have a lot of money now.
Right,
I could
right.
do something, huh? But like there's this sense of I'm just me. I don't know.
I'm
What am I
just a
gonna- I'm-
YouTuber.
Yeah,
I'm
like, what
just
am I gonna do?
As
So-
opposed to, like Tucker Carlson, where it's like he's not just a, you know what I mean? Like he,
But
he
Right.
actually
this is the thing. I think if they were honest about that, they were like, sorry, I was completely caught off guard. You're kind of right. I think you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to look into it, and maybe you could help me out. If that was it, I think it would be totally fine.
That'd be
But
cool.
instead, it's
Right.
like, well,
They don't want to change their
I-
behavior.
yeah,
Yeah.
do I really have like I think it's part of it is like I've been doing this the whole time, so it was the right thing to do, and now I'm gonna have to find arguments for it. Like I'm gonna,
Right.
even if I
post
don't have
hoc
any.
justification.
Yeah.
Vaush framed this in the most capitalist way possible, as a transaction between those giving him money for content. Like that's the way he
Right.
set it up. It's like it's that simple.
Well,
No, I'm not
I
an
imagine-
activist. I'm just creating activist content for you. You guys are the activists.
That's important for his ideology, right? Because that means that he's getting the money for his work. It's his labor.
Oh
Right.
yeah,
his
that's
money.
that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so it's important.
That's because this came up a few months ago, because some guy who used to work for Hassan came out and said, I did a
Yeah.
bunch of editing or thumbnails or
Yeah.
something for Hassan,
Yes.
and he didn't pay me, and he stiffed me out of money. And everyone's like, what the fuck? The Workers Unite Socialist guy is screwing over the guy that works for him. And Hassan made like every excuse in the universe
Yeah,
about the
wow.
situation.
He said he owed the means of production by having a PC. It's like, excuse what?
What? Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Hassan's a
Right.
funny one.
But that's what's so ridiculous about this is it's not even like, oh, we're demanding bread tubers go be activists. It's like, well, just treat people that work for you the way you expect socialists to treat their fucking workers.
Yeah, and I would say with the means, but the getting the work for your labor problem though that I think Vaush and people like him have to face is that two people work really hard on a video that's just as whatever, but more people pay one and less people pay the other. It's like, wait, so the same labor, but it's having a different audience and different amounts of money are going to them. So now we need to do redistribution, right? Like you have to, because things aren't going the way they should. There's people making videos on YouTube who get 0 views that are really well made. It sucks.
Very true.
Oh, but then there's the real awkward thing that so a lot of like hyper professional, like, you know, ace artists will often point out it's kind of like the whole idea of when it comes to pricing, it's like, why is it that, I don't know, like Picasso, I think I read it in a book recently, Picasso drew something on a napkin and there was a woman like, oh, can I have that, when he was going to toss it away, and he said, yeah, $20,000. And she's like, that took you 2 minutes. It's like, no, it took me 60 years. You know what I mean? It's the whole idea of like this accrued value, or just the things that you know, the ideas that you have, your process is worth something. Yes. And it's like, if we're just in an economy where it's tracked on hours worked, then that can't be valued any higher. You know what I mean? Like, it is strict time to, and that's kind of not how like human beings work. There's a lot of value in spending a really long time working at something, and you suck at first and you're not worth shit, and then all of a sudden, zoom, you just like to the moon, you know, like Doge, and then you're all of a sudden worth a lot more. But that can't really be the case if everybody is getting rewarded equally based on the amount of hours that they're doing for each specific task. You can't account for that,
right? But that's that's the issue with this and the co-op stuff, because, you know, Vaush will say, oh, well, I had someone work for me, but, you know, they only did 5 or 10% of the work for the video that I put out. So obviously I'm gonna get paid way more than them. It's like, well, wait a minute, you're advocating for these like a McDonald's to be a co-op where everyone gets paid the same and everyone votes on what everyone else makes. How are you unilaterally making that decision about how you're going to pay someone that works for you, but you're advocating for this flattened hierarchy work structure for everyone else? And
should they be getting a portion relating to how much effort went into the video or how much money the video is making?
Right. And who makes that determination?
And if you want to make them correlate, as in like if they did 5% of the work, then they get 5% of the money. And it's like, I don't know, what happens when you have so much money, you're hemorrhaging it. It's just everywhere. It's just like, maybe, I don't know. This is the thing. These are all really complicated questions. I wouldn't want to pretend like this.
These are questions I don't have to answer because I'm not the one to speak for this world.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the capitalist thing. That's because a lot of people could be like, well, what's your answer? It's like, well, these are my questions. These are questions for someone else.
I could brainstorm things if you want, but I mean, like, I'm not a socialist, so I haven't thought about it much. We got a bunch of lefties together.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
But about this spending money for socialist causes thing in our mouths or anything, they should more than they do. $20,000 basement.
Really strongly believe. You would probably try to find projects or things that you could invest in to kind of like, I don't know, further those causes in the world. That's what I would imagine. If you really truly believed about these things, if you're really strongly believing these.
But I also think the reason why you should expose your income if you're a Patreon person is so you can't play up a narrative that you're some basement dwelling, you know, like you're saving up to, you sold your kidney and you're saving up to buy the stitches and you can't afford X and Y when you make $20,000 a month. I think that's exploitative. Very often people will, they'll that's not preying on your audience, but they'll manufacture a narrative where they need the money more than they do.
Sure, it's like girls that are saying like, oh, I'm so single and lonely and blah, blah, blah. And they like try to get guys to donate to them or some shit. And then they have like a husband or whatever. It's like, okay, well, that's exploitative.
I'm rich, you're rich, Hassan's really fucking rich. If people are going to donate to any of us, I think they should do so understanding that, I mean, they're not putting a sandwich in our mouths or anything. They should do it because they like the content.
Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree on that.
Okay.
But about this spending money for socialist causes thing.
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, I could brainstorm some things if you want, but I mean, like, I'm not a socialist, so I haven't thought about it much. Yeah, but like the difference is that like the I don't believe that the participation in capitalism is inherently immoral, but I think that some of the outcomes might be immoral. But a socialist would say that the participation in capitalism to some extent could be immoral if you're a capital owner, like just regardless of the outcome. Even if, so like Marx, for instance, would say, even in a perfectly equitable society, if the workers don't own the means of production, there's still exploitation going on there.
I heard in a debate a socialist say that he wanted to abolish the worker-employer relationship. Like he thought that was immoral. And I almost fell out of my chair. I was like, what? Like how do you structure a world where you can't hire someone to do things for you?
A lot of people don't want to be the boss, like as well.
Boss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would just be structural change from foundations to be able to make something that I don't even know what that world looks like. Really.
Yeah. What? How
No,
does that work?
because-
How do you get a company forming?
Magic.
Yeah, because it almost feels like the idea of employee worker is almost just an extension of barter. You know, like, hey, I'll give you this if you do this for me. So and then of course that guy, maybe he has more stuff and he's like, hey, you two, can you do this for me? And then you know,
Well,
I'll give you this.
every company would have to form kind of like a marriage, because you're getting into bed with your partner forever. Like, there's no way to start a company and say, you know, I'm just going to hire these people. If they don't work out, I'll hire new people. Like, you can't start a company that way any longer if you're going to abolish that relationship.
How would
it's
you hire
bonkers.
someone to cut your grass?
Yeah, no, that's the one that you immediately
Do they
go
own
to.
your grass now?
No,
'Cause
you
they
can't
cut
do
it?
that. You got to cut your own grass, Sitch.
I see.
Or if
Don't
you
be
hire
lazy,
someone to babysit
fuck.
your kids, it's like, no, you're the parent now.
It's
By
nuts.
babysitting your kids, I own 1/10 of your
I
child's
own
children.
Oh my god.
If you drill in on them, though, most of them actually believe that. They believe working for somebody else is akin to slavery, and that situation has to be abolished.
Don't they call it wage slavery?
Wage
Wow.
slavery, yeah.
Wage slavery, exactly.
There is a conversation to be had there. You know what I mean? Like the idea of, imagine it, I don't know, like you're a guy who, I don't know, you have some shit job at like McDonald's or something, since McDonald's seems to be the one we're talking about. And like it is impossible for you to climb your way out of where you are just because of, you know, a bunch of other circumstances. Like, there's something to talk about there. But just the idea of working for people in general being that way, it's like, all right.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll let you hit go, Sitch, because I don't want to do the thing again.
Right. So like, so I think that like if you are like if you have like very strong values related to like economic arguments, it just feels like you should do something to do that. Yeah. Here's something that I think would be really interesting. Okay. And now keep in mind, I'm not a socialist, so I don't think about this a lot. Okay. But like, this is just off the top of my head. So I think you can franchise a McDonald's for like $1 million or whatever. I think it's about $1 million. I think you can franchise McDonald's. What if you got a bunch of lefties together, you get a joint loan, and you franchise McDonald's, and like the payout structure and like the ruling of that McDonald's was like a co-op? That would be sick as fuck. And it would be a McDonald's. So it's like the symbol of fucking capitalism. It's like, imagine successfully running a McDonald's as like a co-op with a bunch of money, and you've got like managers and workers and all this shit that are all like have like democratic decisions in the workplace. Like, that would be like one example of like, that would be a sick ass experiment. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
How much would you pay to watch a reality TV show where all the bread tubers had to work at a McDonald's co-op together?
I'd
Well,
re-sign up for
assuming the idea
Disney
is
Plus.
They would own it. They would provide jobs to people, but they would have the structure set to what they
No,
want.
I know. I'm just saying
but
it
yeah,
would
no,
be
I
even
would be
more
interested.
successful if they ran it themselves and they worked it themselves.
Just throw Gordon Ramsay in there as well.
It's like
actually,
socialist
raw.
nightmares, right?
Actually,
socialist nightmares.
under the co-op structure and under the socialist structure, because they don't like the idea of people owning things that aren't working on them themselves. So how actually would they franchise McDonald's without themselves working for it? Or are they just throwing them the money
I
away,
guess
basically?
they would have to be just higher up. They'd have to be employed, wouldn't it? To some degree to have control. I don't know. Like
I guess the you know, it could be a situation where, because my immediate thing is like, well, if you're paying for this, then somebody owns this business or owns it in parts, because that's just kind of the way our system works. So like, it would have to be a situation where a bunch of people bought the McDonald's and were cool with not actually owning it, which I don't know that anybody, regardless
They would
of
own
their
it
principles, would be
cooperatively.
cool with.
They would own
Well, yeah, but I
shares in
guess
it
what I
like
mean
a
is
company.
like somebody's losing money here, right? Like if you've got the employees, they're gaining like a $50,000 equity. You know what I mean? Like in this business, just by being a part of it without
part of
any
what's
investment.
so interesting about this is if someone like Hassan and Philosophy Tube and Vaush, they all got together and they did what Destiny just suggested, it really would be like, are you guys willing to essentially
Give
put
up
all of your money
all this
in
money,
and have
yeah.
it all spread out between all these people?
Oh, that's so
And then-
risky.
Well,
'cause
that's the
most
thing.
people
There's so
aren't
much
Yeah,
comes
cool
with
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And it's like, and this
massively
isn't even something they
capitalism
know
is the
will
system.
work.
Mhm.
And ultimately, if it falls apart, ultimately all they did was give a lot of their money away to a lot of people, which ultimately
it-
should be a good thing. From so, you know, it's really interesting to think about.
And of course, if it works out, you gain fucking nothing. So, well, not a lot anyway. Not the same return on investment if you own the McDonald's. This is the reason
hard for them to be motivated to do this. But
then that's like why you espousing for the system.
They should technically, based on their principles, they would get no payoff, because what they would have to do, according to their principles, is they'd say, okay, we're going to combine our resources. We're going to franchise this McDonald's for $1 million. We're not going to work there. So all we're going to do is we're going to make it a co-op, and then we'll get some amount of money to pay off the debt, but then make no profit after that point.
Communist McDonald's.
Instead of an M, it's a hammer and sickle shaped like an M.
We all know what they would really prove. They would prove that there's no way in hell that this would work. That's exactly what they would prove.
Hey, man, I'd be happy for him to try.
I'm happy to. I would love for it to at least be attempted.
It's like no upside and all downside. The exact thing that you don't like in the world.
Deny that. I think I need to run back to this participation in capitalism thing.
Sure.
I don't know. I can't speak for other people's values. There are a lot of dumb fuck lefties. I don't know how much they get misinterpreted, but for me personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with an individual maximizing their outcomes within an unethical system like capitalism.
Vaush just said he doesn't have a problem with someone maximizing their outcomes in an unethical system.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's a really, really complicated line, because there's lots of. It's like, so to what degrees on both of those things?
He said maximize. Limits, right? That's a pretty extreme statement.
I guess what I'm thinking is like, so in the case of I don't know, I find a wallet on the floor. Do I take the money out of it? Do I put it in? And it's like, or do I maximize myself? I'd be like, wait,
the wallet thing comes up. They talk about it.
My immediate thing would be, consider the hypothetical. You live in, I don't know, you live in Nazi Germany. You can maximize your personal outcomes by killing more, Jewish people.
Oh my God.
That is your way of maximizing your outcome. And
it is an unethical system.
Yeah, right. Like that's the issue. It's like, well, but you're making it more unethical by maximizing your benefit from participating in it.
True.
So yeah, I think maybe he misspoke with maximize. Instead, what he meant maybe was like improve. Because
improve is a weasel word. You can get out of that.
Yeah.
Well, he should be saying improve, because that would be. I think we all agree that within certain systems, there's certain decisions you could make. That's what I mean. You have to. How could you conclude otherwise? To say you should maximize in all cases in the unethical system, it's like, whoa.
Well, the problem is, I think his response would be, no, I didn't say you should. I said that it's not a problem if you do.
That's.
No,
he does say that. He does say that exact line of.
Yeah, that's where I would just be like, can we move on from that? Like, I don't know. If someone did say like, I found a wallet and I need money, and so I took it out and left it instead of handing it into like the local police station or looking for a number inside the wallet, I'd probably be like, I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's complicated because like that guy, like it's his stuff, whoever it or hers, whatever, and it's like you easily had the power to get it back to them. And how would you like it if you dropped your wallet and somebody took the money instead of letting it back to you and stuff? And it's like, But what I'm suggesting there is like, I've already stumbled on this system of like how you should behave based on what your gains could be in this, even though that's not necessarily relating to capitalism. It's just like a scenario in which you can benefit to yourself, or you can give back to another person, or give it. It's like, surely I would weasel out of this. I'd be like, oh, it's case by case. I don't know.
Right. And in terms of the wallets thing, I would imagine you'd say, well, he's not, when he says an unethical system, he's talking about capitalism.
Yeah.
And so the example I would say is, well, okay, so if you hire someone to work for you, then basically you're saying it's okay to just pay them whatever the minimum wage, the most exploitive wage you can pay them. You should just do it because you're maximizing your profit.
It's okay to maximize your, And of course, now I'm thinking about other things like, I don't know, you live in like 1860s America, and you're like, slavery is bad. However, I don't have a problem with you maximizing your wealth from participating in slavery, as it's the system that exists. That's fucking absurd.
Right.
The more apt example
that comes
would
up
be
actually.
Like,
we should point out too that Vaush has an extremely low bar for an unethical system. Like any robust capitalist system with a functioning social safety net he would call unethical, just merely for the fact that it's capitalist.
Yes.
And yeah, to get closer, I guess, to the point, then it would be like if you are, we don't want to go high level. You're one above lowest worker, and you set some hours for some people in your toy store or something, and you know that the work's on, I don't know, a Saturday is no, it wouldn't be Saturday. Let's just say Tuesday. I don't know. They're just the lowest hours. Barely anyone around you. Barely have to do anything, and they always take those hours for themselves, and they crank their hours in overtime in those ones. So they're just maximizing their own position at the cost of everyone else. Because I mean, hey, the system's this way. This is the way it is, and someone else is going to do this if you don't do it right. Like it's
that is now, yeah, that is like the worst part. Somebody else will do it, so I should do it. Like that is like the worst argument.
Yeah, we'll probably have to go over
any position.
More examples of that. But again, if I had a friend who said, "Yeah, I do that because it's so," like, and they're bragging, they're like, "It's so awesome! I get to have the easy hours while everyone else can fuck off." And you find out they work with like someone who's disabled as well,
I've
or
worked
something.
with that guy.
And you
totally
just,
worked
and
with that guy.
and I'd just be like, dude, maybe, I don't know. At that point, I would appeal to them, just being like, don't you feel guilty?
J Mac for another $50. Jeez, shit. Thank you, Jay. You need to calm down. I'm starting a charity for the betterment of objectivity and homes for long men. There's lots of work to be done, but nobody wants to talk about it.
I like the idea that the home for long men, there's just really long beds, really high roofs.
It's a giant hallway. It's really
long. Yeah. The TV is really long.
I'd want to clarify that some of the stuff we've been talking about doesn't necessarily destroy any particular person's argument. I'm just enjoying the discussion in general.
No, it does. It does. It destroys their arguments. It destroys all socialist bread tubers, leftists.
We should put "destroy" in the title of the video.
Yes.
I feel obligated now.
I was just going to say, you just need to be careful saying, yes, you should maximize your position in an unethical system. Be like, whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah, totally.
Green God for £5 says, I love universe crossovers. I hope the long man will be in Supervillains Anonymous in some capacity.
Possibly.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who truly knows?
Especially if they're socialist, because it increases the likelihood that they'll be able to achieve political and economic power.
Does that mean?
I would love it if we had socialists who were go-getter business majors. So when the day comes or something, we have people in legitimate positions of power, as opposed to a bunch of college students. And
but as the meme goes, power corrupts.
And
right.
Like, it's just weird because it's like, well, what if they're causing loads of harm? It's like, well, is he arguing it's worth it? Because, like, from his perspective, by the way, obviously not mine, is it worth it because ultimately they might help in the war to come?
Man, now I'm just thinking about, in Wall Street, the movie, there's a character called Lou. He is like the noble stockbroker. As opposed to Gordon Gekko is obviously
impossible.
So that he has many lines of wisdom. And then there's a part where Bud, who's main character, Charlie Sheen, comes in. He's like, "Oh, I got a winner for you. This stock, it's like a sure thing." And then I think Lou says, like, there are no sure things. Like, what's going on? Like, what we're doing here in this firm is like good. We're making research jobs and funding people's retirements. Don't sell that out. And Bud says, yeah, but you gotta be a big player first, then you can be like a pillar of the community and do good things. To which Lou says, you can't get a little bit pregnant. And it's like, yeah, that's right. It's yeah, oh cool. I'll do all the evil things, become rich, then I'll do good. It's like this doesn't tend to be how it works. Most of the time.
Though I would want to push back with some possible exceptions. The one we brought up a couple of times is the idea of you wouldn't. So again, I'm going to step on some people's toes here potentially, and that's fine. You don't do Raid Shadow Legends sponsors because it's a predatory fucking. I know Destiny does them, so
really,
it's a predatory mobile game. It's designed to fucking steal your wallet from you. Essentially, it's really poor. Look, I have harsh views on mobile games. I've watched Toll Biscuit for so long.
Freemium games.
Have you seen
fuck
this?
them. They're all designed to prey on you and your standard like dopamine.
Have you watched this video, Mauler?
This one, I think I have. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because Destiny's going on and on about how ethical he is with all his sponsors, and you're just totally.
Well, he just said he doesn't support gambling. He didn't say anything about Raid Shadow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure
he
they might
didn't do
have
the
loot box
CS:GO
mechanics
thing. They
inside
bring up
that,
the
though.
CS:GO.
Oh, maybe.
Like, yeah, I'm not sure if they do, but there's a good chance you could probably buy something in fucking Raid Shadow Legends. It's like, oh, it has a random chance to give you 5 crystals or 10 crystals or 20 crystals.
Oh my god.
Who knows? My point is,
slot
I would happily.
marketing.
But the thing is, I don't know. This is so interesting to fall back on. I don't know that Destiny considers that unethical to promote.
Right.
If he did know and was doing it, that would be worse.
Right.
That circles back to our opening. How wonderful. But yeah, so where I was going with that was that I would never I don't do sponsorships anyway, but like if I was to accept them, that would be one of my no-goes. But then they said, okay, 10,000 for doing it? No. 100,000? It's like and then it's like, so you have a limit when it comes to money, huh? And it's like, well, no, because it's gone beyond. It was never about how it benefits me. It's like, whoa, if they give me like $1 million, I could fund
a huge chunk of that.
It's like, yeah, I could fund like a hospital or some shit. I could like this.
Right, but are you?
All those
well,
you could fund your hospital with all that gambling money from those 12-year-olds.
I was gonna say the proof in the pudding thing. Like if I actually went through with it, that's not really the point I'm making. Is just you could have this fundamental principle of I would never do this thing. It's like, but what if it enabled this other thing that you consider to be a really a greater good?
Yeah, trade-off.
And I think in that case it's so blatant because it's money changes hands, and now that is you've got it. Meanwhile, it's like, yeah, you can fuck over a lot of people if you make a lot of money to eventually further socialist issues. You're like, that seems so disconnected almost.
Yeah, because it's very direct in regard to socialism. It's not like the example you said where it's like, oh, mobile game transforms into hospital.
Maybe socialism works out, maybe it doesn't. I become a billionaire in the process. You can always step away.
The real problem I have with that argument is kind of what Fringy was saying, is that's like the most common rationalization people give for being unethical when they're climbing the hierarchy. They're saying, oh, once I get to the top of this mountain, I'm going to be the just king. And history has shown us it's very unlikely that ever happened.
Also,
I think there's a word for it. It's like one day itis or something, one day I'll.
Right.
And someone in chat said, you say what you want about Raid, but it's funded loads of YouTubers to be able to let them do what they can do. Would you be saying that if it was an app about harvesting children's souls? It's like, there's a limit. There's a limit.
Like, where the hell do you think the money's coming from? You fucking know, that some of that money is coming from people who ruin their lives on these games.
And yeah, so I just want to, we all know that argument isn't good enough. It's contextual. It's like, you think the harm done from promoting Raid is worth it for keeping some YouTubers afloat, which I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well, I mean, again, the whole thing of keeping them afloat or enriching them. Maybe
because I think that there's a lot of. If you do your research, you can go and find all kinds of things that are willing to sponsor YouTubers. If you reach out to them, they'll be like, "Oh shit, yeah, I didn't even know."
Yeah, existed. Promote something ethical, like Audible or Skillshare, just one of the normal ones. You know what I mean? Like the ones that actually
Raycon,
the earphones,
even Skillshare. From what I understand, Skillshare is a good service.
Skillshare's alright, yeah. It's
not not Blinkist. All right, don't promote.
No, fuck Blinkist.
We promote Audible all the time, and we don't have a deal with it.
Children aren't fully human yet. Harvest away.
Yeah, all those kids losing their souls to Audible, listening to.
I assume it's a meme. But it's like, well, souls aren't real. It's like, you fuck. I'm. Fine, harvest their blood. Are you happy now?
Where do you think free will comes from, guys? Okay.
Yeah, come
on. No one for $100. Wow, holy shit! Thank you, no one. Says, we got up to some shenanigans yesterday in the CM Discord, which is the centrist militant Discord, militia Discord, which is an unofficial fan Discord ran by Felix, and says, I made an art depicting of Chris Hansen suplexing Kevin Spacey. S-class is best class. Thanks for your awesome community, guys. Also for Mauler, Halloween is better than Christmas.
Yay! The correct
there
take.
You go.
True.
You understand that, with that mentality, you could never criticize Bezos again, though, right?
Well, I don't criticize Bezos. I tend
to
criticize... Okay, hold on. It's entirely possible that I've misspoke. Generally speaking, and I do hold to this, I try to criticize the systems that allow people like Bezos to exist. Now, there have definitely been times where I've said, fucking Bezos, but I don't really think I levy my criticisms at individuals and how they use the system, you know?
Okay, that's interesting because, like, so what you're giving me right now is the most capitalist take. So
How
people, actually, Devin Nash made this argument to me a long time ago, which was funny. But basically, the idea is that if you want to do good things, you should live as the most brutal, ruthless capitalist in the world so that you can amass as much money as possible. And then using that money, you leverage it for good causes. So, for example, people like Bill Gates or people like Jeff Bezos. I think Bezos is starting like a fund for, I don't remember the project or whatever, but he's doing like charitable stuff now that he's going to be serving on the board instead of CEO.
Well, those wouldn't meet my criteria for doing good with the wealth that you've achieved.
You don't think
It's
Bill
good for the
Gates
world.
would?
I actually think that Bill Gates in some ways has done harm to our understanding of welfare programs, because by privatizing or charitizing, by making charity the means by which we engage in, I know he's done a lot of really good work in Africa. I feel like it assigns a responsibility with regards to those social problems, like what if a billionaire took care of it? And I think those questions or those assumptions have a
Something I find interesting about billionaires is if you are the kind of person who is able to go from not a billionaire to a billionaire, you probably do think you're smarter than a lot of governments. And like most people, you probably do believe that you can do better than governments when it comes to doing good in the world.
And I would say what he's highlighting there is an unfortunate consequence that's kind of intrinsic to the idea of someone trying to solve a problem. You're like, oh, the person with a lot of money does it. We're telling the community at large that this is the only way we can solve this instead of doing it through politics. So it's like, what? But like, the alternative is that they don't help.
Right. Well, and it's
Yeah.
funny
Or at least
because
not in that way.
throughout this conversation, Vaush keeps saying, I'm a consequentialist. All I care about is the consequences. And yet he's making the exact opposite of the consequentialist argument in this point right here.
Well, yeah, because if you take these two consequences, one, they get water and food in these areas, but also some people are thinking now that there's no change to be done politically. It's only through millionaires that we save people's lives.
Right.
Like, well, I mean, all the people who got fed and got given water, surely that outweighs the idiots in the political system that think, oh, billionaires will the only thing that can save us. It's like, what? Besides, you could just start countering that. Just make sure, you know, you could even maybe convince billionaires to be like, by the way, guys, this is me helping, but like ultimately, this is all of us. We need to work together. We need to change the system. You know, there are ways to counter that, but the good that comes from feeding all of the people in that village or whatever or something, is just like, why would you want to advocate against it, man? Come on.
Well, and to me, this really comes off as just a rationalization, as a way to be able to attack billionaires while also somehow pretending like you have a consistent principle in what he just said. Especially because I know, like with Bill Gates and a lot of these other billionaires, when he's like doing work in Africa, he's not just doing it himself. He's working with the government of the country he's helping. He's working with, you know, some organization with the UN. He's not just doing it himself. He's working with these government organizations.
You know, I always feel like there's an atmosphere to quickly shit on a billionaire when we have so little context for.
Many people will quickly shit on Bill Gates, I've noticed, which
Well, it was funny when he was
find
like-
strange.
He's like, oh, I wouldn't shit on Jeff Bezos. I'm just sitting there thinking like, yeah, but your team definitely does. Like,
Right.
there's no question.
Yeah.
Not to say that he's responsible for it, but like, there's no counter messaging on that. I don't think it's like, yeah, fuck him.
Well,
And you have obviously the stuff. I think didn't H3 like shit all over was it Jeff Bezos for like a pitiful
yes.
donation? And it's
Yeah.
like, dude.
Yeah.
Everyone's just calling him out for his. It's like, why are we trying to generate a culture where we call everyone out for not donating enough rather
money,
than
Yeah.
saying
Oh, no
it was
shit.
good that you donated and more people should?
Right. You should be promoting good behavior. You shouldn't be criticizing it, because they'll say, well, I'm not
Condemning
even
it,
going to
yeah.
bother.
Because if the person thinks like, I'm going to donate because I feel like it's something that should be done, and then they're chastised for not doing it enough, they're like, you know, I shouldn't have donated in the first place.
Yeah, just stay away from that.
Like, good job. Talk about consequences.
And also from Vaush's perspective, this argument is baffling, because he should criticize Jeff Bezos or any of these other billionaires who are the CEO of a company, because they could, I imagine, make decisions regarding how much workers are paid and how much wealth can be shared from the top down. So if they're not doing it, that's a personal decision that's affecting the entire system. So you can't just say, well, I don't care about the individuals in the system. I only care about this magical, etherical system that no one can actually really control.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep track of because we've already established so many now, like I guess, almost fundamental statements. And I think Jesse says at some point, because like I said, he's like compiling them and trying to, there's loads of contradictions that are coming up.
Right.
And
have a lot of really
yeah,
negative long-term implications with a prioritization of charity over real, effective, foundational social programs.
And I can understand that, but can you, so these two positions seem at odd to me. So what you just said was that it can be dangerous, and I agree with you, by the way, to some extent, that like having billionaires cure diseases and stuff is really cool, but it's also a little bit scary because it's like, okay, well, hold on, should the job of like billionaires or like, do we need to rely on billionaires to take care of these problems for us? Like, that's really scary. I don't know if that's like a positive, but like, how do you square that away with your belief that people should maximize their existence under capitalism so that they can become those very same billionaires that are the ones like solving those problems? How do you?
Well, haven't you worked your way out of this snafu before? How do you think you're getting taxed enough?
That's a pivot.
So
it's your favorite thing, Adam.
It's almost like a smug pivot. Like,
no answer.
You had to solve this problem too.
A total deflection whataboutism. What about you, Destiny?
Yeah, because the fundamental question at hand, it's bad that billionaires are solving these problems because it creates a culture that's what we need to solve us. At the same time, socialists should become billionaires to then further their interests, such as donating to people and helping people. You're like, wait a minute.
Well, you see, it's fine until the second they get that $1 where they become a billionaire over a millionaire. That's when everything changes.
I almost find it really fun sometimes that those two come from like a similar foundation of some kind, but they've led to two different conflicting. Rather, they come to a similar conclusion, but they're at odds with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But you kind of, I could see Vaush being like, yeah, but it's worth advocating for both of them. Shut up.
That's what's fascinating about this. That's totally the subtext of this whole argument.
Because if you had said in isolation, do you think it's good for a socialist to make loads of money, and then when they're at the top of the chain, they start doing major donation things, helping people in Africa, blah, 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 blah. You'd be like, absolutely, yeah, that's so fucking good. And then at the same time, you'd be like, it's kind of bad that we encourage billionaires to be the ones to solve all the problems culturally. It's like, huh.
And it's hard for me to imagine. First of all, not that many people in the world can be billionaires. So it's not like, oh, well, we're just convincing a generation of children to become billionaires and explaining to people. Like, it's not really a thing that happens.
Well, I'm trying to almost steel man like this horrible thing that's going to happen where the kids grow up thinking, man, do you remember that? Do you hear about that problem in that place? It was solved by Bill Gates. Apparently, right. Bill Gates and people like him are the only ones that can solve problems. Oh, well, sad face. It's like, what? I don't think anyone's really thinking that.
Yeah, I don't either. Well, only people who would want that to be true because they're anti-government involvement would think that already.
Probably not. It could probably be higher.
Yeah, but you're going to move to a place that has lower taxes. I think you push for institutional change while trying to maximize whatever benefits you can accrue.
The most frustrating thing about Vaush for me is that he always seems to be solving problems that don't exist, that really aren't problems. So it seems like a complete waste of time and resources. Like, there are real problems in the world that these people could be focusing on, and they're not focusing on any of them.
Wage theft is a real problem.
It's not a problem. It's not like people making more money. Sure, that would be great, but we don't have to tear down the whole system to work towards that. I don't see Vaush advocating for a $15 minimum wage or any of that stuff.
Well, I'm sure he would say it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah, but I mean, how much time does he spend talking about these worker co-ops, which just seem like a fantasy, over a $15 minimum wage?
Right. That's true.
It's like 95 to 5%.
Within a system, even if you think that system is unjust. Now, I could moral weight here that's not justified, but I imagine that you probably think the low taxes on wealthy people we have right now are unjust because they do not accurately reflect the necessary funding of social programs that we need. But you still take advantage of that.
Real quick, so a lot of people have a lot of trouble with this distinction. I don't know why. I don't think that paying taxes or not paying tax. I don't think that taxes have anything to do with morality. I don't care if people pay taxes or don't pay taxes. Like, what I'm focused on is, do we have the social programs that we need? whether or not I'm living in a high tax state or a low tax state has zero bearing on whether or not any of those social programs exist. And I don't make an inherent judgment on the morality of paying high taxes versus paying medium taxes. So I can do whatever I want, and I don't.
I totally make a judgment.
I completely disagree with.
Yeah,
Well, this
I
seems
totally
a
make a
little weaselly
judgment.
because you can't say, "Oh, I'm a big advocate of all these different welfare programs," but then say
I'm
that
not
that's
going to. But you're going to pay the
divorced from,
taxes
like,
for
paying
them.
taxes. Like, well, obviously, those two things are combined. You can't.
I think his claim is the idea of as long as the programs are in
Yeah, but if you
existence
could
and
fund them
work.
all with regressive taxation, that's the problem. You could fund them all with like a sales tax. It hits the lowest strata of society the most.
No, but that's what you said, Frank, is why I think it's kind of weaselly, because the way he's phrasing it is that way, but that's sort of not realistic to me.
Is it because it doesn't encompass all of the same things? So, for example, he wouldn't say. So, someone says like, "I pay my taxes," and he goes, "That's moral." And then someone goes, "Whoa, you think paying taxes is moral?" And he's like, "No. In this case, paying your taxes in this area leads to this program that I think is really good." Which is fundamentally different from someone who believes strictly that if the law is in place and that's the amount you should be taxed, it's good to pay your taxes. Like those two things are different.
Yeah, and I imagine you could make an argument where you say, well, paying taxes because the law is moral because you're following the law, and if you're not, you're a thief or you're a parasite.
The law and morality are different, though.
No, of course.
So people
right, but if everyone's like has to do something, if everyone has to chip in, and you're not,
yeah, I would argue.
Immoral.
Oh, yeah, but you can appeal more to the idea of fairness rather than the law in that instance.
Can you name a law that doesn't have a moral component?
I think you can appeal to the fact that you've benefited from the society you've been born and bred inside, and that your taxes are supposed to be like the payment for that.
Yeah, right. But that's it's important to remember that like the law and morality are different. Like the law is meant to be modeled off of a general moral system, but there are
not every law is moral. I would say,
well, of course, slavery was an immoral thing that existed. It was legal.
But there's a huge moral component to that, though. Like it doesn't just something deals with morality if it's good or bad.
Let's say that there was a law that was releasing slaves is illegal. And then I released them anyway. It's like, I don't care if the law says that was illegal because I believe it to be moral. Like I believe it to be immoral that slavery exists as an institution. You know what I mean? And then we change the law to actually match it. It's the idea that the laws are kind of downstream from morality in a certain sense.
I believe they're interchangeable. I think all law comes from morality. All morality is about an interaction between individuals. So morality tries to weigh the needs of the individual versus the needs of the society. So there's any law is trying to do that. Like even progressive taxation is about the needs of the individual. Though, right?
Well,
I don't know. I'm always trying to think of a law that doesn't have any moral component, and I can never think of one.
It's not that it doesn't have a moral component.
It's not that they don't have it. It's that the idea of the moral component is something you disagree with. I.E. You can say whatever you want, except that this man here specifically who was kicking this dog is a piece of shit. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, well,
hurting animals is totally immoral.
Right, but what if the law said that it was cool? You know what I mean? Like, what if the law said kill all animals as
but the law doesn't say that because it's immoral. That's the purpose of the law.
Well, I'm assuming you're on board with the idea. Like, what if we pass a law soon that use of the N-word in any way, shape, or form can get you a fine?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would you be like, well, now it is immoral to say that in no matter the consequence, the context?
Take your personal feelings aside. I understand the purpose of the law is they would be making an argument that using this word hurts a community, and therefore we need to make a law to protect that community in the same way that we would make a law protecting people from murdering one another. So the law would still have a moral component to it. There's no law that doesn't have any moral component to it.
But that's
it's a little bit idealistic, isn't it? Like any law that's passed is automatically assumed to be beneficial to the community.
Well, you guys are kind of talking past each other.
Hold on, there's a couple levels of morality here, and I want to be clear about what level you were talking about. Let me just finish.
Let me just explain the language because I think there's some confusion here.
Okay.
Adam's just saying that all laws contain a nested moral component. Now, you might not agree with that moral component, but it exists in all laws.
Yes.
So he's not saying like whether you personally agree with the law being moral or immoral.
Right.
And there is some confusion. Hold on, let me finish here. There's some confusion because there are acts that we think of as moral and immoral that don't have any law component to them. Like when like all laws
cheating
are,
on a spouse.
Yes,
right?
is a perfect example.
That
Or
used to
cheating
be
on
illegal,
a girlfriend.
That used to be illegal.
Right.
So
And
let's
it's
say
illegal in some
cheating
countries.
on a girlfriend then, because it's not illegal. It's just socially ostracized or prohibited or whatever. So the law is taking those things that were socially immoral prohibition and codifying them in law, just writing them down on paper, kind of objectifying them, where the cultural things can always be somewhat subjective. I would argue that, obviously in the N-word, we're talking about something subjective. Now, currently, until it gets written down into law, and then it's objective.
Well,
right?
so to clarify, what if someone told me they have broken the law, do I think that's immoral? I'd be like, it depends on what
depends on the law, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so in this case, like I said, I would probably need to tease out exactly where he's lining up what is immoral and moral about when to pay taxes. I think it's a fair argument to say it's immoral to pay taxes. It is moral to pay taxes because they're the deal you've made with the society you're benefiting from, regardless of what specific money they go to. But I also think it's valid to say, if I live in a place where the majority of the tax money goes to like really abhorrent programs that you completely disagree with, then there's a conflict. And you're like, so I don't know that I consider it moral to pay taxes anymore. A lot of people use this argument for piracy. And so it would just be specific. It would be interesting to, I don't know, maybe explore more on Destiny's view on that, but I doubt that's covered that much in this video. I don't think.
Well, to me, this feels like that Destiny's giving a very incredibly narrow argument to sort of sidestep all the things that we're talking about, and to even sidestep Vaush's point, which I guess is a little fair because this entire point is Vaush whataboutism Destiny in the first place.
Right.
But because I would say that if you're like a good, if you're a good liberal progressive and you believe in all these welfare programs and helping the poor, and then you turn around and you move to a state intentionally because that state has low taxes and you want to pay low taxes, then I'd say, yes, you are a blatant hypocrite. You're not practicing what you preach.
Because you think, wouldn't you want to do, what you want to do is move to a high tax place that has really good social programs. That should be what you'd want to do.
Exactly.
So I have a question for you guys, because a lot of people, the taxation is theft crowd, the argument that they make is that we didn't opt into this system. We were born here and it's been thrust upon us. There are people, though, in our society, especially in America, where they do opt into this system. They're called immigrants. They come here of their own volition. What do you guys think of
tax them more?
Yeah, what do you think of the immigrants just paying 100% of the taxes in the United States?
Oh, you know what? There you go. That's the answer. Well, one thing that's interesting about that is we don't opt in to live either, do we? Like, technically speaking.
Yeah,
but they've come here. This would be the moral.
No,
this was the moral solution, don't you think?
No, no.
But they know what they're getting into.
They don't. I would argue they don't necessarily opt in. They opt out of the place they are in, and so they try their best to get somewhere else.
God, you guys are such sticklers. I thought I had the perfect solution.
No. Beyond that, I mean, the pragmatic answer is that we wouldn't have anywhere near the tax revenue required if that was.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Why?
Well, because first of all, immigrants aren't going to come to the country if they
open
have to
borders,
pay
open borders, more immigrants.
Yeah, but so you're just basically what you're doing is you're disincentivizing the people to pay your taxes from coming in the first place. So yeah, all the people that don't want immigration will be happy, but then you'll have no tax money, no tax revenue.
You're saying that the immigrants won't have enough tax? We can't tax them. We'll tax them at like 90%. What are you talking about, Sitch? Come on.
110%.
90% tax.
You're not thinking. This idea is genius. Come on.
J-Mac for another $50. Oh my God, Jay. Says, I'm a rich man and I pay a crap ton of taxes. I paid 20 grand a couple of years ago. The problem is what the government is going to do with the taxes, which varies to kind of helpful and outright wasteful. I worked a government job. The U.S. is ran by numpties.
Yeah.
I think that's
frustrating.
I think everyone feels that way.
Yeah, that's most people's problems, especially conservatives, when you talk to them, because a lot of people on the left are like, oh, conservatives are just greedy. They want to hoard all their tax money, which when I've talked to conservatives, it's not that they're against paying taxes. It's just that they always feel that the money is thrown into a furnace and just wasted.
Well, I mean, you're talking to a person who has to pay taxes toward the production of Doctor Who being created as a result of it. Like,
Oh my
excuse me.
God, pain!
Well, yeah, because the BBC is
Pain!
taxpayer funded, and here the ABC is tax funded as well.
Poor
And
soul.
I do love that.
It's hilarious,
especially-
isn't it?
Well, yeah, especially when like there are certain ways in which those networks, like ABC especially, are used almost as a political instrument. It's really frustrating to know that you're paying for people to fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, you're paying for people to put out information that screws you over.
Yeah, and then you need to wonder what the argument is, right? Because when Doctor Who was good, it's like, well, I didn't take issue with that really, and so it's like, oh, so it's really dependent. It wasn't like the program itself of being like, we can create media as a result of the tax. It's what the media is, which I think is perfectly reasonable, because like, I think everyone would agree with that, to be honest with you. It's like, yeah, I guess I do care about what the particular media is, because the latest seasons, from what I understand, because I only watched the one episode. It was with Fringy as well, actually. Oh boy.
Oh God.
That's
Yeah.
what money's being spent on. It's just like, wow. I would be like, yeah, at this point it's almost unethical. You should just spend the money on helping people. Fuck that show.
Literature Devil for $2. Thank you, Literature Devil. Says Wikipedia communists are the worst communists.
Wikipedia
True.
communist. What
What does it mean to be
that?
like? Yeah, is
Like
it like
a
when they?
Wikipedia Randy?
They search
They just-
Wikipedia during every debate. That's basically
Man,
their go-to
to be honest
thing.
with you, I prefer Wikipedia Andes to people who don't use Wikipedia at all.
I mean, I was gonna say there's some benefit to.
Yeah.
I guess what you're highlighting is like they don't actually know anything. They're just running on descriptions.
That's what
from
I
Wikipedia.
assumed. he was
Yeah,
talking
Yeah,
about,
I
yes.
figured.
yeah, I
Yeah.
understand. But I do like it if someone's like, "Whoa, I don't know this thing. I'm gonna go look into it quickly."
I'm gonna
Like,
go
well,
check
that's-
Wikipedia. Yeah.
it's better than nothing, I suppose.
I don't think I run into any problems there, but the problem is the socialist inherently makes moral statements related to capitalism. So I think it makes. I think
Depends
the
on what
bar
you
is.
mean by inherent. I mean, so do you think it's less moral for a civilization, for a country to not have the wealth necessary to pay out good social programs? Like, is there
Yeah, that would
any
be bad.
moral
Yeah,
difference?
that would be bad.
Then wouldn't that be you making a moral statement about a society having unjustly low taxes? Because you
Yeah,
wouldn't be
but
able to
you're
accrue the wealth.
individual. But whether or not you
Aren't the social programs mostly for the immigrants anyway? Like, you guys got to think this through. This is like genius.
Oh my! Adam's gonna get
individually pay
canceled.
higher.
You
They're
just
in
cycle
the-
them. They tax themselves and then pay for their own programs and tax them. And it
In
just
the
goes
chat, they're
giant
saying
circle.
Adam is okay with slavery. It's getting bad. Guys, come on, think about it.
Yeah, he said
They're
90%. I was the one who
opting
said
in.
110%. Okay.
Free people who use Wikipedia
You can
as
do
a
that?
resource are worse informed than people who have no resource. So, like, if I look up World War II on Wikipedia and read the first paragraph, are you seriously telling me that I'm going to be less informed on World War II than somebody who knows nothing about it at all? Like, get out of
Yes,
here. Sorry.
that's true.
I'm
Wikipedia
sorry.
will
Like,
disinform you.
Wikipedia is a useful resource.
Yeah, let's
Wik-
not be the school teachers from the 2000s where they're like,
they were
Wikipedia is
wrong.
evil.
Oh,
It's like,
Wikipedia can be edited by anybody. Well, check the fucking sources then.
As long as you don't cite the Gamergate Wikipedia article, you're
right. Yeah. This is the thing.
okay.
We are not saying that Wikipedia is a fantastic, consistent source of information.
All right.
However, it can be really fucking helpful. I didn't realize that was a hot
Wikipedia
take.
is super
Really?
helpful if,
Oh my
like, you're just
God.
looking up little random bits of like. Look at this. I just found out that Gamergate is a mated worker ant that can reproduce sexually, i.e.,
Hey.
lay fertilized
There you
eggs
go.
that will develop as females. You learn something new every day
There
when
you
you
go.
pull up Wikipedia and just check it out.
Yeah, as long as it's non-partisan, I'm sure you'll get plenty of good
Yeah, yeah.
information. You'll be fine.
Hold on,
They
hold
don't-
on. I have like a Wikipedia take here. They updated Michael Van der Ven, the guy who was Trump's attorney,
Mhm.
on Wikipedia. It says, is an American attorney who specializes in criminal and personal injury law. He poorly represented former President Donald Trump during the second impeachment trial in the United States Senate, which resulted in his acquittal on February 13th.
Okay.
2021. He is a disgrace to the United States of America and will
my
most
God,
likely
okay.
be
See-
disbarred and locked up for life for his treasonous representation of the former dictator. Wikipedia, my
so-
friends. Thank you so much. So glad you were shopping at Wikipedia today.
Hey, like I said, non-partisan shit.
Yeah.
Just had to throw
Everything's
that in there
political.
real
Okay,
quick.
I don't know what you're talking
It
about.
feels a little
Just-
bit, I think this is better source needed.
That was probably up for 15 minutes. Just think that appeared in some kid's term paper in like Arizona. Oh my
taxes
god.
has no on that, right?
Good.
You're
Right,
looking at the
well,
outcome.
that-
You're looking at like the entirety of a system, right? Your individual contribution.
I completely agree. Yeah. And likewise, I think that if a socialist makes a decent amount of money or even gets invested in Wall Street speculation or business, that their actions have nothing to do with whether or not capitalism or socialism is going to be around tomorrow. And that in the meantime, they're just doing what they can to further their own interests within that system.
Okay.
And the nice thing, the benefit, is if they do use that power and influence to do good for their social or economic system, obviously, I think that's a good thing.
Okay, so here.
That's literally the rationalization that every single person gives for being shitty. They say, "Oh, I'm just a worker ant in this big world, and I can't make a change, and nothing I do matters. Therefore, I can just maximize my own life and fuck everyone else." That's literally how all
Yeah,
this shit works.
I think to get the point across to them, you just need to repeat the dialogue, but give it to like a mustache twirling guy with a top hat being like, "Oh, it's not my fault, you see. I am not to blame." You're like,
Right. And it's super bizarre hearing this from a socialist because their entire brand is like, we workers need to unite together to inspire change from the bottom up. And he's saying, well, individuals from the bottom up aren't going to actually change anything, so fuck it.
Here's a question that I have. Let's say that we have two vegans, okay?
But wait, sorry. So he was kind of almost saying that like from the bottom up, you can't make change. That is a weird statement to say as an American, but
Yeah, I know.
that is a
American
bizarre
and a
thing to say as an
socialist, yes.
American. Yeah.
But I feel like
Right.
they're doing work to prove that absolutely wrong already. Like, Destiny's canvassing surely made a difference, even if it is small.
Well, it made more of a difference than Hassan made on a stream that he did.
Playing Among Us.
Like, with
But
hundreds of
I would
people.
even argue that that would make a difference, however small, having AOC for people who love, all that shit, whatever. Like, and I would just be like, so if someone said like, "Oh, so I'm good," then I'd be like, "Well, no, like that's you need to do a hell of a lot more, and it needs to be consistent." But like, why would you ever argue? Whatever. Everything makes a difference to a degree.
Let's say that one guy is a vegan because he believes that it will bring about very positive changes in the environment. And let's say that another guy is a vegan because he thinks that like consuming like dead and tortured and murdered animals is like just ethically wrong, period. It's
I'm sorry,
disgusting.
wait. Could you repeat the first
Yeah.
one?
First guy is vegan for environmental reasons, and the second guy is vegan because he thinks it's totally horribly wrong to murder sentient beings and then to consume their corpses, right? Do you think that if both of these people occasionally ate meat, do you think that it would mean the same thing to both those people? Do you think both would be equally hypocritical?
That's a pretty tough question to answer.
No,
These
it's
are
not.
very
What?
simple
It's so
questions.
easy.
No, it's not.
Well, I'd have
That's
to put
the
myself in
easiest
their
question in the
headspaces. I
world.
imagine that both of them would feel hypocritical to some extent, but it would probably.
What a fucking answer! That was baked into the question. It's like they feel it. Do you think it's to the same extent? It's like, well, they both feel it.
It's
The
like, yeah, of
long
course they both
pauses
feel-
are the worst part. Like that's easy.
No, the long pauses are really great. I love long pauses in debates.
Yeah, so it's like one of them thinks that it adds to an overall problem, even in a tiny way. It still does, and the other one thinks it's like literally the opposite of acting like a good human being, like intrinsically. It's like, well, yeah, sounds like one of them is going to have a lot more trouble with what they've done.
One is
Well,
a
I think,
pragmatist and one is flushing their principles down the toilet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like, it's a
right. It would be
huge
the
difference.
yeah, exactly. It'd be like the equivalent of I don't know, say like military, and military has rules. So the rules are we don't kill civilians through collateral damage. And it's like, well, what are the reasons? One of them's like, well, it's generally it'll be better for us. It'll be easier for us to like do this and actually win this war if we're not killing the civilians. And then the other one says, well, no, killing civilians is wrong. It is wrong. We can't do
Yeah.
it. And then
Their
both do
immortal
it. It's
souls
like-
will burn in hell forever.
Yeah, and then if that guy does it, it's like, well, that is a lot worse than the guy who's
Totally.
like, no, like it's just not going to help us to do it, even if consequentially it's the same.
Well, kind of the crazy thing about the answer that Vaush is about to give is that not only does it lay down the fabric for his consequentialism, which I don't know if he's interpreting consequentialism correctly, but it's kind of psychotic the way he explains it, but it also completely destroys his entire argument. So be prepared for that.
Probably be worse for the latter, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah. So I would think that in one case, right, the environmental vegan is not placing a moral judgment on the act of eating or not eating like an animal, right? He's looking at the outcome.
It's so cute that Destiny has to explain it to him. Come on, guy.
I'll be honest with you. To me, I'm getting a sense that Vaush is being very careful now because he doesn't want to admit to something that fucks with something else he said.
Totally. He's like,
So
oh
this is
my
gonna
God, I'm with the
yeah.
consistency king here.
It's
What am I
very
doing?
Tactical. Yeah, it is very
My chat
tactical.
never forces me to be consistent.
Yeah, you like genuinely, because I think Destiny's one that will find your inconsistencies.
Totally.
You got to be really careful.
Totally.
Related to it. If occasionally he eats meat, he's not really doing much to affect a different outcome, right? If he eats meat every now and then, he's not making a substantial difference in the environment, so he could do it. I don't know if he's really hypocritical. If he is vegan most of the time, that's cool, but if he's trying to advocate for the change that would bring about the environmental change that he's looking for, him eating meat every now and then isn't really a big deal. But if the other guy is ethically vegan because he's opposed to the consumption of animals because he thinks that's murder, well, now him eating meat ever is really fucked up. That's really wrong. Well, hold on. You're directly engaging in something that is just ethically not permissible. This is really bad.
See, he gave him the answer. He totally gave him the answer there.
So I think that the two of these people could have a similar...
But I'm a consequentialist. So wouldn't both of those points ultimately boil down? If both of them were consequentialists, wouldn't both of those ultimately boil down to when I eat meat, it contributes harm to the world?
So he just destroys his entire argument for the rest of the debate, because his entire argument is it's okay for socialist bread tubers to be hypocritical and to not to contribute to capitalism. But now he's like, well, if both these things are contributing to the bad thing, whether it's the killing of animals or the destruction of the environment, then they're equally morally wrong.
Well, I think the big issue that he's going to run into here is it's cool to be like, I'm a consequentialist, but you don't know what the consequences are going to be of all of this. You don't actually know that you're going to achieve the end point that you want.
Well, he doesn't bring that up, and for me, that seems to be like, I don't know the deep philosophical values behind consequentialism, but to me, it seems really stupid because you can't ever know what the consequences or something is.
The idea of yeah, that's true. I think consequentialism is more like utilitarianism in the sense
foggy.
that your goal is the outcome regardless of the so kind of like, ends justify the means sort of situation.
Thanos.
Yeah. Well, Thanos was a consequentialist in a certain sense.
He was a tad mistaken, but yes. Which is interesting, right? Because that I think is one of the most common things that's going to happen if you're a consequentialist, is that you will assume, because it seems like you could have a bunch of options. If I execute a billionaire on live TV, someone's like, oh, well, that'll have really good consequence because now people will know they shouldn't become billionaires.
Holy
shit. And they're like, whoa, well, I think it would have really bad. I think it'll divide everyone, and it'll not only send me to jail, obviously, but it'll fuck up that guy's family. It'll make everybody terrified of the future for what's going to happen with people who get rich. I was like, how do you know what the outcome is going to be, and how do you determine which one, if both of them happened, is worth it? It's really hard. Well,
and this is the rationalization that basically every political dictator uses. This is what Hitler uses, this is what Stalin uses. This is what Robespierre was saying when he was chopping the heads off of fucking anyone that dared to speak up against, the leftist revolution in France. They're saying, well, we're working towards a utopia. We're working towards this perfect system. So once you ascribe that as your position, once you say, I'm working towards the betterment of all mankind, then you can do anything to get there.
Yeah, that's crazy. The gauntlet of consequentialism. That's what I want to see.
I think that even if we were consequentialists, we could still look at these two actions as being
Sure, but at the end of the day, that would be the ultimate argument. That disgust with the act of eating meat would be because consequentially you believe that eating meat reinforces some social rule where it's okay to do harm to animals and so on and so forth. You would have to run the logic train a bit, but at the end of the day, it would be about the harm done.
Well,
Otherwise, it wouldn't be a consequentialist argument.
yeah, of course. But in the logic train, the harm done, the consequences are different for both people.
Man, yeah, because I was about to say, like, the example, I don't know, two people murder somebody, and it's like, well, why'd you do it? And number one is like, well, he was I don't know, he was attacking me. He was a really no. It's like, oh well, I was pretty sure that guy had kidnapped my daughter, so I shot him in the face. And it's like, oh, whoops, all right. But then the second guy's like, oh, I just like killing, you know, like I just like killing people.
Yeah,
He's Crumbopulous Michael.
Absolutely the same.
Well, but the consequentialist argument could come from all corners. You could be like, yeah, well, the guy who just likes killing, it's terrible that he's the one that's getting, you know, criticized more than the other one because the person he happened to kill was a rapist. So consequentially, that rapist is out of the world now. And you're like,
Oh,
whoa.
true.
And then someone else goes, yeah, but it's the motivations that matter because now society thinks that it doesn't matter what your motivation is. It only matters if you actually get the right people killed. And then you're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, how do you trump consequentialism with another consequence? Like, how do you know which one is winning? How do you know which one's more significant? It's like, I don't know.
Right. So like you could say, oh, I'm going to bring about the utopia. And then you accidentally hit someone drunk driving. And you say, okay, well, I can justify that I can hide the body and not go to jail because I'm going to bring about the utopia. But then you say, but wait a minute, how do you know that the guy you hit was going to be the one to bring about the utopia? What about those consequences?
Yeah, and I guess the big fundamental point, which we might become clearer later, is that consequentialism is almost like a concession for people not. If everybody was principled, you wouldn't need to be consequentialists in a certain sense, because everybody would be living by their values. Whereas utilitarianism is almost like a concession for the way that you believe people to be.
People. So, for instance, for the first vegan, that's the consequences of his action is he contributes a trivial amount of pollution. That's the consequence. And that's a little bit bad, but it's like not really that big a deal. But for the second guy, the consequence is like he's directly partaken in like consuming part of an animal. And that consequence just right then and there is horrible. The consequences of both actions are significantly different because where they put like the moral weight of what they're doing, right? The first guy just wants to change the system. The second guy thinks that every one of those individual acts is bad. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. Then I think this would be applicable only if socialists were stupid enough to take the perspective of the latter person. You don't like the way our society operates right now in a number of ways. You obviously have political opinions. I feel the same way. Our endpoints are different. But at the end of the day, my belief that our society is unethical because it's not socialist, and your belief that our society, you wouldn't say is unethical. I believe that society could be improved with the implementation of certain policies, as do you. And while I believe the current system is flawed, I don't think that the act of flourishing within the system is necessarily a moral crime. Now, I want to be clear, though, because there are like different scales of this. If you get up to being like a mega billionaire, there are ways in which your presence and your wealth and your influence perpetuate systems that like a regular rich person wouldn't. Like Bezos is a regular millionaire is closer to me by a long shot than they are to Bezos. So there's a scale difference there. And if you're up to like Warren Buffett size,
Vaush is close to a regular millionaire? Really?
Well, the closer someone comes to being like you, the more moral they are. And the further away they are, the more immoral they are.
I forgot that part.
I think I could hear arguments about like, okay, well, at this point, you're so much a part of the institution that maybe you are systemically perpetuating the existence of capitalism. But for a person who's making a bunch of money off Patreon, I don't think that their engagement with the system is perpetuating it. I don't think that they're doing anything but flourishing.
Sure. So my
issue with that is that when we're talking about billionaires, we're talking about such a small number of people that it's like it's negligible. Whereas millionaires, that's a much larger class of people in society.
Wasn't this already counted though? Because about the vegans, Destiny said that like the consequence for a person's complete system being folded in on itself is more significant than the small harm they do. And Vaush's response is like, well, yeah, but in the case of these Patreons, they're not doing enough harm to the system. It's like, yeah, but the point is that the people doing this shouldn't be doing this. It should be destroying them, like in their own mind. Sort of thing. Like
principally.
Yeah, like that's the question we're trying to address. But I guess he wants to bring it back to what harm is being done ultimately by it, because they're his friends. So
There's a direct correlation here, though, because Vaush lives under the idea. I mean, they call it wage slavery. They think working for somebody else is the equivalent of slavery. And I don't see how you could go back into like slave days and say, I mean, you're basically making the same argument that the slave owners made. You know, this is a system, you know, slavery is, it's what we do. If you flourish within this system by owning slaves, you know, that's on you. No, like if you think working for someone else or having someone work for you is the equivalent of slavery, then I don't see how you could become a billionaire unless you hire people, like build a business, have people work for you. How do you do it besides winning the lottery? Yeah, I don't see.
Do a worker co-op.
Well, even if you won the lottery, you would immediately want to hire people to manage your money, and they would be working for you. What? How does this system function? I don't understand.
Even from just this pragmatic or consequentialist view, if you're the activist, you have to provide the example you want people to follow you. Period. Sure. Otherwise, they're not going to do it.
Yes.
And if anything, it's like if you're not providing the example, but you're in a neutral position, it's like that's one thing. But doing the opposite,
yeah,
like, what the fuck?
But it's, as you said, he's just protecting his friends, really.
Well, I think that's partly he finds himself doing that a lot when it comes to Destiny. I think.
Well, the rationalization he's giving is since bread tubers are promoting socialism, that in and of itself is a net positive. So therefore, it's okay for them to all do bad shit personally in their own lives, which that just seems so fucked up to me. That seems like such a juicy rationalization to hand wave away, you know, bad behavior in your in-group.
I mean, you guys have seen like the eras of the internet. Right now, there's a lot of these people coming up, and it's just like you realize if you sit on the top of the totem pole, like there's the most of you, it's the most common. It's like you understand now you're the most open for criticism. That's just how it goes. There's more eyes on you than anyone else. There's more people keeping track. It's like you can do your best to argue away a lot of it in terms of just, yeah, well, you want us on the top. Trust me, we're the good guys. It's like I don't know if this is gonna work out for as long as you may think.
You want us on that wall. You need us on that wall.
It's like, yeah, you may think that some of this stuff is hypocritical, but what do you want, a Nazi up here? You're like,
well, if you have some guy who is the best at convincing people to become feminist in the entire world, he's the most persuasive feminist, but then it turns out that you know that secretly he's ultra abusive and has raped women in his past. Or is continuing to rape women.
Oh my God.
Right, he regularly rapes women. Does that mean that you say, well, he's providing this net positive to society? So
well, I can give you an example. It's not rape, but I mean, look at Joss Whedon, right? Like
exactly,
the guy who's provided what people consider seminal, like super important structurally to media, feminist content.
Strong, independent women in media.
That's not going to save him, and nor should it, right? But it seems like in certain cases we're saying it should save them.
Well, that's what Vaush is saying. In the real world, it's the opposite. That's part of why Trump was so successful, is that he never projected that he had value, like a lot of these moral values. So if you attacked him on them, he's like, well, I never said I was moral in this area, so it doesn't matter. And people were like, okay.
Agree with you, and you probably agree with me, and you might even agree with these next few statements then. You agree? Would you agree then, with based on what you've just said? Then, though, you have to completely. Now, when I say you, I mean in a general sense for a leftist, not necessarily for you. But like, you have to completely get rid of all of the rhetoric of like criticizing wealthy people or landlords or business owners in general. That all has to go, because these are all people that are just participating in the system then. So somebody that owns a few businesses, somebody that owns a few pieces of property that he rents out, wealthy people in general, like
well, even beyond that, I didn't even think about this till just now. How can Vaush criticize anyone who's racist for being racist? Because they're the ones that are saying, oh, you know, there's this system of white systemic racism that's that's so prevalent and so ingrained in society that you can't help but be racist. So then how can he criticize individual behavior?
I think this probably would be something that might sort of fall out into other areas that would start to create problems for him, thinking about it. Like appealing to being a part of the system to excuse hypocrisies is it's going to create so many problems for you trying to justify everything.
Well, especially if you're an activist trying to change the system.
Yeah.
Especially because if you're trying to be persuasive, and he kind of brings this up too, you have to put a face on something. Most people are not going to grab onto some sort of etherical, intangible argument. It's always easier to put a face on it and say, this is the person who represents the bad morals. This is the bad man.
What color is he? What color is the bad man? Is he orange?
He's
I'm just curious.
He's orange or white. It's only those two colors. Yeah.
Millionaire or somebody
Sometimes
like
both.
perpetuating the system on your own, you basically have to stop criticizing all of these people for being successful capitalists.
There are 2 points to that. I don't know why you would have watched it, but generally, yeah. I do think that a lot of lefties engage in criticism which is too individualist. I think that there are rhetorical benefits to phrases like ACAB, but when it gets people to thinking, oh, cops are bad people, it pulls them away from the institutional criticism.
Oh my God, the amount you could justify with that logic.
ACAB stands for all cops are bastards. Do I even really have to say that?
Why would you even, like, you need to pull people away from a particular institution that you think ultimately deserves criticism and reform. It's like, therefore you can say that everyone in it is shit. And you can get away with it because it's spread. Like, why would you even make this comment? Do you know how many things I can say now that you said that's true?
Right. And then simultaneously say, well, wait a minute. Even though I'm just saying everyone in the institution is shit, I don't actually mean it.
I don't mean it.
It's just
I
rhetoric.
know that there are cases where, like, of course this is true, but I think when you're dealing, so like the equivalent would be Rag says anime is shit all the time, but he regularly talks about some of his favorite ones.
What?
So it's like, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. And Rags would be like, oh, I'm never serious when I say anime is all shit. Like, but at the same time, I would be like, if someone was like, that's a hypocrisy, then I'd be like, well, but Rags is over fucking anime. This is an actual, he's encouraging people to hate on people trying to enact the law IRL.
Right.
Like, this can have some serious consequences. And you're like, yeah, it's not true, but I can tell people it. It's like, what? Because if someone was like, what's the consequence of Rag saying anime is shit? It's like, some people might not watch anime as much.
Yeah, totally. Not that.
Oh, no.
It's not that big.
Hey, that's a big deal. I don't know what you're talking about. Anime's great. How dare he?
Well, I mean, that's funny because he thinks some anime is great. That's yeah, but that's memes for you.
And this is like a total. I mean, first of all, I think this is entirely bullshit. So it's hard for me to even like delve into this argument because I don't. I feel like this isn't a real argument he would ever make in any like
bullshit.
Yeah, like if you brought this argument up before this conversation, divorced of this conversation, I don't think he'd ever make it because he knows this as the rhetoric guy that if you say all cops are bastards, your fans, people listening to you, are going to project that onto individual police officers. Yes. They're not going to take this, frankly, autistic, detached from reality, like only the system is a problem. No, they're going to think that the people are the problem.
Yeah.
I start to wonder how far I could push this with Vaush and how much you would agree if I said, like, could we start saying that all white people are shit? I mean, a lot of them are.
We
need to
pull
people away from white people.
Right.
So.
They do that all the time. They say, oh, whiteness is bad. And you're like, wait, that's really racist. Like, no, I'm redefining the term whiteness to not refer to white people, but a system of privilege and oppression.
I know that not all white people are bad, but pulling people away from the institution that benefits white people is ultimately a benefit. You're like, oh my God.
I know.
And this is what I mean when logic trades take you to just hell, basically. Yes. Like, oh no, how did I get here?
Did you see also before this we covered Destiny's conversation with Vaush on Kyle Rittenhouse?
Oh yes. I actually think I saw your guys' coverage of that.
Like this is the same thing where Vaush is like making these weird arguments to defend his side, and it just the logic train takes you off the fucking rails very quickly.
Yes, yeah.
It's like
sometimes I wonder.
Call of Duty World War II, once you're off, it just keeps going.
I wonder if it's the he's led to these positions and he's like, well, gotta commit now, or if he already knew that they were happening, he's just trying to lay the rail down, and it's just getting that train there, and it's just this really clunky, awkward, destructive ride. And it's just like, I don't want to go.
No, that's a great analogy. I think you have the train, which is socialism, and it's coming down the tracks, and Vaush is very hurriedly, laying the track down as best as he can before the train runs over.
Like hell is obviously where it's going, but he's trying to aim it
like
slightly.
a Looney Tunes cartoon. He's just
It's heading straight for the cliff, and there's like fire and brimstone on the edge. He's like trying to turn it very slowly, and it's like, I don't know if we're gonna turn it fast enough.
Landlords before buys the commodification of land and housing, but most landlords, I could be wrong in this, I'm pretty sure most landlords are just regular folk. It's not like megacorps or anything. Yeah. And a lot of those people make less money than I know my landlord makes less money than I do. And then with businesses likewise. So I think, what did Michael Brooks say? You should be kind to people and hard on institutions. I think that's a really, really good way of going about these things.
Yeah, but cops are people. Like you'd have to say that the policing institute is flawed rather than cops themselves are bastards.
Well, does this apply to Donald Trump? Like, how does this work when individual people head up these institutions?
I honestly think you'd argue that Donald Trump is so high up that he represents an institution like fully, like he is the institution at some point. Like
right, but you could,
the institution of president.
Does that mean that you could insult the police chief of some district, but not the individual officers? Like, but then even if is it the police chief's fault, or is it the fact that there's some law they have to enforce? Like this, I just feel like this goes in all directions forever.
Yeah, there's so many things to discuss because it's like, oh my God, the implications.
Said, there is a rhetorical benefit to aggressive and hyperbolic criticism of people in those institutions if it gets people sufficiently angry, a la ACAB. The goal then would be to get people angry while trying to direct their criticisms in a responsible way.
But they won't.
Do you think that okay. I'm not trying to like make you bite the bullet and everything.
Wait, did that sound weird?
No, you're not being weaselly. I'm just not sure how consistent this rhetoric is, because the rhetoric that you're giving me right now is like pretty far removed from what most leftists say publicly. Now, you're not most leftists, and I say this a lot. I don't think that you necessarily give the same takes, but like I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself. I'm not trying to like trap you or whatever, but like, because this is like very far removed from normal lefty dialogue. You've basically completely removed your ability to ever be critical of 99% of the participants of capitalism. But it feels like most leftists want to be able to say that like a business owner or a landlord is being necessarily exploitative in like a morally wrong sense.
Well, they are. Sure, a landlord is being exploitative, but the system that we live in requires the existence of landlords. If a person decided to not be a landlord out of conscientious objection, somebody else would be a landlord. And we need landlords to rent property as the system.
This is crazy.
How
This
are
is
they
fucking off the
necessarily?
rails.
Is there no way, in his view, that you could operate as an ethical landlord?
Well, and
no,
if
he thinks that the act of owning land and charging someone else to live on it is an unethical act.
Right, but even if you did have that position, even if you believe that being a landlord was unethical, like he's going a step further, because you could opt out of being a landlord. You could do something else with your time. But he's saying, no, somebody else will be a landlord anyway. So you just might as well be a landlord, even though it's completely unethical. It's like, what the fuck are we listening to here?
Right. I mean, that's the rationalization that destroys the world. Is that everyone says, well, it's somebody else's problem. Someone else will do it. If I didn't pick up this wallet on the ground, someone else would do it. So therefore, it's okay for me.
So if it is, from his view, absolutely unethical, like intrinsically to become one, then surely his scale simply alters. Instead of it being 0 is good, 100 is bad, and then everything else, it's 0 is bad and 100 is the worst. And so he should be advocating for zeros. He should be like,
yes, exactly.
We should be like, yes, landlords, yes, but you should be doing these things as a landlord. That's what he should be. And he should be calling them ethical at that point. Because it's just making me think of like, oh no, just existing in capitalism to a degree is unethical. So there's just nothing you can do, guys.
If there was some social stigma about being a landlord, like everybody just thought landlords were total pieces of shit, like you were totally embarrassed to be a landlord, then people might opt out of it on their own, and there actually might end up being no landlord just because nobody wanted to do it, right? But he's saying, no, let's not go down that route. Just let's not really stigmatize anybody doing it anyway, because, Someone's going to do it. It's crazy.
Well,
it's totally crazy.
He's denying the efficacy of collective action, which is like labor's bread and butter for, enacting change in the world. Is okay. All these individual people are going to get together in a group or a union and say, we're not going to do X. And thus we're going to get change via all this bottom up collective action. And he's saying, well, fuck it. You're an individual. What can you change?
Yeah.
So defeatist too.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Exists right now. So even if the role is an exploitative one, it's a one that one must necessarily take. Same with cops, And I say this to
you must necessarily take. Listen, you don't have to be a cop, dude. This is why there are different jobs in the world. Okay.
Also, just the idea that you can't be an ethical cop too. Just like, what the hell?
You can be an ethical cop, but let's just say, you are a pacifist. Well, you can't be a fucking cop if you're a pacifist. Okay? Cops have to go in when people are fighting and break shit up. They have to hit people who are doing bad things. You can't be a pacifist and a cop. Like, you can't be a socialist and a landlord unless you're Vaush, I guess. Then it's okay.
Talked before about like the difference between good cops and bad cops, but if there's like they're all just bad, really, it's like ugh.
Yeah, I know, it's awful.
Well, he would say he doesn't actually think all cops are bad. He just thinks the rhetoric of ACAB is so powerful that it's useful to promote.
That's terrible. That honestly, it just feels like he's just defending a position that he knows is wrong, but he wants to keep it as well as his friends are able to use it.
Well, I think he's sincere in that he does have this consequentialist position, which most communists probably do, where they think, okay, I'm striving for a utopia, and thus it's okay for me to lie and cheat and steal along the way.
Well, I wonder if he has friends and family that are like landlords, and it's like this is starting to hit a little closer to home than he had intended. Go ahead, Mauler.
Well, I was going to say, because this cycles back to that old argument. I guess we'll return to it a couple of times where we started in the person who believes this is the right thing to do versus the person who's doing it deviously because they want another goal, like which is worse. It's like the person who believes that they can do absolutely anything to further the utopia goal is more dangerous.
Very much so. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Always. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Because at least the person who's crying when they commit these immoral
they
acts,
may stop.
Yeah, they might stop eventually because they can't handle it morally. But the person who's like, nope, this is the right thing to do, they just soldier on and it gets worse and worse.
Yeah, exactly.
People, they'll donate and they'll say, I want to be a cop, but then I became a lefty. Should I become a cop? And my answer has always been, yeah, go for it. We need lefty cops. And if you say no, some dipshit meathead who flunked out of high school is going to take that job instead. So I don't necessarily know if it's
Fortunately, Vaush does this a lot. It's kind of just like sneaking these little things in.
What, the
dumb
meathead
thing? Who dropped out of
because I mean, if you're like, no, not all cops are bad, but if we don't get lefty cops in, it'll be a meathead. It's like, what are you implying?
Conservatives are meatheads and they drop out of high school.
Oh, well, I mean, I was more the implication probably that like most cops, or at least a significant number of cops, are meathead jocks who want to just beat the shit out of people.
When in actuality, they're perfectly normal people.
Yeah, not true. Yeah. Most of them hate injustice. That's why they become cops. They're like, somebody stole my shit. I'm pissed.
It's inconsistent with my positions. I think that a lot of lefties engage in language which is rhetorically effective but semantically inaccurate. But if you actually talk with them for a bit, you can get them to...
Semantically inaccurate? Is that...
No, semantically effective. Oh, sorry. Rhetorically effective, but semantically. Right, yeah.
What's semantically inaccurate mean?
Meaning...
I mean, lying at him.
Using the words wrong?
Flesh out some of the nuances to these positions, you know?
I think like he would mean like, so all cops are bad. It's like, well, semantically, no, not all cops are bad.
Well, that's just, it's not even it's just no.
Yeah, so it's not semantically inaccurate. It's an incorrect statement.
Yeah.
Right. But this is such a bullshit argument because the reason it's rhetorically effective is because people believe it. So you can't say, well, it's rhetorically effective even if it's wrong. It's like, yeah, but that's the problem.
Yeah, it's like we want to be, I don't know, we don't want orcs joining our chess club anymore. So I could be like advocating that they ruin chess, or I could advocate we should kill them all. It's like, well, killing them all gets us to our goal pretty quick.
Yeah,
Just
totally.
saying. It's like, I don't care. You're advocating for something like that's just not even. I mean, orcs can play chess, guys. It's okay.
Orcs can play chess, all right?
Let them play. Let them play chess.
Let them play chess. God damn it.
Okay, well, I mean,
By the way, as an addendum, there probably have been times that I've railed against.
Someone in the chat is saying morally correct, factually wrong. I heard this was a quote by AOC. Did you?
Morally correct, factually wrong.
Yeah,
morality...
something can be morally correct but factually wrong is something that AOC had said.
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, what?
No, I can't. Like, it's basically a lie that is morally correct. Yeah, I don't know. You got me. You stopped me.
I'm trying to think of like even a scenario where I could describe what I'm saying is that. It's like,
I
you got the
think
correct morals, but it's not representing the situation.
I think the context was in her getting attempted murder, because she was saying that one of the Ted Cruz tried to murder her. And I think the context was she was saying, well, it could be factually wrong, but morally correct. So because Ted Cruz didn't actually attempt to murder her.
I'm glad that someone in chat brought this up because I didn't realize this. Vaush has literally lifted this argument from AOC.
Really? Oh, fascinating. Fascinating.
So she's in an interview with what's the guy with the white hair on 60 Minutes name?
Anderson Cooper?
Yeah, she's talking to Anderson Cooper, and he says, one of the criticisms of you is that your math is fuzzy. The Washington Post recently awarded you 4 Pinocchios for misstating some statistics about Pentagon spending. And then her response to this is, if people really want to blow up one figure here or one word there, I would argue that they're missing the forest for the trees. I think there's lots of people more concerned about being precisely factual and semantically correct.
Oh, semantically correct. She used the words.
Then about being morally right.
So I have an example now, right?
If
I said that Sitch is a bad man because he raped 5 women when it was 4, I'd be like, morally you're right, but factually you're wrong. I'd be like, oh, sure, I guess.
That's terrible.
It'd be like, no, you're like, okay, guys, I don't want to say this, but Mauler rapes and eats babies. Like, oh my God. And then when I get confronted, I'm like, well, actually, what happened is Mauler stole some idea for a video I had. So morally, I'm just criticized. I'm saying he's bad, but factually,
There are scenarios where I'd be like, you're right, morally right, factually wrong. But there are times where like you're using that is being stretched.
Yes.
Like massive.
Yes. Can we please make you're missing the trees for the forest just like a saying? Because I'm sick of the other one. The other way around is always so frustrating because people always use it to defend their shit points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What a good find. Vaush is totally shadowing AOC here, like using her talking points.
Yeah, and
well, I mean, she's popular, so
it makes sense that would be happening, especially with trying to do the team player sort of thing in a way. But I was just going to say, like, the scenario there, if someone said about the comment I make about Sitch like that, they're like, whoa, and then I go, you're missing the forest for the trees in that you're focusing on these details when the overall point is that he's done something horrible, and someone could be back to me, it's like, no, you need to get this shit right so that people actually believe you in future and they don't think you're a piece of shit for lying about even the smallest of details. Just don't get it right.
Well,
true,
which is important.
And for me, I mean, I conceptualize morality as a system of rules that you as an individual should live by because you know that humans are inherently untrustworthy, yourself included, and that you're prone to rationalizing things. And so that's the whole point of like a moral code. You say, okay, I know that I can't even trust myself necessarily to make good judgments. It's too easy for me to just rationalize things away. And then it seems like Vaush and AOC are like, nah, fuck it. Whatever. Who cares about morality?
Yeah, and if you extend it out super broadly, it's like everything everybody does is fine because ultimately they're running toward an ultimate goal that they think is making the world better, I guess.
Right.
So probably it's just like,
exactly.
I'm glad we've reset so far that there's no point in talking about anything now.
How does this work when you have the fascist and the communist want to kill each other? Because they both think they're advocating for the utopia.
Well, yeah, one would say we need to kill them all before they take over, and then the other one would be like, no, we need to kill all of you before you take over.
Right. It's so stupid.
Great, guys, doing so good.
Cops or lords or very wealthy people in a way which comes off as essentialist. It's generally language that I try to avoid. But like on a principle level, I do think that the institution should be what you criticize.
You don't think that there are ways that you can exist in that institution as like a better person than rather?
What does that even mean? Because if there's corrupt people inside the institution, you're not allowed to criticize them. You just have to criticize the institution which holds them.
That's insane.
It
If
makes
you
no
don't like that-
sense.
Textual. Like there are times that maybe I would agree with that, but like it has to be case by case with something like this.
Yeah.
Well,
You have a
if
bunch of
there's-
dirty cops, but don't criticize the cops, criticize the entire institution of
Right.
policing.
That's what's so dumb is because, yeah, if there's a handful of cops that are corrupt and they're selling drugs or whatever, you criticize them for ruining everything for everyone else.
Yeah,
it's not
ruining
the
the
system of
institution.
policing. It's those people.
Yes, yeah.
Well, it reminds me of what a lot of people say about capitalism being like, oh, this guy did this thing within capitalism. And it's like, yeah, it's not capitalism's fault that he chose to do this thing that he didn't have to do in
Right.
capitalism. Like
Right.
some kind of horrible trade or thing that gave him loads of money and took it from his workers or something. It's like, yeah, there are other
Sure.
capitalists who don't do that. So what, do we just say, it wasn't the good person, it was capitalism that facilitated their good choice? Like
Ridiculous.
nobody says that.
Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
Rather than like you should just like the most cutthroat, try hard, sweat guy that is like trying to exploit that system to the maximum. Do you recognize? Well, no, I'm not saying recognizing it exists and you do see it. Do you think that there's a distinction between two people that exist in a system like that? Okay, hold on. So
Yeah, some people are way better.
yeah, so like let me take some statements. So something that you said earlier was that you ought to maximize your existence in capitalism to better yourself, so you can do more later with your money or something, right? That was like a statement that you agree with, right?
I think it's nice when people do that. If they don't want to do that, that's fine. But I think it's good when people do that. Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter either way.
No. I mean, as ought to, I think that socialists should work to be educated and successful. I don't think it's a moral obligation that every single one of them become like a business major or something. but
Socialists
I do think it's
should work
good when
to
they
be
do that. I just don't want to
successful
sound like
and
I.
educated.
Well, it sounds like he's
Shouldn't
arguing.
everyone?
Yeah, but he's saying that the justification for socialists to act immorally in capitalism is that they should be working towards being successful.
I guess
But-
yeah, he would rather a successful socialist than anyone else.
Right. But you can I guess he's sort of trying to use Destiny's argument against him, because I would say, well, wait a minute. You can obviously act within capitalism in a moral way. Obviously. But
Hell yeah.
but he's saying, well, if capitalism is inherently immoral, he's making kind of like a zero-sum argument here. Like it's from 0 to 100. Either are completely immoral or you're just immoral 100%.
Yeah, it's become, well, this is part of what the problem is, right? Like the whole, if you're in capitalism, you're already immoral, so it doesn't really matter at that point. You're like, wait, whoa. Like, what are we justifying?
There's got to be a scale here, because there's definitely a difference between I could be a business owner, I could pay my employees, a fair wages or what I consider fair. I can, definitely not berate people, definitely not be abusive. And then you could own a business and you could say, I'm paying you literally the minimum wage, as little as possible. I'm going to keep changing your hours on you. I'm going to fucking yell at you. I'm going to be a huge asshole to you. Like there's a huge difference in these behaviors.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it almost becomes a tad irrelevant of capitalism to it, in terms, not necessarily with payments, but just we start talking about like berating a person. It's like, yeah, capitalism didn't make you shout at them. Like
Right.
now we're at the point where it's like, yeah, just being a good person. And I could see Vaush be like, well, they're in a system that sucks though. Maybe they're stressed out because of capitalism.
I wonder how this works too, because I don't know if Vaush has said this, but some communists say that racism only exists because of capitalism.
What?
yeah.
What?
No way.
I know it's an absurd argument, but does that mean that under Vaush's system that racism is acceptable because it's under an immoral system of capitalism?
Why? I guess my
Whoa.
first thing would be, what causes racism? And I feel like the simplest
Tribalism.
answer is that
Right.
I think you could boil it down even more than that. It's just you don't look quite like me.
Tribalism.
Yeah.
Oh
that's
yeah.
tribalism.
I guess it is, right, because it's like you don't look like me or the people that I know.
Yeah, this is this is not something you're going to get out of humans.
Ever.
No, not ever.
Yes, ever.
And it'll always expand. Like, once we meet aliens, we'll just become tribalistic about humanity in general.
Dude, even
And
Martians.
And
what
once
I mean
there
is
are
like,
like, I don't know, like
Even those
you
dirty
get the
Martians.
Reapers from Mass Effect, it'll be like, no, the organics, we're like we're the living things, you're the robots. And when robots come around, that we'll definitely have some tribalism against them too.
naturally, and maybe some of it will be fair, some not, you know, if we could go on, like, depend on what fiction we could reference there, but when humans like colonize Mars or the moon, what would a moon person be known? A mooner?
Moonanite.
A lunar?
Moonanite.
Lunars, yeah, they could be called lunars. So yeah, the idea that like we go a few generations later, people from Mars and people from the moon, people from Earth are going to be very like.
Well, this is what The Expanse is about.
Right.
That's what
Yeah, like
one of the main
belters
things
as
about
well,
The
right?
Expanse. Belters, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Fucking
it's
Martians.
going to happen. And if someone's like, well, but as long as we get socialism by then, we'll be all right. It's like, I don't know, guys.
As long as we're socialists, there won't be any space racism.
Okay, there you go.
I want everyone to ride that road.
Well, gotcha. Because so my next question is gonna be like, let's say that you have like, let's say you get like a landlord, and like this landlord is like a lefty, and he decides that when the pandemic comes in, he's actually gonna go into his savings account and he's gonna raid his like 401k a little bit so that he can charge less money to his tenants. Do you think that that landlord is just being an idiot? Should he be maximizing his means under capitalism rather than wasting some of his personal money?
No, not at all. I think it's good when people try to act exceptional within the purview of those systems. I would never disagree with that, no. And I have a lot of respect for those people, right? I mean, there's a pretty big difference between, I know landlords who were kind or kinder than they needed to be to their tenants. And I think that's very admirable. I think that if we get too hard on essentialist criticisms, then we preclude the possibility of those people doing good within their means.
Okay, so like
Basically agreeing with Mauler right there.
that's kind of the thing that I'm looking at. So a lot of people,
Well, but Vaush is using it in this very bullshit way.
Well, the
'Cause
problem is
that's-
he's not acknowledging what he just said. He
Yeah,
said
totally.
that he's
Right.
okay with people maximizing. It's like, well, it's good if they do the right thing, but I'm indifferent if they do the bad thing. It's like, so that's fucking worthless then.
They're
Exactly. It's
contradictory
not a moral
positions,
system.
but
If it's not a moral system if you're saying, oh, you should do good, but if you do bad, then whatever.
Then
Yeah,
I don't care. Yeah.
I guess to string this out specifically, then it's like there's the landlord, and they do the whole "I charge the most, I'm a dick," blah blah blah. And Vaush is like, "Are they socialists?" You go, "Yeah," and he's like, "Well, it's the system." And you're like,
This is- yeah, this is a problem with Bosch's position, because the guy who does the right thing, you're still forced to call unethical, which it's like, fuck you. What the
So, I mean,
fuck are you calling me
participating-
unethical for?
I guess this may be just the difference fundamentally, but it's just like participating in capitalism doesn't mean you have to be a dick and you have to do
Totally.
everything. It's like,
course.
there's loads of options in capitalism.
Capitalism isn't a moral system. There's no morality in capitalism. It's just it's just an economic system.
Well, yeah, the idea being that like it encourages you to act immorally, but fundamentally or something through like how the system works, and you're just saying like that's not even close to true, and you know it.
Well,
Right.
the thing is, even if it encourages you, how about don't? You don't have to.
Exactly.
It's only if it forces you, which it doesn't. You
Well,
weren't
another good
forced to do a
example-
$2 minimum on Patreon.
It's like if someone's like, "Oh, please promote my app for $1 million where I harvest children," and you're just like, I'm going to say no to that. And it's like, well, capitalism
Right.
says that you'll get money from it, though. It's like, that's not even. What are you?
There are more than one ways to get money.
And as self-help tells you, it's not about money. Not really.
It's about
Biology-
sending a message.
Well, I don't tell you that part, but yeah.
Seriously, they
Biology,
need to take a few tips from the Joker at this point.
like a person's biology and evolution, as we were talking about, definitely pushes people to be racist. But then you say, okay, well, but then you have to learn to not be racist. And you don't get to excuse people who are racist by saying, wow, they're in a system, a biological system that's literally pushing them to be racist. I can't imagine Vaush or anyone would ever make that argument.
I want to make the distinction, because you can get rid of racism. You can't get rid of tribalism. The thing, like, we're wired for in-group, out-group. Like the best way to minimize racism is to have overlapping in-groups.
You have to have people grow up in a world that they weren't separate from black people ever.
Yeah.
That was just our group. It's like, cool. Obviously, when we bring up Martians and moon people and strictly people from a different star system, it's like, yeah, okay, so it's pretty obvious that they're not a part of our. It's going to be tougher to erase that potential bigotry. But yeah, you can definitely work to erase racism. However, even in a group of friends, some of them prefer Fortnite and some of them prefer whatever else. They'll start to be like, I'll hang out with the ones who like Fortnite because I like Fortnite, and I like those guys.
That's.
I wonder.
You're not getting rid of that.
I wonder if Vaush has criticized corporations for performative wokeness. You know, whenever they corporations.
I think he probably has. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't under his framework.
What?
Under the framework he's laying down here.
Consequentially, it's good for the world if more people are aware that it's bad.
So what's interesting about that is that if I want to just fuck around with them, I'd be like, no, consequentially, it encourages the idea that however progressive they purport themselves to be, in actuality, they're damaging everything because they're making a joke out of all of this. They're like, oh, look, I'm going to put a rainbow thing on this. It's like it's a serious issue. So consequently, we should hold their feet to the fire to encourage them to be more serious about their approach to helping, minorities of any kind, instead of being like, oh, look at this lunchbox. It's got a rainbow on it.
But see, that's again, you've highlighted that's part of the problem with this whole consequentialist framework is you can just totally make arguments one way or the other that are completely
willy-nilly all over the place.
Right, and you can't justify either one.
Well, I feel like if ever your moral principles are in danger, you just like consequentialism, let's go. And he jumps into the room and he's like, hello, I'm going to help you.
I can post hoc create whatever rationalization you require.
Are you killing babies? Consequentialism can help you.
That baby could have been Hitler.
It's a good catch, Sitch. He is definitely advocating for performance.
Dude, you need to make
here.
You need to make a villain or even a hero in your universe called Consequentialism Man or something. Consequenza Man.
We'll try to counteract every single time I bring up anything a socialist may be spending some money to further themselves. That comic always comes out where it's like, well, you live in a society, yet you participate in it, or you criticize society, you live in it. I got you, right? But it's like, it feels like some people have the means to be a little bit more productive towards their ideological ends, even in a capitalist system. And it surprises me not to see people do that. Like, I'll get up here and I'll shout and scream about how important I think some things are. And I'd like to believe that, like, if you ever meet me in real life, you look at what I do in real life, like, well, I'm trying to live that message out as much as possible. It's not, I don't turn off the stream and then drop the messaging. But it feels like for a lot of socialists, it's like, okay, well, you guys are generating so much fucking money now. Where is it all going? There's got to be some project or something. It feels like you would I keep saying you, but I don't mean you personally. But it feels like something.
Do you have a person in mind?
Sure. So like Sean and Jen, like that guy makes a decent amount of money. Or Abigail, Philosophy Tube, she makes a decent amount of money. H Bomber guy, I think, makes a decent amount of money. I'm sure there are more channels. I don't know them all. But like those are like three. Oh, Hassan obviously on Twitch makes it. Although I don't even know if I consider him like a politics person. Mike from PA Central Committee on Twitch, like that guy makes like a decent amount of money now.
Mike from PA.
I'm sure if people can that Brianna girl, but she's kind of removed from the YouTube scene. I'm trying to think of just like.
Please don't associate me with Brianna under any circumstances.
Yeah.
That's tough because I don't like Brianna either. So
I am really frustrating, fucking lecturing Noam Chomsky.
Oh, I know. We covered that. We covered that. Oh God, that was totally insane.
Like that one is just insane to me. It's just like, let me whoever I am lecture you, Noam Chomsky, like on political effectiveness and just politics in general.
Why didn't you edit this out, Sitch? Why he's saying he doesn't like a person we don't like. What's going on?
I forgot.
What's going on here?
It's kind of
Can we
funny
fast
because
forward?
Vaush is making like the most extreme consequentialist argument, and Brianna Greyjoy, when she was talking to Noam Chomsky, was making the most extreme like reverse consequentialist argument.
Really?
She's like, consequences don't matter whatsoever.
Wow.
Because remember, that was Noam Chomsky's whole argument, was that you have to vote for the person
yes,
who's going to prevent climate change.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, basically his argument was the lesser of two evils is tautologically the thing.
But you forget.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Consequentialist man's jumping through the roof. Boom, here he comes.
Thank you, consequential man.
He's here, he's saying, hey, voting for Trump means that the left will be so frustrated by another 4 years of him that they will put a socialist in instead of Biden. So ultimately, we need to elect Trump.
Thank you, consequentialist man. Oh,
Any
we're saved.
That's awesome.
We're saved.
He flies out of that roof.
I didn't want to have to feel bad about my position. Thank you.
Never gonna work out that way, but thanks.
This has to be a character.
I know. That's great.
Trap house people, yeah. Were they?
Or them.
Yeah.
I can't speak to all of these people. I know that. So I'll say this. If a person just wants to make lefty content online and then roll around in a pile of money at the end of the day, I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Sitch, why aren't we doing that? Where's our pile of money?
Isn't that crazy? It's baffling that he would say that he's fine with a socialist getting all this money.
Scrooge McDuck and
Yeah,
just
just
diving
Scrooge
into a big
McDucking it.
pile.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Because the alternative, if the alternative was their absence from the platform entirely, I think that's preferable. I think it's, of course, infinitely preferable.
So this to me is like the clear conundrum or misunderstanding of human nature that communists don't understand. And it's that people, the reason that there's obviously so much corruption in these hierarchies is because if you're climbing a hierarchy and you reach a point where you say, okay, in order to get further ahead in the hierarchy, I have to do something immoral and I don't want to, there's always going to be some other fucking asshole somewhere else who doesn't have your moral system, who will say, oh, well, I'm willing to take that next step to climb higher than you in the hierarchy. And so for Vaush to then say, well, it's better that these people who are immoral still exist promoting their message, he's promoting the entire problem of corruption within hierarchies, which is what communists are supposed to be against. They're supposed to be in favor of flattening the hierarchies for this fucking reason.
Well, it's just the whole idea that this idea of somebody else will do it, so I'll do it, is the justification for many, many, many bad things.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously the most obvious example is if every soldier refused to execute civilians, there would be no massacres.
Yeah.
Right. But then you're like, well, kill all these civilians. And if you don't, I'll kill you. Now it's like, you have a choice, technically. It ain't a nice one, but you do have a choice. And
but
the problem,
consequentialist man, he's right outside.
I like the idea that I don't know, the soldiers, the general's like, kill all these civilians, and the guy holds the gun, he turns, and there's this consequentialist man standing in the background just glaring at him. Do it.
But yeah, like, you know, to a degree, some form of legitimate argument here. Just if not enough people in any way, shape, or form are going to follow you along with this, and you know that they're like, execute them by tearing their fingers off one by one, and then, you know, waterboarding them, and then stabbing them in several parts, and then chopping their head off. That's the recommended. You go into a room where this happens, and you can do anything you want to them, and then you're like, I'm just going to shoot them in the back of the head. And that, by the way, is fine with the higher ups, but you're the only guy doing that. At some point, you might be like, okay, I need to be executing them to lesser all of this hideous harm, because if I opt out and leave, even if that was legal, by the way, it's like, yep, bye, I'm going. Everyone else is doing that horrible execution. So, you know, there's a lot for a brain to think about. Right. Sometimes consequentialist man is relevant. It's not like he's a joke.
Well, it's funny because we've all heard that famous saying, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And that's basically what Vaush is advocating for. I mean, you look at, I hate to bring it up. Actually, I love to bring it up. The Nazis, whenever you bring up any of these evil, you know, militaries or any of these horrible things, it's a collection of people committing these acts. And if the collection of people, if each individual person in the mob, okay, we talked about this a lot with the mob, the mob. This is actually funny because this goes completely counter to last week's video about the mob mentality being just. If each individual person in the mob says, well, this is wrong, and I have agency as an individual, and I don't want to engage in this behavior, then it won't happen.
Yeah, it's the whole idea that if everybody were principled, you wouldn't need consequentialists, and just that if you participate, it just...
Yeah, which I honestly think is going to... We're almost addressing the core of this discussion, which is we should absolutely encourage people to be principled, and when we find that they're not, we should point it out.
Yeah,
big time.
It's funny that when it comes to politics that we need, because this is the reason why there are no third parties that are viable, because everybody's like, well, my vote's worthless if I vote for them. And it's like, yes, but that's because everybody else also thinks that. If you all just decided to vote for a third party candidate that you like, then that would actually happen. But none of you do, because you all think it's worthless.
Again, that's two consequentialist men fighting each other in this epic battle.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we need the third party. We have to vote for them. Your third party vote means nothing. And they punch each other.
That's the problem, is that consequentialist man has a twin brother who's also a consequentialist man, and if they ever meet, it'll be a fight that never ends.
Exactly, yeah.
The third party had its chance. Zoom.
Lasers everywhere.
Yeah.
Do something with that money. I want to make a PAC. I recently the tech advisor for AOC's campaign reached out to me about getting a PAC for 2022 to maybe help a progressive candidate in a purple district or something. And I thought I could throw some money in there and maybe bully some other people into throwing money in there too. I thought I could bully Hassan because that fucker makes at least 7 figures a year. And I think that'd be nice. I think that, I'll be real, I think that for a lot of people, they didn't really understand the ways in which they could put their money towards projects like that. I'll know, and people will say I'm sucking up. I thought that your canvassing stuff was pretty inspiring. Maybe if we push for that, if we advocate for that more, we can get more action like that out of people like Abigail or Sean, because they have enough money and influence to do real good.
Mm-hmm. It makes me disappointed that, like, I don't know if you did this or not, but I know that like so many, I know Hassan did this, so many left-leaning people were tweeting out like when like other celebrities were like donating money, and they're like, you only donated 5 million, you're worth $100 million, like you only did this much, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, well, damn, geez, like apparently donating money isn't enough. Like, but meanwhile, like you guys, I'm saying you guys, I don't mean you, like these guys are doing nothing. Like, what the fuck? Feelings. Yeah, well, I just want to be clear, I'm not targeting at you, but I'm saying, yeah.
I think a lot of people do that because they don't want less economically conscientious people to think too much of the celebrities for doing so. They don't want the celebrity to be able to build a personality cult around donating 1,000th of their income and being hailed as a hero for years to come.
Well, do you think that's any worse than building a cult of personality around preaching for leftist causes over and over again while soliciting Patreon donations and doing nothing in real life to further the cause? Is that really that much more? In fact, couldn't
this is consequentialist man fighting each other.
That's right.
Consequently, we can't have it be that celebrities are looked at as good people for donating when they're donating so little. Like, that's not a good lesson. It's like, yeah, but at the same time, should socialists online be looked at as great people when they're donating so little of their total money?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Even
I guess that's not consequentialist, man. That's hypocrite, man.
Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference.
Doing more, arguably?
Well, the celebrity's objectively doing more with the money they have. Let me think.
Yeah, so consequently, they're better.
They're comparable in one way. The only way in which they're not discomparable. Disparate? The way in which they're disparate is that there's already a culture of prioritizing charity over good social welfare programs. And I think that a lot of lefties are very allergic to the conception that charity can solve these social problems. They get very defensive or very reactively aggressive.
That's the way the conservatives want to do it, and they're evil. That's exactly what they're thinking.
With them. So, and I think that's justified to an extent too, because the number of libertarians that I've heard, or neocons, saying that charity is going to fix social problems, an aneurysm.
See, they're rank and file conservatives, but he's calling them neocons and libertarians
every time. So I think that explains why they lash out there in particular, but I do think they're comparable otherwise. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that's all I'm saying is it seems like it'd be nice to
it almost seems like the discussion's over, but it's 2.5 hours.
All the time.
Do you think it would be possible for me to get you off Abigail's back just a smidge? I just feel like the degree of antagonism is unwarranted.
I legitimately think that is one of the least, like, one of the worst people on the internet. If they were, the best thing that person could do for society is delete all of her videos and tweets and everything she's ever said.
That's a bit hyperbolic. I'm not going to agree with that. Like,
It's funny because you have my exact thought. You're like, oh, it seems like this conversation's almost over, but there's 2.5 hours left, and then it immediately goes to that.
It gets wrapped up straight away.
And yeah, just I've not seen a lot of philosophy tube videos, but the idea that they're one of the worst, I'm like, I don't think so.
On the internet, nah.
I mean, they're definitely awful for.
Yeah, like the misinformation to further promote an ideology for sure. But like when you enter into that category, it's like, well, we're dealing with a hell of a lot of people we could we could oust. We could talk about being the worst.
Sure. But
yeah, that's my only question. Is the misinformation. If they're actually putting out propaganda that's false, that's kind of lame. But
oh, it's totally lame. But like, you know, like I just want to avoid being too hyperbolic. It's like the worst.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because in terms of this exact point, Destiny was talking to some other YouTuber whose name I forget, and he was saying that yes, he was being hyperbolic, but he likes like Vaush, he likes his own rhetorical flourish, and that includes you know being hyperbolic. So.
Well, like I said, with the orcs playing chess, if you tell everyone to kill them, it's gonna get your ultimate goal of stopping them from playing chess real quick. So she's one of the worst, is gonna get people probably pushed close enough to what you actually want, which is she's bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Because her takes are dog shit in every sense of the word. They're one of the least informed. They put out some of the finance and econ arguments they put out are like hilarious. They're beyond reproach.
Not untrue.
Okay,
like
I'm not
she's
trying
just
to put you on the spot here. But
oh yeah, no, I legitimately think she's one of the what?
Is there a video you have in mind, or like a claim?
Almost every older. I remember that her econ takes were so bad that somebody did. Is his name explaining
Unlearning Economics?
Oh, Unlearning Economics, yeah. That guy did a video on one of her, like, and just briefly brought up one of her prior takes, and then she was like, this is why I don't actually bring up any real examples, because people are just going to nitpick and nitpick.
I think we covered that video where she said that.
That's totally fair. We get that all the time on EFAB. Like, the people we cover who are like, all they do is nitpick. They don't actually pay attention to the point, because by pausing or addressing individual things, they miss the overall thing. I really hate how much people use that argument to escape having to even address criticism. Sucks.
Yeah. You're missing the forest for the trees, AOC argument, yes.
Yesterday on the video we covered, I mean, we were looking for the overarching argument that he was making there. It just didn't seem like he had.
He wasn't making an overarching.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is your overarching argument is contingent on the underlying arguments.
Totally, the supporting evidence. Exactly.
Absolutely, yeah.
If your supporting evidence is garbage, who cares about what your argument is?
Well, no, because look, you can be morally correct.
Oh,
if you're factually or semantically wrong. All right?
No.
Oh, and you know what? This ties right into movie criticism. If their theme is something you agree with, be it like capitalism, bad, whatever, it's like that's all well and good. But if the way that they manage to execute that message in the story is all either backward, hypocritical, or contradictory, whatever, I'm going to point it out, and then they will say you're missing the point. The theme is this message, and it's like, no, I got that's the problem, is that they fucked up the delivery of the message.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
Well, I think there's a moral foundation at play here that, like, the four of us, okay, we all have a moral foundation based around knowing what is true.
Yes.
And some people don't. They say, oh, well, promoting a good is more important. So they'll say, oh, it's, you know, even if the Star Wars sequels are all objectively terrible, I'm going to promote them because I think it promotes strong, independent womenhood.
The whammon.
The Wyman.
Where did she say that?
She tweeted it, didn't she? Can somebody?
If that's the case, I do think that's unfortunate. Unlearning Economics videos have been pretty good.
Yeah, Abigail literally came out and tweeted. She literally came out and tweeted. She was like, "This is why I don't." Oh no! I'm wrong. She didn't tweet. It was at the end of a follow-up video or whatever, where she explicitly said, "And this is why I try to stay away from real examples, because other streamers will just nitpick it apart." It was at the end of a video we watched.
So she said that he was nitpicking and biased. Bye-bye.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And that was, yeah. I haven't
seen that.
And then the tweets are hilarious. Like, I don't know what it is about lefties and econ that is just so hilariously cringe. I think she tweeted, like, can somebody remind me of the iPhone tweet? Oh my God. Do you know what one I'm talking about?
I know the one time she tweeted that economics is
there was one there.
astrology?
No. That was dumb. But she tweeted like an iPhone costs $20 to make, and then we sell it for $800, and all the rest is imaginary capitalism money. Like ignoring everything that goes between the pure manufacture of an iPhone and the actual transportation, the R&D, the marketing, the like employees to man the store, blah blah blah. Like it just
it's a simplistic take. I don't deny that.
Would you
watch? Okay, I'm not trying.
Would you offer that level of charitability to anyone else, Vaush, who's not on your team? No, you wouldn't.
No. What he is, that's fine. He doesn't care because it's all about the consequence.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's like, get out of jail free card.
I was going to say, how do you argue with someone like that? Like, there's no principles at play anymore. It doesn't matter if they do anything wrong because they're on the right team. Like,
someone linked a clip in a video where he was talking about the Harper cancel letter, the Harper letter that was like the people on the left railing against cancel culture that a bunch of people signed. And in the letter, it says that, you know, sunlight is the best disinfectant. You have to get bad ideas out publicly in order to, you know, talk about why they're wrong. And Vaush says, no, that's not true. In order to get rid of bad ideas, you have to bury them, shift the Overton window away so you can't discuss the idea, and then you have to use rhetorical flourish to make any truth of the claim you don't like seem false. So he doesn't have any, it's so weird that he just blatantly says he doesn't have any, he doesn't put any moral weight in truth or moral objectivity or anything like that. It's all just the goal, communism.
Not a fan.
No. J Mac for another $50. Holy shit. J Mac's making it rain. Says, unfortunately for Vaush, life is mathematic. If a person who has $10 to their name donates $5, morally, sure, they could be considered more generous. But $1 million from Bill Gates is way less per ratio, but will do so much more in reality. True.
Very true.
I'm trying to pivot.
One of the ironies here, too, is that the number one accusation that I hear Vaush make all the time is bad faith. That guy's arguing in bad faith. Oh, that was totally a bad faith take.
Right.
They accuse everyone under the sun of bad faith. And it really seems like he's making an argument here that we should be bad faith. I mean, that seems like what he's saying.
I would say categorically he's arguing for that, yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird. How can you have any kind of functional dialogue about this kind of stuff with anyone like this? It makes no sense.
Have you watched her content that wasn't about economics?
No, I tried. Yes, I tried to watch one philosophy or anything, but I would have to go back and I'm uncomfortable saying that because I don't remember. But I felt like her philosophy was dog shit too.
Okay.
Oh, it might have been abortion.
I don't have a strong memory of her econ takes. It wouldn't surprise me if they were inaccurate.
Like she barely does. She barely scratches the surface of pop philosophy, and her takes on that, like I don't even think were that good. But
they're poppy videos. Yeah. Do you have a? Is there a problem with that though? Those videos are very digestible to a general audience.
The problem with ultra digestible.
Do you like the way he asked that?
Dude,
do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I know, right? It felt a little bit like you wouldn't want to fight against an idea like that now, would you, sir? And you're like, whoa. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, the idea that something is digestible is like has nothing to fucking do with what it, like, how good it is and what it does.
PragerU is fucking digestible.
Yeah,
you know what
absolutely.
I mean?
Right.
You know, Kurzgesagt is incredibly digestible, but it's also pretty well sourced, from what I understand.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's making, and he continues to make this argument that, like, you have to make a choice between truth and digestible content, which is fucking not even remotely true.
Yeah, I don't like it. All seems a little
consequentially digestible. It's to get out of jail free card.
It is.
I don't like it as well because it seems to me like we're just trying to evade. Like, it's like the prosecutor is like, they did a murder, and you're like, so they're a pretty nice person I want to open with. And you're like, okay, and then I want to say the murder that they did, it was on a sunny day. It's like, I don't know what the fuck this is all for. I don't care if it's digestible. Shut up.
Here's a picture of the person he murdered kicking a puppy. Oh. Not guilty.
Come on.
Hey, Sargon's in the chat. I'm going to send him the link if he wants to come in. He can.
Hey now, Sargon. A gentleman, Damon, for $20 says, great vid last week, but starting to really feel like we just got to lean into cancel culture and start getting some hits in. There's no disincentive until some right or centrist leaners cancel the heck out of leftists. That was, I don't know. I don't know. That feels like the Vaush argument to some extent. I understand it. And I think that's Jack Prasabic's view. That's why he tried to cancel James Gunn. I would caution against that unless you're going after. I think the only people we should go after for that is people who specifically are advocating for cancel culture themselves, because then you're just upholding them to their own principles. I think where you get into trouble is where you go after someone who you say, well, this person is vaguely on the left or the center, so I can go after them. I think that's where you get an issue.
Yeah.
Adjustable pop philosophies, oftentimes it gets a lot of stuff wrong. For instance, Sam Harris, or Jordan Peterson.
Well,
sometimes,
let's not compare to my problem with Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson.
Oh my God, wait. I'm sorry, I had a brain blast real quick. I watched her video on consciousness, and the lack of understanding of almost anything she was talking about was one of the most dog shit videos. Oh my God, it was so bad. I could even go back and watch it again tonight. It was so bad. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. But yeah, sure anyway, I think all of her videos are dog shit. I think that she's legitimately like a waste of space on this platform.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, yes, I got it.
So, wait, okay, this might just be where we differ here.
Sure.
But my issues with Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris aren't so much that they're wrong, it's that they lead people in the wrong political direction. I think that...
I hate it.
No.
Jesus, man. What the fuck?
What do you do with that?
It's not that they're wrong, it's that they lead them in the wrong direction politically.
He's placing zero moral weight on truth in this conversation.
I wonder if we could push it. Just someone who advocates for all of his conclusions, but they're like a crazy cannibal rapist person. It's just like, well, they're all right because, ultimately they're guiding people towards socialism. What the fuck, dude?
There you go.
Excise the people from your community who are like horrible people, even if they're on your team.
And it's funny because you could rationalize in your mind the consequentialist argument in favor of this, saying, well, consequentially, it's going to come out that they're a blatant hypocrite and it's going to destroy the movement. Therefore, we should exercise them before they get big.
And that's like, I know it is consequentialist, man, but it's so fucking, it definitely happens when you have people in a group that are like, it's just like, oof. There'll be questions of like, wait, so how bad is the group? And the group themselves like, whoa, no, we didn't know this was going on. We condemn it. It's like, what if you did know it was going on? Then you're in real trouble. Yeah,
I mean, look, if it came out that Gandhi was really a slave trader, I don't know if people would have been in favor of following his movement.
He really was just a big fan of nuking other civilizations.
That's
that's true. Stuff about Gandhi and like Mother Teresa and other people where it's like, oh, actually they weren't what you think, not quite.
Hitchens did not like Mother Teresa. I know that much.
All pop content, which is 98% of what the average person will be engaging with is going to be poppy, derivative, simplistic stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't think pop content is bad, but just
as long as it leads people in a good direction, I think it's generally pretty defensible.
I think there needs to be some adherence.
As long as it leads you in a good direction.
Again, it's the orcs thing. The good direction is they're not playing chess. Stop.
Or conformity to truth. I don't think you can just lie and move people in the right direction, and that makes it okay.
What about simplistic and somewhat reductive?
Yeah, the hugest problem with that is once they catch you lying, they're like completely hate your guts, and you force them in the opposite direction. It's like,
in the internet environment, for sure. Like if you're caught with one mistake, people can. Happens to me all the time. Like I got the date wrong in Black Panther. It's like the whole video is worthless now. It's like it's the date.
Yeah.
But if I said, well, the date, I didn't get it wrong. The date's subjective.
Yes, totally.
Like, wait. It's like just be like, I fucked that up. I'll try not to in future, obviously. But like Vaush is like, oh well. As long as they're promoting, it's just you want to test how far you can go. Like I said earlier, like you just want to see what the limit would be.
And relating to what you just said, Adam, it's funny that Vaush is making this argument to Destiny. Because first, Vaush grew up in this community as a Destiny fan. So he should know that the reason Destiny is where he is politically is because he used to be very right wing, and then he felt like people on the right were being hypocritical and not practicing what they preached, and were just using rhetoric effectively to attack people on the left. And that's what made him switch. And so now he's literally making the same argument to Destiny.
From the left, yeah.
From the left, yeah.
It's awful.
Video that has the right spirit directs people towards more substantive work.
The right
Genuinely
spirit.
asking.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The
What
right
fuck?
spirit.
The soul of the video. Of course, it's all flat out lies, but whatever.
Look, as long as it feels good, Adam. Okay, you gotta reach deep inside your colon. Okay, just shove your hand
being
right up
lied
into your
to,
gut.
okay?
Yes.
Depends upon what the lies are.
Well, like, what if I made a video talking about why we should like never allow the Nazi Party to rise again? And I said that the main reason is that they were trying to harvest the core of Earth to explode the solar system. That was the main reason. And it's like, well, I've advocated against the Nazis. Isn't that good enough?
Your credibility is
spirit
in
is
the
there.
toilet.
You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Harvest the core? And you're like, yeah, absolutely.
What's the whole point of credibility? I guess none.
Ability, what's that?
So let's say you've popped content and it's a little misleading, a little reductive.
Little.
I know.
Weasel words. A little. What is a little?
Yeah.
A little misleading
all the
means
excuses.
misleading.
It was a sunny day. It's fine. Like, why? I don't care.
Look, I didn't lie. I only kind of lied. A little. It was a little lie. Look, it's not a big deal.
This
The Nazis had environment interests. You could argue that they had some kind of plan for the Earth's core. I don't know.
I mean, look, if you think about it, on the grand scale of things, how many people did the Nazis kill per ratio of the population of the world?
Oh my God! Don't
Right?
go there.
Like, what if they had good principles? Does that make it acceptable then?
Oh, this is awful.
Well,
guess
yeah,
we're
that's
just-
obviously that's where this road eventually goes. Like,
Exactly.
Vaush, would it be cool if we start killing all of the harshly
Yeah.
Republican people?
This
if
is
it
where
ultimately-
consequentialist man turns into a monster. Like
Yeah, consequentialist
handcuffs
man
you
is
to the
even-
bed and pulls your pants down.
He's pulling on his own collar. Like, I don't know if I want to go this far.
Well, I would imagine that Vaush would 100% say that if you could like snap your fingers and Thanos wipe out all right-leaning people in
He
the
would
world,
do it.
That he would do it, and that would
Well,
be
I
the
th-
moral choice.
I
yes.
think the more interesting one would
Oh
be,
my
let's
God.
say,
You know, movie Bob
you-
would.
Let's say
Oh,
that
yeah.
you have like, you think, I don't know, you're in a room where you can launch nukes, and the nukes will kill all of the like far right wingers. So I guess we'll leave out like regular conservatives out of the mix, but it could get rid of all. And you know, with about 80% certainty that the world will be better. You know, better from your perspective anyway.
Right.
Would you do it? That would be an interesting one, because you don't actually know. Because if you know, then people will be like, well, consequentially, yeah, that's all good. Whereas it's like, well, no, you're pretty sure, but you don't know. Let's
Even
go
then,
with that.
though, if a wizard told me like you can press this button, it'll make the world a better place, but it will kill millions of people who are all bad actors, I'd be like, I don't know that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
do you trust that
Who are
wizard?
you,
Holy
wizard?
shit!
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
okay, it's
Turns
baked
out the
in.
wizard is Vaush and he's a socialist. Holy shit!
The wizard is a socialist.
Exactly.
So,
My God.
if it were assumed that we absolutely had reason to trust it, like 100%, even then, it's one of those decisions where you're like, I don't know that I can make this decision. Like, I don't know if.
Well, maybe
Oh,
it's not my
no.
right to make this decision.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the world that I believe will be better, but is it better? I don't know.
right. Don't people have the right to, to create their own world?
The canonical ending of Deus Ex Human Revolution was right all along. It's not up to you to decide
Also,
it's the world.
Yeah, just FYI, people, if a wizard does offer you anything, just find out what his
Yeah,
particular
Just
ideology
take
is.
go off his wizard hat to find the secret
Searching for
hammer
the
and sickle hat
socialist card.
underneath it.
No, look. It's what you do when the wizard says, press this button and it will kill millions, but bring about utopia. You have to whip your phone out and you give them the little political compass test first. You say, okay, why?
The wizard's like, these questions are too
Well,
reductive.
no, I mean, the better thing to do would just be say Blue Lives Matter and just see if like he has veins throbbing out of his neck.
Okay, wizard, before I press this button, tell me, what do you think about systemic racism and whiteness?
He's
Oh
like,
my God!
Or,
Good
I don't know,
question.
I read Das Kapital. I have some notes. Oh, you do? It's like,
Oh,
yeah.
no. Get out of there. Get out of there.
It's like he just keeps avoiding it. He's like, I wouldn't want. I don't have an opinion.
I don't have an opinion on Das Capital.
Like, why don't you ask me normal questions?
Like, how's the weather in Wizardland?
Normal questions about genociding the populations of the Earth, yes.
But the message is good. It pushes people in the right direction. And at the end, they have links to resources that you could read up on to be more educated on it. Do you think that's acceptable?
So I just don't know what you mean in terms of reductive. Everything that you said doesn't sound bad. My issue right now is that
What? Destiny? No.
I think that going forward, something that I'm trying to be very strict on is I think that it's very, very, very important to report factual stuff correctly. Because I think right now the biggest issue that we're having probably across the world, but at the very least in the United States, is we are widening this chasm of what both sides see as reality. And that widening of the chasm, even if it's for a good cause, I don't think is good. I think at the end of the day, I think that lying a little bit to sell a good message is actually hurting these good messages so much, and it makes them so difficult for anybody to buy into them.
Yep.
Destiny's listening to Scott Adams, or he's read Jonathan Haidt. It's straight out of Haidt there.
Well, you have the two consequentialist men that are fighting again. So one says it's ultimately good, even if we lie, to get our position forward because it's better for the world. And then other consequentialist man says, no, you're going to drive the split so significantly now that there'll just be two groups that fucking hate each other, that are filled with people that will lie to outdo each other. And like, that's terrible. We need to avoid that world.
Which consequentialist man will win?
I guess we'll find out.
Well, I think Destiny's only framing this argument. He's trying to frame it in a way that would be along Vaush's lines of logic, because this is the issue that started Destiny on the lefty arc and driving the wedge between him and Hassan, was that Hassan was reporting breaking news incorrectly.
That was lies.
Yeah.
And it was funny because it was our friend of the show, Nuance Bro, who actually started all this. Nuance Bro was criticizing Hassan for reporting on a story wrong, and Hassan's like, Destiny, this Nuance Bro guy, he's attacking me. Like, what an idiot. And Destiny's like, well, maybe he was right.
The unforgivable thing.
Kamala Harris stuff, right?
Might have been. It might have been.
Do you think
Vaush
that got rid of...
Vaush doesn't even know that there are these two realities going on. Like, Destiny seems aware of the fact that, there's these two divergent worldviews cropping up with different sets of facts and different sets of mores. I don't think Vaush understands that. I think Vaush only conceptualizes the right-wing worldview as complete evil. Like,
I think Vaush recognizes that the two have different views, but that the other one is categorically wrong would be his.
Yes.
So obviously
not just wrong,
right?
but
That's
evil. Not just wrong, but unethical. Yes. Bad faith.
Yeah.
That's why he says bad faith all the time, because he just thinks, oh, all right-wingers are liars. Like, they don't have any kind of argument. Of course they're arguing in bad faith.
He said if you're a Republican, then you have to either be racist or okay with racism.
Yes, I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah. Which, of course that's evil.
No such thing as someone rationalizing it in any other way. They have to have rationalized they're okay with racism.
Well,
yeah.
It's like Kyle Kalinske and Jimmy Dore. Whenever they talk about Medicare for all or any position that they advocate for, they always say like, oh, well, all these other people, they know that what I'm advocating for is the best possible, most moral system. So they're evil. That's why they're trying to stop it.
Yeah. You got to be careful if you're convinced that you're like the greatest person in the world.
Totally. Humility.
You got to ease up on that. You could be wrong. Always.
Well, it keeps happening. It doesn't matter how much history there is of people being fully convinced they were right and thus engaging in some really horrible shit. The next guy thinks, no, but I'm really right, though. No, seriously, though.
I got it right this time.
Like,
Vaush is the next guy. Vaush is totally the next guy. What are you talking about?
Look, this time will be different, okay?
Yeah, this time we're going to nail it.
Doubt.
Yeah, well, yeah, it cut to like a series of prisons where people get executed. You're like, okay, there was some flaws.
The right doesn't care about misinformation.
Okay.
If we took
See, that's where he says it right there. The right doesn't care about misinformation.
But that's his justification for everything. If the right doesn't care about it, then if the left does care about it, we lose the war.
how
Do you
would he-
believe that? Do you believe that statement though? Like there
Well,
are
how would
people on
he-
the right that don't care about
How
it,
would he
but
qualify it?
Well,
You know?
and how do you account for right-leaning infighting of any
yeah,
kind?
totally,
Mhm.
exactly, yes.
Well, there's a lot of
I guess
purity
you would-
testing and fighting. It's not about whether the facts are right.
Well, I was going to say the only way you can justify it
They
is that
fight
they're
over the
both
facts all
lying.
the
They just
time.
think that they have the better lies, and they should be using the better lies. Or
No,
something
they're
Right,
like
I
not.
guess
that.
That's
that's
not
true.
what's going on, Maul.
No, of
Well,
course,
this
that's
is-
what I mean. It's just so uncharitable. It's
Sure, I mean,
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
They
is
have
the
an
big
actual
problem.
argument. You should understand what it is, especially if you're going to argue against it. But Vaush doesn't care. No, it's all just dishonesty.
It's very bizarre to me, actually, while I'm listening, because like Vaush recognizes that, because left and right, these are like broad terms that kind of don't mean anything, but like Vaush recognizes that on the left there are like liberals and soc-dems and like neo-libs and like tankies and stuff. And
Yes.
there's all these different little groups that have pretty wildly different perspectives on the way that the world should be. But then
Totally.
there's just the right, this big amalgamous blob of like bad
Evil.
people.
It's just greedy
Yeah.
racists. It's all greedy racists. That's it.
Mhm.
100% greedy racists.
Yeah. Well, it's classic in-group, out-group. My in-group is super diverse and hyper nuanced, and then the out-group is just the blob of the evil guys.
Well, and consequentialist man, he's right here. He's next to me, sitting down, and he just whispers something in my ear. He's like, "Wait, but what if you encourage, as a result of this, for the right side to just be like the left are all the same? They're a giant blob of lies. They're just trying to get." And it's like, oh, great.
I know. That's what Destiny's warning against. Shut consequentialist man up.
Well, no, sometimes I like consequentialist man when he counters consequentialist man. All right. So
Right,
either
True,
none of
true.
him or both of him.
But
That's
when
what I
he
want.
counters morality man, that's when you get a problem. Or consistency man, that's
Or
when you have a
hypocrite
problem.
man.
Yeah, they're in the big Justice League. They're all. Nobody likes consequentialist man. He's really
There's an
incompetent.
eternal war between consistency man and consequentialist man.
Oh
Who
yeah,
will win?
totally.
The left,
Left.
doesn't either, unfortunately, right now. But yeah.
Well, I think that like principally, the right doesn't care about misinformation. Leftists, I
Okay.
think, just are very good at misleading.
I'm gonna back it up a
themselves.
little bit.
Let's
Dude,
if we
the
got rid of.
charitability is insane.
So let's take the right out of this because the right doesn't care about misinformation.
Okay.
If we took
well,
every
the left, doesn't either, unfortunately, right now. But yeah.
well, let's.
What?
I think that like principally, the right doesn't care about misinformation. Leftists, I think, just
But like,
are
this
very-
is what I mean.
are
See,
very-
what is the right? Like, who the
Well-
fuck is? You know what I mean? Like, what is
It's not
it?
just that. I respect Destiny for jumping into the whole. Yeah, they're both like that. So if you want to label one side, because you determine this through examples, and
Totally.
Vaush has decided I have enough examples to paint the entire team as not caring about facts. And Destiny's response is like, I have enough examples for the other team, so I
Well-
guess we got to say that about them too, right? Vaush is like,
It's
But
even
up until the point, up until this point, he's been making the argument that the left should lie. What the fuck?
To advance their position.
What the fuck?
that's honestly a fantastic point.
And then he's saying no, the right doesn't care about lying, but the left does. What the fuck?
Well,
And it's
yeah,
funny
and now we're
because-
coming down to: is it bad that the right are unaware of their lies or something, versus the
But
left
he
who are
just
I
said that
apparently
know.
being corralled into
He
lying?
just said that they principally don't care, but Vaush is the one who principally believes that as long as you get to the end, it's all good, whatever you do.
Totally.
Right.
So, like, principally, he is right wing, and his well, not principally right wing, but like the same principles as the right. In this
he's
particular-
principally conservative according to his own definition.
But again,
This
like
is
if you didn't,
crazy.
if
Go
by
ahead,
his
Yeah, this is
logic that
nuts.
what's wrong with the right way is that like they don't even care about misinformation, they just go with whatever they want. They're like, so like they need to be taught what it is to be misinformed or doing misinformation. But Vaush's principle is like, no, that's fine as long as it's in with a good thing. Like it's the fundamental. Once again, the two differences, like who is worse here? The one we need to talk to the right and tell them that misinformation's bad, or the left who are like, no, we know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, wait, what?
Exactly.
You know?
Well, this
Yes.
is like if you looked up like projection in the dictionary, there's going to be a picture of Vaush sitting there just projecting all of his thoughts and opinions onto his ideological enemies, saying this:
What?
we have to fight them with fire, guys.
I think I made this point when we did our little live stream during the week that if you live in this world that Vaush thinks exists, where the right wingers are just they're knowingly lying to everybody all the time. it makes sense that he would think, oh, well, we have to fight fire with fire. We have to lie as well. Our lies have to be better than theirs. But that's functionally not the world that we're living in. So
Right. Well,
and of course they'll just respond the same way. If you're like, our lies have to be better, it's like, okay, so their lies are gonna have to be better now too, I guess.
Yes,
Good
right.
job.
The arms race of lying.
You know what's
rhetoric.
cool? And you know what? It's just such a fucking lie. All of it is. If someone comes out with a brand new channel, they're well informed, they've got a good voice, they speak well, they've got 0 subscribers, and they start making videos. They take videos like this, and it's almost like I'm describing you guys right now. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, thank
I
you.
like it.
Oh,
Thank
my
you.
God.
Full
No,
endorsement. I love it.
No, you're terrible too. You all lie.
I liked it better before.
from the
There was a turn there that happened that I didn't really like, but let's keep going. What are you saying here?
So like if a new content creator, like I said, it ticks all of the boxes of content creation and strictly reports as fair and balanced as possible, they're probably going to gain an audience pretty quickly, actually.
I don't know. We have that discussion. Yeah, we have that discussion a lot. Yeah, on whether or not that would happen. Like, I think the partisanship will blow up faster.
There's going to be a ceiling for them. No, I know. There's going to be a ceiling for them because there's the fans that. So the way it works, right? And I feel like this is kind of reflective of EFAP sometimes. It's like if we got no fans, shit on TLJ. Well, you got all the people who don't like TLJ. Shit on fucking Wonder Woman. It's like, okay. So you will have gained a few people who hated Wonder Woman, but now you may have lost a few people who loved Wonder Woman and hated TLJ. And it's like, And then it's like, what do you do next? To praise The Haunting of Bly Manor. It's like, okay, so now you may have lost the people who think that's one of the worst shows ever and gained a few of the fans from them. But then you shit on something, I don't know, major and controversial, like Wonder Woman 84. And it's like, you may have gained a whole bunch of people
intro.
Yeah, who have no idea about any of your other takes, and so then they just carry on, and your audience is all fluctuating all over the place all the time. And so the people who like that guy's first video where he's like, Kyle Rittenhouse was absolutely in the right, it's like, oh, you get a bunch of people for that. And then his next topic is something that they completely disagree with. It's like it gets complicated if you're extremely, dare I say, objective about your approach to all of these different topics. Meanwhile, someone like Hassan, is he not like the most successful now, or is it Tim Pool? Is it between those two?
I feel like it's between Tim. Well, I guess they're two sides of like the like on
the
one
spectrum.
side and then the other, right? So like Tim Pool is the right equivalent and Hassan is the left equivalent, where it's like very almost team oriented. There's like the team or the side or like this one position.
I think Tim Pool is more objective than Sitch does. Sitch thinks Tim Pool's way more right than I do.
No, see, well, no. I think Tim Pool is the crying walrus. Okay.
Oh my God!
Well, so do you.
God.
That's everyone in his audience knows that that's true, because whenever Tim Pool says,
when I watch his videos, I can never find an example though.
Whenever
I'm not
Tim Pool
calling.
says,
I am not calling Tim Pool the crying walrus. I do not.
Whenever
agree with
Tim
that.
Pool says it's complicated, that's a magic code word, which means he knows that there's some nuance there that maybe his audience, which is primarily right-leaning, won't want to hear.
He stood
and
up
so he's saying it's complicated and moves on.
I don't watch a lot of Tim Pool videos, but I have watched videos where he stood up to his audience on the Stop the Steal shit. He did. He completely.
Yes.
So I mean, you have to give him points for that, because I've seen channels that have just blown up massively, just selling copium to their audiences about the Stop the Steal shit.
I am very hard on Tim Pool because I feel like he betrayed me. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess
I feel like he was the chosen one.
He stole your girlfriend? What happened?
Tell us.
This sounds interesting.
Tim Pool was Anakin, and then he turned to the
I
dark
thought
side.
I was. You told me I was the chosen one.
No,
What's going on?
But no, yes, Tim Pool's not. He's not the worst that there is. Obviously,
I think it's definitely complicated, right? Because when it comes to like political,
where's my Tim Pool beanie?
When it comes to political commentators, there's kind of like. There's almost, I think there's 3 tiers. So there's like your hardcore, very honest and earnest, like political commentators, which I think Destiny falls into that camp without a doubt in terms of just being like earnest and clear in his position.
He'll burn every bridge if he thinks he's right.
Yeah, exactly. If he believes he's right. And then there's like in the middle, which is where I think Vaush probably sits. And I think Tim Pool probably sits there as well. And like Hassan, where they're like earnest in a certain sense, but they will avoid certain topics or avoid talking about certain things or downplay things or play up things, depending on the team and like the goal. And then you have like your entirely dishonest people who I'm not sure who I would cite for that right now.
Yeah, don't
but
throw
I'm
anyone
confident.
under the bus.
No, well, no, I know that'll be controversial.
Well, Movie Bob would
depending
be
on
one.
who Do you think?
Oh
Movie
yeah,
Bob is
we
just-
can
Movie
throw
Bob's
him under the
absolutely
bus.
fucking
Oh,
insane.
Mike from PA. That's one of the ones I would put in.
Wait, why did you hesitate on Movie Bob? He's possibly the most insane political commentator on the internet.
Do you think he's lying about everything though? You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
is he a true
lying about
believer?
everything
Is he a true believer? That's a
Yeah,
distinction.
I didn't
that's what I
realize-
was talking about.
Wait, so what? Yeah, I was gonna say what?
Oh, my
you
three
think they're-
tiers are honest,
Yeah, we're
mostly
talking.
honest, but they're willing to bend their rules for the team, and then totally dishonest.
But Mike from PA believes in the system, right? He's just not got any integrity.
Yeah.
It's
Shit,
very,
yeah, that's
it's
true.
super difficult, I think, to figure out. Like, I think there's very few people in this world that are like, I'm 100% grifter. I don't believe
Well, I mean,
anything I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Like,
I
even-
guess maybe Dave Rubin might be like the one I put right at the bottom.
Oh my god.
I don't think Dave Rubin is like that. I think he didn't have a lot go. He was like the empty vessel, so waiting to be filled.
Maybe, yeah, you might be right that he's like just so blank and sort of milk toast that whatever sort of he almost like slots into the
It
political
works.
position.
It worked. He's like huge now. I mean,
What
geez.
about Candace Owens? Because she was like,
Oh
she
my
did
God.
she did that social autopsy
Right.
doxing app, and then she totally flipped.
I even Candace Owens, people always call her a grifter. I think she's 100% in the Vaush camp, which is that she thinks it's totally fine to lie, steal, and cheat as long as you're working towards
Cheal.
what she considers good. But I do
guess
think
it's
she
just-
does believe that leftists and woke people are the root of all evil. I think that's true, that she believes
Yeah,
that.
I guess my thing is like, what happened? You know what I mean? Like, what happened between social autopsy, where like, we
Oh,
need
she
to
got
make a
attacked
doxing-
by, I can tell you what happened. She got attacked by Zoe Quinn and a bunch of other leftists and felt super betrayed by the left. And thus she made her radical change in the other direction.
I just saw somebody say talking about people as highest level conversation. Calm down. We've been talking about ideas and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
we've been talking
don't
about
take the
broader
quote
stuff for, like, 10
so
hours.
literally that you can't. These are all incredibly important figures. We're trying to figure out how they all sort of clash or
Right.
categorize, like, which is important when
I
talk
understand
about
that
it.
you know what Roosevelt's wife said. Like, I'm very impressed.
But I mean, anybody who's purported that line would never agree that you should never talk about a person. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, like, are we not
Right.
going to talk about Hitler and Stalin or like all of these most significant political or even Roosevelt himself, you know?
Yeah.
Well, and I would never bite that bullet. I think it's totally acceptable. I think you should
Oh,
talk
yeah, yeah,
about
no, I know.
people
Yeah,
in the
it's
first
just-
place.
Corey in the
Let's talk about
chat says Tim isn't a grifter, he's a drifter. I think that might be a good
Oh, there you
He
go.
drifts-
a
he
good
drifts on his,
characterization.
I like that,
because he
yeah.
does
His
he
hat,
does
his
seem to
beard.
understand the complexity of the situation, and he kind of weighs, how can I say this that my audience, I'm not going to lose my entire audience.
Right. Sure.
Right.
But like, he doesn't. I mean, I have heard him take some strong positions against the stop the steal stuff, which gave me hope. So
Yeah, fair enough.
Sure.
anyway,
Very good at misleading them.
I don't know if that's true. I think the right is the same. I think a lot of them are very good at misleading themselves. But go ahead.
Okay, well, we can discuss that. But that aside, if we were to get rid of all content which has any misleading elements for the advocacy of liberal or left-leaning politics,
we would have to erase the internet.
That's the argument he's about
I think
to
that
say.
would destroy almost everything. We would be left with NPR-style, incredibly empirical,
NPR, they're biased as fuck. What the fuck is he talking about?
fact-based, dry commentary, high-level academia, accessible-only content, and maybe a
No.
couple of people left
This
capable
is-
of threading that line.
Wait, this is a
Wait,
bad...
hold on. There are people in chat saying good. We lose if that happens.
Wait.
I
Lose.
I think that this is a bad
I
dichotomy.
guess that's what I mean, right? Is like,
Why-
man,
You can have content
you
that's
lose
edgy.
If
Are we playing the-
all of,
Why would
pausing
he?
game?
Why would you have just
Sorry.
accidentally said that we lose if it gets empirical?
yeah, like,
Yeah. If
holy
we start
shit, don't
telling the
say that.
truth, we lose. What are you talking about?
It must be consequentialist, man. That must be
Well,
what's supposed to
Man,
be
like
rolled out.
Vaush always talks about optics, but he's really bad at them a lot of
I
the time.
know.
Like, when you say things like, hey, if we go empirical based, we lose. It's like, what do you think that says?
Well,
And this-
to be
This
fair,
underlying.
to Vaush. What he means is, if you would ask him, he would say, well, it's because the right isn't being fair.
Oh,
thus
yeah,
they will
okay.
use all
Okay.
the tricks.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you're
thought the
right.
premise was
Boo.
everybody does this, not just the left.
His premise was the right principally doesn't care about truth. And now he's sort of changed that to say, well, if you get rid of anything misleading, all you have is dry, boring, terrible content, which is a total false dichotomy. That's bullshit. That's not true.
Who invited the principal of charity man to this party? Jesus Christ, Sitch. My God. We were having so much fun.
Enlightened centrist man just showed up for a second and said, hold on a second.
I want all of these men to be on like a big team, and just also Hitler is there. Like he's just one of the members of this team.
No.
Just you got to balance it out with all these different guys with their,
So
with
wrong.
their choices. But yeah, there was an implicit in what he just said was that if we take away being flippy floppy with the truth, we take away like being edgy. It's just like, wait, what? Why? Like the entertainment factor is tied to being dishonest. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, that's dumb.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
You can separate hyperbole from actually lying to people.
An example: everything you say, start out in swear words and heightened volume to it.
Yeah,
Like,
there you go.
That didn't change the truth. It just made you more angry, and it's more entertaining usually.
Well, I mean, this really is the rationalization for just misleading people. You're like, well, if I didn't, then it would just be boring, and then we lose.
It just feels like he's avoiding addressing the main problem by trying to find these consequences as a
Consequentialist.
It's just like, oh, you got to deal with this one now. What if everything gets boring, Destiny? What if everything gets boring?
This is a hardcore tangent, but I just saw this on Twitter. It's that the post is, I'm kind of short on savings, but I'll defo get $500 to drop this week. Hope she sees this and knows I love and miss her. And it's a picture of a dude taking a picture with Pokimane. And somebody said, only $500? Pathetic. Get your bread up. And then the guy responded, I got evicted because I was 4 months behind on rent. So yeah, I don't know if I can sleep behind a Starbucks. So I'll use the free Wi-Fi and donate the rest of my money.
Wow.
I hope that's like fake. And
I hope it's fake too.
Is that guy donating to Vaush? Is that what's going on?
No, to
No,
Oh.
Pokimane.
Oh my God.
That's what it said. It's like, oh.
Remember when she was the height of discussion? That was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
that was a weird
so
moment
bad.
for internet discourse.
I'm 100% writing into the volume 2 of Supervillains Anonymous, Consequentialist man, who will periodically, whenever someone is faced with a conundrum, will just fly in. And he'll look, maybe he'll look a little bit like Vaush, and he'll just fly in and he'll explain to you why whatever you want to do is totally fine, even if it's immoral, and then fly away.
You need to do it like 3 times. First time is like eating a sandwich or something.
Yeah,
and
something
then
minor. Like it keeps
yeah.
escalating. But then there'll be some part volumes down, listen, like 10 volumes away, where Consequentialist man shows up to help you, but then Consequentialist man's twin brother also shows up.
Also consequential.
Also Consequentialist man. And then they have to have a fight, an eternal fight that destroys the city because they have the same power level.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
That's it. Let's nail it.
Engaging, entertaining, aesthetic that doesn't mislead people or lie.
The expectation that even reductive content must be excised from people on our side of the political
No, I think
aisle.
reductive content is okay.
Well,
but
what's the line then?
The line is when you're misreporting the facts, or if you're like completely misrepresenting something, or if you're being so reductive that you're being incorrect.
Yeah, completely misrepresenting something
like,
is a great line. I love it.
We all know that there's going to be some line that can be crossed, but instead I think Vaush would just like to appeal to, it's murky, so whatever.
Yeah, totally.
No. Don't give up just because it's murky.
Okay, but in this case, I think incorrectness is kind of a gradient.
I'm not, whatever the ingredient is, we're way far away from where I would be debating the gradient. Right now, we're just like, people just report things that are just factually not true. That's my issue. Like,
sure, they do that. But, okay. I don't remember.
Yeah.
The heavy sigh. Oh my God.
I would abandon that one too. Yeah.
I gotta tell the truth.
He tried to move it to the murky thing, and then Destiny's like, we're not even in the land of murky. This is just wrong. It's like,
yeah, no
damn
shit.
it.
Enough of these philosophy videos to meaningfully defend them.
we don't
The
have
ones
to
I
talk about Abigail shit. I don't care about her that much the whole time.
liking the most were the id poll stuff, but That aside, okay, I'll ask you. Hypothetical, okay. You can adhere to truthfulness entirely, get rid of everything misleading and dishonest on your side of the political aisle, but it costs you the war.
I don't think so. I think it would help.
Why would it fucking cost you the war to be the only one telling the truth?
Well, he's giving it away. He does believe that the right wingers are just lying.
Hi, Sargon, how you doing?
I thought I'd sneak in, but this just I thought I'd be really quiet and then say something really clever, but I just fuck me. This is the stupidest position, right? Imagine you are fighting a war, and one side has an accurate knowledge of the terrain and the enemy dispositions, and the other one doesn't. Which side wins? You know, like the truth is what you use to win the war with. And so if you're swimming in lies, that's a hindrance to your own position. And if the enemy is not, you're in double trouble. You know, you're fucked at that point.
To quote Wonder Woman 84, you can't build anything great on lies.
Yeah, but that's true. It's true.
Yeah, it's a house on sand. It's going to bite you in the ass one day if you build on lies.
That's exactly it. Like the truth, and the thing is, when we say truth, surely we mean that which corresponds to reality, right? And that which corresponds to reality is where we want to be, isn't it?
We have to ask Vaush directly, because I'm not exactly sure he's on the same page.
Well, he seems to be implying that fuck that. You know, we've got a fancy land that we're going to be
like in. We all agree the truth can be an asshole sometimes, but he has to be a friend of yours, because otherwise, like,
he has to at least be an acquaintance.
Oh yeah. You see him every day at work, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, sorry for barging in. I'm just so frustrated.
Welcome in.
It's fine. I got up and then I come back and Sargon's like on a rant.
Sitch,
you snuck out, Sitch?
Loved your fucking stream the other week about ContraPoints, the ContraPoints video.
Thank you.
I didn't get to catch it all, but I was watching a clip show, and I love the fact that on every clip it just ends with Adam going, "Yeah." He spent like 20 minutes explaining in really fine detail, and Adam's contribution there is just, "Yeah."
He was punching with both fists.
He was right.
Yeah.
I rely on Adam's affirmatives, okay, to keep me on the straight and narrow.
Well, don't interrupt a master when they're at work, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Jeez, thank you.
Oh no,
no one's smoking my ass. Oh my god.
No, dude, I mean it, man. When you talk about these like ridiculous lefties for like a long period of time, I live for it, man. I absolutely adore it. Like you get so frustrated. Sir. It's part of the response. I mean, your explanations are great, but it's the frustration in your voice.
Because I have principles and morals. It drives me crazy.
It's hard to have principles and morals.
Have you considered not and just lying for the left?
Look, it'd be so much. I should just take Vaush's advice. It'd be so much easier. Just say, look, I'm pushing people in the right direction. That's all that matters. Just give me your money. Give me your Patreons. I'm gonna roll around in it.
Why do you think Vaush has got this like habitual mannerism where when he ends every sentence, he acts like he has just laid down a cosmic truth, right? Because in his mind, he effectively has.
Right.
Like, no matter what he's saying.
Well, I think I remember there was I think I might have, because I've seen this before, where like the issue is that Destiny is talking about how in the future he wants to be more like catching people when they're like almost playing up for the audience. But Vaush does that a lot, but he might not even be doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like just the way that he speaks.
Well, I think it's both. I think that's naturally Vaush's disposition, but at least he would claim that he's totally aware of it.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a performance element. But it's kind of frustrating when you're trying to have a conversation if it's it's almost like you're speaking to somebody who's only half speaking to you and is otherwise half speaking to the audience.
Is he not just admitting that he lies for his political purposes here?
Well, I think the problem is he wouldn't say that he's lying. He'd say that it's like
okay to make a mistake and tell a not truth.
Yeah, well, I think that's the problem. It's just a total lack of charitability. Because if it's somebody on the right, then they're bad faith, or they're just retarded, they're full of shit, and they're wrong. But if it's on the left, it's like, well, it was a mistake, or optically it works better. And
that's the thing, though. But if you tell all of your team whenever they make that mistake that it's okay, it's all right, we're furthering the war, eventually they'll be like, oh, fuck it, I don't really care about telling the truth anymore.
Telling the truth is hard.
It is. Fucking
can be.
principles are hard. That's why you have to pound it into people's heads.
But that's what I mean about, like, he seems to be conscious of the fact, and he seems to be trying to persuade Destiny this is actually a good idea. And so it's like, you know,
I think the big
do we
problem
take him at his
as well is
word?
it's a conversation where Sargon doesn't care about burning bridges, but like it's Sargon, fucking Destiny
Sargon.
doesn't care about burning
What?
bridges. But Vaush is like definitely there, kind of going like, you know, I don't want to piss off like.
Yeah, we need that
Philosophy
I
bridge.
for
need these
everything.
bridges
Yeah.
to fight off the right-wing revolution.
Exactly.
I think that what costs war right now is and I'm going to be totally honest, this is like anecdotal as fuck for me. So maybe I'm wrong here, but like here's one of the issues that I run into, and I noticed this because I beta test some of these arguments with my mom when I'm in Florida. Okay.
Actually, just wanted to take this to an extreme though. If this magical wizard we're talking about comes to you and says, you need to lie for the rest of your life now or all of humanity will die, that's gotten to such a crazy degree that I should be like, I don't believe you. Like, I'm sorry. I have more stake in the truth than that. Like the idea that we tell the truth and it kills everybody and loses the war. Like, it's just ridiculous.
It is
It's like,
crazy.
no, it's gonna
Maybe
happen.
I'm okay with someone who wants to create an empire of lies losing the war.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Nothing
yeah,
good is
I
going to
think-
come out of that.
Exactly.
Great point. Yeah. They should,
Their empire is going to crumble.
Yeah.
if their
I mean, they
empire is
sound like the
based on
villains
dishonesty,
on
they
the
should
face of
lose
it.
the war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't even know. Has there ever been an empire in history that has like been proud of its foundations being entirely lies?
It depends what you mean by lies. I mean, if you mean like not based on justice, yeah, the Mongols. Like the Mongols literally came along and go, we're the wrath of God. Fucking bow down now or we'll kill you.
Yeah, but
Like,
Genghis is
they
going to
them-
say, "Oh, I was lying, by the way,
yeah,
about
they
all that wrath of God."
themselves being
He
like
might.
the lies
He
of
might.
lying.
It
Oh,
may well
really?
have all
Okay.
been strategy, like knowing that like the Caliph of Baghdad is a Muslim and a true believer. He'd be like, okay, your God has sent me. Fuck you. What do you believe in? Oh, I believe in a Sky Father and an Earth Mother. Shut the fuck up. But like your God has sent me. It may well have been.
Right, but I'm assuming he wouldn't publicly say to his people that, "Oh, by the way, our principles
Yeah,
are all
what
bullshit."
Vaush is doing
don't
here
know,
just seems like such a
maybe.
bad tactic in general.
Yeah, almost like admitting publicly it is about the end consequence, and if we have to lie to get to the world that I want, then that's cool with me.
Well, what
Yeah.
else is he supposed to say in the situation?
Well, I guess maybe it would be better. Maybe he should take his own advice here and actually lie about like what he wants. You know?
Well, yeah, because what we
Cover it
would
up.
want him to do is to be like, you know what, this content really should be policed better, and we should take account for the fuck ups we have, and we should do better if we want to have a better world. It's like, good job.
Should have lied about the lying instead. Just
I mean, I guess the best thing for him to do was he should just never have come on to talk to Destiny about this situation in the first place. But
When I argue with my mom, I have to immediately own a whole bunch of poorly represented or misrepresented facts immediately. And then by the end of that, I have to tell my mom, like, okay, hold on, listen. Okay, yeah, this was wrong, and yeah, that was a lie, and okay, that was true. But the rest of this is true. I swear to God, Mom, okay?
Where's she getting that info from?
Sometimes
Philosophy
from
too, I don't know.
left-leaning people. Like,
Is that really the case?
yeah, so
You're just getting that information from fucking CNN. Jesus Christ.
I like when Vaush asks like a question. He's like, "Is that really the case?" Like he puts like this weird voice on.
How ridiculous you're
sad.
being.
I'll go over some of the most popular ones that I hear that I've gone over a million times. You've probably heard these on stream before, right? One of the number one things, easiest misreported
Breonna
fact in the
Taylor.
world. Yeah. Why do so many people say she was killed in her sleep in bed?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, they're talking about the Breonna Taylor case.
Matter?
Yes, it totally
Well, does
matters.
it? Wait. To the facts of the wrongness of her murder, does it matter whether
Even
she
to the
was in
facts of the wrongness of her
hallway?
murder, yeah. Now, okay, because there's a huge difference in the cops. So I'll describe what I think was reality.
Stray bullets fly into the building. I mean,
So that's a conversation
Depending-
to have. If there's an event where someone is murdered and the facts involve whether or not they were sleeping in a bed or they were in a hallway when they were shot, does it matter which one you report? It's like, how could it not?
Yes.
Yeah,
How could it
totally.
not
matters.
matter?
There's a very grounded example of why this matters, because for so long the narrative was, "Oh, she was killed sleeping in a bed because there was a no-knock warrant being delivered."
Yeah.
But then it turned out that that wasn't true, that they did knock and they did announce themselves. And maybe they only heard the knocking, they didn't hear themselves announcing. But that's why she was in the fucking hallway, because she heard them. So it completely changes. So if you're going to say we need to fix the problem so that people like Breonna Taylor don't die. It's very different whether the police bust in, the person inside doesn't hear them until they're shot in bed, or the police do knock on the door in the first place. That completely changes how you solve the problem.
Can I speak in Vaush's defense for a second?
No.
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 So, you partisans, I think the question that is underlying all of this is: does factual accuracy produce moral correctness?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we went over this
Was
before
that
with the
way-
example of the Sitch raping everybody.
Does factual accuracy
Coming
produce
from a
moral
baby
correctness?
raper, okay.
The example was that if I reported on him having done it to 5 people when it was in actuality 4, the point is still clear that he's done something horrible. So does it matter? And it's like, yes, because you have to. It's the literal accuracy.
Well, Vaush would, I think, be able to contest it and say the factual accuracy of what you said there doesn't really change the moral correctness of what he's proposing.
Right.
But I wouldn't necessarily argue it does. It's just going to be, I'm going to bring consequentialist man in probably. I'd be like, we're going to have problems possibly from misinformation being spread, and it'll give the other side ammo for why you're not to be trusted. You make things sound much worse than they actually are. Whether or not the act was immoral doesn't necessarily change. I'm not necessarily. I mean, even though I think we'd all agree killing.
That's where Vaush would get you, isn't it? Like he would say, yeah, but the facts actually don't matter because whether I'm a bit to the left of the truth or a bit to the right of the truth, the point is I'm on the correct moral path.
The lie matters,
but
though.
Vaush is arguing about consequentialism.
He constantly brings in consequentialism.
The argument would be if you
disgusting utilitarian. Yeah.
The difference.
Well, I'm guessing that's the issue, right? With that, I'm not super familiar with that story, but I guess the whole issue is if you present one way of like this is how it happened, and then it turns out that's not true, and it's like, well, this is still bad though. It's like, yeah, but you might lose people.
And by the way, this is how
Vaush
would have justified his sort of commentary on the Kyle Rittenhouse story initially. He was gunning people down like left and right, and it's like, whoa, that's not the truth. And it's like, yeah, but it may as well be.
Nobody's talking about the utility of the lie, though. The reason that Breonna Taylor lie got out there was because they were focusing on defunding the police, and if she was shot, sleeping in her bed from a no-knock warrant, that casts the police as this evil entity. If the truth is out there, the police are no longer this evil entity. They knocked, they were shot at. The boyfriend returned fire. Like, it's a completely different situation. So to say that, I mean,
that would change the morality.
Yeah, Vaush is literally using the lie, the utility of the lie to move forward this completely different issue. Defund
because
the police.
you guys are talking about what we could call contingent factors, right? It depends on the circumstance of the world, whether that cop is evil or not. But Vaush has already decided that all police are bad.
Definitely, that's why the lie is moral to him.
To answer your question, Sargon, I would actually just defer to the rant I heard when I came in, which is what you're saying, is that the truth is going to provide more often than not the correct results or the way to go. And that's why seeking truth is moral.
Well, even if it's better to be right.
But then, so you do believe that the moral correctness is derived from facts?
I believe. I don't know if I'd say that.
It depends upon the situation.
I would say that in order to first of all figure out what is moral, you have to rely that on facts. In the first place.
What facts?
On facts, whatever
who was killed
situation,
and how, right? Or what happened and how
people behave.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
that's
it
the
depends how
problem.
the facts are framed, right?
But I'm saying that's the problem with socialism is that they don't contend to understand how people behave. If you ignore the facts of how hierarchies and people and all these things work, then sure you can say, oh, advocating for socialism is totally going to work and everything's going to be fine. But then you look at the facts and you look at history and you say, oh, well, none of this ever ends up working.
Yeah, but the facts can be accurately represented to misrepresent the moral correctness of a circumstance.
Sure.
Right.
Of course.
And so, saying, I could say, well, I punched someone today. And you'd be like, oh my God, that's horrible. But why would you say that? I was punching a robber as he was trying to mug an old woman,
right.
And you'd be, oh God, oh no, that's so brave of you or whatever. And so it's like the fact that, there's just saying the facts isn't really that useful, right? Because you have to have a particular moral schema to view
all
the
facts, right?
Well, yeah,
yeah.
But then you get into like really complex facts, which are actually really difficult because like facts often involve moral judgments. And that's a really difficult thing to sort of really think about because like think of the word deceit, right? Deceit implies an action. There's been some deception. Someone has been betrayed, right? But what's happening, moral judgment being involved, is talking about is the social and moral. We're
losing you, Sargon. Hey, and you're back.
Going robot.
Are you not following me?
No, you're
going robot. We're just hearing every other word. Yeah. So.
Oh, God damn it. I don't know. Like, is it bad? But anyway, but basically,
it's fine now.
There is a fact that someone was deceitful. That is a thing that happened, but you can't be like, well, that's that's value free because it's a value judgment to call something deceitful. And so like essentially in many ways you can say actually, yeah, from some framing of the facts, yeah, the factual accuracy is important. And that's what a lot of what the left does is to sort of remove the moral element from what they're describing to say, oh, actually, there's no particular harm here, right?
But this is the interesting part of this example is I think you can line up so many harms from what Vaush has said that it should be fine. Like the whole not telling that part of the story. Like there's so many different things that happen as a result now. And the precedent's terrible too, because you can picture so many stories that can get twisted easily if you encourage your team that it's okay to do so.
Yeah, I mean, you could watch Star Wars and come away with the impression that the rebels are the good guys. Right?
You would just say that it was well written. You don't want people coming away with the impression that it was well written. That would be Well,
yeah, I mean, like Admiral Holdo, is that the pink-haired one? She's the good guy. It's like, what? She's a fucking villain. Look at her.
It's so funny because like the film thinks that, but
yeah. But this is the sort of question that has to be tackled with Vaush because he's boxed himself into like this very, very he's made a bunch of moral assumptions that he thinks are 100% true, which is why the right wing is evil. He's just, and then he's pure consequentialist. He's 100% utilitarian. But the thing is, like most normal people actually care about all three stages of moral and sort of ethical life. So you got the beginning where you decide what you think right and wrong is, how you implement that, and then the consequences you get out of it. But Vaush completely skips the how you implement it. And like the discussion they had about Kyle Rittenhouse, where Vaush was essentially saying, well, okay, if you kill like 10 pedos, that's too many. And it doesn't matter if they're attacking you. And I'm just like, no, if they keep attacking, just keep firing. Like
it's the
a
Doom
million dead
comparison,
pedos.
right? If I'm in a fucking underworld dungeon with a bunch of murderous rapists who are coming after me, you better bet if I have a machine gun, I'm going nuts with that shit.
And until they stop attacking, I'm going to keep stacking those bodies.
Like, no, the sanctity of life. You're like, what do you mean they're trying to take mine? Like,
that was exactly Vaush's point. It's like, oh no, that's too many dead pedos. It's like, no, it's not.
But it got really bad when it was a black guy getting chased by like a mob of white supremacists should submit himself to the mob.
Yeah,
potentially. It's like, fuck, man.
No, dude, shoot every member of the KKK until they stop. Holy fuck, But this is the thing, right? Vaush doesn't believe there's any moral content in the action itself, and I think there really is moral content in the act of getting from the intention to the consequence.
I think your intentions matter, definitely. Yeah, I think so.
Well, I was actually thinking about this. Like, you could write like a short story of a supervillain who was literally like everything he wanted to do was totally evil, but he was completely incompetent, and by a series of
it's basically our story
accidents keeps making the world a better place, right?
That's basically the plot of our story.
There we go. Right? Would you still call that person a villain? And it's like you kind of have to, even just because of their intention, right? Even if they keep making things better and better, you still have to call them.
Well, maybe not.
No, maybe not. No, because like they're just because they fail every
consequentialist man
time.
Would like to have a word with you.
Well,
nobody
you're
likes
the consequentialist man.
No. Nobody likes consequentialist man, right? He's
nobody.
No one for $100. Thank you, no one says, well, a while Sargon shows up, here's $100 more for getting my 5 favorite YouTubers on the same stream. Sorry, Fringy, I just don't really know you yet. Halloween S class for life. Adam, you are very cool too.
Wait,
Well,
they said
thank
they're
you.
5 favorite streamers together, but they don't know Fringy. So who are the 5?
I don't know.
Who is this invisible person?
Maybe they're counting Destiny.
Maybe.
I like
This
the
is
idea
foreshadowing.
In
Oh,
this
yeah,
case, I
maybe.
totally agree that all like truth is a lie. What they're lying to do is bad. They're lying to defund the police, which I think is like patently bad. And all these other lies came out of this lie too. So
Going back to like this matter of the conversation we're checking out as well, do you think in this instance that Vaush has just heard Destiny make a claim that if he concedes on, it'll be too much damage to his team and so he has to defend it, or that he actually does think that there's no problem in misreporting it?
Well, I think that's probably.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
No. I mean, I think that Vaush has decided that the means justify the ends, or the ends justify the means, even. You know, like, so he just doesn't care. Like, it's not if they can win using the truth, sure, I'm sure he'd be like, okay, do that. But if the truth is going to hinder socialism, as it often does, well, then truth is the problem, isn't it?
To better explain what I'm talking about, sorry, is like, so earlier when the economics inaccuracies were brought up, Vaush has conceded, yep, the economic takes are bad, but at least they're digestible. In this case, he's saying, no, it's not bad at all to have done what they've done in this case. And do you think that's because he just doesn't want to give any more ground to Destiny?
Oh, what was the case? I can't remember
Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. Oh, I'm not actually very familiar with the facts of that. I'm aware of the narrative, but I don't really know what the case was. I never looked into it.
Specifically, cops broke or cops were serving a warrant, and the leftist media came out with that it was a no-knock warrant, and Breonna Taylor was shot dead in her bed.
A no-knock warrant on the wrong address, they kept saying too.
Yeah, so they're basically starting this narrative to say police bad, defund police, police are evil. When in reality, the police showed up, did knock. Her boyfriend actually shot at them, and they returned fire, and she ended up getting killed in the crossfire. So it was her boyfriend shot first. Yeah, exactly. So it's a completely different scenario than what the mainstream media is promoting. And Vaush is saying, well, it's okay if we lie because we really want to defund the police, and that's how you defund the police.
To be super charitable here, it sounds to me that he is saying, let's just create a hypothetical of police officer mows down everybody with a bunch of bullets, and they misreported that it was X amount of bullets rather than Y. He thinks that it doesn't change the case at all, reporting whether or not she was in the bed. So we'd have to be convinced of that first, and maybe he would agree.
Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. So he doesn't even know that he's purporting the lie for this other narrative.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he thinks it doesn't make a difference that she was gunned down in a hallway versus her bed.
Like I got you.
Why would it to him? He's already decided police bad.
Right.
Well, and I would argue that this whole situation comes from him believing a lie. This idea that only right-wingers lie to people about everything, that the opposition against him is completely lying.
If he like the same statement from a certain person might make him go, well, they're just lying. But from anyone on his team, he's like, they've made a mistake. They've obviously got
exactly.
an issue.
Or if they did it on purpose, it was for the sake of the team.
Yeah, he has a quote from them saying, yes, I did it and I do it again. He's like, good, it's for the cause. Like,
that's the problem when someone says that they don't put any moral weight in honesty, because that's like, well, I don't know I can never know when what he's saying is what he really believes or not.
Oh yeah, that cringe brings it up in the chat. Breonna Taylor actually had a gun and she shot once.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah, I do remember hearing that.
But I mean, Vaush doesn't really believe in self-defense, right?
So that's true.
The Rittenhouse debacle, that was all just crazy.
But the thing is, again, you're talking about things that are contingent. Like, it depends on the circumstance. And Vaush just doesn't care about these things. He's already decided. Police bad.
Well, again, it's so hard. Since he's saying he doesn't care about truth, he just cares about the end goal. We don't know if this conversation with Destiny or even the Kyle Rittenhouse one, if he actually fucking believes any of this, or it's just him trying to create a rationalization and framework for the bread tubers to not seem insane.
Which is the problem.
I think that's it. I think that's it. I mean, that's the only conclusion I can come to. If the facts of the matter aren't going to change your mind, is that you are a zealot. You've made up your mind, and
Right.
that's it. Like
I think this is a problem with like most people though, where like most people
No.
once they sort of
no, most people aren't
I
insane.
feel like when it comes to politics, like a lot of people, it's very difficult to push them off of a conclusion that they've reached on a certain topic, unless
Yeah.
you've got like tons of, like if somebody's always, and unfortunately it does feel like a lot of political issues are incredibly partisan. Like if the issue were, I don't know, like climate change or something, it almost feels like if you say I'm left wing or I'm right wing, I can like with 95% certainty guess what your position is, which sucks. That's fucking, I don't like that.
I get the feeling
like
that Adam can explain this though.
What's that?
Adam wasn't
I
listening.
I explain nothing. I know nothing. I explain nothing.
Is this not just Height's elephant and rider and moral intuition?
Oh yeah, totally. With tribalism mixed in, obviously. Vaush takes his position. I often wonder, if the Republicans came out and took like the socialist position, what kind of knots Vaush would turn himself into, trying to denounce socialism all of a sudden.
Well,
Well,
I'm a syndicalist, actually.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
There's that.
It does feel like sometimes though that the only reason he's in this situation is having to find arguments that he can use to justify some really bad behaviors. He's just like, oh, here I go. I gotta figure out how to justify them melting children. Great. Let's have a look. Wikipedia, I don't know.
That was his response to his debate with Destiny about Kyle Rittenhouse, because Destiny was so obviously right in that debate. And after it ended, like you could see, like Destiny logs off or whatever, and Vaush is just sat there with this kind of nervous face going, whew, I think I pulled that off. And it's like, pulled what off? Like he made himself look like a fucking lunatic.
He was nervous about, again, the whole saying that black people should submit themselves to.
Right.
That was like
Anyone's gonna be nervous at that point, yeah.
well, yeah, I think you're right when it comes to the whole thing of like it's almost like some people aren't aware of this, or like depending on how aware they are, I guess, of like the dynamics of these debates and like optics and everything. There's only so many points that you can concede before the position kind of falls apart, and then you lose publicly. And so like I feel like there have already been a few concessions already thrown out, and so like as the debate goes on, he'll be less and less willing to concede certain points.
That's what I was saying about the whole philosophy tube thing, right? Destiny opens with econ takes bad, and Vaush is like, concede. And now he's like, take on reporting information, can't be inaccurate. And he's like, ugh. Do I concede this too? It's like, I don't want to.
But I love that there's no self-reflection. Like, if telling the truth hurts the left, then why are you on the left?
I think his main argument, because again, his argument, I think, is that the right, left and right are such vague terms. I kind of hate using them. Like that, like the right are more willing to buy into misinformation or spread information. Like I think he's, because this is one of the takes that really concerns me, is the idea of the right will take advantage of institutional power to screw us over, and we won't, so we will lose in the end. So we need to be more willing to use institutional power to advance our cause to stop them. The problem is that both sides believe that of the other side, so it's just a cycle at that point.
Right.
Of once we get into power, use power, leverage that power to advance our interest, like i.e. Supreme Court nominations. I think the argument would be, well, we, like if the Democrats were going to not put people in for the sake of fairness, like in the last year of their term or something, but that the Republicans would never do that, then we need to also be like them. And then that creates the issue of where the Supreme Court of the United States is a highly political thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is a political body anyway. Like it's a,
it's politically appointed.
The fact that it's so openly partisan is concerning to me. The fact that it's like, no, there are right-wing judges and left-wing judges.
Yeah.
Right. The way using Jonathan Haidt's elephant imagery, I like to conceptualize that Vaush is the writer who his elephant is like trampling through the village. It's like just running straight over everyone. And he's just like, as he's like running over everything, he's not apologizing. He's just rationalizing, explaining, well, actually, that person jumped in front of my elephant. Well, actually, he's just coming up with every
good thing he ran
reason
that guy
possible.
over. I mean,
Your village looks better this way. You have less people to
That's the
feed.
thing I was saying earlier. It was a sunny day. Like it's nice that this is happening in a way.
Should we
I think
move
in the
on?
position of the
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
hallway could be
No.
the same distance.
Hold on. Okay. So this is the facts of the case that I believe to be true based on everything I've read, right?
Wait, can I address one quick thing from chat?
Yeah, go for it.
There are a lot of people in chat painting right now, like, why does the truth matter? Whether or not two different interpretations or two different versions of a story meaningfully affect political discourse around that story is a valid question. One of the issues that I have with your content, Destiny, is sometimes it feels like you sacrifice political efficacy for the image of correctness. Even if that
switch to a different
line-
topic. What the fuck?
Yeah,
hang on,
that
but-
was,
Yeah.
Well, that's
an
a huge
amazing
what the
line.
fuck.
But it's a
Is it
crazier
pivot?
topic.
That's
When
an
it-
amazing.
Fair.
You sacrifice political efficacy for the appearance of correctness.
It's quite
I
a
know.
sentence, isn't it?
The appearance of correctness is gained by being
Being correct.
I think that the
It's
reason
really
why
easy
I think,
to appear correct if you're
I
saying
think the
something
reason why
that
he
isn't
said
right.
the appearance of correctness is because the appearance of correctness isn't as good as being correct. At
Yeah,
least
but he-
in
Yeah.
terms of what it sounds like.
He says that because he knows that if he had said you're sacrificing efficacy for being
To be
correct, it would
correct.
have been
Exactly.
terrible optically to say
Exactly.
that.
Efficacy is effectiveness, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 But
The
essentially, that
appearance
is
of being correct is efficacy,
Again,
though. That's the thing.
so
If you
The
appear
orc
correct-
example, right? I'm like, stop saying the orc should die to stop him from playing chess. And he's like, yes, but the more orcs are still playing chess. We got to kill him, all right? It's enough. He's like, they don't deserve to die. Like,
But the problem is, like, why is Vaush's position predicated on something other than appearing to be correct?
or trying to be correct.
I was
But even if it's just the appearance, if we say, right, okay, we could say there's the truth, there's reality, there's what we perceive it to be, and then there's our interpretation of the thing. And he's saying, well, is your appearance of being correct, which we assume maps on roughly to the real world as we see it through our senses.
So many
Like,
times it
that's-
doesn't, though.
That's
So
well,
many
yeah,
times
sure,
it
but
doesn't.
that's getting in the way of the efficacy of the left. It's like, right, okay, so you're just saying the left isn't based on reality.
Welfare has the appearance of correctness. I would argue
Yeah.
that it
Well,
does
I suppose his response to you
extreme
would
damage
be,
to society.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of how he would respond to that, and it would probably be that no, the left just has trouble with reality. The right doesn't have any reality at all.
Right.
It's like, so
Well,
who
would
are the
say-
people who have
say
reality
that?
then?
He would say that to be rhetorically effective, you have to essentially lie and
Ignore the
and
parts
mislead
that get in
people.
your way.
Yes, and that to it's the AOC thing. Well, if you root your, he said this earlier. He said if you were
Factually
just
true
gonna
and morally true, right?
right, if you're gonna
Yeah.
if you're gonna root yourself in make sure that you're accurate and true, everything's gonna be dry and boring, and then we're gonna lose the argument because the other side is gonna lie and be exciting.
But if someone lies, normally you can win the argument by telling the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's
if
what
you're
Destiny's
if
trying to do.
Vaush is losing the argument because the other side has lied, how untrue must his own position be?
Not sure.
Well, it has to be totally untrue, right? Like, it's got to be fucking absurd.
Well, he's not conceptualizing.
I was supposed to say,
Yeah.
in fairness,
So-
he's arguing for that
He's saying
situation
that it's
being a good.
morally true.
I just love watching Vaush at work.
Mauler, you were saying?
No, that was it. It was like his position is that it's like worthwhile to not tell the truth
Yeah.
but
rather than so like it's even worse in a way.
That's
But
how you
that's
get the cookies.
But that's the point, isn't it? He thinks all his opponents do is lie, and yet, if the truth is found, it's his side that suffers. But if
Well-
all your opponents do is lie, why wouldn't they suffer as well?
It makes sense with his worldview because he's saying, look, I'm a socialist and the world is dominated by these evil racist capitalists and they're using all these lies to win. So therefore I must also use lies to win.
Yes.
The-
Yeah, it's a terrible outlook.
But how does winning mean an empire of lies?
Well,
Because it's going to be good lies, Sargon. What do you mean?
But
I
Well,
think
this is
the deeper
I actually
question.
think that
Yeah, go ahead.
he thinks
Mauler.
that once all of the bad guys are defeated, that we can start telling the truth again.
yeah,
that's so
what it sounds like.
weird.
To quote your boy Lou from Wall Street, you can't get a little bit pregnant, all right?
Yeah.
Yes. If once God comes and he uses the flood to wipe out evil from the earth, it's all gone forever and will never come back. Yes.
And then we can rebuild
And we can rebuild from the
Yay.
ashes.
with truth. That we can't
How many
speak
times
at
have we
time.
heard? How many
Sorry,
times have
as
we?
long as it's convenient, all right? That
Yeah.
truth.
Like, how many times have we literally heard the supervillain in some movie or myth say, like, "I will rebuild the perfect society from the ashes"?
Yes.
Hey,
Every
common
socialist. Literally Mao.
Valid question. One of the issues that I have with your content, Destiny, is sometimes it feels like you sacrifice political efficacy for the image of correctness, even if that line between technical correctness and rhetorically.
Which means basically you tell the truth about the Breonna Taylor case, and we lose all credibility on that.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
feel
he's
he's
basically
I feel
saying.
he's cheating here. Own your position. You're annoyed he's telling the truth, not the image
Yes,
of truth.
exactly.
Or politically efficacious but somewhat misleading is ultimately meaningless.
That's because my goal isn't to
Did he say meaningful?
Meaningless.
Can we go back about like 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
One of the issues that why does the truth matter? Whether or not two different interpretations or two different versions of a story meaningfully affect political discourse around that story is a valid question. One of the issues that I have with your content, Destiny, is sometimes it feels like you sacrifice political efficacy for the image of correctness, even if that line between technical correctness and rhetorically or politically efficacious but somewhat misleading is ultimately meaningless.
That's because my goal isn't to get an audience of 20,000 brain dead lefties that all just want to circle jerk the popular lefty take of the news.
My
I want to be
goal
able
is
to
to
reach.
prevent fascism
I want to
from
be
winning
able
in
to
this
reach.
country.
Yeah, and that's not happening on YouTube. Okay, my goal isn't to just get a
Yeah, I
whole
think
bunch of
that's
people that already agree with me and then.
I don't know if you caught that because it got kind of cut off. Vaush said, "My goal is to prevent fascism,"
Oof.
Which, yeah,
Oh, I
is
missed
it's the holy
Right.
grail of you can
and
do
that's
anything
the
you want.
justification he can use to
Yeah.
justify anything.
Sick.
I know.
What's
Disgusting.
worse is it sounds like that isn't going to prevent fascism. Because imagine if you did create this empire of lies saying constantly fascists are wrong, fascists are wrong, fascists are wrong. You create this massive empire that's like built on nothing effectively. And then someone somehow comes along and provides like a sliver of the truth. And this supports a fascist
crack
case,
it.
like whatever it is, like, and then suddenly your entire empire collapses, and the only thing left standing holding a shard of the truth is fascism. And
Right.
so why wouldn't people just flood to that right
It's
afterwards?
very dangerous and
It's
naive.
very, very dangerous.
I thought we were fighting fascism.
We
Well,
are.
I think
Well-
you do fight fascism by being pluralistic and tolerant, to be
By
honest.
the way, holy shit, you're gonna encourage some crazy people with this one. Like you be like, anything you believe, even however contradictory it is, you just be like, as long as you claim you're just simply trying to prevent fascism, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
But like
Absolutely
everybody
anything.
says that they're opposed to fashion. Fucking everybody says that. You know what I mean? Like, so it's
No,
everybody
we're
says
fighting
that.
Yeah,
fascism.
but they're actually doing it, okay? They're actually doing it for
Guess
real.
what, guys? I've come up with something. Fascism's bad.
Whoa.
Oh, so
How about
funny.
this?
I
Let's
know.
call our
Oh,
group
oh.
anti-fascist.
Let me tell you about QAnon.
Or as I call them, anti-fascism. Like, oh, wait a minute.
Just
yeah,
get them
so what I was going to say, I think Vaush wants to highlight here, I can't remember if they get to it specifically or not, but like if you have 3 people reporting on a scene, all 3 of them are essentially telling lies to match a political goal, and you only focus on how one of them fucked it up, that tells the audience, oh, that one's the fuck up. The other 2, not so sure. And so Vaush is upset that Destiny's targeting lefties because they're the ones that shouldn't be discredited overall because they're good for the war. He should be focusing on like the bad people, whether or not the lefty is telling a lie.
He did say both sides were lying, so he is kind of calling him out. He's saying, "Why aren't you just discrediting the one side? Why are you calling our lies out?"
Destiny's response to this is, "I don't give a fuck. I just
Totally.
I absorb the information I get, and then I put it through my own systems, and I decide if they're lying or not, and call them out for it. It has nothing to do with which side they belong to."
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Which
That's
you
the
gotta
best way to
respect
be.
it. You're like, all right,
Yep.
yeah.
He's right.
give them our version of the facts. I want to be able to have it so that if somebody is in the middle or even on the right listening to debate, at the very least, I want them to walk away ass mad that everything I said was correct, and at the very least, they're going to have to wrestle with that in their head.
The people you debate don't give a fuck whether or not they lost.
I don't care about the people I debate. It's about the people.
You just said you want them to leave ass mad.
The people that are fans of the people that I debate. This is more specifically what I'm talking about.
They just care that you were loud and you talked more than them and you interrupted and you're short.
How
would he be where he is if that was the only thing that happened?
Yeah. But I would argue that's the only reason Vaush is where he is. Because Vaush is all rhetoric. Like, Vaush doesn't tell any honest truth about anything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he's good at fashioning arguments and
this is why this is so interesting, because it really is like rhetoric versus facts and logic, like right next to one another. Like Destiny's totally the truth will reign supreme, and Vaush is totally all no, it's just smoke and mirrors. It's all rhetoric.
The thing is, what he just said there isn't a point. It's a jab. It's a jab. Like, that's what it's being snuck in for. It's really annoying.
Like, another thing as well to remember is that Vaush can't read minds. So this imaginary constituency he's just made up, that's in his head. That we don't know any of these people. We don't know who we're talking about. We don't know what they think, what they feel, what they believe. But we do know that Vaush thinks this.
That might be one of my favorite lines of logic, when they go, we can't prove someone's a racist, like, definitively. We have to look at their actions. And then it's like, oh, okay, I guess I can agree with that idea. And it's like, right, so I'm the arbiter of that, by the way. wait, whoa. Like,
yeah.
I'm glad we agreed. We can't prove it. Now, trust me, I know who the racists are.
No, what people care about is if they have some hero content creator and that content creator goes up and debates someone else and they sound dumb, the person that's a fan of that person will feel dumb. And that's a frustrating experience when your heroic content creator gets trumped by some other guy that makes it sound like they know more facts.
People being made to feel dumb, especially if you're arguing with conservatives, has less to do with the extent to which you adhere to factual information and much more to do with how much better you look than them. And that's a
it's all style, no substance.
Rhetoric game.
Sure, it can be, but the factual it can be two ends of that. Sometimes they both can help, sure, but it's if you're matched with somebody else that is even somewhat rhetorically effective and you have like bad facts on your side, like it's going to be really hard for you to win that argument.
Yeah, that's almost like the dichotomy here, that you can't be rhetorically effective and right.
This happened with the Kyle Rittenhouse conversation when Vaush said that he gunned someone down who was like 20 feet away. Destiny had the facts on his side. He was like, no, the fuck he didn't. He was like, wait, because he was doing just fine rhetorically. He was doing great, but then it's like, wait, if you fuck up on some of these facts, your rhetoric just tanks.
I remember that part because he said that. He's like, wait, have you seen the video? And then Vaush is like, I think I've seen part of the video.
Yeah, dude, he did the best. He was like, I believe I've seen it. I may have forgotten it. I may be saying some things right. You're like, maybe.
Argument. So like if we're right now, if I were to say, because we've both been calm, if I were to say that we were like rhetorically even-footed, right? If I were just spamming this tweet over and over again on my stream, so I haven't shown this tweet on my stream, but if I was spamming this one earlier, I think I would have won our earlier argument about you being hypocritical about your messaging, because this kind of well, yeah, I linked you the tweet and your thing. You don't have to show it on stream or whatever. But like if I were to show a tweet like this like contradicts almost everything that you said earlier, and I'd be like, aha, I won, and then I could hang up and be like, see, he's a hypocrite, right?
It's from more than a year ago. Hold on.
That doesn't
Remember,
matter.
being a billionaire is a choice.
Yeah, why'd you put this stuff in?
I never like when people say it's my old stuff. It's like, no, the important part is whether or not you agree with it still, not whether or not it's old.
Right. Yeah. And also a year ago, like that's not.
A year's not that long.
Ancient history.
They're going after people because it's like, oh, when you were 12, you posted some picture, right, making the OK sign. Oh, excuse me. Oh, fuck.
Extracting surplus labor is a choice. Lobbying politicians is a choice. Not paying a living wage is a choice. Take some responsibility. You have full control of your enterprise, and then it's the smiling, blushing face. I'm pretty sure this is a word-for-word meme adaptation of one of those being poor is a choice, et cetera things. So you're flipping the script on that.
If being a billionaire is a choice, it's amazing that more people don't make that choice.
Yeah, I'm choose now. I'll be one.
Maybe I should just choose it. What a fucking... I was my whole life choosing not to be.
What a
Hold on,
weird
hold on.
statement there for him to make. That you choose to be a billionaire? Like, what?
I get. Is it in some fundamental way arguing like you could, when you're about to cross that threshold, you could just donate a shit ton of your money. You're choosing to allow.
That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, he's presumably trying to say that.
Principle of charity, man. God,
but it's a
damn
stupid
it.
statement because it's not that simple. Being a billionaire is an accomplishment.
Income.
Yeah.
Is charity,
Accomplishment
man.
has within
Superhero.
it like a sort of permissiveness and approval.
Once you get there, I'm sure you're like, I earned this. Don't tax me. This is my money.
Yeah, we went over that earlier. The I'm sure he does to a degree believe that like this is
He
his
can do
labor
better
that's giving
than
him this
government.
money. So
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just the idea.
How
that
else
if
would you explain
are-
it?
If you're able to accrue that much wealth, you probably do think that you're smarter than governments. Like,
You
Right, well,
might
if-
be though. You might actually.
well, yeah,
be
that's why
smart.
I'm saying you believe it because you may well actually be more effective than,
It's hard to say.
than any politician.
Yeah.
smarter than a government is a complicated statement. Just like, do you mean smarter than everybody as a part of it, or smarter than what appears to be the results of this government? Like,
I think it would be the
incompetence or
idea
something?
that you believe that you are capable of doing more good if you were left to your own devices than with the government around. That may be what a lot of billionaires would come to believe.
Depends
And
upon the
when's that not
situation.
true?
Well, I guess that's what I mean is it's complicated, right? So like if you have someone like Bill Gates who's done all this philanthropy and like has managed to advance a lot of causes and given away so much money to charity, and he didn't start as a billionaire, but look at all the good I've done. Like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that he probably does think that he's better than governments in a certain sense.
Yeah, but every individual is better than governments.
I guess what I mean is the
What about
idea
Hitler?
of being more effective.
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah. Hitler on his own was better than Hitler being in government.
Wait, what does better mean in this context?
Does
Yeah,
less
be
damage.
careful.
More
Sorry,
Oh,
no,
okay.
don't,
Human
no.
race.
Let's move on.
To be clear, this tweet, I think you believe in the messaging of this. If you say differently, I don't believe you. I think you believe in the messaging of this. But this tweet is completely and totally 180 degrees from what you said earlier, where it's like, oh, well, everybody just lives in the system. They should do what they can to live in the system and to do the best they can. This is a completely contradictory.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There are still bad things that you can do within the system, obviously. I mean, there are unethical things which are legal. You can legally do those things. So I didn't say everything. But
Okay,
secondly,
we're
I don't-
hardcore equivocating.
Wait,
right
no,
now.
no. That's not semantics gaming.
Well,
I don't.
if we
think
want to be
that-
very clear, extracting surplus labor, that's literally every single capital owner, right? That's what all labor is surplus labor.
Yeah. So wait, hold on. Wait. So you're going to interpret this as weaselly. Do you not think there's any way that this tweet can be read other than a belief that individuals should be criticized extensively for their participation in a system?
You just said that but earlier you were telling me individuals shouldn't be criticized. You literally said we should criticize the systems, not the individuals.
You should focus on the systems. If individuals do bad things, you should criticize them for those as well.
Wait, but hold
I
on.
think
But to
that-
be clear, my earlier questioning to you. Okay, so now we're running back to because I asked you earlier.
I think I can understand where the crosshair is.
Are you
right?
the
go-
Vaush whisperer? Can you explain?
Possibly. So this is the thing. You start building all these arguments up and then you find contradictions. It's like, first statement, any socialist that engages in the capitalist society can't be criticized for doing something such as not giving discounts on rent, not being kind to their tenants, because they're in a capitalist system. It's not their fault that is essentially just that's the way the cookie crumbles or some shit like that. And you're like, okay. I remember Destiny said, but wouldn't it be good if they were nice to these people and they gave them discounts? And he said, no, it would be good, but it wouldn't be bad for them not to do it. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so in this case, he's like, being a billionaire though, the implication of it's a choice, meaning that he's judging them for that choice, meaning he thinks it's a bad choice.
Well, he said
Because-
you can still criticize people for doing what you believe is immoral
so
in the system, which
what I'm saying is he
contradicts the
thinks-
earlier statement.
He thinks that one, like becoming a billionaire, is a choice that was bad, and so is extracting surplus labor, which totally comes in with the things he said were okay already.
Right.
So now it's getting a little bit confusing.
Hold on. Now, yeah, I am getting super, because if he said that it's morally neutral to maximize your position in a capitalist society, you can't then turn around and say, well, no, you've done things wrong that were legal. It's like, no, you said that was morally neutral. You said it was morally neutral to maximize my wealth.
But more importantly, from what position can Vaush ever give an evaluative statement if anyone could turn around and say, yeah, but I had good intentions?
Right.
Well, no, but wait, if good
But that's
intentions
literally-
don't
he
matter,
thinks
'cause
that.
he is. But no, but I thought he was utilitarian, consequentialist, man.
As long as the good
He's both.
intentions line up with Vaush's good intentions, that's an
Yeah.
excuse. Yeah.
But
It's
then
just
you
the-
could just literally just say my intentions do line up with yours, Vaush.
Right.
Well, yeah,
That's it.
just to clarify, right? Vaush thought he was in the clear because he thinks like really, really bad choices are the ones he's judging, while other ones he's not. But in this tweet, it seems that he's even the idea of extracting surplus labor absolutely crossover. He must be having socialist judges in the
Right.
capitalist
Well,
system.
it-
He
to
has
be-
to be.
To be clear, for the audience, extracting surplus labor means profiting off of anyone's labor. So hiring anyone to do a normal job in
Hassan
capitalism.
has done this. Yeah.
Yes, that you get profit. The boss or the company gains some profit from your labor. Vaush is saying that is
Lobbying
And so, like,
politicians.
I just want to be clear, like it's not that bad to have a contradiction you try and figure out, but this is absolutely a contradiction. He has to like deal with this, but he just doesn't want to accept that it's a contradiction. He's going
Well,
to
it's
try and find
entirely
a million ways to
self-serving as
avoid it.
well. It's
Yeah.
self-serving. I mean, I'm a successful socialist in a capitalist system. Therefore, I've created a moral framework that allows me to say, yeah, I can maximize my capitalist efficiency, and there's no moral harm here. And Destiny's making the exact point and he says, look, I think you should probably live by your principles. And Vaush is essentially being like, yeah, but that's going to cost me money. Yes, it is.
It might even cost the war, so you can't be doing that.
Yeah, exactly. It
Right,
might even
right.
cost the war. That's a great
Oh
point.
my god.
Lobbying politicians. Now, lobbying isn't like explicitly bad, right? You could technically say that a grassroots organization coming together to advance a cause is lobbying, right? Or
Yeah.
so
I'm
why is he saying that lobbying? Because he's grouped it here with things that are being a billionaire. It's like, okay, that's neutral. Surplus labor. It's like
He
that's just
If
okay,
lobbying politicians is bad, Greta Thunberg is out of a job.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Like, then surely all political action is bad. That's
Yeah.
insane. That's absurd.
on the Charlie podcast, Vaush talked about starting his own super PAC. So
Well,
I
he
think that
said
would
he
be
mentioned it
that would
in
be
his
classified
very-
as lobbying, correct?
In this very stream, he said he wanted to start a super
Right.
PAC
Yeah.
or a PAC.
I mean, it is a
Fucking
This was a
choice.
year ago, Adam.
I
Why are you
mean, it
bringing
is a
up old
choice.
Stuff?
I don't know. Just
This
just jumped
doesn't
out at
basic.
me. Seemed like a little bit of a contradiction there.
Do you think participation in the system is bad morally? Because that's why I'm criticizing leftists.
Inherently,
yeah, and
participation?
you're saying that it wasn't bad. That's what you said earlier. But in this tweet,
It's not inherently bad.
But in this
there are
tweet,
bad
you're
things
saying-
you can do.
well, but not
Hold on. Because I know I'm waiting for the Destiny threads tomorrow, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
The belief that there's nothing inherently wrong with it is different from there's nothing wrong with it, are two very different things. Working within the system
we have
isn't
created
inherently
we're like in
wrong.
a Back to the Future time zone of like jumping
is
around.
Can we
not
just
even
pause a
close.
second, right? So this is what I meant earlier when I said I believe there is moral content in the act itself, right? Because you've got the action that you take is not taken in isolation with other thoughts and
Totally.
behaviors,
Sure.
and the action itself has to have a will that underlies it, right? So you have to be trying to do something to take an action. You have to be
Yes.
expecting a consequence, right? So there is a continuous will that underlies an ethical decision. And this is why, and this blindness to the moral content of the act is why Vaush can come out and say things like, I don't see the problem with owning child porn. And it's like, but there's an act that has happened there that is wrong. You downloaded child porn. Not
Did
him
he-
personally,
Did he
presumably.
say something wrong with owning? I thought he said, I can't criticize child porn if I don't criticize
Yeah,
owning
it's
a
as
computer.
wrong
that,
as
that
buying
was
a
another
t-shirt.
that was another time
Was it
that he
different?
was
Okay,
defending
different one.
yeah there's a different time
Oh.
there's and it was fairly recently as well, only a few months back, where the clip started going around because he'd been on a stream where he's like, no one has yet demonstrated to me why owning child porn is bad. And so because the moral content is in the ownership of it. Like, if you are the kind of person who owns child porn, you are a bad person, Vaush. I don't know why I have to say that.
I guess it aligns with what he's saying here because he's like, well, if I don't own child porn, someone else is going to own it, so it's still going to get made.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. And it's like, okay, but that guarantees that it will continue to be made.
Yes,
Because everyone will just
exactly.
make, everyone who does it will just
The
make that
same
fucking
rationalization,
excuse.
right? Of course.
Vosh is also arguing that you'll get better results with lies. I don't necessarily know that he knows he's doing it implicitly, but I mean, that's a debate. That's a total debate. I'd like to think like we've done this society thing long enough that we know, no, you actually don't get better results with lies. You get fucked up results. Like,
we of course know what a white lie
shit.
is. But I don't think we've ever extended a white lie to the political level, like trying to.
Oh,
it's all right if we just lie a little about this thing to get this. It's like, no, we don't do that. It has to be the truth.
They tried to do it in impeachment, in the impeachment thing,
Yep.
which is crazy. Like 3 different things that were like blatant fabrications. It's bizarre the road we're going down here, but Vaush seems totally cool with it.
Close to being semantics. I'm really sorry if you're that desperate to prove your point. But
okay, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait, no, wait, hold on, wait, because now you just attacked me. You said I was desperate. So now I want to focus on one razor clear statement because you were wrong here, and I'll demonstrate. Because you need to change one of your statements because everything you've said right now can't exist in totality. Okay, you have contradictions. Okay, so I'm looking at the second thing. Extracting surplus labor is a choice. Now I'm asking you a question. Do you understand that all forms of labor, of wage labor, is extracting surplus labor to make a profit? Do you acknowledge that?
By definition.
Okay, so then can you tell me how, if that is a choice, how is it ever okay for there to be a business owner in capitalism?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
Earlier, I asked you, wait, I can explain exactly what I mean. No, earlier I asked you, is it okay if somebody is a business owner? Is it?
Someone talking? Can't tell.
Oh, well, I guess it's just worth saying, like, he has to drop one of these positions now.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank God Destiny pulled this tweet up. Oh my God.
Does he?
I don't think he. I think what happens, doesn't he say, like, I wasn't being that serious? There's an emoji on there.
Yeah,
yes,
totally.
that is what he says. Yes.
Oh,
it was just a joke, bro.
Yeah. It was just a prank, bro. Yeah.
Just a meme.
Is that like a morally thing, or should they just maximize the system or capitalism? Now, earlier in this conversation, you said specifically to me, you said, well, no, I think you should maximize your existence capitalism. And remember when we pointed out the ethical vegan? And I was like, well, just eating meat, that's morally wrong. You're like, okay, well, just participating in capitalism, that's not morally wrong.
Okay.
But now in this tweet, you're saying that it's a choice.
Statements?
What?
Do you think there's a difference between these?
Before he carries on, by the way, the situation I'd like to give Vaush is something like, your socialist is climbing the capitalist ladder. They have like 100 people working from this big building, it's big McDonald's, I guess, and they're just an absolute dick to all of them, and they give them the shortest amount of money. And Vaush is like, whoa, that's kind of fucked up. And then he goes like, what do you mean? I'm just trying to make as much money as I can to ultimately fight the socialist war.
Yeah, totally.
And it's like, wait a minute.
You tricked me, Mauler. You tricked me.
You'll learn so much about ethics in that film.
So it's so funny because how it just folds in on itself, and the whole thing you were trying to destroy in the first place is now what you are.
You become the evil.
To destroy.
Yep. Listen, the prequels have a lot of things to say.
These 2 statements: the existence of private enterprise is unethical versus it is unethical to be a business owner. Do you think there's a difference between those 2 statements?
Yes.
Okay, I adhere to the former. I don't have a problem with wealthy lefties owning a business.
What the fuck?
Well, what's the distinction here?
This guy goes on his channel all the time ragging on Elon Musk. Like, that's a regular Vaush thing.
It's crazy that, like, they could do anything. And he's like, well, as long as they're a lefty, it's fine.
Yeah. Hang on, what was his formulation there exactly? Because, like, what is the real difference? The existence of private ownership or something, and can we rewind it?
He's saying the system is immoral, but participating in the system is not immoral, which is crazy.
Yeah.
To remove
the overall goal here is to remove those 2 statements.
Yes.
Remove any responsibility for the socialists in the capitalist system.
To the former.
Sorry, go ahead, Mauler.
The goal he's got is to remove any responsibility for the socialists in the capitalist system.
Totally.
It's not their fault. It's the system's fault. Stop judging them, Destiny. It's like, absolutely fucking not. They're not paying attention to any of their principles. And it's like, well, in fairness, they're in like being a dick to somebody. Capitalism did that. You're like, no, it didn't.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, blame capitalism for people who like to be dicks to people. I don't know. Maybe Vaush has a secret.
I don't have a problem with wealthy lefties owning a business. The tweet that you found here is literally a satire rewrite of
I'm backing it up a little.
Of private enterprise is unethical versus it is unethical.
It's a choice. This is capitalism. And remember when we pointed out the ethical vegan? And I was like, well, just eating meat, that's morally wrong. You're like, okay, well, just participating in capitalism, that's not morally wrong. Okay. But now in this tweet, you're saying that it's a choice.
Do you think there's a difference between these 2 statements? The existence of private enterprise is unethical versus it is unethical to be a business owner. Do you think there's a difference between those two statements?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Hang on. Like for all intents purposes, there really isn't, because without someone being a business owner, there is no existence of private enterprise.
Yeah, they're the same.
So this is
thing.
actually a false distinction, because they are one and the same thing.
He's taking the institutional level and the individual level and just saying the institutional level is wrong, but the individual level, there's no problem with that. Well,
but the institutional level is made up of the individual level. That's
yes,
the thing,
exactly.
You know?
It's nested within it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think that's a necessary component, because the capitalists that are furthering capitalism is what he would say, like that's their fault that we're still here. But the socialists furthering capitalism, well, they're fighting a war that's fine. It's gonna be, just leave them alone, okay? They got the right idea. We need to work on the capitalists.
But literally, Vaush could end up with a system of capitalism, hyper-capitalism, like corporate leftism, that was made up 100% of billionaire socialists. And he would be like, none of them have done anything wrong.
Yeah, that's kind of where we keep talking about his logic leads, and I don't know why he doesn't see it.
Well, does this apply to politicians? Can't some politician, a politician say, "Oh, I'm, electing me, I'm going to implement all these socialist policies," and then when they get in there, they don't?
Yeah, it does. It's great.
I mean,
doesn't matter. They're fighting the war.
As long look. Consequentialist man comes down and says, "Look, okay, one politician can't change the system, Sitch, but they're promoting the cause. They're getting everyone on board." Yeah.
These are the same arguments that you could have used in 1855 to justify
totally
participating in slavery.
Totally.
Look, everybody else is doing it. I can't change it. And look, it's morally neutral for me to maximize my position within society.
Yes.
Can you say
this is the best example too?
Right. Can you say that it's morally acceptable for someone to be a slaver as long as they acknowledge that the institution of slavery is immoral?
If he were being consistent, the answer is
my God.
That's the problem. But again, it's just
See, and I think there's a level of nuance in there. We brought it up before about the torture example, but like if someone said, "I'm going to get into the slave trade specifically to buy them and give them a great life to
set them free,"
of course, but that's like a very extreme example.
But that's
then can
I guess that's the point, right? But that's kind of the point
exactly.
that Destiny's making, right? Be that person. Be the person who buys the slaves and sets them free.
That's what Destiny's telling this stupid man. Like, you gotta understand, like, you should be advocating that these socialists do better things, not that, oh, well, capitalism exists regardless. You're like, dude.
Maximize your profits in the slave trade, lads.
If
just go for it, whatever. Someone else will.
If every single business owner starts a business that's a co-op, that's basically what Destiny wants to achieve. But he's saying that the socialists don't even need to be the ones that go first. He's saying, nah, let other people go first. Who's going to go first? The people who aren't socialists? Come on, Vaush.
We're making wads of cash. Why the fuck would we want socialists?
I'm getting rich here. I think I'm not a socialist anymore. I sense that we see that happening before our eyes.
Here to the former. I don't have a problem with wealthy lefties owning a business. The tweet that you found here is literally a satire rewrite of someone.
I hate the bourgeoisie. They own the means of production. But those wealthy lefties who own the means of production, they're fine.
By the way,
fucking hell.
So wrong.
Doing the whole, it's a satire rewrite and it's got an emoji attached. It's like, fuck it. I don't care. Do you agree with the statement or not? Just tell me that. That's it.
Update. Does he say? I don't remember.
I don't know if he plays around. He's trying to build up a fog. It's like, do you agree with it? Well, it's a satire. Do you agree with the statement? I think that it's important to understand the complication that it is. He's just like, do you agree with the statement? There's an emoji on it.
He pulls the fog machine out.
Yes.
Choice. Technically, in this tweet that you found, nothing here even says any of these things are bad. Only that their choices take some resposability, etc.
To me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's totally it. That's totally it.
Easily.
Well, he does totally walk this back because Destiny says, "Here's my interpretation of the tweet," and then Vaush says, "Yeah, I agree with that." You're like, wait, what?
Hold on,
wait, hold on. To me, this would be like you saying all tenants are bastards, and me coming in and being like, "Do you seriously believe that every person who has to rent is a bastard? How can you believe that? 40% of Americans rent." Like to me, this is like a pretty.
Hold on.
No. If somebody went out on Twitter and said blacks suck, And then you're like, you think all black people suck? It's like, oh God, come on, that's stupid. You know that's not what I meant. It's like, no, I didn't.
And again, like, it's so about context. You're a political I get, you know, like pundit, and you're putting this out on Twitter as like static. It's just that's what it is.
Like,
versus someone in like the height of a conversation, like I said, someone just goes, "Oh, all anime is fucking trash." And they're like, "You couldn't even have seen all of anime. You must be wrong for holding that position." You're like, "I don't actually." Okay, you know what I mean? There's a very clear difference, and all you need is the answer to the question: "Hey, Vaush, is extracting surplus labor a choice, and do you think it's bad?" Just answer yes or no, and we can move on.
I think it's like
I went to the shit
1,000
sandwich
likes.
shop. I didn't try every sandwich in there, but I'm pretty sure they're all
I didn't
shit.
try one of them.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't try a single one. Yeah.
Well, how would, wow, you just fucking Saga just compared anime to shit sandwiches, guys.
Well,
And I'll
it's
do
like-
it again.
Scary.
First of all, fuck you. Secondly, it's like yesterday with Alan Moore, who's like, all these superhero movies are awful, and then it turns out
He's
he
correct.
hasn't seen any of them.
He doesn't need to watch
Batman
any of them.
89.
Yes.
He hasn't seen any since
This is a
that
hill I'm
one?
going to die on.
Fucking hell.
What, that anime sucks?
I am not
No,
reaching.
Comic book movies suck.
What?
Get Sargon out of
Sargon.
this. Who invited
Sargon. I might.
Oh,
Sargon.
do you think sucks?
Terrible.
This is
One do
the
you think
debate
all
for another time.
comic
This
book
is coming
movies.
from Mr. The Sith did nothing wrong, okay? I don't know how I
What
feel
did they do
about-
wrong?
No,
We just
When
did
they
a
killed
lot.
all the children, I reckon that was wrong.
all the younglings.
But that Jedi plot.
There's so many
Oh,
amazing. I don't think that's a comic book movie anyway. Star Wars. Is.
Ching. It's obvious with this.
What is
like,
the hypocrisy?
the structure of your statement is on the left is a bad thing, and on the right is the implication that you can choose to do different. Being a billionaire
What's
is
the bad
bad.
thing?
Being a billionaire, extracting surplus labor, lobbying politicians, or not paying a living wage. You're saying all
It says
these
they're
things.
choices.
Yeah, they're bad choices.
It just says they're choices because it's a rewrite of a tweet where people were saying being poor is a choice. Are you really? I genuinely don't know if you believe these things.
Yeah, but watch out
are
for what
like a
Vaush is trying to do here, right? The devaluation, like I was saying with the term deceit, there is it's morally loaded in the implication, as everyone has already identified. But that's Vaush's only defense is try and
Walking it
pretend
back.
that these are actually just purely descriptive statements now. There's no moral evaluation contained within this tweet, apparently. It's like, Vaush, everyone knows you're lying. Every single person watching this, your fans, people who don't even know who you are, everyone knows you're lying. This is a lie.
Yeah, I mean, if I said to you guys, like, I fucking hate shop owners and or something, you're just like, oh, wait, whoa, why? What was this event that happened? I'm just like, I mean, ultimately, owning a shop, that's a fucking choice, all right? And you'd be like, you trying to say that it's a thing that you do and you consider it bad? And I'm like, nope. Like,
Right.
I don't...
This is actually, it's funny because this is actually with the definition. The guy that came up with the term Martin Bailey, actually, it had all to do with leftists sort of using this rhetoric where they'd say like, oh, something, it has some moral weight to it. And then when you attack them, they say, oh no, I'm being purely descriptive. We see this a lot with like social construct. You say, they say, oh, X is a social construct. And then you attack them. They're like, no, technically, no. Like they say, okay, sex is a social construct. And you say, no, it's not. Sex is real. And they say, what do you mean? Social constructs are real. Money is real. And they totally just shift the argument away from the moral weight they're ascribing to what it means to be a social construct.
Then it's a
And I
good
would
thing.
argue... I would argue
That's
the
an
bonus
endorsement.
points then they get is that as soon as that conversation's over, they go back to their own stream, their own community, and someone goes,
Totally.
what were you saying on that stream? Were you saying that you don't believe in this? And you go, no, guys, no, 100%. That's what I believe. You know,
exactly.
jeez, I wouldn't want you guys to be mistaken.
Endorsement of the belief that you should criticize
Okay,
individuals.
here's a question that I have for you. So this tweet
No,
got.
I understand like the you
Well,
and your
I
community are
don't.
going to
Everything you're
accuse me
saying
of being
right now.
weaselly, but I
yeah,
legitimately
wait,
don't see a contradiction.
everything you're
here.
saying right now sounds to me like a rhetorical game. So I'm trying to cut through that. Okay. So I'm just going to
Sure,
ask you
try
this
to-
question.
All right, let's try it again.
Yeah, no, so I'm going to ask you this question. Of the 2,400 or so, 2,300 or so engagements that this tweet got, do you think that the majority of the people that are engaging with this believe that being a billionaire is bad, extracting surplus labor is bad, lobbying politicians is bad,
answer
and
is
not
yes.
paying a living wage is
I
bad?
want to talk about the way your Rittenhouse comments.
Oh,
Nice.
what about his?
Fucking
What about his?
excellent? It's excellent.
What
job you
about
did
your
there.
Rittenhouse
Look
take?
up in the sky. It's what about is a man? Wait a minute. Don't answer that question. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, the response to that is, I don't care what aboutism matters there. That's a whataboutism.
Yeah, exactly.
Our audience is the direction we're going, that not only are we responsible
Also,
for what we believe in,
what's really
but
cool
what
about
every
this,
single
as Destiny
person
points
who
out
follows
immediately
us
after,
Yeah,
sorry, is that if Vaush wants to so Destiny's like, you were poor in terms of like optics for this, in terms of what message is sent, and then he responds, so were you with Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what's implicit in what he's just said. And so Destiny would be like, oh, so you're saying that I was justified with Kyle Rittenhouse?
Oh.
He's gonna be like, oh,
He does
Wait.
say that, I think, doesn't he?
He would have to find another
what
whataboutism.
This is what I mean. Destiny's pretty good at this. He'll just be like, if you want to try and gotcha me, I can gotcha you back.
Yeah.
Rittenhouse comments were interpreted by a broader audience? Is that the direction we're going? That not only are we responsible...
He's so snide when he does it too. He's like, "Ooh, I totally
Yes,
got you.
tone in
Look
his
at this. Oh, you want to talk about Rittenhouse now, do you?"
I would imagine that Destiny
for what we-
still stands by his position on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Hell yeah, he does.
Dude, he'll burn any bridge over it. He's very, very passionate about that one. And what's funny about it to me is that Vaush's communities probably all look back on it as like, yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse, the monster, and anyone who defended him is a piece of shit. So it's just these two communities that are just entirely disparate.
Who is like dealing in lies though? Which community has the truth and which community has a bunch of bullshit? It's Vaush's community all the way.
Yeah. Destiny's completely correct. It literally doesn't matter how many of them were charging him.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
We believe in, every single person who follows us believes from the things we say?
If you believe that my Rittenhouse interpretation was bad, then you're conceding then that this is bad. Why did you just spend so much time defending it then? Or are you going to defend my Rittenhouse take?
Or you're going to defend
the argument.
Wait.
Making.
You have to do one or the other here. So you.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
You just. This is what you just walked into. So I said this statement that you said is bad because of how it's
set for himself.
It's so good. It's so good. He's like, oh my
down,
god, I caught another
Destiny
fish.
Like, oh shit. It's almost like this is a sport sometimes, you know.
Destiny's doing great too. I'm really impressed.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. If you want to, that's fine. Okay. But we're not talking about my statements right now. Right now, you just tried to whataboutism by saying, well, hold on. If you're going to deal with the consequences of how people interpret your stuff, what about your Rittenhouse take? Now, if you want to say that, that's fine. But I think it's strange that you're going to bring that up when you just tried to defend this over and over and over again, and now you're throwing yourself under the bus to come live under the bus with me.
No, I'm not. Okay. Do you think so? Yes or no? Do you think that it's okay to impugn people for saying or posting or whatever, producing content, which inspires bad interpretations in the people who consume it?
If that interpretation is widespread, yeah, for sure. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Then you recognize that this is something that you and I have both done at times.
Oh no, we're both guilty. He's way more guilty.
Batwoman, like when she's killed someone, they're like, it's okay because other people have killed people sometimes. It's like, excuse you.
In the Rittenhouse situation, though, Vaush is immensely more guilty, though. You have all these people going around saying that Kyle Rittenhouse is a monster when the kid did nothing wrong.
Yeah, but see, Adam, so if we both go to a shop and there's an M&M's packet that's ripped open a bit and you steal one out of it, and I steal the entire shop, we both stole.
We both did it, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Being streamers who produce a lot of content,
it is
capable of workshopping everything we say and do.
It's totally possible, yeah. My Rittenhouse take absolutely would not fall under that. But I mean, like, we can.
That's right. Stand by your guns, Destiny.
Yeah. Anybody of the millions of people who saw that take might have interpreted the wrong messaging.
No, they interpreted the right messaging. You're the one with the wrong messaging, Vaush.
Also, wait.
No, sure. I mean, Vaush is right. There are a bunch of socialists who watched that clip and came away thinking that Vaush was right. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I also
there
don't like
definitely
this.
are Vaush.
I don't like this requirement. He said, like, do you think people came away with the wrong? It's like, for everything, yeah. That always happens. Of course. Why would you even stop trying to muddy everything? I killed someone. It's like, well, have you ever dealt damage to a person before? You're like, what? Well, hang on. Why are we talking about that?
And even beyond that, there's a difference between saying people who don't like you are misinterpreting what you're saying, and no, your audience is misinterpreting what you're saying.
Yeah, because you're lying to them. Because you're actually trying to deceive them. It gets way better here though, because we're having a conversation about when is it okay to shade the truth. And then Vaush brings up this clip, which is somebody completely using clips of Destiny to lie again about what Destiny's saying. It's awesome.
Have you considered
There
that
might have been
advances left-wing causes?
What's that?
It's okay to lie for left-wing.
Yeah, that's what
Vaush's position.
Very slim minority, but the overwhelming amount of posters in my subreddit that were talking to other people coming in said over and over again that Destiny said a million times that Rittenhouse was an idiot, that the kid was stupid for showing up, that even in recent posts still say that. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people who saw that clip from the outside thought that you were
now
endorsing.
hold on. We're not talking about my clip. I didn't make a 16-second clip of me talking about Rittenhouse. That was your people. So if you want to say that the
your people who you've taught to lie, how lying is good as long as it's working towards the right outcome, the right consequence.
Yeah.
messaging on that particular
This is
clip
great, by
was
the way,
bad,
this
I would
moment.
agree with you. That was incredibly.
Vaush trying to trap him, and he's like, "See the situation you created." It's like, you created that.
Yes.
And you're like, wait,
Yes.
what? Oh fuck! Like, no, I didn't mean like.
Responsible. I didn't produce that content. That was somebody else. I'm not going to take responsibility for how somebody else has mishmashed my content together to sell a certain message. Nobody listening to anything
it was
that
just a segment.
it was a very
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Look,
So
to be
sneaky.
technical, it wasn't a mishmash. It was just completely cut out of context. To be clear, okay. For Mr. There's no difference between the lady shot in the bed or the hallway. He's really focusing.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, that's it. That's right there. The principle's not in play anymore. It's the Destiny's trying to highlight you fucked with the full context, and the word he used to describe it, that doesn't fucking matter. We get the point. And he caught him on the word.
So good. So
Well
good.
done, Vaush.
it was a 6-second cutout of like a 30-minute conversation. I don't take credit for how people might interpret that any more than I would take credit for somebody thinking I'm pro-pedophilia because of a 20-second clip out of my Amosi debate where I spent 2 hours arguing in the affirmative for age of consent. So no, I don't take responsibility for that, absolutely. However, I'm not looking at something that somebody else cut together of your content right now. I'm not comparing...
No, you're reading a tweet.
I'm reading
No, I think-
your
no, I
tweet.
think that
No,
was-
hold on.
Yeah,
It's not just you're reading a tweet. I'm reading your content verbatim,
Yes,
and
my
now you want to compare that against something that somebody that hates me cut up of my content? That's
Well,
not
no,
a one-to-one comparison.
What I was about to say was I think that's a decent refutation. That's true. I've certainly been clipped out of context plenty of times myself. So you are of the opinion that people can be held responsible for the messaging that they engage in.
Look at Destiny smiling. He's totally loving this right now. He's just eating this up.
He's punching a child. That's like, this is the easiest fight he's ever had. You know?
I'm picturing it as like Vaush is just in a giant room full of Christmas tree lights, all tangled, and he's been told to untangle them. Destiny's just like, can you please concede you're not going to untangle them?
Can you please concede you're in a room tangled up in Christmas lights? No, I don't know what you're talking about. I can leave this room any second. There's no lights anywhere.
It's Vaush's birthday today.
Oh,
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday,
Happy
Vaush.
Yeah.
We got a present for you. It's the truth.
Oh, no. Birthday stream in like 15 minutes. Huh.
Wait, we both agree with this, of course.
What's going on?
I was gonna say,
Which we
right,
both, the reason why I know is because he's doing a birthday stream in 15 minutes. So, yeah.
well,
There
happy
you
birthday.
go.
But it's
Both agree
interesting
with-
to me. I wonder if the reason Vaush has these conversations with Destiny, and he comes off so fucking terrible. Like, and Vaush comes off bad in other conversations, but never to this extent.
No.
I wonder if it's because he still views Destiny as
His dad.
useful to his cause, so he can't use like all his rhetoric against Destiny the way he would someone else.
I think he
Interesting.
still looks for Destiny's approval.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's
like I
little
said,
bit.
his dad. I think Vaush is his son to a degree. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Look at that fatherly grin that Destiny has right now. He's like, son, you're never going to get those Christmas lights untangled.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So what perspectives, what irresponsible perspectives do you think I'm incurring from this?
I don't know if the interpretation of this is irresponsible or not. It just depends on what you believe. My issue right now is that So what I'm doing right now is I have a little Vaush machine. I've got a little compiler in my head of Vaush code, okay? And you're giving me lines and lines and lines of code. And what happens is I push compile every time you say something, and now I'm running into errors because you've got two conflicting statements. One statement Sure. So the earlier statement you gave me in this conversation is that you ought to maximize your existence in a capitalist system, and to do so is not inherently wrong.
I never said ought to maximize. That was your language. I think it's okay if people do that.
Okay, my understanding was earlier you said...
Wait a second. I thought the whole point was that they need to, like, because that's helpful for the war.
Yeah, so they could be big-time socialist general, right?
He didn't. Which is where Destiny has derived the ought from.
Yeah, that's what. I wouldn't even have said that was like bad faith in any way. That Vaush would just be like, yeah, I think they should. Why is he walking that back? Is he worried about?
I think the reason why he's walking it back is because the statement is meant to be: if you do good things, that's good, but if you don't, that's okay. Not that you ought to. But then also, but you can, because if you do, then it will make it easier to do the revolution. So it's very confused about.
I thought the Vaush would have been like, if a socialist said, "Hey, Vaush, I could make $100, $1,000, $100,000, or $1 million. Which should I do? Which should I do?"
The
like $1 million.
That at that point, you can't criticize billionaires like Bezos or stuff.
Well, you can from his logic, because socialists are allowed, but capitalists aren't.
Because he's well, you don't know that Jeff Bezos isn't a socialist deep down.
Well, he's
Vaush just stepped in.
And to do so is not inherently wrong.
I never said ought to maximize. That was your language. I think it's okay if people do that.
Okay, my understanding was earlier you said that like it was a good thing to maximize your existence under capitalism because you could use the extra money.
Under utilitarianism, the difference between obligatory and supererogatory behavior is not clearly defined.
Is that a word?
Yeah, Sargon. Obligatory and supererogatory. Do you know these?
I don't actually know what supererogatory means off the top of my head, but that's only because utilitarianism itself is bullshit.
Okay, so supererogatory. Supererogation.
We're just humble YouTubers, okay? We're not very.
Yes, we are laymen.
Is the performance of more than is asked for, the action of doing more than the duty requires.
Oh, right. Wow. So like you're obligated to do X, and then you're super obligated is like you don't have to, but
you don't have to,
it would be a plus.
Do it. Yeah.
Where we would put like heroism and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. So this is what it says: it's good, but not morally required.
Yeah.
Oh, can I like a tiny tangent on that? That's almost that like idea in terms of I don't like it, and I think I may have done it in the past at some point. Maybe we all have, but I'm not a fan of if someone introduces a word to the conversation that most people are probably not aware of, and then they say, "Do you not know what that word is?" And it implies you don't know what the concept behind the word is, which we're all familiar with. But because like there's this implication right now, it's like you don't know what supererogatory is.
That's why
you don't know what heroism is.
That's why he used the word.
It's like I don't know. You could just bring it up in any kind of conversation, like triangular chemistry. You'd be like, "What the fuck?"
I could never use a word like that. I'd be too scared. I'd mispronounce it. Super awkward. You know, no.
As much as someone would be like, "Well, there's utility. It gets across an idea quicker than a couple of words." Like, I'm okay with using the couple. All right.
This is why Vaush is cool with lying, because he's got these fancy words. He's like, "Yeah, but I know the word supererogative." So.
Can we just snake utilitarianism here as well, right? Utilitarianism is obvious nonsense because the concept itself involves the redistribution of happiness. Obvious nonsense, right? You can't do that. And in itself, it's barely even an ethical theory because all it's doing is minimizing harm. So, the question, the utilitarians go, well, where's the harm?
Well,
which one does the least harm? It's like, but you're just saying I'm going to do harm.
Slow down. I read Brave New World. You can distribute happiness, okay? It's called Soma.
Yeah. But that's the point of Brave New World, Sitch.
I think you could invoke it for particular specific context in terms of your reasoning. You'd be like, I think this is more fair or something to do it this way because it generates the most happiness. But I wouldn't say, like, I never would have said, like, oh, you should operate that way for every single thing in life or something. You'd be like, holy shit, we'll have a disaster on our hands.
You're making a bunch of assumptions there that I don't think are like satisfied. Like this is the problem. Like the things like happiness to me is not being given something. So I don't want some fucking central planner delegating something to me, even if this guy was giving me like these nubile 18-year-old virgins and billions of dollars. Like I'd still be like, look, you giving me the thing is the thing that's making me unhappy. I didn't earn it myself. And
Sargon,
so the very
You have to go
totally
on the prowl
lost
for those
me,
nubile
yeah.
18-year-old
You totally lost
sorry,
me here.
ladies, you know.
You have to conquer them.
Yeah, I refuse because I'm not going to just be handed, you know.
I'm
But that's the point.
conflicted
The
about
assumption is wrong.
I'm conflicted about utilitarianism because it seems like utilitarianism always works in like certain situations and then goes horribly wrong in certain thought experiments. So, but I generally think the environment that we live in is somewhat utilitarian. So,
Well, it's a damage mitigation strategy given theoretical grounding, but the theoretical grounding is nonsense. And as a, you know, like it's like the golden rule. Everyone fundamentally believes in the golden rule. You know, but you don't need to create a giant theory around it. And every theory, like every way that utilitarianism goes, it just runs off a cliff and turns into either nonsense or something that is just damage limitation. And it's like, okay, look, if you're doing things that are just requiring constant damage limitation, I'm going to guess that you're doing bad things.
do you use? Do you have another philosophy besides utilitarianism that is like your overarching philosophy?
Yes.
Because I use a tad of utilitarianism, a tad empiricism. Like I'm really picking.
That's
and
because
choosing
you're
here.
a disgusting Californian.
Well, no, you know, I consider pragmatism is kind of my overarching.
Oh my God, these are all awful.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so
Alright,
bad.
fucking-
at it.
I know. What the
God.
fuck?
What's the
My whole
what are we
worldview is
supposed to do
crumbling.
then?
Tell us,
God?
Daddy Sargon, what is the
I-
truth?
I honestly think that Aristotelian virtue ethics are the best way forward.
There you go.
Well, no,
Ours-
I use virtue
ours-
ethics
okay.
too. I believe in virtue ethics. Yeah.
Not if you're a consequentialist, you don't.
Well, I never consequentialism
what the
wasn't
fuck? We're-
one of those things.
We've been
Yeah.
making fun of consequentialism.
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah, but
stream.
I said
utilitarianism is a form of
utilitarianism.
consequentialism.
Is it?
Of course it is.
Oh, okay.
Is
Well,
it?
maybe.
It cares only about the consequence.
Where's
Well,
Captain
hold on.
Utilitarianism? We need to talk to him for a second.
Also, no, you're wrong because you just said about like the idea that it distributes happiness, but it doesn't work because you don't get happier when people deliver you stuff. So if it
Well,
was
that's-
only
that's
about the
me
consequence,
personally.
it would have to change
So
according to your happiness.
utilitarianism, and I'm going to be a Wikipedia Andy here. Utilitarianism is a family of normative ethical theories that prescribes action that maximizes happiness and well-being for all affected individuals.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
most well-being for the most people generally.
Right, so
But
that's
the,
not-
the
so
that's
thought
consequentialist.
experiment,
Well, it's not strictly consequentialist.
the thought experiment that people
The
usually
moral
trot
weight is all
out,
in the consequence.
the
But
moral
what's
experiment. That,
interesting,
This is why utilitarians have always had to struggle with the question that I think reality has shown that they're wrong on. It's that, look, if we do what the utilitarians are asking, why, if maximizing pleasure is the only good thing, wouldn't everyone just become essentially animals and just spend their time taking drugs,
Uh-oh.
having sex, and doing nothing
because
productive?
that isn't going
sounds
to be
good
good
to
for
me.
everybody.
Uh-oh,
man.
wait a
I
minute.
don't
Well,
know.
that's what the utilitarians
Wait
would
a
say.
minute.
They say, but people won't be satisfied with that. But the thing is, reality kind of implies the opposite.
What? No, I don't agree
Wait,
with that at all.
hold on.
The
a
number of depressed drug addicts that are out there are mad.
Okay, there's also a lot of people who aren't depressed drug.
Yeah, there's
but
a lot
the
of happy
trend-
drug
yeah, but
addicts
the
out there,
trend
Sargon.
is not going in the
Get
way
off
of
my
Well, you know
lawn.
what,
people being
Sargon?
depressed drug
I'm gonna be
addicts.
the one guy who doesn't become a depressed drug addict when I get given full utilitarianisms everywhere.
I agree. I'll hang out with you,
that's
Mauler.
exactly the
We'll
point,
both
though.
have fun together.
Me and Adam will be in a treehouse.
Yeah,
But that's
totally.
That's exactly the point.
With our harem
You've
of
arrived at the
nubile
exact end point of
18-year-olds.
utilitarianism.
on
Where-
your Wally
and
on
our-
your Wally floating chairs being force fed. Yes.
No, but that's exactly the point. Like everyone on Earth is
Our
suffering.
kilo
but
of
you, and you're like, this is
ecstasy.
fine. That's utilitarianism.
Just give me that Soma, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
Okay.
want Soma? Oh my
Let
god.
me this is you should have Wikipedia Andy'd the next paragraph because it says utilitarianism is a version of consequentialism.
Oh my God,
I
Sargon is
Vision.
understand
right.
this.
Vision.
But I never
but
said
the-
that it wasn't.
I don't
never
trust
said that it
Wikipedia.
wasn't.
I read
I see.
No, no,
Wikipedia earlier
Wikipedia
to
is
you.
correct.
We know what
No,
Wikipedia
Wikipedia
is
is
like.
correct.
We already just went over the important difference. We
I
already
know.
did it.
Well, let me finish. It says, which states that the consequences of any action are the only standard of right and wrong.
Yes.
Are the right and wrong. Unlike other forms of consequentialism, such as egoism and altruism, utilitarianism considers the interests of all humans equally.
Yeah,
Not
that's
and
the
no,
key.
hang on. Like so, I've studied this, right?
Mhm.
Utilitarianism actually goes even further than just humans, and that's another problem, right? Because utilitarianism's mechanism is pleasure and pain. So any creature that conceivably could feel pleasure and pain is part of the constituency of utilitarianism.
No,
I'm sorry,
we're not
I actually
including
don't
the
care.
state.
Well, wait,
We're
yeah,
entering
Stakes are
the
not
jump
people.
world, is what you're saying.
just to clarify though, that wouldn't necessarily, like, if two guys say I do utilitarianism and one of them says I don't include animals, the other one does, that doesn't, you could account for them differently,
Yes,
right? You don't
yeah.
just go one
No,
of you is representing
is
it wrong.
One of them is
Okay,
wrong.
what? Only semantically, they're just talking about a different system.
No,
Yes.
but
That is literally what it is.
Yeah, but the different system would only be brought into existence by a contradiction. And if it was an argument between two utilitarians, the one that said, well, animals feel pleasure and pain, therefore we should be considering them too, would win the argument.
But what if the foundation was baked in that they said we absolutely do not include animals, and they didn't justify it, they just said that's just
Humans
a part
are
of it.
animals.
Well, you
Mauler.
can't-
I don't know if you knew this.
No, fuck it, you know what I mean?
No, you can't really justify that with utilitarianism because the way that it decides who its constituents are through their ability to feel pleasure and pain.
Well, unless you decide I'm not going to operate by that standard, I'm just doing humans.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
then you're not a
well-
utilitarian.
But then what
Yeah,
are
well,
you,
that was
though?
the
That's
that
what
was the
I'm
whole
saying.
Be
fucking
something
point,
else.
was the semantic element. Whatever I need to do to define it so that only humans are involved and only their pain and pleasure is considered, that is whatever anyone could be walking around right now saying that they do that. They call it utilitarianism, and then you say that's not what that is, and they go, okay, fine, whatever you want to call it, that's my belief system.
Well,
They could say
this
that.
is another reason why
Human
I think we should be
utilitarianism?
advocating for Aristotle, actually, because if like the alternative, right? There's the other alternative is the sort of Kantian system of rational moral legislators, which means that nothing that happens in the world matters, and all moral content is decided through deliberation and debate, right? And this means that you have to be a rational actor. So babies and the mentally infirm are actually not included in this. And you will find professors who come out and say, well, look, babies aren't really people, therefore post-birth abortions are fine. Right?
Ouch.
You will Google it. You will find professors saying this. And what's the actor who
I'm
played
not
the stoner
Googling
with
that.
Seth Rogen? There's an actor who played a stoner with Seth Rogen in Pineapple Express.
Philip DeFranco?
Yeah,
yeah,
Phil.
Philip
Yeah,
DeFranco,
no, sorry,
James
Philip-
Franco.
Do not
James
rip on
Franco.
Pineapple
Oh,
Express.
Franco, yeah, totally.
I watched-
Philip DeFranco. Hilarious. Okay.
Seriously,
Wrong
I watched
wrong
an interview
DeFranco.
with him. He was interviewing some fucking professor who was making that argument, and you should have seen his face. He was just like,
He was
I don't know why
horrified.
that's wrong, but that's wrong, you know? And it's like, yeah, it's wrong. But this, so the point is then the constituency then is not just humans, it's actually a much narrower band of humans, but it also would include robots or something like that. Anything that we could think of as a rational moral legislator would also be included. So now we've gotten to robot rights, and it's like, oh, fuck me,
Wait,
man.
why are you mocking robot rights necessarily?
Because we should never do it. We should never do it.
Okay,
How do
so
you
what
feel
if
about that,
what if
Adam?
like
What about my
artificial
Cherry
intelligence-
2000?
What if we created artificial intelligence and it was basically indistinguishable from a human being? Should it
Then
not
we
have
made a
rights?
huge mistake.
I
That's my
it
girlfriend you're
depends on how
talking
you-
about.
Well, what if we're really far down a rabbit hole, but like, what if it leads to a better world? What if that AI is able to create
yeah.
a world?
What does a better world
Consequentialism,
look like?
no!
What does a better world? Yeah,
It wouldn't even
that's
be consequentialism because he hasn't made clear what the problem is yet.
That AI will make a better world. That AI will
A
find
better
a cure
world
for
for who?
cancer.
For
That-
everyone,
for
Sargon, Why do
everyone.
you have to assume it's the Matrix? Why couldn't they be nice?
Yeah, but why would
Major
the
can
AI
be
have
nice.
human interests?
True.
What if it did? Is the thing?
Yeah, what if
if
it
it did?
But how could
not
it?
Why? What do you? We
Could
don't
we fucking
know how
program
AI
it?
Works.
Wait, what
how
if
could
they
we
just-
know how that works? What if it just
Oh.
happens naturally?
Well, what if the AI adopts a system that is not entirely dissimilar for how we care for animals?
What?
They're just
Who
like, we care
cares?
for the humans.
Oh my God, we're
would they
domesticated
design an
animals
ethical
now.
system for humans.
What?
Like just literally base it on this is what a human life contains, and then go from there.
So what if like this robot actually managed to figure out just everything? They found out the meaning of life and the whole universe and everything, and they were like, so here's the new moral system, and this is like definitely better.
Why
is
would I
that-
take moral instruction from
What if
a
it was
robot?
convincing, Sargon? What if it was
What if
convincing?
it was incredibly convincing? Yeah, it's a robot. If it's that smart, it could probably convince you.
Right.
It depends what the argument is, obviously. But why? I mean, there's nothing wrong with us literally de facto defining robots outside of our moral
So
constituency.
if we,
That's okay.
I'm super.
They're just
if we met-
robots.
If we met aliens, would you apply this same standard, or should aliens also have rights?
I wouldn't expect aliens to have a human ethical system.
What if they
But
did?
they do
What
have
if they
pleasure and
did?
pain.
Well, how would they?
What
do you mean? Why
what
would
if-
they? How did we get ours? How did we get
They
ours?
have an alien ethical system.
Well, technically, we do have an alien ethical system to anyone outside of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
This
And
is
so
gonna-
we
it's gonna
should
fall back
actually
on our-
think of our ethical system as being for humans.
Is going to fall back on our evolution argument that me and
No,
Adam had for
so
like
like-
3
But
hours.
that could totally have happened in another part of the galaxy, just like us.
Likely did.
I don't understand. Why are we arguing for alien rights?
Well, because if you had said the aliens are chill, then he would have said, why are the AI not chill then?
Yeah, why are the aliens chill, not the robots?
Right.
Why are we arguing for any of them? Like,
Well, because
fun.
I have a concern that we could eventually be bigoted against aliens and robots, and I wouldn't want that to be the case. Okay,
I am
there you go,
already
Sargon.
bigoted against aliens and robots, and I
And
think
that
that's a
makes
good thing.
you a mean man. All right.
You guys can clip that. You heard Sargon admits to being a bigot right there.
Yep,
Against
right there.
aliens and robots, absolutely.
Aliens? Are you talking about illegal
Aliens?
aliens?
Oh my God, we've got him.
God,
No, I'm happy to include those in the constituency of human.
Your mask is slipping.
I care about humans. Oh, you don't care about aliens. No, I guess you're right.
You know what?
Yes.
I think aliens are pretty cool. I hope they
Well,
don't kill us all.
I think that they produce too many chest bursters for me to consider them chill, to be honest.
Oh,
Hey, look, they're just doing their thing. That's their nature.
Oh, see, now we've got to make excuses for a parasitical
well, look,
life
if they're
cycle.
Look.
if they're useful for the overall capitalism war, I'm okay with the aliens. Just
Oh my god.
look, we can only give the chest
Redistribute the
bursters to our
means of
enemies.
redistribute the
Reproduction.
spleens.
yeah. yeah. Seriously though, Aristotle's right. Everyone else is wrong.
All right.
The thing that people should do if they want to. I don't think it's inherently unethical to do that. I don't think it's a path that people ought to do. I don't
Okay,
think it's
sure.
a moral good inherently
We
to do
can.
it.
I'll amend that statement then. I don't think it changes my chief criticisms, but I'll amend that statement. You said that it would be okay if people maximize their existence under capitalism, even if they were a socialist, because they could employ the money they raise later on to do good things, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Not everything that they would do in the maximization of their existence would be ethical, of course.
There you
Sure.
go. About
But
time you
then
said
it
that.
sounds like in this tweet that you're defending, I think, it sounds to me like you're saying that merely participating in this system seems to be unethical. Because it
It's
seems
a choice.
It's so good.
it's
Just
an
answer
unethical
the
choice.
question instead of
But why-
walking
So,
around it all the time.
Why
I
wouldn't he
don't-
own it though? Why
I
wouldn't
don't
a social-
know.
I mean, apart from losing his own money, but any principled socialist would turn around and go, yes, participating in capitalism is unethical, and I should be doing my best to live in a commune, right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Well, if he did that, he'd have to bite the bullet that all his breadtube friends are all hypocrites.
Yes.
Well, that's the end. That's why he doesn't.
That seems to be the
I often
answer.
do wonder as well that he might be in like a mode of avoiding narrowing it in any way, shape, or form. Like well, for example, if someone's like, do you have a problem with aliens? And I go, just people in general that are kind of just different from us, or are you talking about aliens, things from the outer space? You go, so you mean like
Face
so
huggers.
you're talking about like things for which like dimensions? And it's like, no, aliens from our galaxy coming to Earth. And I go, so well, I mean, they would be different. You're like, well, you're not.
That's true, yeah. I
They
mean,
would
good
be,
point.
you're gonna disagree? Yeah, they would be different.
Depends on the amount of like jungle predation, I suppose, that they engage in.
It's just this tactic of like trying to stay away from the sinkhole. I guess you're falling and falling, and you're like, no, crawling away.
But that is it, isn't it? Like I'm genuinely picturing him like literally splayed out. So one hand on one side, another hand on another side, one leg on the other side, and he's just desperately trying to hold on as destiny erodes away the edges of the sinkhole. And it's like, look, you know that you're trapped here, Vaush. You know.
And he's got to commit, and he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Okay.
The reason why we talk about
If you-
choice is, wait, real quick. The reason why we talk about choice as an ethics is because choice is typically tied to agency, meaning you have the choice to do something or not do something. And typically the choices we make are, like in this case, are seen as good or bad when a moral statement precedes the choice, right? So
you think
murdering
the
someone
fact
is a
that-
choice, is you're implying you have some level of agency and you're choosing to do something that is bad. That's the
Do you
structure of
think
these
the
statements.
fact
Yeah. Okay.
that this tweet was meant to mock the wording of a classist tweet has
Didn't answer the
anything at
question.
all to do with the context behind its messaging? Like, again, being poor is a choice, having a kid before you're married is a choice, that kind of thing. You've seen plenty of people talking like that. Do you really think that mock
Just because they're making a bad argument doesn't mean you have to make a bad argument.
And if
Well,
being a
that
billionaire
with-
is a choice, why isn't being poor a choice?
Right.
Um,
But
th-
Being poor is an easier choice than being a billionaire. I gotta tell you.
This would only be a defense if he says, I don't believe this.
That's what we're waiting for. So someone puts out a tweet saying being objective is impossible. I put out a tweet saying being subjective is impossible. And then Destiny's like, do you actually, like, do you think that? And I go, well, it's a parody of another tweet. It's like, do you think this? Well, if you consider the context that it's based on another tweet, it's like, do you believe that's, you just have to answer the question.
Just answer already.
This tweet is tantamount to an endorsement of the belief that all engagement within a capitalist system is unethical.
Not this on its own.
Okay. Now, I acknowledge that there are certainly people in my audience who are of the individual criticism mindset, and that there are people in my audience who probably read this and thought, yeah, fuck billionaires. But to whatever variance their interpretation of my tweet beget, I'm okay with it, because I recognize that literally any criticism that I make of institutions like the police or the wealthy are going to beget and attract those people. I think I do due diligence by, on my streams, in my videos.
So this is so fascinating to me. It's like studying someone, I guess. Like the question was, do you believe that any involvement in capitalism is a moral bad because it's a choice, as you implied? And he's like, I believe that anybody who takes that sentiment away, to whatever degree they may do, is okay, because ultimately they will come to me as a result, and I will be very careful in how I word things from then on, and I am very good with my messaging. It's like, I feel like you didn't answer the question again.
Exactly.
Does anyone believe that Vaush does his due diligence?
I feel like he's so charitable. This reminds me so much of when he got mad at Destiny for the poor people take. And so, like, when he said, oh, you know, if you can't find a job at 3.5%, you should kill yourself, right? like when he said that, the interpretation was so uncharitable. But when Vaush said glass Israel, he was like, well, you know, people should understand that I don't actually mean that I want
I was
Israel
being
to be moved off.
hyperbolic. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, he said that, and I'm like, oh, you know, and then I think when Destiny said, like, I want to push my audience a little bit more towards like normal politics, his interpretation of that is, oh, I see, you know, dunking, you know, we want to dunk on the poor because dunking on poor, you know, like, we're too class oriented now. And then when Destiny said, so when you said bomb Israel, were you trying to get rid of the pro-Jewish people from the crowd? He got really mad. It's like, well, it's just you're just so charitable to yourself, but uncharitable to everybody else.
This is like in the I don't even want to say a conversation, in the yelling match that Vaush had on this channel with you, Sargon. He literally at the end of the conversation is like, Sargon, don't you understand how someone can take your rhetoric and it can lead them down the path to anti-Semitism? While he's literally saying that Israel needs to be nuked at the same time.
Well, contradictions are for other people to worry about.
That's right.
Talking at length about the necessity of criticizing institutions. I don't think these are ideologically inconsistent.
I understand.
It's much in the same way that I don't think that you're a classist because you make all tenants are bastards jokes.
No, that's not fair, though. That's not a fair comparison. Do you want me to explain why? Also, I have 2 more tweets to submit to the record. And for the record, I didn't want to bring up this initial tweet because I said that I didn't think it was necessary. You're the one that wanted to discuss this, just to be clear.
Well, you brought it up saying you could destroy my argument. I don't feel destroyed. I still believe the things I believe.
Okay.
The worst.
I will say that is
feel destroyed.
that is a little dishonest for Destiny to be like, well, I didn't want to bring up this tweet. I just said it would completely destroy your argument.
I honestly think his wires are crossed, because he said, like, I could do this, but I won't. And then he was like, this thing that you suggested as a could, I take issue with. So who is the one that started this conversation? It's like, technically Destiny.
Yeah.
I just love the argument, though. I don't feel destroyed, and therefore I'm not. It's like, that might be a failing on your part, Vaush. Like, there may be something going on over your head that you're not paying attention to here.
That I would have to bite the bullet on was that some of the earlier tweets that I engaged in were a little bit more irresponsible with messaging, which, given my history on YouTube, is not exactly surprising. But this tweet in particular, I really don't think is that irresponsible. I don't think it's
okay. Sure, I submit 2 more tweets to the record then that seem to be moving in the same direction.
All right. Let's see.
So ACAB and ATAB.
Talking about something else.
So, well, sure. So ATAB. When I say ATAB, I think, I hope, and I'm pretty sure that the majority of my audience doesn't believe that all tenants are bastards. The landlords, the love for landlord subreddit, that I hope, I don't know about the subreddit, but
there are people who unironically
there probably are. Yeah, it's like
on the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's like the Donald or whatever, right? I'm sure there are some people that start to unironically believe in me. So I can't speak for the subreddit, but I'm pretty sure in my community, the majority of my people, and there's probably not even a minor, there might be a few, don't believe that all tenants are actually bastards, because that's not rhetoric that I engage in constantly, is attacking tenants. However, most leftist channels do consistently engage in the rhetoric of attacking people that are billionaires, attacking the extraction of surplus labor. They attack the idea behind people or corporations lobbying. They constantly championing about a living wage. It's a little bit different, the jokes there. To say that your tweet is a comparison to me saying ACAB or ATAB or whatever is not really fair, because when I say ATAB, it's very clearly like a meme, tongue-in-cheek thing. But when you joke about like, oh, haha, well, you are a billionaire and that's evil, it's like, well, that's you also actually unironically.
Wait, I just said again. I know this comes off like I'm trying to be weaselly. It just said being a billionaire is a choice, extracting surplus labor a choice, etc., etc. It's following the format of a different type of tweet, the type of content that you've seen plenty of times before. I think in the context of Twitter, I think it was pretty obvious what I was doing, especially with the smiley, blushy face at the
Why
end.
fucking defend it then?
Tweet like that.
Just
I mean, I
admit
think that's fairly.
I didn't believe it.
Yeah,
I didn't believe
it's
it.
memes. Sorry.
Evident, but
what is the point of the joke then? What's the joke?
Well, the joke is that there are other people who are assigning moral culpability to the poor for their presence in a system and saying that their failures are entirely a product of their own behavior. And the joke is that also, well, not the people succeeding necessarily, but people who are doing well in the system are also doing so of their own volition. Since lefties tend to be critical of the institutions through which these people succeed, their existence in those systems also is a choice. That's the joke. It's like it's simultaneously criticizing their classism while also pointing out the idea that like being these things or the existence of these things is something worthy of criticism.
Oh, that was so very carefully worded, because he nearly fell right back into where they were to begin with, which is it bad to extract surplus labor? And he's like, I presented it to be a parody of another tweet and to also sort of bring an element of an eye to the idea that maybe these things possibly could, earn some criticism. Like,
he's tangled in the Christmas lights, and every step he takes, they get like a little tighter, so he just keeps slowly repositioning himself.
If he was talking to anyone else, he would have said, yeah, I'm pointing out that these things are immoral. But it's Destiny, so he's like, yeah, I wasn't saying that. I wouldn't go that. I wasn't go that far.
This is hilarious. Destiny just tweeted, allodaxophobia, an extremely rare phobia. It's used to define the fear of opinions. The phobia is believed to be associated with previous encounters wherein the person affected has not been able to properly express their opinion or has had their opinion rejected.
They're gonna start saying that in videos now, like someone has allodaxophobia.
Okay, that's not. I don't think that's how the majority of people would read it. But
well, how do you think the majority of people would view it? I literally just saw it being a choice and a copy paste.
Yeah. So the comparison, the reason why this joke is funny is because when people are like, "Oh, being poor is a choice," blah, 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 it's like that's not true. That's not a choice. You know what is being a choice? Being a billionaire is a choice. Extracting surplus labor, that's a choice. Lobbying politicians, that's a choice. Not paying a living wage, that's a choice. Take some responsibility for your actions. That comes off more to me as that's what the joke is. The joke is you trying to claim that all these poor people are making choices being poor and dumb. Bullshit. You know what are the choices you're making? It's all this unethical shit that you do under capitalism. That's the real choice. And you need to stop. Take some responsibility. Oof. I think 99% of people are going to read the tweet that way.
Oh,
whatever explanation you gave, I don't think anybody's even close to reading it in whatever explanation you just gave.
That's legit how I read it. I think that's a good read too. I wouldn't have an issue with that either. That seems like a fairly...
You wouldn't have an issue?
Completely contradicts.
I thought you said, oh my god.
Oh no.
It's so tiring.
I know.
And hyperbolic criticism, I don't think that it would necessarily lead people down an irresponsible road of engaging in individual criticism. Like,
okay,
if
but
I-
like I'm
like,
just
for
saying
example,
like
if I
okay, but
tweeted,
like I'm just saying like if so
fuck
taking
Jeff Bezos, would you say like you said you criticize institutions, but you don't like Jeff Bezos or
well,
something
no,
like that?
it depends. It's like in the totality. Like I've probably said fuck Bezos at some point, probably.
Yeah, I don't.
But I'm saying like when I look at like so like when I look at like other tweets, so like the why don't landlords get a fucking job? That's got like 4,000 engagement, like 2,000 engagement, or over 1,500 engagement. Like legit seeing landlords cry and scream that they can't leach out their struggling tenants.
Well, hold on, we can go through these one at a time. So the "why don't landlords just get a job" thing was in response to various state and local governments implementing legislation to engage in rent freezes or to prevent. I'm sorry, not rent freeze. To prevent. Come on, you know what I'm saying. What removal of the tenant from the property, eviction.
Yeah.
Eviction. Sorry.
Eviction.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay.
To remove eviction. And there were a bunch of landlords writing op-eds about how hard it was for them, which, and I'll say this, I think is a pretty shitty thing to do, because if you're a landlord and you're having trouble paying your mortgage because your tenant can't pay their rent because they got laid off because of COVID, you're both struggling. And I think generally speaking, we should prevent people from being evicted during a pandemic. So I said, why don't landlords just get a fucking job? Because the joke is that a lot of those landlords were saying that the people who were renting from them need to get a fucking job to pay their rent.
I mean, like, I'm sure that we
Were
could
the
think of the
landlords
next.
saying this?
I don't
Where
know.
were the landlords saying this?
Well,
what
this is-
landlord? Is there like a landlord lobby on Twitter?
There's
Landlord
also-
Twitter?
an op-ed
Landlord
somewhere. okay?
Twitter.
I also think it's a fucking it's irrelevant. You would quote the picture of that quote and then do the response if you're going to be that careful about messaging. Because
Right.
again, what they're
Yeah.
talking about, it's like, so this is just fuck landlords. This tweet, and
Totally.
he just said it's bad that both the landlords and the people are suffering. And it's like that would never fly if you were in a conversation with like
Yeah,
Hassan or
The
something.
communists. No.
Yeah. I
Right,
mean, the communists generally think that Mao was right about landlords. And Mao basically, like, I mean, apart of he killed them all, or loads of them, but like in really horrific ways, like making them crawl on glass and stuff. It's like,
Jesus.
yeah, no, it was a moral, like retributive view about landlords. It wasn't even like you go back 1,000 years and there are a bunch of people owning slaves. You're not going to start shooting the slave owners because like this is just what everyone has always done. Slavery is an institution in the world. Everyone understands that slavery exists and it has a purpose. Nobody wants to be a slave, but it's not just so cut and dried as to say anyone who owned a slave is
Needs to
evil.
be executed. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. That's just not how it worked. But this is the way that the socialists view owning property and then renting
yeah.
it to someone.
And there's another thing about the whole like I don't typically like to appeal to this, but I mean it's just indicative, right? It's like, have you met any of these people? Have you talked to them about any of this? Like a landlord
Yeah.
just trying to
Yeah.
get everything together to feed their family, and you're just sitting there going, "Fuck you, get a job." He's like,
Yeah, like,
"Hey,
like what landlords are lording it over on Twitter? I want to know. Like,
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, anyone who's been on Twitter knows you can tweet something and there's going to be a bunch of people that completely misunderstand what you tweeted.
sure.
And we've all experienced this. Vaush, I'm sure, has experienced this a million times. So as you said, he could very easily take a screenshot of whatever he's responding to if he wanted to. And I would argue that he's intentionally not doing that because he wants to have this sort of open-ended statement that could be interpreted in either direction.
And
Well,
not
it's
not
about-
just that. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say it's about as weird as tweeting "fuck you," and then you go, "Who is this aimed at?" And you go, "Oh, John over there." You're like,
Yeah, this
"What?"
guy wronged me the other day. But that's the point,
Right.
isn't it? Is that this is like one of those predetermined statements that doesn't require any contingent real world interaction. He
Mhm.
just thinks, in general, fuck landlords.
Right.
Explanation for every one of these tweets, but like
No, I don't know why this is controversial. And frankly, wait, okay, I want to be real with this, okay? I feel like I was being pretty forthcoming with my perspective on like ethics within capitalism earlier. These feel like gotcha attempts.
I'm not trying to hold on. Why are you doing the break this case in the event of destiny
Do these
conversation?
not feel a bit? You're like pulling years old tweets to say like I could defeat
Years
your argument
old.
with
That
this
was
or
from
X.
March
That does
2020.
feel pretty
Yeah.
gotcha.
Years old.
I don't know what
whatever.
else it would
Okay,
That
let me
is less
walk
than
back.
a year
Yeah.
old.
6 months old.
Okay, I need like a minute and a half to
yeah.
explain this without getting cut off. Okay, because okay.
That's pretty rough, but okay. Go for it.
Okay, yeah. Or I don't need that long, okay? My problem was that when I asked you questions about leftists maximizing their existence in a capitalist system, I expected you to say that in a capitalist system, we should probably condemn people that live it to the fullest. That like maybe we can act a little bit more moral in a way that bucks the system. But instead, you went way off in the other direction, where you were saying that like, well, actually, I think that everybody, even leftists, should maximize their existence in capitalist systems.
I didn't
and
say
wait,
maximize.
Okay, or make a choice. I don't know how you want to equivocate that, okay? But you were essentially you were saying that if a leftist maximizes his existence in a capitalist environment, that it wouldn't be a morally wrong thing to do. It wouldn't be an immoral thing. You were saying that that would be okay. And that was interesting to me, because if you truly believe that, then you basically rob yourself of the ability to criticize any individual actor or any group of people in a capitalist system, which is strange to me.
That's true.
Okay, well then we can go back and revisit that part.
There are individual actors who could do bad things, even within the purview.
Wait, stop. It's not individual actors that can do bad things like setting their tenant's house on fire. I'm saying that like you would have to never criticize anybody that acts in basically a legal manner in a capitalist system. Don't just say.
I never bit that bullet. I don't know why you're assigning that to me.
Because you're saying it's okay to maximize yourself in a capitalist system.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry.
Wait, so you're not saying
yes, you
that?
did say it was okay. You can't run away from that one.
Oh, you can run away from anything. What are you talking about?
He's
Well, he has
sprinting
an out.
across.
I'm surprised he doesn't use it. He has an out, which is like, well, I'm not saying that the rules have to apply to everyone equally. As long as you're working towards socialism, it's okay.
Well, yeah, but that would look really bad.
Well, like, I'm assuming what he will run back to is, for example, you could donate $1, $10, $100, $1 million to someone. It's chill if you do the 100, but it would have been really neat if you did the million. That's like, he's going to be like, as long as you're operating in not an overtly unethical way, you don't have to do anything very altruistic, and that's fine. When I honestly think he should be encouraging his fellow socialists to try and be as good as possible in the capitalist system until the war happens and they get their way. You know,
from a utilitarian's perspective, it will make you guys look a lot better.
Well, and what does it say about your system that you're advocating for, where you have to say, well, people can't actually live the system I want currently, because if they do, they won't gain any power or success in our society.
It says your values are terrible, basically, is what it says. It says your values are totally useless.
Yeah.
But he would say in this system, our values are totally useless. But in this other fictitious system that's never existed or worked, our values are totally useful.
But there's moral essence and virtue in living in poverty if you are living by what you believe to be the right thing.
I agree.
And that there's huge strength in that.
Well,
the question is on integrity, right? Like that's what this whole thing's about.
Right.
Yeah.
But he doesn't give value to individual integrity whatsoever. It's all about how you win the war.
He doesn't care if everybody folded on their principles if we all live in a world he wanted.
Right.
Reading this whole notepad, okay? Let's go back to the beginning.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I don't know how the fuck we got here. When I said maximize, I mean like it's okay to be a cop or like to get into a business, or if you could like accrue capital that you could.
Absolute Morris. This is not.
It's okay to be a cop.
I only meant maximize in that you do everything that I'm about to qualify because
I meant
maximum in the sense that it's okay to be a very normal person who isn't actually exceeding, like, you know.
This all came from lying to your audience and taking all of the pie when you could be spreading it amongst other people against your own principles. And he's like, he went all the way over to do whatever you want. It's a capitalist system, bro. And now he's all the way back to, whoa, no, I didn't say that. I just meant, you know, if you can, there's certain things you can do that might, you know, like deserve some criticism. Okay.
When I said maximize, I didn't mean maximize. I just meant sometimes.
I just meant whatever means I don't have to spend money. That's
he needs a full reset. Like he needs to redo it. He needs to have a break and figure out what he actually thinks about this.
I'm surprised he hasn't come to those conclusions already. It seems like YouTube kind of forces you to really think through your positions.
Relatively, it's like I don't even surely wanted to defend this. It's just that other people are doing it that are friends of his, so he has to defend it.
So he's forced to defend it.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Sucks.
He's actively refusing to be a socialist.
The subject, well, because he said he's going to do the pack and stuff. So like he said that these others not doing it is also okay though. And it's like, is it? Do you think that? I don't think he does, but he has to defend it now. At least he doesn't think it's okay to the degree that they're doing it.
Right.
Well, he's also in this like cage with his position on rhetoric too, because this is awful, comes off as awful rhetoric. So if he changes his position, that's bad rhetoric.
Well, unfortunately for Vaush, because again, I've seen this debate. I remember that later on, Vaush says something. Destiny says something along the lines of, like, if you're a socialist, don't participate in like buying property and then renting it out to people. And then Vaush says, yeah, but then someone else will. It's like, if this is the standard that we hold ourselves to, then we're fucked. Like, that's it.
Yes.
Everything is justified.
Right? Everything, yeah, pretty much.
Because someone does it somewhere.
Yeah, you can always justify that someone will come along.
Political enterprise, that's good. But if we're talking about like shorting people's, no, nothing illegal. If we're talking about paying people below like a living wage, or running your business in a manner which I'd consider very unethical, or being a bad cop, like the kind of cop that doesn't rat on other bad cops, that kind of stuff, then I think those things are deserving of criticism. I don't think it's possible for a person to become a billionaire without doing something that would trip my moral flag, because nobody becomes a billionaire without engaging in some pretty...
This is what we're talking about resetting the scale, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's a person who thinks all cops are bastards, right?
Yeah,
he's probably said that. And so he just said... Though. No, cool. Well, because I was about to say, like, he's just defined bad cop. It's like, wait, so implying that there's good cops? Interesting. And then he'd be like, well, yeah, of course, when I say all cops are bastards, I simply mean the bad ones. I use the word all to mean not all. Like,
I use the word all to mean some. Yeah.
Yes.
Good job. And that applies to the landlords thing, where he's like, yeah, no, their suffering sucks, but fuck them. But also, not all of them, but also, you know, it's just like, and you question all of these things. You're like, these are all inaccurate. And it's just like, it doesn't matter. We're winning the war.
Right. Well, and I would question, I'd say, don't you understand? You admit that saying all cops are bastards is rhetorically more effective, but why don't you realize why that rhetoric is more effective and understand that that's the problem, that these gross generalizations are more rhetorically effective, and that's what you should be fighting against.
To bring back that orc comparison, I realize when I say kill all orcs to get them out of the chess game that I'm like, wait, you guys like want to kill orcs?
Yeah.
Like, for real? I was just saying it to get them to stop playing chess. I didn't realize you're actually going to go kill them.
Yeah.
Just a meme.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, my whole world.
He's also, it's important, he's also defined billionaire as someone who has done unethical things to become rich, because he's saying you can't become a billionaire ethically. He stated that.
That's very good.
So I'm trying to understand.
That's
unethical to be born.
I don't understand.
No, we're not even at hypocritical. We moved
consistent, but I'm confused about what I'm saying. That's not.
We're moved. We're not even at hypocritical yet, okay? Because we backed up really far. This is all I'm curious about, okay? No. I don't mean backed off, like I got you or anything. I'm legitimately just trying to understand, because I don't know if you're trying to figure this out in real time and then give me like a coherent point that you're still working through.
I was gonna say yes. He's just figuring it out in real time.
2 + 2 is 5, 3, 4, 2, 4.
Why would you go through this? 5. Why wouldn't you go through this with a friend?
You can't plan in advance how you're going to avoid falling into the sinkhole, because you don't know what part of the ground you're holding onto is going to give way.
This is why you figure out your principles ahead of time.
Ahead of time, yeah.
Well, yeah, this scenario would remind me of someone's like, I want to invite you to defend TLJ. I'd be like, oh, I mean, maybe I might be able to. It's gonna be tough though.
He makes videos.
Gets beyond like a fundamental, and I'm like, oh fuck, like it's.
He makes videos all the time, so I don't understand why you're not developing your principles and making those videos. Like, is he just bullshitting in all these videos?
Again, I'm not sure that he wanted to defend this position before he entered this call.
Right. Well, but he chose to enter this call with some...
Well, he absolutely did, yeah, and it's costing him.
Right. Well, like his motivation was I'm going to try to convince Destiny to move off of attacking the leftists so much.
Yeah, these are weak positions.
Or if you genuinely believe this, what I'm trying to figure out is, let's say that I am a leftist, okay? Like a full-blown, I believe in socialism, I want us to work our way towards a communist state, okay? And I'm going to enter the world, okay? Am I allowed to participate in a capitalist economy to the fullest extent the law will allow without me committing an immoral action? That's my question. And it
There are
sounded to
plenty
me
of immoral things you can do that are legal.
okay, like, okay, no, I can't ask you because we're still in philosophy. I'm not asking for like, I'm not asking for like data-driven answers again. What would be an example of like an immoral action that's legal?
I think that there are some business practices that I would consider
Name
like better
one.
than others. There are certainly better business owners than others. I think that
Wait,
if you're
okay,
ruthless or
this is not
cutthroat
an
to your
answer.
workers, I'll give you an example. People they donate, they email, I'm a landlord. What can I do? I think charge rent maybe a little lower than what you see in your area. Be kind to the person who rents from you. Make sure to hire a property manager or to get like services over quickly if something breaks over there. Stuff like that. If now they could like charge rent.
Hang on. Right. That is an amazingly capitalist position.
I know,
That
totally.
is the incredibly capitalist position. In fact, that's the sort of like moral capitalism that I think, like early 20th century businessmen would produce, Henry Ford would come out with, right?
Yeah.
But that's also going to give you a massive market advantage. So you're going to turn into a giant like capitalist empire of property
Goodwill
ownership.
has value.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to have an amazing like 5 out of 5 on Trustpilot. You know what I mean? Like, what a fucking great idea.
He's like, don't be
Yeah.
a
Be
slumlord.
kind. Ooh.
Don't be
Remember-
a slumlord.
Yeah.
The context for this was, what do you like? He wants socialists to engage in moral ways, but not illegal, like illegal and also moral from his perspective, which is what Destiny thought the fucking position should have been from the get-go, and he was
Yes.
calling him out for what his fellow socialists are doing. It's like, what the hell was the point of that hour?
Yeah.
Well, and it's doubly funny because this all spawned from Destiny attacking Philosophy Tube, and Philosophy Tube completely doesn't agree with Vaush's statement right here, because in the video that we watched, she made a direct comparison with the boss she had that was nice and the boss she had that was awful.
Oh,
and she said they're
yeah.
both the same. 'cause
They're
they're both
exactly
extracting
the
labor.
same.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, I can feel my brain throbbing with the
Yeah.
sound. Boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom. I'm so smart. Fucking
Up as much as they legally can in that area. And even though that's legal, I think that would be bad. I think it'd be good if they did the former and bad if they did the latter. If they did neither, I guess I'm not happy about it because they would have had the potential to do better.
He sounds like an
not
Islamist
happy.
being like, well, look, I think
In a
adultery
socialist
is legal, but it is bad. And I wouldn't be happy with it, but it's like a sin. That's what he's talking
doesn't-
about. Sins
he
against
doesn't-
socialism, right?
He doesn't want to commit to the ought. He wants to keep it at.
Yeah.
You didn't have to. It's fine.
in
It's like,
part
I don't
because he recognizes that his audience,
Yeah,
Well,
that's
they're
what
gonna
it
crucify
is.
him. Yeah.
like exactly because if he commits to the ought, then all of his friends suffer for it. So he's like, I'm not happy, but you don't have to do it. It's like, oh, that line getting skirted. Oh,
I mean, we can summarize this as being just like, look, I don't want to damage the bread tube grift, right? It's like
He's
this is what
kind of-
he's saying.
Basically.
he said it in other
yes.
words. He said like,
Yes.
stop going after them, stop ruining their image.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, you all look really bad.
They'll look worse if
Environment.
they have
How-
this attitude.
Well, yeah,
How do you
this attitude is what's making you look really bad.
All of this is solved by several of them going, you know what? It's time to actually put our money where our mouth is, and then Vaush being like, yeah, and it shouldn't have been so long without
don't
doing it. But
wanna
hey,
do
This
that,
comes up right here though. This is the moment where he says, "Put your money where your mouth is," and Vaush says, "No, we don't have to do that."
determine like what the pay
But I like
of your
money.
workers, what the right rent is? Do you just like? I don't understand like what would be moral or immoral.
You mean in a socialist government?
No.
Or-
Like if you're a socialist living in a capitalist world and you're trying to make sure that you're not doing something immoral by Vaush's standards.
Well, I don't have like an exact wage line, like 20% above median for the industry or anything.
Oh, right. Okay. We've got the labor theory of value. But
is
that's
that
how
what
you
you're looking
calculate
for?
how
No.
much rent
I'm
you
actually
pay.
asking-
Right, okay.
the
All right,
part's
yeah,
complicated,
bullshit.
okay?
It's
Yeah,
complicated, okay?
I thought he was just going to say, "Well, I don't really have any morals." It seemed like that's what the road he was going down to me.
Well, he will get to that point eventually, right? Like if you just go,
Pretty
you know what? I
much.
don't have fucking anything. It's just the war, the sentiment at the
It's
top.
right.
That's it.
Yeah, it's right here.
Are you looking for like actual?
I'm
like,
just curious,
hard-
I'm curious. So let's say that houses in an area go for $1,000 a month, and somebody charges like $950 a month. I'm curious if I ask you, is that moral? What I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to figure out what your, what I'm trying to get at, I'm asking you questions, I'm trying to figure out what your principles are. Like, what do you actually think makes something like good or bad? Like, what is the right or wrong? Like, that's why I'm asking questions.
Yeah, see, that's the problem is like,
I'm just trying to figure out like, I don't.
You can see it. Vaush doesn't want to commit to good or bad.
Totally.
He wants to do better. He wants to do better or worse, because if you do better or worse, you can still commit to like, no, capitalism is shit. Because if it's morally good, then we don't need to change the system.
Well, here's the real question. I don't think they ever really ask it, because he's saying, you know, is it right to buy up houses and rent them below market value, or is it better just to opt out of the system altogether and not be a landlord, which then you would assume the people that do go into the system are charging full market value?
Well,
so,
he could, right? He could.
See, that's a tough one. That's like, Vaush, what do you think of this?
But
like, you could be a landlord and be like improving the system.
Right, but
I hate to do this, chaps. So I'm gonna have to duck out because it's quite late here, and I should really get to bed. But this was really fun.
No problem.
Take care. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And love all you guys. Speak to you later.
Wait, Sargon.
What?
We're trying to set up to watch the thing at that time.
Yes.
Have you seen the group chat in Discord? I don't know if you said you were.
I have. I promise I will reply to it tomorrow.
all right.
Sargon, you better.
I absolutely will. I swear to God.
Sargon left you on read. Come on.
I know. I did, but that's only because there was a conversation there, and I was busy being. I think I was doing dad stuff when I saw it, and I was like,
the ultimately moral excuse.
Jail free card, so I'm using it.
There you go. Take care, man. Have a good night.
See you later.
I don't know how you determine though. I'm not asking you for like a formula. I'm just curious, like because earlier it seemed to me that like
in that case, the landlord would have the market conditions would allow them to charge more, but they choose out of benevolence to charge a little less, which makes life easier for another person, maybe a person in need.
Sure. So would another socialist is just charging normal market rates then? Would that person be?
No, I'm only going to charge less for straight white males, not a person in need. for my landlording.
Disavow.
Sorry, guys. Well, I love how he says, no, it's maybe a person in need, helping a person in need.
How are you supposed to figure that out?
Isn't helping any person good?
No.
Come on.
Adam, didn't you know
it's considered like
socialism is all about means testing? I didn't know if you knew this.
It's fascinating to me because like it costs you nothing to advocate that everybody try and operate in this system as best they can.
Totally.
But in this case, it costs him.
Yes.
It costs him his friends.
Yes.
It costs him the people who are advocating for that system. What irony is this?
That's what makes it so good. It's like irony 10 out of 10.
But this is the thing that's really frustrating is like, at least Bernie Sanders is a politician, you know, like he actually can like do policy and stuff and try to advance the cause in a meaningful way. But like making YouTube videos ain't doing shit, especially if the people aren't going to vote, which they didn't. Because if they did, then he would have won the primary.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, don't tell them that. Okay, they're changing the world.
Well, it's one of those things that kind of was revealed, right? When Bernie lost, it's like clearly this is not translating. It's really popular on the internet, but like those people aren't going to vote in their local elections. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah, but
if they're not going to show up,
consequentially, 30 years from now, those people are going to be the movers and shakers changing the world. Okay.
What's hilarious is some of those people actually voted for Trump.
We need to kill consequentialist, man. He needs to be executed.
He is immortal, sir. Okay.
No.
Never be killed.
Yeah, his head can't be chopped off. All right.
He lives
you need to
inside
have that
all
in the
of us.
comic.
Okay.
He's like executed. That like the last
the
panel
sword
shows
shatters.
his eye open.
Yes.
It's like he's not dead.
There you go.
No one's ever really gone.
No.
a moral actor?
I wish they could do better. I don't necessarily know if
Okay,
I'd say
I'm not.
it's
Hold on,
wish
wait.
they could do
I don't
better.
care what you wish. I'm not asking like for what is your opinion on Jane Doe's relativism. I'm asking you in terms of like ethically.
He almost implied by that, by the way. I wish they could do better. That they can't. He only wishes they could have.
They're
like,
trapped
wait a
by
minute.
capitalism.
Isn't the whole
Right.
fucking question the point of they have a choice to make, not
Yeah,
that they didn't?
Mister, it's a choice.
Do you think it'd be ethical for like a lefty that owns property in a capitalist market.
Ethically, because if that socialist was taken out, another person could replace them, and not taken out like killed. Like if they weren't there and another person replaced them, we would assume they would also charge the market rate. So their absence would beget no change. Therefore, it would be a morally neutral action.
Does that mean, yeah, this is where we're finally into the person versus the system, I guess, right? Like the
right.
So now is it not bad for that socialist to have gone back on all of their principles though? And it's like, well, it doesn't matter if they're furthering the war.
Well, it doesn't matter if he's basically saying no individual action matters whatsoever as long as you believe someone can come in and do the bad thing too, which is, as we said earlier, is the downfall of society.
And if we had this guy in the call, as in this theoretical, landlord, he's like, I'm going to charge the rate because, I want to make some money. And you're like, oh, but don't you want to give some help to the workers who are going to end up in your housing estate or whatever? Just like you want to help them out by giving them a little bit lower, help people get some lives, help them make some money. I don't give a fuck. Be like, oh man. And then if Vaush said, well, it's fine, it's better you there than some horrible capitalist who might actually decide through their own moral system that they reduce the
Yeah,
price.
totally. I'm going to charge less.
Well, and they're actually arguing for different things because Destiny keeps saying, what do you think they should do? But Vaush is really answering the question, is it fair to criticize someone who doesn't?
Oh,
and he keeps saying, no, it's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair.
The decision to make the market rate in that area would have neither a positive nor negative outcome. Right? Now, the only exception to that would be if there was a socialist who was getting involved in capitalism, but they were doing it in a way which was not only institutionally bad in the way that I think capitalism is, but also they were uniquely doing this. Like they introduce a new market or avenue that only they can do an ethical action in.
Okay, so if a landlord charges market rent, if they're a leftist, is that immoral?
No, that'd be morally neutral.
Okay.
I prefer they did a moral thing.
Gotcha.
I don't understand if you're trying to test me for consistency or if you're outraged with a thing that I've said.
Listen, I have not been outraged at any part of this argument. I'm literally just trying to figure out what you believe.
Don't you think it's good when people of means take the opportunity to make life easy?
This is the how is this date going moment. When Vaush just comes out and says it. How is this date going? Do we like each other?
Yeah, I think Destiny's just considering how he's going to move forward now. It's like
easier for people with maybe a little less.
No, actually, I go a step farther. I think that maximizing yourself in a capitalist environment in a way that violates your principles.
Well, wait, let's go back for a second because notice how kind of deceptive Vaush words this.
With maybe a little less.
Outraged at any part of his argument. I'm literally just trying to figure out what you believe.
Don't you think it's good when people of means take the opportunity to make life easier for people with maybe a little less?
Oh my God.
That's not even the argument whatsoever. The argument is whether people that don't do that, if that's their moral system, are they wrong? Are they acting immorally for not holding up their principles? He words it in such like this very dishonest way.
Isn't that framing though exactly the thing that he was saying was bad earlier about the billionaires always being the source of charity? I mean, he's basically saying the same thing.
Of charity. Well, remember that if that makes socialists look good, that's good for the overall war. Not billionaires though. We don't like them.
Are we talking about a socialist specifically here? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Right. If the landlord was a socialist,
I guess you're right. Yeah.
No, actually, I go a step farther. I think that maximizing yourself in a capitalist environment in a way that violates your principles is actually immoral. So for instance, I'm a big capitalist and I like to make money from sponsored deals. I think that gambling is immoral. I don't like it. I legitimately don't think it should exist in society. So I do not do gambling sponsors on my stream. I'll play poker because I don't consider that gambling, but I don't do like the blackjack and the roulette stuff. I've turned down a lot of money for that. Or the CSGO skins and all of the gambling stuff. I turned down all of that because I think that that's like, I don't support that stuff. I think it's immoral even in a capitalist framework. So that would be an example of me. Okay, but like, I think that somebody that follows through with that is immoral. I would say that action is immoral because that violates your principles. I don't care if you're maximizing yourself in a capitalist framework. I think that there is a deeper principle there that you're violating.
What if they didn't care about gambling?
Well, if they didn't care,
if they didn't care about gambling, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be against their principles.
But it's about if you do care. That's
Well, this whole argument is about what are your principles, Vaush? You put these principles forward, but you don't necessarily act on them.
Well, he's saying you don't have to act on them.
Yeah, which is convenient. That's great. I love that. You might as well not have
dude,
principles.
If you get really like the worst interpretation of all of this, it's like, are you designing a system where everybody else has to do the work to make something that's good for them, but you get to do whatever you want and look like a hero? It's like, damn.
Yeah.
You mean
monarchy right there?
The communist revolution.
It's pretty cool, I guess.
That's fine. I do whatever.
So
but if you're a
belief in
leftist,
the morality
but if you're a leftist,
is determined by a person's consistency.
No, it's determined by their whatever their first principle, whatever their like underlying principles are.
Why would you care about their first principle?
Why would
Shouldn't you only care about your own?
Well,
if anyone promoted.
Why do you care what I'm doing, Destiny? What the fuck?
These are just
mind your own business.
These are two modes of operation. If I'm going to call with somebody who's concluded that they love killing babies and
I'm
principally
leave
they think
that
that
call.
improves the world,
Yeah.
well, I mean, I wouldn't mind just being like, okay, why, exploring it and stuff, and then being like, so that is me on the mode of your values are different from mine, and I'd like to try and push you to the point of having mine, because I think mine are better. The other mode is that they have the same values as me, but they're breaching them. I'd be like, what the hell are you doing?
That's great. Yeah.
Like you've broken away from. I thought we agreed that killing babies was bad. Why are you still doing it?
Yeah.
It's like, well, what does it matter? I still say that it's bad.
I'm still
no,
promoting other
bad.
people to not kill babies.
Yeah.
I don't know that
Would
Vaush
think-
is taking a strong position though on what his morals are though. I think he's like waffling.
He is definitely waffling.
I care about people's consistency, but when you're asking me like if I care about like a particular action, then we're talking about like what principle does that action come from? I guess I'm sorry, that sounded like
Well,
a
sure.
question on a
Then
different
with
level, yeah.
anyone promoting gambling, even if a person was pro gambling, would you think it's unethical for them to accept sponsorships for the CS:GO crates or whatever?
From my perspective or from their perspective?
All I care about is yours. Why would you ever
I would
care
think
about
it's
another
unethical,
person's?
but I wouldn't think they're being inconsistent or hypocritical. I would just think it's unethical. Yeah.
Which is my
I don't care if a
perspective
person's
on
being inconsistent. I just
Destiny
care if a
promoting
person's
raid.
doing what I think is.
Like, I don't think he's being hypocritical, so I'm not sure he's aware of how. I don't think he looks at it the same way I do.
But Vaush is using sort of this like extreme pull lever emergency argument, which is like, well, if you don't agree with the same moral framework that I agree with, why do you care if I'm consistent or not?
Yeah, because we want to know if you're trustworthy. It's so simple.
Well, it's integrity.
Like,
Why?
I mean,
why are
this
we
is
arguing
so
we shouldn't care about
basic.
someone's integrity? Like, geez.
Yeah.
Because consequentially, if you don't agree with the outcome I'm advocating for, why does it matter whether I have integrity or not?
It's as simple as like, it's just like I would never lie about a piece of media to prove a point, and then you do. I'd be like, what stops you from lying about every fucking other thing you said? What stops you from doing that forever in the future? And because like if I question you on it and you're just like, yeah, fuck it, I just do it
but
sometimes.
Like, for example, if someone came out with a video talking about how much they love The Last Jedi and they want to promote the cause of The Last Jedi, and you come out and you say, well, this person is being dishonest according to their own principles, that person turns around and says, well, wait a minute, Mauler, why do you care if I'm being dishonest towards my own principles? You don't even agree with my cause of promoting The Last Jedi.
Oh, I've done that on EFAP so many times when people try to like defend something away from criticism of like us, but then they go back on their own principles by doing it. We'll point that out. We'll be like, you're fucking up. You're I don't even agree with you. And we've been forced to defend things before. The Cosmonaut Variety Hour prequel video was awful. We ended up defending the prequels from him because he got loads of things wrong, and he criticized the prequels for things that he's defended other things for. He's really good with his hypocrisy, that one. He's like, you should never criticize Star Wars for its absurdities because Star Wars has always been absurd. And then like in his, I think it's his Rebels video, he says they use their lightsabers to fly away. He's like, that's fucking crazy.
What?
Like,
What?
yeah, well, you said that anything crazy goes, so what's the problem?
But if you say it in a sarcastic voice, it's okay.
Well, I'm sure, much like Vaush is having to do, he would stop being like, no. There's a line. There is a line. I didn't mean to imply there wasn't a line when I said there wasn't a line. There's a line.
Is good. It's inconsistent in a way that's good. Like, for example, what is it? Vegetarians or whatever. You know, help the animals, but milk industry, still got to drink my milk. There is a hypocrisy there, but it's better than them eating meat too. I'm not so concerned with hypocrisy as I am making sure that whatever net behavior they're engaging in is better than what they otherwise would have been doing.
Sure. My problem with people that are inconsistent, I don't believe in inconsistencies. I don't think inconsistencies are real. I think that when somebody is inconsistent, what's actually happened is they've just misrepresented their values. So typically if somebody's
They lied to you.
I mean,
it may not even be that they lied. It's just that they unknowingly didn't actually have the values that they thought that they had.
With the Cosmonaut one we just had, it's like, in the case of The Last Jedi, people making fun of stupid shit, he's like, oh, whatever. Star Wars has always been kind of goofy. Shut up. Next time he finds something too goofy, he's like, this is so goofy, and being too goofy is bad. You put those two together, he'd probably be like, oh, yeah, I guess I need to reconcile that. Maybe that wasn't... Maybe it was just that the first one didn't bother me and the second one did, and it's as subjective as it comes.
How can you maneuver through the world without any values, though? Because it seems like the argument being put forward here is... Well, no, it seems like it's a completely goal-oriented argument. Like Vaush is, I want the communist utopia, and I don't have any... Like, I will do anything to get that communist utopia. So you don't really have any principles. Like, if you're willing to violate your principles, then you really don't have any principles.
Right, consequentialism.
But how do you...
Well, your principles are the things that you don't violate, right? So the whole idea would be that your principles are what you do, in a sense.
What if your principle is everything leads to that one ending? So as long as it gets to that ending, then that principle is intact. That principle of everything has to get to the ending.
They have to accept some principles, though, that are part of the communist utopia, though. That one principle that, you know, wage slavery is evil. Like, that's a principle, right? That's
well, yeah, and I think he's tried to account for some of that in the whole, like, be nice to your tenants thing. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm not saying you shouldn't, or that it's okay to just simply not. I would be unhappy about that. Like, okay.
Yeah. So I guess that's part of the problem, because he's violating the principle of the communist utopia to get to the communist utopia. Therefore, it's not really a principle at all. If you can just throw it away. You have to
try and coax these beliefs out, these principles out. You have to lay some cheese down and they'll come out.
I'm trying to figure out as well, what is the actual value that you're appealing to? Because it doesn't seem to be what you're saying. That's I'm using you a lot.
Most people
in
that respect are hypocritical. People say and believe lots of things, but they'll do whatever is convenient for them in the moment.
And then it also changes like how I would criticize somebody and the types of claims I would allow another person to make. So for instance, if some like crazy hedonist guy that lives his life in like a fully hedonistic manner or whatever were to tell me like, hey man, like you should just fucking like smoke dope and fucking do whatever, blah blah blah. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever, bro. I mean, like, I guess if you want to say it, that's fine. But like if somebody else were to criticize me, like let's say like a Catholic priest that had been convicted for raping 100 children or whatever, was like criticizing me, like saying, oh, like this is immoral, blah blah. I was like, damn, dude, I don't know if you could say shit like that. Like fuck, like you're insanely hypocritical. Like this is.
Oh, well, yeah. I think hypocrisy is frustrating because it's really difficult to talk to people who are hypocritical, especially people who are openly hypocritical. That's I mean,
so then my question is.
No.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so then my question is, because when I look at your takes regarding landlords, it almost feels like
what takes?
It almost feels so.
Not my words, but the positions that I hold.
Well, I mean, I can.
I just like the logic of, hey, don't hold me to the words, hold me to my positions. You're like, but the words sort of they indicate a position. It's like yes, but
you gotta
I may have been joking.
You got to plug your brain into mine via the communist mind link, and then you'll truly know my positions beyond my words.
I may have put an emoji on it. Did you think about that?
Never know what positions you hold.
Based on what I've said. Do you just mean the tweets?
But yeah, no. Based on things that I've heard you say and the tweets that I've read, I don't remember specific videos. I have to go back and watch. But like,
there are a lot of landlords who I don't like.
It feels to me like you're probably in favor of the decommodification of housing. And it almost feels to me like you believe that owning property is like an immoral thing, that renting property to other people is an immoral action. So if you
I don't believe that.
Okay, that's what it feels like. And I think the majority of your audience that's listening right now probably...
Did he say that he believes that? Seems like he did.
He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't believe that? What?
He doesn't think renting property is immoral, yes.
What? That's the whole principle of the communist utopia.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
Most of his chat probably do think that's immoral.
That's I think the one principle.
Well,
The one
Eat the Rich
principle.
gets around a lot, or like, you know, landlords, stuff like that.
Does he own a rent? Did he buy a fourplex somewhere? What's going on here?
Probably would have thought that you felt that way. If I had to guess, that would be my guess.
I've talked about this before. But if my audience is confused on that, then absolutely not. If you have a spare property and you can rent it out to other people, I mean, try to do good. But I don't think the problem with
like,
what
no, you
you're
should give it away,
advocating for here
not rent it out.
feels
Or rent it out so that you're not making any money from it. That it's exactly equal.
Sell it. Sell it. Get out of the landlording business. Sell it.
No, but Vaush could make the argument that I don't want to sell the property because then it'll go to some greedy capitalist who will just try to extract profit from it. I'm going to rent it out, but at the exact amount that it costs to upkeep it.
Well, then
but he doesn't even make that argument.
He would be bragging. He'd be saying, "This is exactly what I do."
Maybe.
You're giving us a poisoned apple. Like, socialists, wouldn't you like to be consistent? Well, make sure not to participate in any of the systems that beget political and economic power. That'll show capitalism. No, fuck that.
Okay, stop. I'm not going to let you get away with this. Okay.
Sure.
So my initial criticism was never that socialists couldn't participate in any system. You're trying to weasel me into, like, it feels like I'm talking to ask yourself, and you're trying to get to the name of the trade argument. Wait, no, wait. I have I'm not trying to do it with you. You can say that I misrepresented you if you feel that way. I'm sorry, but I literally have a notepad in front of me. I'm trying to write down what you're saying, and you were running it back in real time. Okay, like
what if I run back?
Because like I'm trying to figure out like what type of behavior you think is permissible. At one point in this argument, you said that you would stop criticizing.
Well.
Yes.
It just helps the audience, right?
That breathy, like almost like, oh, why are you being so mean to me? Yeah. God, it's really like
it's the whole rhetoric thing. It's persuasive. You're listening as an audience member, and you're like, "Look how shocked! I'm as shocked as Vaush is. How could he be doing this?" And you're like, "What do you mean, Destiny? This is perfectly reasonable."
Yeah.
And even Jeff Bezos, like in terms of individual actors.
I think if you want to like fix capitalism, criticizing, huh?
Do you agree that earlier you told me that you don't think it's fair to criticize Jeff Bezos, but then you also said that mega billionaires you could criticize
Wait, okay, hold on. I don't have a problem with criticizing Jeff Bezos or any individual participant, but I don't think that you're fixing capitalism by doing that. Jeff Bezos just stepped down. He got replaced by some other CEO. Criticizing individuals doesn't fix the problem. You could criticize 1 million Amazon CEOs and there'd be 1,000,001.
Okay, but that's not even true though, because that's basically how social norms are constructed. You criticize individual action, and then society and culture polices itself.
This folds back again, because if we were talking about Jeff and he did a thing that we're all very happy with, but he's like, yeah, whatever, don't fetishize like billionaires or whatever. And you're like, oh. Then the next one is horrible. He does all of the most horrible thing, horrible. And it's like, wow, fuck this guy. His name is Damien, because that's the devil's son, right? His name is Damien Satan. and he's just doing all the most horrible, worst things ever. And it's like, wow, I wish Jeff had stayed in as the CEO so that we wouldn't have had to deal with Damien so quickly. Right. It's almost like individuals really matter. Like you said before, Vaush, about the socialists taking the slot before a capitalist. What about a good capitalist taking it before a bad capitalist? Thus, we do criticize the individuals.
Someone with principles.
Perpetuate the existence of these rules.
I agree with you here, okay? Sometimes you say a lot of things I agree with. I agree with all of that. But then earlier, what I said in response to what you just said, and I feel like we're going to do the same argument again. I feel like if you say that, you essentially lose the ability to criticize any individual actor in capitalism ever, because they're just living their capitalist life, unless they're literally doing something like illegal.
That's not true.
If you can't criticize Bezos, who the fuck can you criticize?
It's not inherently immoral to participate in these systems, but that doesn't mean you can't criticize people who do if they do something within those systems you don't like. Now, I don't have a list in front of me.
Wait, if that's the case, then what's wrong with me criticizing lefties then that don't put their money where their mouth is?
Come full circle.
Yep.
This is like saying the institution of prostitution is immoral, but it's totally cool if you're a prostitute. I mean, it's like ridiculous.
It's kind of a fascinating video, though, because we've just walked all the way back to the initial point.
Yeah.
Like we spent this whole time just not really getting anywhere, because Vaush seems to agree, but he just can't. You have to reconcile. You absolutely can criticize the individuals in the systems they're a part of, but you absolutely cannot criticize philosophy too and the rest of them. So how do you reconcile those two?
Yeah.
He tried for an hour and 10 minutes, but we're back here again.
I guess you could say when you're criticizing Jeff Bezos, you're not fixing the system, but when you're criticizing Philosophy Tube, you're hurting the system.
You're hurting the change, yeah.
But he already said, like, the qualifier on its own, the an actor in the system doing something you don't like. That's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, of course, Destiny doesn't like how their integrity is fallen to shreds.
We're thinking about this far more than Vaush ever has.
Yeah,
okay?
that's true.
We're like, we have like stone. We're trying to wring water out of stone right now. We're like, okay, we're gonna figure out how this makes sense.
Because in that case, why are you even talking? Then you should be totally fine with me criticizing any lefty that doesn't put their money where their mouth is.
Define putting your money where your...
Like spend their money in a way that I would consider to be more ethical than just hoarding in a savings account and getting rich off of people that are poorer than them, that are being exploited by their bosses.
Wait, hold on. Is it true that you used to sponsor a loot box company? Real life loot boxes you can...
You like that? You like that deflection right there?
Yeah.
Just, what
That came up-
about you?
That came up in Vaush's chat. That was obviously Vaush reading his chat and somebody saying, "Get him on the loot box thing. He did something bad this time."
You're the hypocrite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What's interesting about that is that Destiny clearly has no fucking clue that they might or might not be a loot box related thing, thus gambling. And so if you find, this is one of those situations where it's like, if you criticize Destiny for this, he becomes aware of it, he would stop doing it.
Yeah, totally.
Meanwhile, which is the whole point of this conversation, you raise this about the others, and Vaush makes all these fucking excuses instead of just owning.
Mm-hmm.
Just own the mistake.
Yes.
Win all kinds of prizes, wallets, headphones, tech, games, real life loot boxes.
I might have done like one activation once where I gave one away for free, but I don't think I've ever done like loot box stuff.
Okay, I just saw this link with you.
It would be interesting to find out how he defines it as well, because if you pay X money and you will always get something, but it could be different in terms of what it is, some people might consider that dissimilar from doing the same thing, but one of the results could be zero.
Isn't that how these loot box companies skirt around gambling laws?
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's the thing. I don't know if Destiny considers those two things
Right.
meaningfully different or not. I don't know.
I would hope not, because to me it sounds like bullshit.
Well, yeah, kind of like, yeah. It's you're still gambling in spirit, I would say.
Yes.
Like, even if there is no zero result.
This does show, though, that Vaush understands the going back on your ethics thing, because they're talking about the gambling thing that Destiny brought up, and he's so excited about how he's going to catch them in, violating his own ethics.
Right.
Your code and everything.
There was a sponsor that I had once called Loots, but that was just like you like typed in a message and it showed an ad on stream, but it wasn't like loot boxes. That's Loots is like it's not gambling, yeah. But okay.
I can look into this later. I don't know. I don't care. I think people are complicated, and I think it's okay.
It's a loot box related thing, and Destiny's either mistaken or I need more information, but it's considered a lie now from Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like,
Well,
clearly,
could be. Who knows?
Well, I seriously doubt he's lying rather than he's just mistaken. If it
Totally.
is literally a loot box system and not a you type something in and something comes on screen system, those two seem. Destiny's, even if you think he's the worst person in the world, he's not stupid enough to try and pull off a lie like that.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's okay to wait. Hold on. What was the thing I was responding to? Jeff Bezos.
It seems like you can't criticize any individual ever. Like you just have to accept that all of them are.
Do you okay, hold on. I don't think you should criticize a person just because they're participating in capitalism, but I think there are things that you can do while participating in capitalism to warrant criticism. Like
Okay,
those
it seems like
landlords
you criticize-
writing op-eds about how hard it is to make ends meet when they're trying to evict their tenants. I think that's really scummy behavior.
Why is that scummy?
Because in a pandemic, I think it's bad to evict people who can't pay their rent because they were laid off because of the pandemic.
What if you can't pay your mortgage because a tenant isn't paying their rent?
And I think the institution you should take an issue with isn't the tenant, but rather a government that's unwilling to pay you or to
You don't
freeze
have the
mortgage
ability to change the government. Why is it the responsibility of the landlord to fight the system, but it's not the responsibility of a lefty to fight the system? The landlord is just doing what he...
Wait, hold on.
Go
That
ahead.
equivocacy came out of nowhere. So first of all, what they were complaining about were laws passed to prevent evictions. So to begin with, they already were complaining about the government. They were complaining in the wrong direction. In both ways, they would be complaining against the government, but they were fighting to evict people rather than fighting to have the government provide for them.
Well, because it sounds like the government was changing a law specifically to make it so that you couldn't evict somebody. But I'm asking you because it sounds like the landlords are just trying to maximize their system in capitalism. They're trying to be able to evict somebody.
Think all types of...
If the home is foreclosed on, though, I mean, they're going to have to... The tenant's going to get evicted anyway.
I find it interesting that he's almost highlighted what I think is something pretty interesting here. So think of the socialist landlord, and they're just going by market rates. And then this new legislature comes in that prevents them from evicting people and thus making them able to better, make use of options for making money. And so they're like, Vaush, help me. I'm trying to maximize my position in this capitalist system as a socialist, but I can't boot these people out of my fucking house.
Right.
It'd be like, wait a minute.
Well, and
You're
also
in trouble now.
It's not like I'm assuming this, whatever law he's talking about, they didn't say we're going to prevent you from evicting your tenants, but we're also going to pay you the difference. No one would care then. They said, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Wait, why do you... This is what I mean when I say I feel like you're misrepresenting me. I don't think all ways of maximizing your well-being within capitalism are equally ethical. I think there are ways to maximize your well-being which are quite unethical.
Okay, hold on, because you keep doing this thing where you ask a question in a very exasperated manner and it makes you sound rhetorically effective. So for my rhetorical effectiveness, what's happening here is you don't actually have an underlying principle that you're actually like appealing to. What you keep doing is you keep trying to make an excuse for every single thing to say like, well, here it's okay, here it's not okay, here it's okay.
Excuse for? I legitimately
on almost
don't
every
know
single
if you're
thing.
listening to a
So
word
I have
I'm
listened
saying.
to every single thing you said, but when I repeat it back to you, you're getting confused because you're trying to discover these arguments in real time.
No,
So true. And I think as well what's happening is that if I need to justify, like, you guys have been murdering people and someone else is like, you think it's wrong, right? I'm like, it is wrong, but not everything related to ending someone's life is wrong. Then they go, so this case, this is clearly wrong, right? And it's like, yes, but not all of it is. It's like, these people did that. It's like, yes, but not all of it is. And you're like, please, you just got to nail him down. It's really hard because you can just slip around all over the place. You need to, I guess he needs to like, I mean, I'm not going to tell Destiny how to do it because like it seems like he probably knows better.
He's
than
doing
I do.
pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's wrangling a wild animal. All right, it's tough.
This notepad thing he does is pretty slick. I like that.
Right.
How he
Right.
writes it.
Certainly, whenever they make a statement that surprises you in any way, fucking write it down.
Be kind. Do rent lower.
Repair stuff faster. That would be altruistic of you.
Well, Destiny's trying to pin down Vaush's belief system when maybe, which I mean, this is very entertaining, but in terms of what you were saying, to try to figure out the actual specifics,
The principle.
it'd probably be quicker to just say, Vaush, do you think it's fair for me to criticize someone for being a hypocrite? Yes or no?
Yeah,
That's really what the
totally.
argument's about.
He would weasel
It
out
is.
though. He would be like, it really depends on the context. It depends on what they're trying to do. It depends on what they did.
Right. And then you say,
Yeah.
okay, well, that's where the baseline disagreement is. You don't think that hypocrisy is in of itself bad, and I do.
Yeah.
And that's the
But then he would
thing.
say, but wait a minute, what if someone's principle is to eat babies and then they don't? Does that make them a hypocrite? It's like, oh,
But that's the thing. If a friend of mine felt that way, I would call him out on it. I'd be like, why aren't you eating babies today? And it's like, I
Yeah,
don't think
what's
I
up?
want to anymore. I'd be like, what's going on? Yeah.
I want all my cannibals and rapists to be consistent with their cannibal and raping principles.
So bad.
Ugh.
That's
Because
what's
you're
happening.
repeating, you keep saying that I've said you can never criticize an individual for their participation under capitalism, which I have never at any point in this conversation said, but you've repeated that back to me like a dozen times.
I'm gonna write these
In
down.
and of itself, participation, in and of itself, inherently, participation is not a bad thing. You can do those things in a morally neutral or even morally beneficial way. However, you can also do it in morally negative ways.
Okay, what makes it morally negative?
I think that by my standard, a morally negative way of engaging in this behavior would be, well, there are a million out instances, but I would say that I have in my head an image of how a lefty could be a business person or a landlord. And if there are...
How long we have taken before getting to the meat. You know what I mean?
Totally.
All of these
Totally.
words that have been thrown in front to really make sure it's nice and foggy first.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's,
Notice how it's got to be a lefty too, because a righty could never be moral. What?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
we all know that. Yeah. It's just we take that for as a
That's
foundational argument. We all
exactly.
agree.
are ways in
Okay,
they-
stop. I need you to give me an actual answer.
Threshold.
There it is. See, I need to give you. You start. Oh, it's so satisfying when you like sort of you see it yourself in the debate he's spotting it too, because that's the tough part. You can spot a lot more in a third person view of it.
What's so difficult about this?
Inside of it, yeah.
I don't understand what's so difficult about answering. Like I know our thing is truth. Like we want to know what is real, what is really going on. Truth is so essential to us. It's like our central principle. So what is your central principle, dude? It's easy, just answer.
The war.
What is the war though?
The war for communism, Adam. We have to win at all costs.
What the fuck is the war worth at this point with all of these asterisks next to it?
So, but wait a second though. Like I said, if it's the communist utopia has a principle, right? It's like no more fucking landlords. But he doesn't want to come out and say that.
But wouldn't he just say like yes, but not until we get to the communist utopia? Until then, it's chill. You can be in the capitalist system doing the capitalist things that we all hate.
Then he comes off as an obvious hypocrite, and that's why he knows he doesn't want to do that.
No way.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's like us saying, we really care about truth, but, if we have to lie all the time on our show to make you believe truth is a good thing, then, we're going to do that. It's like, what? Why am I listening to these people?
Well, I think that's another fundamental of it. It's like, haven't you proven when you have no integrity that there's no fucking reason to listen to you?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the problem. If I had any interaction with someone like Vaush who said that this was their principles, I would be terrified to ever work or interact with them on a personal level or a business level, because why would I ever trust them?
Yeah, exactly. How can you trust them? I mean, it's physically impossible to trust someone like this.
And I think you can make a very strong argument that if all moral foundations, all society relies on trust, if there's no trust, there's nothing else.
Yes. The whole, all the game theoretical framework of society relies on trust. That's why you ask people their principles, because then you're like, okay, this person says this is their principles. If I see them go against their principles, I know, hey, I can't trust that person. Probably don't want to work with them.
Right.
Well, and Destiny said it's not that you've revealed that they have no principles, that there's one they didn't tell you about because it's not optically efficient, probably.
Oh my God.
Because everybody is they act consistently. They're just, some people have trouble discovering what it is they're acting on a lot of the time.
Or even articulating it. That's fine. That's fine. A lot of people are principled, but don't necessarily know how to articulate it. That's fine. But this is just weird.
You can participate in capitalism in a morally neutral way. That's a statement that you've made. But you said there's also negative ways you can participate. Now, besides obviously breaking the law, what is a morally negative way? Because it sounds to me like what you go on to say, because this is where you're getting caught. I don't mean calling, I'm trying to catch you, but it's like we're running in a country. No, wait, real quick, because you're saying that morally negative equals bad things. You're like begging the question. And then one of the examples that you gave were landlords lobbying the government and saying, hey, you need to undo this law.
People during a pandemic, yes.
Yeah. Wait, is it just the eviction now, or is it the law? Because earlier you said it wasn't the eviction that mattered. You said it was the fact that it was a law that mattered. So which one is the important thing? Is that evicting someone is wrong? No. Because that's just living in a capitalist world, is evicting someone.
Them writing op-eds to try to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to evict during a pandemic.
Okay.
I didn't say the thing you're saying that I said. Anyone who's watching, Destiny or Vaush side, you can clip, you can go back and watch.
Okay.
I feel like I'm being ascribed positions,
You're
but I
not.
don't actually
Now, I understand that. But remember that tweet?
Are you listening to me?
I am listening to you.
Oh,
this would be a good time. This would be a good time to clarify your position, Vaush. If you think he's mischaracterizing your position, just go ahead and tell him and make him steelman your position for you.
He's opening up an emergency strap, by the way. He's now appealing that Destiny has been bad faith the whole time, and so that any mistakes Vaush has made or anything that's perceived to be bad is all void, because Destiny's been fucking with him.
That's like the parachute, the bad faith parachute.
Yeah. You can try it.
I'm sorry, Destiny. I have to do this. I'm pulling my bad faith parachute.
The conversation with Destiny is the airplane, and Vaush has been flying it towards the ground. It's about to crash. And he pulls out the bad faith parachute. He's like, I'm parachuting out of here, Destiny. This was all bad faith. It wasn't my fault. Bye.
You were the one that was piloting, I swear. Bye.
Very
then
well.
listen-
Mine
hold
is
on.
working
Then
a million
listen.
times. Wait. Real quick. So you're
wants to
upset.
be
You're upset.
repeated.
Wait. You're upset that landlords are lobbying the government. This was one of the statements that you made in that earlier tweet where you
Not
said
just
all
that
of
they're
those things were jokes. Yes.
was that they were writing op-eds.
Lobbying the government. Go ahead.
That's not what lobbying means. They
It's a
might
form of
also
lobbying,
have
of
been
course.
lobbying. There were some institutions that were doing that, but yes, they were pushing to regain the ability to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. I think that's bad.
Okay. Which part of this is morally wrong? Immoral. What part of this is immoral? So hold on.
You think it's
Wait.
fine?
Wait. Hold on. Unemployed. We're not talking about my position. If you want, after this, we can walk through everything I think, because I'll be glad to talk about it from start to finish.
Everything. You just keep I say a thing, and then you say, "Hold up, that's not what you said," and then you say a thing I didn't said, and then we've been repeating this. For
Okay,
now.
so that's why I'm writing
I don't even remember why. We
Okay,
were
so
initially
your statement is that this is bad. Landlords wanted to evict people unemployed. Wait, sorry, shit. I put people in choice. Landlords wanted to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. Equals bad. Yes?
No, I said landlords trying to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to evict people during a pandemic. I think it's
What's
extra
the
nasty
difference?
if you're trying to fight against the state's effort to prevent people
Also,
from
his
dying on
fan
the
base would
streets.
never agree with that. It's the only time
Okay.
landlords are bad.
Right.
Which part of this is the moral wrong? So so here's something I've written down for you, okay? Landlords trying to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. If the law wasn't there, do you think it would be morally neutral for them to evict unemployed people during a pandemic?
Let me think. If there was no law, then I think it would be morally neutral, yeah, because we have to criticize the institutions first and foremost. It's the responsibility of the state to put placeholds on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I don't believe for a second that that would be his position.
Morally
No, I don't either.
neutral? Morally neutral? Evicting
You would
people,
criticize the fuck out of
unemployed
them.
people in
Of
a
course you would.
pandemic?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, they're landlords, so fuck off, right?
Wait
What
a
the
minute.
fuck?
It seems like his position is it's all about what the law states. So why is he not very against rioting and breaking the law? These are all people violating the law. They're operating outside the system.
Yeah.
Criticize the system. It doesn't matter if they do something horrible. But this is what I mean. It's so hard to keep a strong understanding of where he's sort of sitting at any point between, is it the individual's fault or not?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the landlords are in a hard place because of the pandemic, because if they're not able to make their mortgages, they're going to lose the property anyway, and the people are eventually going to get evicted. None of that stuff is said here. None of the complicated stuff is being said.
And
So
I do appreciate he wrote it out right, because you got landlords trying to get the government to revoke laws. It's like, is that the problem, or is it the problem that what the law itself that they're trying to get done, or is it during the pandemic that's the problem, or is it them
Right.
trying to do this act in general? Like, it doesn't matter that there's a law or not, because you
Or
need
a
to distill
pandemic.
this down to the problem. And once he gets that, you'll find out that all of this fluff was unnecessary. Vaush could have just been clear about what his issue is.
Right. Well, we had this exact issue with Lance when were talking to him about Kyle Rittenhouse. He kept trying to add 20 different things to why it was
Totally.
unacceptable for
Oh
Kyle
my
Rittenhouse to do what he did. And we're like, okay, we need to distill each one at a time. He's like, no. Why do you keep trying to separate it? It all has to be taken together. It's like, it means something completely different.
Yeah, like 10 is 10 because 1 is 3 and 3 is 5 and 9 is 6, and you're just like, all those things are wrong. It's like, yeah, but together they're right.
It's like,
Yeah, no, they're
Doesn't make any
not.
sense.
you can't take a bunch of puzzle pieces from different puzzles and you're not going to construct the picture that matches. Okay, there has to be consistency there.
Yeah.
Stuff like this.
Okay.
Otherwise,
so
the
then,
natural market forces would dictate that they would continue to evict people unabated.
Okay, so the problem isn't trying to evict unemployed people during a pandemic, because this is what you keep hamming up to be very rhetorical. You're saying unemployed people during a pandemic. But
I
your
do
problem,
think it's bad.
okay, but your problem isn't the fact that they're trying to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. That action would actually be okay. Your problem is that they're trying to revoke the laws.
Well, the action would be bad, but it would be a necessary component of the way commodified land ownership
wait,
works.
hold on.
I know, he's just adding. It's so infuriating. Just making things so fucking complicated.
Is it bad that they get booted out, Or is it bad that they get booted out during the pandemic?
It's
or
that
is it
simple.
bad that they get booted out during the pandemic because they can't afford it versus just in general? Like, can we just be clear? Because I don't think the pandemic part is even remotely relevant to what Vaush actually thinks. He's using it because it's going to really play well with an audience.
Totally. Rhetorically. He's got the fog machine going there. He's like, I can't see anything. Fucking this whole room is fog now.
Meanwhile, a lot of people in the audience will be like, wow, Destiny's kind of an asshole. It's the pandemic, Destiny. Come on. It's the pandemic.
Right. Well, you're being too critical on Vaush. He's saying his position over and over again. I don't understand what you don't understand, Destiny.
Totally.
So participation in capitalism would be inherently bad.
No, that participation in capitalism would be as expected. It would be morally neutral. Everyone would be doing it. However, the action...
Well, and also this doesn't even hold up either, because you could say, well, wait a minute. People writing op-eds, wanting the government to get rid of this law, that's them operating under democracy.
Exactly. That's why we need to lose
it.
That's why we need to lose that part. It's like, this isn't irrelevant, right? And he's just thrown it in just to make it more complicated. Because that's the thing. If someone gave you 7 pieces of an argument to complete, and then you take issue with one part, they'd be like, yeah, that's not really the argument though, is it? And you're like,
the other 6.
Yeah, it's not just it's that one in tandem. And so he needs to erase them one by one. It's going to be such an annoying experience.
Which is taking place is still bad, because you're evicting unemployed people during a pandemic. So wait, hold on. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Okay, let me try to think of something analogous here.
Isn't evicting unemployed people bad just all the time? Seems
that's
like
that's what we need to figure out.
Yeah, we could throw.
He keeps mentioning the pandemic because it sounds good.
Okay. Well, especially if your position,
when police officers go out on the beat,
if your position is all ownership of property is immoral.
Yes.
Obviously, you have to take the position that evicting someone is immoral too.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
The pandemic and the unemployment are irrelevant, but he puts it in because it works better with an audience that aren't on his side necessarily.
Right. Well, it
Vaush,
sounds good.
How about evicting them for fun? What do you think? Is that immoral?
And this shouldn't be hard, but he knows where it's going to lead him, because obviously, if I said killing babies on a Thursday when they're not sleeping is fucked up, you'd be like, why did you mention all that other weird shit?
Why are you adding that shit in?
Beat.
Wait, I don't think we need example. Can we just stick to the tenant? I don't think we need, because we're just gonna make it more confusing.
When police officers go out on the beat,
and
they arrest a person for selling drugs, I think that the drug war is cringe and that this is doing harm to society and blah blah. However, it is the job of the cop to do that thing. And if a lefty was in that position and they did that thing, whether or not they were there, the other person who could have been that cop also could have done that thing. The job institutionally is to fix the drug war, not to expect that cops just ignore every drug dealer on the street. Now, if they do...
Could you, to make this analogous, what you have to say is, actually, you have a cop whose primary income is made being a YouTuber, where they spend all day talking about how the drug war is bad,
and
then when they go to their job, they
Yeah.
arrest a bunch of people selling drugs.
Yeah, this is the thing. He's tricking the audience, as well as this is tough to get through, because to make it balanced without using like a YouTube reference, I guess, it would be the cop keeps having opportunities that wouldn't cost him a thing. It wouldn't cost him a thing in terms of like his job to do the right thing, and he chooses not to, even though principally he knows he should. Because it's
to make it analogous, you could say, well, it's like once the cop starts to get into positions of power, whether it be being the chief, whether it be being in government, he still doesn't change the drug laws, even though he's telling everyone he wants to.
Yeah.
And I suppose you could say like he knows it'll cost him maybe socially. With his friend, he could change it and it'll work, but his fellow officers might be like, I'm just trying to find a similar, because ultimately this could be very much about like philosophy who doesn't want to lose the pile of money that they rest upon.
Yeah,
and that's fine in terms of some perspectives, but like just be honest about it, right? Like that's all we want.
There's a very primal thing going on here, which is that we as a society, or as a tribe, if you want to talk about like caveman days, you're willing to reward the heroic behavior. Like, oh, that guy went out and he did something, he risked his life to go kill the saber-toothed tiger or whatever. Yeah. So he accrues some benefit for doing that act. But then if you find out, well, wait a minute, that guy didn't actually kill the saber-toothed tiger. He just found a dead one already and posed next and brought it back and said, look, I killed this thing. Then he doesn't deserve the merit. He doesn't deserve the reward for that. And that's sort of what's happening with the bread tubers, because they're kind of positioning themselves as these heroic socialists, but then they're not actually doing the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think is just so much more important, I guess, in some ways, the integrity part.
Hell yeah.
Right.
That's virtue ethics.
But of course, he would argue, well, it's not, because the overall goal is more important than one person's integrity.
Oh my God.
Right. But this is so dumb, because then consequentialist man flies in and says, well, wait a minute, if one person doesn't have any integrity, that can very easily destroy their own movement.
You could domino
Yes.
it. Why?
Right.
You picture the next guy who's inspired by Philosophy Tube, makes their channel, and then is like, what's pretty neat is that if I get enough of an audience, because I know the rhetoric and I know the arguments, I don't even have to do it. I can just
Exactly. Well, look at. Well, it's funny too, because I'm pretty sure Vaush literally made this exact argument. He was saying that it was okay for Disney to fire Gina Carano because it reflects poorly on Disney as a company.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the same argument. He's saying it's okay for Disney to.
So, like, my immediate thing would be to him is like, if one of the actors on The Mandalorian was openly socialist, and then they got fired by Disney, would you be cool with that? Or
Right, but even beyond that, him saying that Disney can fire an individual actor because it reflects poorly on the brand, that's the same. He's making the reverse argument with BreadTube. Disney could say, well, wait a minute, you should call out individual BreadTubers because it reflects poorly on the brand.
And he's like, nah, it's worthwhile because ultimately they've got so many people who are their influence.
Right.
Like, that is the reason, right? Like, not just the building bridges, not burning the bridges, but also just look how many people they command. Like, we got to have them in our war.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's very. I think I've heard him talk about this. He acknowledges that leftists love to tear each other apart.
A little
They
bit,
love
yeah.
to delve down into the purity spiral. So
That's how you move up the leftist hierarchy.
right.
Do that, choose to do that good thing, I think that's preferable. But the absence of a lefty there would still incur the morally neutral action, which is adhering to the existing law.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No. Can I sidestep and ask a question about that? Because I'm so confused. If you can be replaced for doing a particular action, does that mean that any action that you do is always going to be considered morally neutral? That action can't carry moral weight because someone else could just step in and do it regardless?
This is like
so let's say, for instance, there was a let's say
he's also careful with that wording, right? He said someone could, when I think Vaush is going for someone will.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
There is,
So.
that is an important difference because, of course, when it's could, it's like, well, I think it's pretty clear that you don't.
Yes.
But when it's someone will, it's like, okay, so now I need to know the contexts because, again, with the torturer example.
Yep. Or
But,
Nazi prison guard or whatever you want to, whatever example you want to put in there.
Right.
let's say there's a bounty board and they pay people to assassinate kindergartners. Now you could go and accept that job
Or
and go kill a
assassinate
kindergartner. Would that be morally
kindergartners.
neutral because if you don't do it, someone else is going to step in and do it instead?
No, I don't think that's an institutional role that is obligated to be filled.
What if there's an institution of bounty hunting?
Yeah.
I don't know enough about it. I don't think that bounty hunting works.
Stop
the same way
engaging.
cops
Okay.
do.
This is, I fucking hate like so many people don't engage with hypotheticals like this. So there's just another planet where that's totally cool and humans start to vaguely like get involved in it. They're just like, oh, you can make some more money. It's legal over there. So we're just going to go do it. You hunt the equivalent of kindergartners for that alien species or whatever. You get money and your country will exchange the currency. So there's an institutional backing. It's something you could opt in to do, but someone will do it whether or not you do. Is it immoral or is it moral for you to do it? Answer the fucking question.
Right.
It's so easy to answer too.
Well, it's not here because if he does, he's fucked.
If he does, yeah.
That's the issue. It's over.
Well, normally it would be easy to answer, but then he turns behind him and he sees all the breadtuber friends that have the dead kindergarten
Is
limbs
that it?
sticking out of their trunks.
Yeah,
so like,
okay, I guess it is. I guess it is. Yeah.
They try to close the trunk and it's jammed on a kindergarten's arm. Like,
what? There's too many bodies. They're just like, oh, can't close this. And Vaush is like trying to like stand in front of it so Destiny can't see the
Oh my god.
Okay, what about the institution of slavery then? We'll go to a real life world. Do you think that owning slaves then in the South, that was necessarily a morally neutral thing because it was just part of the system, and if you were gone, another slave owner would just step up?
No, I think that it's worthwhile to criticize those institutions.
Why?
The people who participate.
No, not the
too.
institutions. Don't.
Oh, sure.
I am
People who
okay.
participate in
Just
that.
real clear. I'm being very
White supremacist.
careful to be incredibly precise with my language. I'm asking you to do the same. Okay. I'm not talking about the institutions, and I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm asking. Do you think it is morally neutral to be a slave owner? For if you weren't a slave owner, someone else would just step up and own your slaves for you.
Plenty of slave owners freed their slaves after they passed away. That was like a common thing to do. So
Okay,
that
look
was
at you
more-
making excuses for slavery. Adam.
they knew what
Jeez.
they were doing. They
Disavow.
knew what they were doing. Well, no,
George
if
Washington did
you
that, right?
if you're
Supposedly.
freeing your slaves after you pass away, you knew what you were doing was fucked up. You're like, what
That's
the
a good point.
fuck?
yeah.
Yeah, so why didn't you
What
do it
the
while you were
fuck?
alive?
Yes,
You're like, "Oh,
exactly.
I'm dead now. I extract no benefit from this transaction.
Exactly.
Oh,
I'm not.
good to go."
I'm not saying it's right here, Sitch. I'm just pointing out the reality of the situation
You're pointing out
here.
that people doing that shows, that they're hypocritical. To some
Fuck
extent.
yeah, people are hypocrites. Wake up.
Morally neutral.
No, I don't. No, I don't think slave owning was like a slot thing where like if you aren't owning the slaves, then someone else steps up to
They
own
go
this.
for
I don't
auction.
necessarily know if it works that way.
You
the
don't-
reason
What?
why
He does realize that like people bought slaves in a market, right?
But I was about to say, like, by nature of it being in like an auction format, if
Mhm.
you don't put that paddle
Yeah,
up, someone else
exactly.
will.
Totally. Totally.
Did he think that like plantation workers actually went over to Africa and went into like the forest and were looking for black people in the forest to abduct? Like that's what the plantation. So it's like, oh well, look, if I don't go and hunt them down in the forest, then
No one
you know,
else will. Yeah.
Well,
No
it's-
one
I mean,
necessarily else will. Yeah.
that argument would work better if that's how it actually worked, but
Yeah,
that's not
exactly.
how it worked at all.
why
Slavery
I'm
was a
saying,
massive in the
hold on.
South. What do
The
you
reason
mean?
why I'm saying this about landlords and cops specifically is because the way those institutions work, especially with landowning, literally require that those institutions exist.
Wait,
The
you don't
way
think the
commodified-
So crazy. I can't believe he's saying this. I can't believe he's saying this.
Yeah.
Like
I
he's
can.
he's literally making the argument for slavery now. Like, what
Well,
the
no, he's going to
fuck?
say, I think an argument that we've had before, where he's going to make the argument that, well, it's necessary in our society for someone to own property. It's necessary for cops to exist, but it wasn't necessary for slavery. Therefore, it's different.
Oh, okay. I thought he was making the argument that they needed the slaves. I thought that's what he just said. Was I incorrect?
But
No, he's going to make the
Culture-
opposite argument.
But the interesting thing about this is that you would argue that it's necessary in that if you don't become a landlord, somebody's gonna in our current society, like but somebody was gonna own that slave.
Yeah.
So even if you defined the society didn't need it to happen, I'd be like, but it's happening. It is happening. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So if
he's adding a qualifier that's like a weasel qualifier because it doesn't really relate to his actual point, but it creates a distinction.
I gotta
it's-
back
it-
up a few
yeah.
seconds. I want to make sure I'm getting this correct.
Cultural, like
is because the one else steps up to own this. I don't necessarily know if it works that way.
You
the
don't-
reason why
slavery
I'm
was a
saying,
massive business in the
hold on.
South. What do
The
you
reason
mean?
why I'm saying this about landlords and cops specifically is because the way those institutions work, especially with landowning, literally require that those institutions exist.
wait,
The
you don't
way
think the
commodified-
agricultural economic organization of the South like required slavery to exist?
Not in the same way. An individual house in a commodified housing system is either owned by an individual or what? That's it. You either own it or you rent it out to or a company owns it or something. But with slavery, there wasn't like institutional slots where it's required. When you're a slave owner,
wait, how is it not institutional? They literally have like whole laws on the books regarding like the ownership of slaves.
To a demand for slavery in a way that the housing market doesn't have. If you're a landowner and you rent a property, you can't like throw your hands up in the air and say like, nope, I back out, and then like that property disappears.
Wait, I don't think that's relevant. I'm just asking because
if you say I
it
back
feels
out,
to me like you're falling back on this.
Yeah, I was about to say, because like the most you could do as a property owner, I guess, is demolish the house and put like molten lead all over the lawn.
And the equivalent would be to kill the slave.
He brings it up though.
Slave now.
He brings it up though. You can live in the property. You could make owning property. You could make renting out property illegally. You'd have to.
Yeah, you could just
any
have
property
people have empty houses, you know, that they can't use.
Well, no, you would never buy a second house. If you can't make money as a landlord, you never buy a second house. He makes that argument. Destiny does.
This isn't the root of this argument. If we were to bring it to the slavery example, would be if there is a bunch of abolitionists who are crying every day, their entire deal is that they're known for going on the street corner and telling everyone about the evils of slavery, but then every night they walk home to their fucking plantation full of slaves, and you're like, what are you doing? You're a hypocrite. And they say, but wait a minute, I'm just living within the system currently as it is.
Which, by the way, I actually would posit that like there's a potential there that they're still consistent in that they're like, yes, we buy as many slaves as we can. Check out the way they live on our plantation.
Right.
And
right.
Like,
you could add, yeah.
But of course, that's not relevant to this, which is no, they actually just fully engage in it. They're just your standard slaves. But in their spare time, for money, they advocate that you shouldn't do slaves. It's
right.
like, but you do.
If Vaush didn't have to defend his fellow bread tubers, he could make that argument. He could say, you, as I said earlier, you can own property, and if it would actually be morally good for you to buy property if you have the money and rent it out without making profit. That would be a moral good according to socialist.
Yeah.
So it'd be the
why
same
doesn't
thing
he
with
just
slave
say
example.
that?
You can buy slaves, but then you treat them like normal people as if they're not enslaved, but you're just doing it because you're basically protecting them from the system.
Why not just buy them and let them go, Sitch? Jeez,
Well,
so stingy.
you can do that too, specifically because if you don't, someone else will come along, which is what Vaush was advocating for.
And recapture them.
Well, do whatever, right?
Or
there was
whatever,
some real mean people out there.
Argument that you're appealing to figure out if something is worth like condemning or not is whether or not like somebody on an individual level is whether or not somebody else would step up to replace you. So I think it's fair to say in the South, slavery was a big institution, and if you aren't going to own
it was a big institution, but like if you own a collection of apartment buildings, that someone has to own that. Like you can't, otherwise it turns into a Ranshack tenement. Like
yeah, sure, but if you own slaves in the South, like but if we go before.
Who built these apartments? I mean, I
just think this is again the fog. Like we're not addressing the easy point. We're avoiding it.
He's acting like these apartments just like someone waved a magic wand and oh, now we have these apartments. No,
they just spawn out of the ground, Adam. I played Minecraft. You just walk long enough and you find villages.
If nobody steps up to build apartments, then there's not going to be any apartments. Some would argue that it's good people do step up to build apartments because it gives people places to live. So.
For like the Emancipation Proclamation, if we go before like slaves are allowed to be free anywhere, black people are allowed to be free anywhere, somebody has to own those slaves. It's not like you can just set them free, right?
But the only reason slaves were brought across the Atlantic was because there was a market demand for them over here. If people didn't keep buying slaves, then they wouldn't have had the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, but if you don't buy it, someone else is.
Works literally requires those institutions.
But if you don't buy those slaves, somebody else will.
Not if there are fewer people buying slaves, they bring less slaves over the Atlantic.
Okay, if you're going to make that argument, then I'm going to say if there are fewer people evicting tenants, then there are fewer tenants being evicted. Or if there are fewer cops making drug busts, then there are fewer people getting arrested for doing drugs. Like that breaks your other two arguments you gave earlier.
No, it would be good to not drug bust.
No, don't do this equivocation. I'm not saying it would be good not blah, blah, blah. Earlier you said that the action of evicting a tenant or the action of petitioning the government to evict a tenant or the action of arresting somebody for drugs would be morally neutral because if you were to stop doing it, somebody else would just step in and
petitioning the government. The whole point of the institutional critique is to get the government to implement laws that make society better. I don't think there's any justification, whether or not you're participating in the system, to fight against those laws when they're implemented.
This is like there's so many people who grift on fighting racism, and it's very easy because they can say, oh, well, I don't have to point out specific acts of racism. It's all systemic. And it's very easy for a politician to say, well, I'm going to fight this intangible, invisible, etherical, systemic racism. I can't really point to it. I really can't grab it, but it's there. It's everywhere. It's all around us. But don't worry, I'm going to fight it. Because then they never have to actually show results for fighting that said invisible racism. And I guess it's kind of the same thing that Vaush is advocating for, where he's like, well, you should just fight the systems, right? These systems that will probably never change, and I, as Vaush or any other breadtuber, don't have the power to change, but I'll just keep fighting. I'll keep fighting.
Winks to the camera.
Oh, he loves to do that. That's his thing.
It was actually, I think it was Stephen Michael Davis, I think, who had like the montage of Cenk Uygur when he was running for Congress, and he kept saying, I'm going to fight like hell. I'm going to fight like hell. I'm going to fight like hell.
Earlier, it sounded like you were saying that, like, if a cop arrested people for having a bunch of weed, or if a landlord wrote an op-ed criticizing the government for a law, that these things...
Those are not comparable to me.
Oh, those aren't comparable. I'm sorry. A landlord evicting somebody or a cop arresting somebody for having weed. These two things are morally neutral because if you weren't doing it, someone else in your system would step up and do it. And it seems to me that, like, if we go back far enough, 300 years ago, whatever, if you owned slaves, if you didn't own those slaves, somebody else would buy them. Slavery was a huge part of the early U.S. economy. It was how a lot of our agriculture and shit got done, that if you didn't own them, someone else would do them. So in that case, my question is why wouldn't being a slave owner be moral if that's your way to justify what is morally neutral?
Because if you walk away from being a cop or a landowner, somebody else will own that land or somebody else will take that police slot. But you can free your slaves. Well, actually, given the laws of the South, it was actually pretty difficult to free the slave. You cannot buy slaves. You can just not do that. Slaves aren't a necessary component of the way that economic system worked.
Wait,
at all.
are you sure about that?
Absolutely, I am. And I would challenge any history PhD to come on here and argue that slavery was as necessary and intricate a component of the Southern economy as housing commodification is to our land market and cops are to our criminal justice.
Why did the South care so much about having slaves then if they didn't need them?
Because they wanted them, but that doesn't mean that they were...
Well, I don't know the labor market of the South, so I don't know if there was labor.
I guess the whole idea
is
is that the South was so cool with slavery that they were willing to go to war for it.
Yeah. Well, if they didn't have a labor market, were there enough other people around? Could you just free all the slaves? And I guess they would hire the slaves.
I know that their big concern was that the cotton industry wouldn't really persist if slavery ended, which didn't turn out to be the case because of...
Weren't they really worried, though, that if they freed all the slaves were going to get together and come burn their farms to the ground? I mean, that's kind of...
Don't enslave people then.
That would be kind of high on my priority list when I was the freed slave. I'm just saying.
The necessary detail seems like a pivot. It's like it's not relevant because the question isn't about whether it's necessary or not. The question is, can individuals participating or protesting the system enact change in the system? And so if a bunch of people get together to try to abolish slavery, that's how you abolish slavery. And it would be the same thing for any of his socialist causes.
Yeah, so the idea that if all of you push against the institutional police, like the idea of it and everything else that relates to that. But I still don't even think you need to counter him on that level. The slave will be bought by someone else who could do something horrible to them. Is it not your almost an ought to look out for them because you know you'll be a better owner? Could I not make that argument? Why not?
Well, I mean, there were probably people who did reconcile that.
Absolutely, there were people who would
like,
definitely.
I don't want to whip my slaves, so I'd rather buy them. So, I mean, this might be a controversial topic, but the dog market. I mean, what is like the dog market, the fact that it exists and that there'll be people who will buy more dogs because they don't want dogs to die or get sent to shitty places or like you pick up dogs from the pound. And of course you have the question of maybe it's unethical for dogs to exist as like a species in a certain sense.
So the equivalent there would then be there's this woman who buys, or man, whatever, buys a selection of dogs that are all set to be put down because they're not valuable in the market that they were supposed to be in or something. She just buys them up, takes care of them until they die of old age or whatever. And Vaush is like, you shouldn't be engaging with the system at all if you want it to change. Like, what you're doing is unethical. It'd be like, oh, fuck off. You're so wrong.
Institutionally mandated the way our land. Okay, hold on. You do recognize that there is literally no alternative to properties being rented. We need, not everyone.
You do realize that the South literally.
Is he like saying that capitalism and private property is essential to society in
Yeah,
general?
that's
I think
what I was
his
hoping
argument
he
is
was
that
saying.
until we reach the point where we can institute socialism by force through the
Oh,
government.
I guess
Well,
that makes more
like,
sense.
if you can't coerce it through the economy, then how else
Right.
can you coerce it through government? I think that would be the claim, that until
And
the government makes it a thing.
I mean, apartment buildings being cooperatively owned are basically, I mean, those exist.
Well, how are you? What does it say about your movement when it's so inefficient and terrible that the only way people can do it is if it's mandated by fiat?
Well, I'm now thinking about this, right? So if you had a worker co-op, I don't know, you have 10 people, they each own a 10% stake in the company, but you know, and then somebody's like, hey, I don't know, maybe one of them's a heroin addict, and they're like, I'll give you a little bit of heroin if you give me your 10%. Are we going to have laws that prevent people from bartering? Oh, man, this world scares me.
Exactly. Well, that's basically what you're doing.
A
'Cause I don't know how else it would
condominium,
work.
a condominium is basically like like a co-op for apartment buildings.
Right.
Like, that's basically what a condominium is.
Yeah, but in
But as a
condominiums,
condo, you can actually exchange, though. That's the thing. Whereas, like, if it's a worker co-op, it's like, when you leave, what's
you
the
sell
deal?
your spot. I'm assuming.
No,
I
but-
don't know.
And I guess do you gain another one in a different company that is of equal value?
I don't know.
isn't it
Yeah.
often with condominiums that the person living in the condo doesn't have to be the one who owns it?
No, you can rent out. You can buy a
Right,
condominium.
but then it's not a
right now.
worker co-op.
Well, it
Oh,
depends.
right.
Some
Well,
of
I
them
guess
are owned by the person living in the condo. Some of them are owned
Right,
by
if
landlords.
if each person, if it was required that you had to live in what you
But
own.
I keep waiting for Destiny to get to this because he says that. He says you could make it so being a landlord was illegal, and you would only have to buy property that you lived in. The housing costs would drop because the landlords are not forcing up the price of housing. I mean, it's a
Right.
good argument. It's an interesting argument. I can't
feel like
remember
the
what
housing
Vaush
price would
responds.
go up, right? Like if you can't rent, it means you always have to buy the place.
That
you're
could
moving into.
happen. Yeah, great point.
Yeah.
I don't know which way
You know,
it
like,
would
holy
go.
crap! Imagine like I don't know, you're a family and you want to sell your house, and then you have to rent like a small apartment that's a lot cheaper. So while you're waiting for things to go through, or while you're waiting for stuff to move around, that might be something you do. Except you can't because that wouldn't exist in this marketplace.
Yeah, the flexibility of being able to rent, I think, is a good thing, and I'd be curious
Absolutely.
what Vaush would say, about.
Well,
Some people don't want to buy a condominium because they're away at college and they're only going to
Well,
live
I mean-
in this place for like 2 years. Or
Well,
here's a big thing. I don't know if I want to buy an apartment in in a downtown or CBD area. I'd be cool with renting, but I would want to buy a house and rent an apartment. So
yes,
what are my options? I have to buy apartments, like, oh man, like this just seems like a really bad system.
right.
You do recognize that there is literally no alternative to properties being rented. We need, not everyone.
You
can
do
just buy a
realize that
house
the
in
South
college.
literally had a fucking civil war against
That
the
is
United
not- wait,
States to defend
I-
slavery. Why do you think this wasn't what they felt was pretty necessary?
Wait, hold on.
You don't even have to appeal to this. Literally the cause and effect of you're at that auction, buy that slave, and you don't, and then Jerry next to you goes, "Oh, I'll take it for the
Yeah.
discount." Yeah.
And I'll whip
Jerry
her
with the
real
ball
good.
gag.
I love
That's
whipping.
all I need to make the argument. You don't even need to go to this. But of course, I don't know. I think just the fact that it's a difference means that it may sound like it's a significant difference enough to define them differently, I guess.
Hold on. Do you think fighting a war for something is the same as something being institutionally necessary?
I think that it is the most institutionally necessary thing. If you're willing to fight a war over it, yeah, of course.
No, that's not what institutionally necessary means.
What? If you're willing to go to war for it, like what?
How's he arguing that that it's
this is like the
institutionally necessary? I don't get
This is
that.
the inhabitable argument, where it's like, if your institution relies structurally on like the idea that slavery is happening, and if it isn't, then everything's falling apart. It's like, it sounds like it. And it's like, well, no, if you look at it on paper, it's not slavery that allows all of the institutional pieces to be in tandem, whatever. They remove maybe I don't know, a certain law about McDonald's or some arbitrary thing, and then a huge war happens. It'd be like, wow, that thing was more significant to the structure of our entire institution than we realized.
Drinking, prohibition.
What defines how important any one particular piece of your institution is in terms of how important it is to think? And I honestly think Destiny's got a point. If you're willing to fight a war over it, it's probably pretty important to what you perceive is the institution.
Yeah, but once you make it illegal, society either falls apart or it doesn't. So, and slavery, obviously, I think we were better off without slavery. But
no, yeah, this
Vaush is making the argument here that like having landlords is a necessary part of our system, and I just don't get that. If he's a socialist and is saying that landlords are the problem and that there's this communist system where there are no landlords and it's utopia and stuff like that, like how do those two statements line up?
But I would also just want to clarify then that if someone said, like, what do you think is institutionally necessary for our system? And then could we have a system that exists functionally without that? Like, could we have gotten there from ours? And it's like, well, pretty much in every single case, yeah, no one piece absolutely has to be, unless you're going to appeal to something like humans are alive or something like that.
Well, no, I did appeal to prohibition, because prohibition, obviously, we made alcohol illegal and society fell apart. So we were like, oops, oopsie, like, let's fix that.
But at the same time, it could have worked out in terms of, there was a potential. Maybe if they stuck to their guns. No,
Mauler, no. We need
you don't know for sure.
We're in the midst
it's
of
like,
we're in the midst
of. Hang on, we know that this is true because of like stuff like marijuana being made illegal. We've survived a long time, but no
we're
longer.
In the midst of overturning that now, Mauler. I was just going to bring it up.
Is that it's always in flux. Everything's in flux.
Well, yeah, but I guess with prohibition, you say, well, alcohol it was so ingrained in American culture in a way that marijuana wasn't, that it basically did become impossible.
Yes.
Well, but there was just a whole underground market that got created as a result. And there was plenty of people who were sad that prohibition ended in terms of like their business got fucked because of it.
A lot of mafia guys weren't happy.
Yeah, well,
like,
fuck
what I guess we're getting to the core of now is like once enough of the people decide that this is something we need for our current state to go on to it's more just to maintain it's like, well, then Destiny would be proven right? Like the South thought that was absolutely unacceptable and slavery has to remain.
Yeah, exactly. If enough people violate a law, then the law basically becomes meaningless.
Yeah.
And I would think,
hence marijuana in California.
Right. And I would think that it'd be so easy. And I would imagine that if you had a time machine and you went back to times of slavery, every single slaver would make the exact same argument Vaush is making about housing.
Totally would.
They'd say, well, look, maybe if slavery was illegal, I wouldn't own slaves, but right now it's legal and it's so ingrained in our institutions here in the South.
We can't live
so
without
necessary,
it.
Yes.
Imagine a world without it. You can't. But he's literally making that same argument with landlording, which I don't understand. Like, no, I don't understand.
The way
what does it mean to you?
Land markets work literally require the existence of landowners who...
See, he thought before he said it. He's like, this literally, he's like, my audience, oh no, I'm saying the words.
Rent properties. The fact that the South was willing to fight... People fight wars over shit all the time. That doesn't mean the thing they're fighting a war over is an institutional requirement of the way their system works.
I felt like slavery was okay, I'm sorry. I could just be totally wrong. So let me understand. So you're telling me that slavery was just a hobby or a pastime of the South? They didn't actually need it for any of their economic system?
I'm legitimately asking, are you acting in bad faith right now?
Oh my God, bad faith parachute.
Do you really think there's no difference at all between the two things we're talking about?
At the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Well, he
don't
gave a very
accuse-
uncharitable phrasing after I could be wrong.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, that's your opening to be like, you are
Right.
wrong.
Right.
Instead of him being like, you're saying, and then presents bad faith thing.
Mm-hmm.
About, I'm actually not kidding. Are you laughing right now? I'm not looking at your cam. I assume you've given up on this conversation.
I have not.
Well, I mean, this is kind of stupid too, because you get into the whole argument of what does it mean to be necessary? Because like, well, I mean, I guess it wasn't necessary for the South to have slaves, but then they wouldn't have, how much money would the South have lost? How much of their economy would collapse if they never had slavery? And all these other questions sort of follow afterwards.
There would have been damage done to stopping slavery to several people in certain ways. It's just that, of course, it doesn't outweigh undoing slavery. So,
right, exactly.
Are landlords necessary, though? That is a more interesting question to me, because we're there. We're totally there. Are landlords necessary? It seems like the question that Vaush would say. I mean, this is why this is fascinating, because shouldn't he be saying, no, they're not necessary?
Well,
But
he's
yes,
saying
he is
under
saying
our
they
current
are.
system, they're necessary.
Well, but what does the system look like if we could make a law tomorrow?
Yeah, but he'd be
being a
fine with that.
landlord is illegal. Okay.
Right, but his whole argument is contingent on as long as there's no law, it is necessary, and therefore you shouldn't criticize people engaged in that behavior.
But they
It's
aren't even really
necessary.
exploring the argument at all. Like, if you made being a landlord illegal, there are all these apartments that exist. All of a sudden, all those apartments would have to be converted to condominiums, right? Like, you can't be a landlord anymore, so you have to sell off that housing stock to individuals. Like, does it create? What happens to the market? Does it create? Does it inflate the market? Does it contract the market? Like, how are you going to get people to come in to build new housing stock? I guess you would only be able to build condominiums or single family homes that you would sell to owner occupied. I mean, it's an interesting question. It's a totally interesting question. I don't think it amazes me that Vaush talks about this stuff every single day for like a year, and he hasn't really seemed to explore any of these questions.
Though I think it was a good tactic, because how long have we been discussing the nature of like an institution and what is necessary to it, and what parts get defined that way by what like results, and what would happen if we remove some. But when it's like, wait, what were we talking about before? Oh yeah, it was whether or not owning a slave or buying a slave eventually leads to how, like, wouldn't that be preventing a loss because someone else is going to come in and buy it? Like, again, the sinkhole, he's moving around it as much as he can.
Right.
And I wish, like, I would pull back on this one. I'd be like, no, we're not having that conversation. I'm just going to appeal specifically to it would be a slot that would be filled.
Right. And I would say that there's no difference between if everyone got together and said, slavery is wrong, we're not going to purchase slaves. So then obviously the slavers can't sell slaves, and thus the slavery goes away. I would say that's the same thing as saying, well, extracting profit from property is immoral. Therefore, anyone who owns property should only rent it out not for profit. That would have the same effect.
Not given up. My assumption is that slavery was an integral part to the South's economy, and that anybody in this... Wait, let me finish. Hold on, real quick. Anybody in the South would have said, like, we need slaves to make our fucking shit work. It's incredibly fucking important to us. It is so integral to our economy and our way of life and our way of being that we're literally going to fucking fight a war to defend our right.
Was there a mandated number of slaves in the South?
What?
A mandated number? I mean, not by law. I'm sure economically there is, but not by law. Sure.
Yeah, how do they not know anything about this topic? I mean, they did the work. They were the workforce in the South.
He didn't even listen to his point, though. Like, he ignored it completely and just said, is there a mandated number of slaves?
Right.
Yeah, is that
Hello, he just said, like, all of the people of the South, at least a significant portion, consider it so important and so integral they fought a war. How do you ignore that information?
Yeah.
We n number of slaves, and then one slave owner throws up their hands and they say, I'm fucking done owning slaves. I am going to free my 100 slaves. And now the South has n minus 100 slaves. Is there a necessary economic counterbalancing effect which requires that 100 additional slaves be purchased?
All of his chat
picked up on that. Oh no.
Using the word in.
You should have said
is
X
that what
number
we're
of
laughing
slaves. Why did
about?
he say
Yeah.
N number of slaves?
Yeah, I don't know. I used X maybe. You know, in
Yeah,
the
everyone
equation.
uses X. It was,
Yeah.
I'm not saying like he must use N a lot. I don't know why, but yeah, fair enough.
Just collectively by the South.
I mean, where do you think those slaves went?
They went to the north.
Somebody else would just buy them up or
Destiny.
kill them. No.
No,
What would
they
happen
went
if
to
you-
the north.
They bought them up.
God damn, these
What- wait,
people
what?
don't know anything about
Why do
American
you think
history.
Well,
It's so infuriating.
I mean, look, I could be wrong. I don't know how the whole freeing slaves thing would work functionally if they couldn't go to the north, because I'm assuming if you were black in slavery times in the South, and you're like, oh, I'm not a slave, I have like this piece of paper that says I'm not a slave. Like, do they care? I
You
don't know.
remember? Wasn't this covered in Huckleberry Finn? Don't you just get on the river and you go north?
Yeah, I guess.
There were so many to buy up.
Because people felt like they could put them to economic use? What do you mean?
Okay, so if people stopped buying all of the slaves, there wouldn't be a market for the transatlantic slave trade.
You can apply this to everything.
Okay, and if people stopped renting all houses, then there would be no more
wrong.
landlords.
You have to.
No, you
That's
don't.
The thing.
What do you mean? How do you have to? You could just make everybody not rent a house. What do you mean? You don't have to do
Wait,
that.
then where would they live?
No. I mean, when I say rent a house or be a landlord,
You live under the bridge or you buy a house.
or maybe I'm being unclear. I mean, like rent a house to another person. You don't have to be a landlord. You could just tell everybody to stop being landlords.
So everyone has to buy the house they live in?
Sure.
That's not possible for a
The market
wide
would
number
actually
of
have
reasons.
to
why
change
not?
for that.
What's that?
Right.
Things would change if nobody is going to rent, only buy. Then the market's going to have to accommodate it
Yes,
eventually. It
totally.
will change.
You would lower the price because you're like, I can't get rid of this dump. What the hell?
Yeah,
500
probably,
bucks.
Yeah, nobody's buying it except this guy called Ronald who says I'll buy it for $2,000. You're like, Jesus, Ronald. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
I think
There
that
might
would
actually end up
actually
being a lot more apartments now that I think about it.
right.
that'd be
Well, I
way
think it would
cheaper.
create a totally crazy, even more economically stratified society, because you
I
have
can't
all
even
these
picture it.
cities where people would buy their houses, and they're all well-off cities. But if you can't buy a house, then you're fucked to living in a shitty poor
God,
city.
imagine if
What
you
if they did, like-
work in an industry where you need to move really far away at some point, like to find jobs, you need to move to LA or like you need to move to Vancouver or something.
Mobile
How hard is that
home.
going to be?
well, what if they
Yeah.
did? You could only purchase as a group. Like you'd buy it, you'd co-own all like one house per like 20 people all
Oh
paying
my
this.
god!
Yeah, that's what I mean.
My
Like,
God.
this is what I mean. The market will react to this.
The
Things
market
will
works.
change.
The market with the invisible hand will take over.
Oh yes.
Why
Yeah, no,
not?
you're
If
familiar with
if every person stopped like being landlords, the price of houses would fall eventually. Necessarily would have to. If there's not that many dollars chasing them, the prices would come down because people would have to sell eventually. Or
Plus, you have all the rich, wealthy landlords out of the market. Fuck those people.
Yeah, we hate them.
You think the
Look at this. This is literally the first time Vaush has ever considered this.
Yeah, he's never thought about this before.
What the fuck? What are you
This is your
doing over on
life.
your channel, dude?
Yeah,
What the
that's
fuck
I mean.
are you doing? Oh my God, this is hilarious.
to be clear, hold on, wait.
System
I have to wait. I gotta point this out. Okay, I have to point this out because I can't let
You're
you walk
way
away with the
smarter
rhetorical ones.
than
No. Because you keep saying this like this, Parker. So you're acting like it's
I'm
ridiculous. Wait.
frustrated. I feel
I know.
like I'm
No.
talking to a bad faith actor.
No. You made this comparison. Okay, you're asking. You're like, you think that it's possible that everyone could just buy a house? You literally threw as an example to me. Well, everyone could just stop owning slaves. Okay, so no. Okay, I'm not gonna let you pretend like my
I'm not
comparison
saying
is
everyone
so
could- I-
unbelievable.
did I at
Okay, I'm
any
not saying that
point-
my comparison is so unbelievable when that was
It's funny too because Vaush is against the solution to slavery, which was wage
Wage
employees. Yeah, exactly. Like what if you can't have slaves and you can't have wage slaves? What do you have? How do you produce?
We got to go
anything?
directly from slavery to co-ops, Adam. Okay.
Oh my God, no, you can't. It's impossible.
your argument. So
I,
let's
at
be real
any
for a
point,
second,
say
okay?
that-
Let's be clear, okay?
So let's be clear. If everybody just stopped owning slaves, if that was a thing that they did, if they just stopped owning slaves, the economic systems within the South, back in the antebellum South, there are ways in which they could accommodate those changes. Because at the end of the day, a slave is just labor that you're not paying or treating very well. There are ways to change.
So now again into a big old question of in a small scale, there's this one guy who had 5 black guys working this whole thing for him, and they release tomorrow. His fucking business is destroyed. Like, what's he doing now? And it's like, yeah, but that's one guy. It's like the will. So it's like, what about if there was 5 of them? Yeah, that's still just 5, 10. No, it's like, how many would I have to prove this happened to before you believe it's like it was really important to the system that they had?
But the solution is to hire them back. I mean, that's the solution that they did.
Well, I guess it depends on the values of that person, right? They consider it a complete destruction because now they're losing loads of money that they wouldn't have to before because they didn't have to pay them. Like they're like, this isn't, you know, I'm not saying these people are rational. Like this is like, boo, I have to pay. I lose more money ultimately now. I have to make sacrifices. You've destroyed my system.
Right.
I mean, I don't know that it's much different. I mean, it's hugely different because the person can go to whatever job they want to go to. Which
yeah, like I was going to say,
a big improvement.
If they're an asshole, by the way, they probably wouldn't want to work for them even if they were paid, right? They'd be like, fuck you, I'm out of here. I hate you.
Well, they can start their own businesses too, which was not an option when you're a fucking slave.
Yeah, you know, like I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but everything changes, and many people considered it a disaster for them. They're like, no. Again, I think the proof is in the fact that there was a war over it, but like it's fine.
Yeah.
I want Vaush to dive in on the landlord thing. I'm curious.
I think you're gonna say I want Vaush to die.
I want his come
like,
on.
Damn,
no,
Adam,
I want Vaush. I want Vaush to live forever. Like this guy's a content gold mine. Okay.
That's true. I want Vaush to every week say something this crazy so that we can cover it.
Yeah.
Has he come on you guys' show before?
He came in our chat one time and wanted to come on, but we were like, if he showed up right now, I'd say no way because I'm beat. I'm totally beat.
Well, when we were covering his first Destiny debate, the Kyle Rittenhouse one, he came on at like this time at 11 when we were done with the debate, reading super chats, and he wanted to come in, and we said no, we were too tired. But then we invited him to come on next week, and the answer he gave was, "Oh well, I'm not going to do that because I don't schedule things. I don't schedule conversations."
Oh, that's weird.
Like weird.
I'm like, I don't believe that for a fucking second, but fine, whatever.
He's like, I don't want to come on when you're not exhausted, okay?
Right. But I guess
it's funny you brought that up because it's like I'm not sure how much longer I can last. Like,
no. We should.
For me now.
Yeah, we should. Let's do it now. We're like right at 1:30. Let's go to super chats. You guys can take off. Thanks for joining in. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun.
It's been a blast. It has. Very fun.
Well, here's the question: are we gonna? I mean, you guys don't have to do this, but are me and Adam, are we gonna do the rest of this tomorrow or Tuesday?
Well, why not?
Are we just gonna never do this again?
Why not just next week? Why not? No, there's a lot of gold. There's a lot of gold left in here. But can't we just do it next Sunday? Is it not going to be relevant next Sunday? Is that what you're thinking?
I don't know.
I mean, we what am I talking about? We have a comic. We're pimping here. We could definitely do it during the week. Maybe we do it in like 2 slices during the week even. Do 2 days and do shorter streams. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll figure it out. We'll surprise you guys.
Yeah, we can play it by ear.
Right.
You guys know where to find us. Sign up for the comment for the
comment.
Sign up for the comment.
Sign up for the you can tell I'm exhausted, guys. Thank you for beating me up while I'm exhausted. Sign up for the comic, and you can always message us in the comments of the comic campaign.
In the comments section.
Is that bad? Have I become Vaush now? I'm like, buy our comic and message us there.
Well, no, because we're good capitalists.
By the way, your chat is all saying, "What is wrong with you two?" He debated Sargon on this channel.
Well, I was gonna say that's why I said technically we did have Vaush on because he debated Sargon. I don't think of that as like me and Adam were supposed to be and trying to take moderator roles.
Yes,
we weren't supposed to be like engaging directly with Vaush in his arguments. But
I have also debated Vaush on the Modern Day Debate channel, and I hosted Vaush and Destiny in a live debate in our artist studio downtown, which I forgot about last time this came up as well. So, yes.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah. So that's out there. You guys can check it out. But Any parting words before you guys take off? I mean, we don't want to shove you out the door if you want us to read super chat, but at the same time,
I gotta hop out. But yeah, it's been real fun. And if you guys enjoyed myself and Fringy's commentary, we do a show semi-regularly with Fringy, but all the time with me over on the Mauler channel, EFAP. We do the same thing, kind of, but it's non-political typically. It's all media focused. I say typically because when people judge media, they often give away some really weird moral and political values.
Right.
So we end up going on little tangents about like, wow, this person is really going far to defend this stuff. And yeah, a lot of the same sort of things come up as did today. And it was really fun hanging out with you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was great having you. Great commentary too.
Yep, links to both their channels is in the description.
Very well,
Alrighty.
then. I suppose we will abandon you folks to your stream.
Thanks for coming on.
Good luck. And yeah,
This was. There's so many people in the super chats are like, this is the Avengers crossover we all waited for.
Oh boy. How exciting.
Alrighty. Goodbye, chat. And,
Catch
see
you
you
later,
folks.
guys.
Later.
Take care, you guys.
See you.
Okay, so I guess we'll figure out if we're gonna do this during the week to finish this, or if we'll finish it on Sunday. I don't know.
Yeah.
Adam's like, let's just do it on Sunday.
I mean, you know, I have a difficult time making decisions when I'm exhausted.
Okay, we'll see. We'll figure it out.
But I honestly,
We'll definitely
I
finish
feel like
this.
if
We're
I
not gonna
stepped away,
abandon it, right.
I feel like if I stepped away for 30 minutes, I'd be like, let's finish it tonight. That just seems to be the way it is.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. Anyway, let's get into the super chats.
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff up there.
We have a lot of super chats.
I was
I
kind
didn't even think
going,
we were. I thought what we were gonna do is that we were gonna do the video straight to midnight, and then we're gonna end up having to do the rest of this in super chats at another time. But we can do super chats, or as many as we can for right now.
Oh, we can't duck out on super chats. What are you talking about?
So we're okay. Well, we'll go to 2 a.m. doing super chats.
Do you think we'll get through them?
We'll see. We'll find
Here,
out.
we're at 388 backers, $23,190. I'm going to refresh and see if we got any new backers. I know people. Oh, look at that! 397 backers up to $23,600. Yeah, I know people like to back during the stream because they like to see us refresh. Oh my God, I was in that. I'm backer number 397. So we do appreciate you guys backing, and we're super excited about making this comic. So yeah, it was a lot of fun doing Mauler's show yesterday. I know I had a great time.
And it was great to have him on.
Yeah,
We'd always been tepid with having Mauler on because originally we were trying to see like, oh, could we have like a non-super political, video to watch? But but I guess this was very political, so I'm glad this finally came together. Maybe next time we'll get Mauler and Rags to come on. So.
We got Mauler and Sargon, which was great.
That's true.
Which was a lot of fun. We
Yeah,
got to
that was a lot of
argue
fun.
about philosophy and all the different philosophies. Who knew that utilitarianism was consequentialist? God
Who
damn
knew?
it.
Who knew? Rick James, bitch, for 10.99 euros says, do you think the modern left are trying to overtly normalize their outlook on politics? It seems like what was once just left-wing beliefs is a default position to take nowadays. That is true. That is what they're trying to do. That is what all political movements try to do. They try to normalize their view so that there seems to be no alternative. Yes.
Well, I left and right are a particularly interesting situation, but people also try to do this with all kinds of things like religion, like
Sure. Right.
So-
Exactly.
sometimes it's nice. The left and right thing I don't think was as big a deal when there was like the majority of people were Christian, so they had that overlap. So if you were going to church with people who were both on the right and the left, you tend to understand people more, and you have something in common. The problem now is like, oh God, very few overlapping institutions.
Right. Luke Henry for $5 says, I'll only buy your book if Robot Hitler wins. We don't want to spoil it.
I know, exactly.
You don't want to spoil it. You'll have to read and find out.
There is some, I guess I really don't want to give too much away.
Don't want to give any away.
We don't want to give anything away, right?
That's right. Joshua Leonard for $5 says, I also look forward to see what extent Vaush is willing to go to defend the indefensible. Well, here you go.
Yeah. He did that with the Rittenhouse thing. So, I mean, this is like his MO.
That's right.
He's willing to jump in and defend the indefensible.
There's no sinkhole he will not jump in and try to say, no, buy this sinkhole. It's actually a 4-story house.
How is he not? I mean, the first thing I'm going to think about is, okay, let's make all landlords illegal since that's what I'm advocating for. How is society going to play out? I can't believe it would appear that he's never really thought this through. Like, I would be thinking that through, wouldn't you?
I would.
It's so weird.
Digginies, Janinies for $10 says, Oi, lads, y'all need to give your take on the Time article where they explained how they stole the election. Also ordained by God, fate, logos will call in stream demand. Did I talk about the Time article on this channel? No, I talked about it on
our
your
channel. Yeah. If you want to check it out, we did a midweek stream where we talked about a bunch of stuff. It's on my Adam Friended channel. I know Sargon wants to talk to Sitch about that article as well. He messaged me about
Oh, I didn't know.
I didn't.
It's going to be its own 8-hour-long conversation.
We almost had an opportunity to talk about it in here, but I didn't want to diverge. You know, it's...
No, I mean, this fucking... We're not even done with the video. It's already too much.
I know.
Yep. Daniel the Bruce for $4.99 says, it may not be factually correct, but it's morally correct to say the ending for the movie Watchmen is better than the comic book Watchmen. Get the fuck out of here.
What do you mean?
Daniel.
That is factually correct and morally correct.
No, it is no. It is factually wrong and morally wrong.
No.
On both levels.
Wrong.
Okay. Zara Richards for $5 says, this is a weird EFAP. Where's Rags and the wacky guests?
We are the wacky guests. What are you talking about?
That's right. Taker610 for $2 says, Mauler streaming with known leftists, Sitch and Adam.
True.
There you go. There you go. No one could ever say Mauler is a right-wing Nazi anymore. Hitch Wagster for $10 says, Adam, you should reach out to James Lindsay and see if he will come on your Isaac stream and have an impossible conversation. What do you think?
I think, first of all, Isaac can't stand James Lindsay. So he would have absolutely no respect for James Lindsay, which would be interesting, I guess. I don't know. Might not be good.
Well, it might be good content. It might not be good, like, productive.
It would be uncomfortable for me, obviously, because I have the utmost respect for James Lindsay. We've talked to James Lindsay. We've had him on our show. Isaac crapping all over everything James Lindsay says, I would feel would make me look very bad. I wouldn't like that.
CT for $2 says, that's not how the Walrus and the Carpenter goes. And then for another $2, she says, the Walrus tricks the Carpenter and eats all of the oysters. Well, look, CT, I might not have been factually correct. I'm not going to get hung up on whether I was semantically correct or not, okay? But morally, the forestly, okay, forest-wise, I was correct, right? I was making a good point, and that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters.
Do you have the screen up? Because I have a comic that we got that's pretty awesome.
I do.
I don't know. Maybe you want to read it for us?
Who made this? Was it CT? I forget who made this.
I don't. Oh God, I'm so terrible.
I'm so bad at this.
Who did?
Let me see. No. This was see here's the trick. Whenever I say fan art, I title it the person who made it. So this meme was by Scatsmits on Twitter made this.
This is the best meme.
And it's
look at the nice bird. Look at the nice little bird.
This is a little gray bird with the blackbird meme. And the little gray bird says, another super chat for $5. A-team reigns. And then the big blackbird cuts him off saying, class is best class.
But the look on the little bird's face here. Oh my God, this look is priceless. Look
That's
at that.
perfect.
That's
Yep.
the way I feel every show right there.
Beautiful, beautiful name. Yes, so wonderful, so wonderful. Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, perhaps next week you can react to the Distributus' video on this debate. Very interesting perspective on why the hypocrisy accusations don't work. I would be very interested to check that out. Sure.
I don't think they work either. I
Yeah.
kind of agree,
Well,
but they're fun to make. They work for us. They work for our audience.
Yeah, do they? Well, do
They
they
don't
work
change people's minds.
Yeah, do they change people's minds? I guess is the question.
Yeah. No.
I think they only change people's minds if they're coming from someone they perceive as in their in-group. If they're coming from an out-group person, they don't care whatsoever.
Yeah. We're expected to be hypocrites.
Right. John Masters for $5 says, the Carpenter is worse because he doesn't even accept that what he's doing is wrong. The Walrus may be compelled to redemption. The Carpenter cannot.
Sad.
Now I'm curious. I gotta look at this story and see that what am I referring to then? If I know there's some story with the Walrus and the Carpenter, and I thought Alice even says which one is worse. So I don't know. I'm confused.
I'm going to be 1 second. I'll be right back.
You go do that. Mr. Dolphin for $5 says, my two favorite streams collabing back to back. This is awesome. Glad you like it, Mr. Dolphin. It was pretty awesome. Diogenesis for $10 says, moral philosophy, nice. Also, do you subscribe to any moral theories like virtue ethics or utilitarianism? Also can be interpreted through evolutionary psychology. Chatham. Okay, I'll ask Adam when he comes back because we did actually talk about that. Jari for $10 says, so happy I caught you guys live. YouTube never lets me know. Make sure you click the bell. It's going to make the rest of my shift fly by. Glad to help, Jari. Blank for $9.99 says, a writer who says there are no truths or that all truths are merely relative is asking you not to believe him, so don't. By Roger Scruton. Great show, guys. I like that. That's a great quote. Very true. Very true. And definitely applies to Vaush. And I guess it makes sense that Vaush is making all these arguments because it is totally consistent with the woke fields. Because they always say this. They say there's no objective truth, guys. There's no such thing as truth. Don't try to find or figure out what the truth is. It's all just power structures. You just have to compete and have the best narrative. So I guess that all confirms that all goes completely along with what Vaush is saying.
How'd you do?
Doing great.
Did you miss me? If you want to run and do a bathroom break, I can chill with the chat and just answer questions or whatever.
Well, I will because there was a question.
2 + 2 = 5. Wrong.
Digenesis, Diganese for $10 says, that sounds too close to something else. For $10 says, moral philosophy, nice. Also, Adam, do you subscribe to any moral theories like virtue ethics or utilitarianism? Also can be interpreted through evolutionary psychology.
Yes, I do subscribe to virtue ethics, obviously empiricism, and I think morality is utilitarian at its essence. I do think that's how morality works, forming people into groups. So, but I didn't want to say that because Sargon was like, utilitarianism is terrible. So, but I would like to have that argument with Sargon, just not while we're going through a stream. Did you leave? I guess he did. So if you guys have any questions for me, you can at me in the chat. I don't necessarily, I guess I have one super chat here I can actually read. Lieutenant Amazul for $5 says, he's such a bad lawyer that he won his court case. Oh, did he back up the stream? Because that was forever ago. Yes, I think he's talking about the Wikipedia entry for Trump's attorney, which I had brought up briefly because it's completely hilarious. They updated his Wikipedia page to say, hold on, I have it here a second. What was the ending here? Because the ending is like the kicker. It's Michael van der Veen, And he says, he is a disgrace to the United States of America and will most likely be disbarred and locked up for life for his treasonous representation of a former dictator. That's, of course, Trump that they're talking about being the former dictator. So that is the world that the left perceives that we live in right now, which is, a little odd, a little out there, a little crazy, a little insane. So I guess I disagree with Ofer in the chat, who says 2 + 2 = 5. He must be arguing with someone else. Someone says Adam friended UWU. I don't know what that means. That's hilarious. What's up, Brian K? Good to see you here. Good. Don't let me down, Sitch. Diogenes says.
I'm back.
That was quick as can be. I'm just getting warmed up here. Predictive wiki.
What'd you bring up on Wikipedia?
Jay. Oh, I brought the Michael Van Der Veen thing again. Just to read that last line again.
Did you hear Mitch McConnell's speech about Trump?
I did. Yes.
That was fucking crazy. I did not expect that in a million years.
What do you mean? It's basically the same thing he did on the January 6th. Yeah. I messaged
he wasn't this
Yes, he was. He was just as harsh. Yeah. When I messaged you I sent you a DM, I was like, holy cow, Mitch McConnell. Like comes out swinging. Yeah. Brian K, how are you, bud? How you feeling? Hope you're feeling the love. Yeah, I am actually. Thanks for asking.
Zare Richards for $5 says, Mauler, Fringy, and the boys. Have you guys seen Tishnakerer? He is a fellow long man, but with video games, his video essays are great.
No, we'll have to check him out.
I'll ask him.
Mauler was asking me why I don't do movie essays and video essays. And I was thinking, well, I'm lazy is the real answer, but
you can't use it as an excuse now, because now you can just say, well, I'm working on the comic.
Yeah, there you go. And not only that, if I'm working on the comic, that means I'm officially not lazy, right?
Right.
Working on a comic's a lot of work. Yeah. I'm busy. That's why.
Like Johnny Stoffel for $1.99 says, I can't help it if Adam is a walking ad hom himself.
Whoa, what's that mean?
I don't know. And for another $1.99, he says, A-team is okay team, LOL.
I've been trying to think of an A-team thing that's as much fun to say as So I think I might have to settle for S-class. I'll pass. It's not as good. I know. It's definitely. It's a meh. It's a meh.
A-team reigns supreme is pretty good.
A-team reigns supreme. No harmonica. No harmonica.
I think every time you do A-team reigns supreme, you have to do a harmonica. Yeah, it's your thing, Adam. It's your flourish.
You're doing the thing.
What's the thing? What am I doing?
Let's whitewash this fence together. It'll be fun. Do my work for me. I know the thing. No,
I'm actually trying to sabotage it so that it's so bad no one wants to say A-team because they don't want the harmonica.
Yes. We all know what you're doing.
Okay. Ivan Getterix for $5 says, all left versus right debates are the right thinking the left is incorrect about the best solutions, while the left thinks anything that isn't left is evil.
Yes, huge problem. Giant problem.
Right. Well, I mean, it depends. I think when it comes to like leftists, many people on the right, and myself, even people that are not on the right, would say that those leftists are to some extent evil, or what they're advocating for is also evil. Yeah. I do think communism is evil. At least how it would play out in our modern society. Gothic Krelo for 50 Rs says, speaking of getting poor when working more, I had to stop taking extra hours at a job a few years ago because when I did, I ended up getting $200 less.
Because you had to pay more taxes. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Oh. If you're right on the line and you go over the line, then you're like, oh no, up in another tax bracket, and you end up losing a lot more money.
Gotta start donating Gotta use the tax loopholes.
This was the reason that I didn't originally vote for Trump, because Trump didn't pay his taxes and it fucking pissed me off. I was like,
Yep.
dude, I pay so much fucking taxes. Pay your fucking taxes.
Well, look, it's the Vaush argument. It doesn't matter if Trump pays his taxes, Adam. Okay, so it's the policies he's advocating for.
Oh my god, that's what Destiny was saying, not Vaush. That's even worse. It doesn't matter. You know, I don't care if Trump doesn't pay his taxes.
That's right.
Fuck you, Destiny.
That's right. Danatos. I know I'm saying that wrong. For £5 says, Vaush strikes me as someone who's really lazy. To quote Homer Simpson, can't someone else do it?
Yeah.
Neuron for 10 Plutonians says, hello, all my N-words. Hello.
What?
Destiny's Tiny Coke for $4.99 says, here's some bucks so you don't have to sell your kidneys to pay for the stitches, you basement dwellers. Thank you. Thank you.
California doesn't have any basements.
It's true. Ivan Geterix for $10 says, when bread tubers invite debate, they only look to put you on trial for any ism they can. Having to work to eat is slavery. How do co-ops make it so you don't have to work to eat? Mott and Bailey.
Yeah. We have to do the rest of this because he does the we need jobs tirade. And I'm going, oh my God.
Right.
We have to have jobs. All of a sudden he's like, wow, the economy, it's very complicated. I really jumped into all this socialist stuff without really understanding anything. I'm a sociologist.
Do you have all the other artwork that we have for this week, or should I send it to you?
I have some, yeah.
Okay. Utter Nonsense for $4.99 says, just got a payday from Musk's Bitcoin. To our guest, do you have any book or video recommendations?
Do I have a book recommendation? Am I allowed to say The Deficit Myth?
Uh-oh.
Modern Monetary Theory?
You're allowed.
Okay.
Well, you get one allotment.
I want
per show,
fucking.
okay?
I'm dying for Sitch to read this book. This book blew my mind.
I should read this book just so we can argue about it.
I'm gonna start doing, because I want to do streams to kind of sell the comic, and I want to do a couple of streams that I've laid out that are super fascinating. That are this podcast, this Modern Monetary Myth podcast. And they're super communism. They're super communist. And it totally, so I'm like completely torn because I'm fascinated by the MMT, modern monetary theory, but I hate the communist angle that they come at it from. So it's like me just being triggered in all directions.
I don't know what to do.
I know. I'm like, you ever approach one of those cats that is like, well, I want to be pet, but I don't want you to get close to me. Like, they're like, they give you that come hither look, but then they run away whenever you.
Right,
That's
right.
the way I feel about this podcast.
Fucking tease. Yeah. In terms of books, I started listening to. I got on Audible. I started listening to So You've Been Publicly Shamed.
Oh, really? That's a great book. Yeah,
Right, it's pretty good.
it's fascinating from the get go, right?
Yeah.
Don't they do? The guys have what is it? They do an algorithm of him on Twitter, right?
Yes.
They steal his identity.
Yeah, they do. Some people create like a fake bot with the same name as his. It's not entirely clear whether it was supposed to be him or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John Ronson, the John Ronson bot that people mistake for him and says obnoxious things.
Right. Well, it's interesting, and it shows how much full of shit Tom Nichols was, because he basically starts the story about using public shaming for his own personal benefit.
Yes.
So it's not like this all or nothing thing.
It's complicated.
It's complicated. In terms of video, I would always recommend Stephen Michael Davis. I've been listening to recently.
Oh yeah, he's great.
And Blogging Heads TV with Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter.
Fuck yeah,
I'm always
they're
a big
awesome.
fan of them. So.
Yeah.
I did see that what's his name? Coleman Hughes talked with Noam Chomsky. I keep seeing it, and I'm like, I want to listen to it, but then I don't.
I feel like I should bring up the rejected thumbnail since I have it right here. Everyone
You should
can,
bring it up.
Everyone can tell us what's going on. Chat, what's going on in this thumbnail here? What's happening?
So me and Adam argued about this thumbnail. This was the original thumbnail Adam
It
wanted for the
wasn't really
stream.
an argument.
And I said, I don't want this.
No,
and Adam
no.
said, we're doing this. And I said, no, Adam.
No, that's not
just
it.
it didn't
Remotely
happen.
how it
Yeah.
happened.
I
But
know.
I am curious what people think. Because
Right.
I saw this a completely different way than Sitch did. Sitch and I differed on what was going on in this thumbnail. So we changed it up very quickly.
Yeah, I am curious to what the chat thinks is happening in this.
I actually spent way too much time on this thumbnail anyway, which I sometimes do when I'm like, I'm gonna do something special. Mauler's coming on.
Well, I know when it's like 3:30 and I haven't got the thumbnail yet. I'm like, Adam's cooking something.
That's so funny. That's the first time I've ever heard you say that. But yeah,
I could tell.
guess.
I could tell.
I
Because
guess
usually
you're right.
you almost always have it like at 3-ish. So
I got up super late. I stayed up late last night, and
yeah, I know you were on with Mauler till super late.
I stayed. Yeah, that's right. I did stay on with Mauler. Then I hung out with the fam for a while. Yeah.
So according to the chat, we have Vaush is bitch slapping Destiny.
Okay, that's what Sitch
We
thought
have
it was.
he's petting Destiny.
That's what I intended. Oh my
He's
god!
he's lightly caressing Destiny. He's stroking him lovingly.
Stroking him lovingly. That's what I was going for.
They're going to talk. They're going to kiss. Talk to the hand.
The
and
kiss.
Bad Photoshop job.
Oh well, obviously. I mean, that's
Is this
kinda what I
supposed
go
to
for.
be the "It's Afraid" from Starship Troopers? Either Harker says either a bitch slap or grabbing him by the ear.
This is supposed to be like Vaush going in for the kiss and Destiny being like, no.
See, so I said this, and I said, Adam sent this to me. I said, why did you send me a thumbnail of Vaush bitch slapping Destiny when like the literal exact opposite happens in this conversation? He's like, no, he's caressing his face lovingly. I'm like, what?
It doesn't
So-
look like that. Some in the chat agree with me. I'm gonna just say that those people are
There
right.
you go.
And
Well,
you are incorrect.
you also, I think if you blow up the image and it like takes up most of your screen, I can see what you're saying. But when you have the little thumbnail on your phone,
Oh my
it
god!
looks like
you
it's a
didn't-
bitch slap.
Look at this!
So it's always
Look
a
at
little
this
different.
expression I picked for Vaush. Vaush is totally getting. He's gonna go blowing Destiny's ear.
Yeah, but Destiny looks like he's getting slapped.
I was like, oh
Like,
man.
the expression he's making, he's going,
I took my avatar and I'm like, I got to get way far away from this shit. This is like, this shit's getting weird. I'm over here. I'm out of here. Anyway, it was fun.
Let's see. Josephine Whitaker for $4.99. Thank you, Josephine. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, gotta go back to the beginning, so I'll see you guys later. This stream is literally my dream episode. Thanks for making my dreams come true. Stay massive.
Yeah, cool.
You're welcome. That's true. Butter was the one that just kept saying go on EFAP, right? So there you
Yes.
go.
Your
Good job,
wish-
Butter. You
Your
made it.
wish is our
made it.
free will denied.
Yes. Tyler Hummel for $4.99 says, just joined your comic Indiegogo. If either of you would like, I'd love to interview y'all for the website I write for. Adam has my Twitter.
Yeah, maybe if you want to send me a DM about an interview, I'll definitely respond. So,
Awesome. Awesome.
we did an interview. Well, I did the interview for
Adam is like the
Bleeding.
guy. Okay. I'm just like, don't talk to me.
I did an interview for Bleeding Cool. That's supposed to
Yes.
come out sometime. So, but
Very cool.
but Sitch did proof it, which is always good. Made
That's
sure I
right.
didn't say anything too stupid.
Made sure Adam didn't say anything embarrassing.
Yeah, which I tend to do often.
The Justice 35 for $5 says, hey, Destiny's streaming right now. Why not ask him to come in and he can explain his views and answer your questions? Do we have that many questions on Destiny's views? I mean, we were mostly prodding at Flash's views, weren't we?
We could invite Destiny on. I messaged Destiny on Discord and he always responds. So I mean, we could
Yeah, but I don't-
invite Destiny on.
I don't think Destiny would want to come on a stream where we basically just
Talk
say,
about
look at
him,
you
yeah.
destroying Vaush for like 8 hours.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It's
It
pretty
is.
weird. Yes.
We're totally Destiny fanboying the whole time when Destiny is here is a little odd.
That's pretty. Yeah, no one wants to see that. Yeah, that's true.
We could invite Destiny on and talk to him about morality, which I have
Right.
debated Destiny on morality and totally destroyed him.
Mm.
Well, actually, it was there. He didn't really engage much, and I think the comment that I remember, because I went and looked at the comments on the video afterwards, was, "Boy, it's a lot more fun when Destiny debates idiots." And I was like, "Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense."
There you go. Brian for $5 says, "You can tell a lot about people by who their heroes are. Vaush's hero is Stromboli, the fat theater director and puppet master in the movie Pinocchio." Is that true? That's
Stromboli?
weird. That's his hero? That's very bizarre.
Stromboli, is that his
Yeah.
name? Really?
You know who my hero is?
I'm gonna guess
My fictional hero. Okay.
Harry Potter.
Oh my god. No, it's the greatest character in all of anime, Adam. Kamina.
Yeah. What's One Punch Man's name?
If you don't believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in you. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anyone in One Punch Man to be like looked up to or to aspire to. That might be the wrong anime for that, but
Yes.
Thundersin 4228, thank you for the $2. 95 Keat for $5 says, "Destiny, is it hypocritical for a socialist to be more greedy than the greedy capitalist?" Vaush. No.
That's awesome. That's hilarious. I think
Zerg.
I'm gonna go Elon Musk as my hero just to throw something in.
There you go. There you go.
Seems like he's a good hero figure, just to trigger Vaush.
Zerg Leet for 5 Woolsies says, "Friendly Geordies is a labor shill. All hail the great Aussie party."
All hail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any of the artwork. What a dick I am. Oh my god.
So
where do I get the artwork?
So there's a very interesting conversation that could be. I just want to touch on it briefly in chat because I anticipated this response. People would say that you want to look up to Moomin Rider. You don't actually want to look up to Moomin Rider because Moomin Rider knows he's going to lose.
Who's Moomin
and so on
Rider?
one hand,
what's this going? What are we talking about?
In One Punch Man.
Oh, okay.
There's a character named Moomin Rider who he has no superpowers and is just an average Joe, but he's willing to put himself on the line and sacrifice his body to protect people. And on one hand, you say that's incredibly admirable.
Yeah.
But the way that power works in One Punch Man, it's sort of based on your intentions and your obsessions and how you view yourself in the world. And since Moomin Rider knows he's going to lose, he'll never be stronger than he is. So on one hand, you say, well, it's admirable what he's doing. But on the other hand, it's not, because he's
not
also
improving himself.
He's limiting himself.
Interesting. Fascinating.
There's all sorts of interesting moral dilemmas that are snuck into One Punch Man.
I love moral dilemmas, especially the ones where I don't have the artwork for.
Francis Board Coppola for 199 says, "When Destiny's turning up the heat, Vaush runs." Yep. Justin Hart, thank you for the $5. Brian for $2 says, "If laws are moral, then Biden is the Pope."
Biden is the Pope. What do you think of that?
No, technically, if laws were morality, in the context that Brian's saying, the Supreme Court would be the Pope because they're the ones that interpret the laws.
Oh, yeah.
The Pope isn't the one who is, I'm assuming, right? The Pope is the one who is supposed to interpret religious doctrine. He's not the one who executes it, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not a Catholic.
Maybe he does all three. Who knows?
I got in trouble with the Catholics when I talked to. I did a talk recently. Oh, I'm spacing on the name. I'm sorry. Busted right.
Right.
Jonathan Peugeot. There we go.
Mhm.
I talked to Jonathan Peugeot, and all the Catholics were. I realized, oh my God, Catholicism is like a club with a lot of secret handshakes that I don't know. Is that wrong?
That's true. That's probably true. Tony96049 for $5 says, nothing moral is forcing me to pay for your wars, foreign aid to dictators, and forcing people to lose their jobs. Paying taxes is not moral.
Yeah, I knew someone was going to say that. I used to say that all the time. I'm like, that is the black pill. It really is. When you realize, okay, when my guys are in power, my tax dollars are spent in places that I'm comfortable with. When the other guys are in power, my tax dollars are spent in places that I'm not comfortable with. Like the lefties hated the fact that their money was going towards building a wall. Oh my God, we're keeping the immigrants out. Let them all in and give them free health care. What are we doing? Right?
Right.
Yeah. And now that Biden's, everyone's like, oh my God, we're spending money on critical race theory. What garbage. My money. Yeah. That's the way it is. It is.
That's the way it is.
We take turns. You control the money for a while, then we control the money for a while.
I want all the things that I want, but I don't want any things that you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't we just fix it? I'm telling you, immigrants, they pay all the taxes. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like magic. It solves the immigration. It solves the immigration issue at the same time. Don't think about it. Don't think about it too much.
Okay, I won't think about it too much. We'll just do it. We won't think about it.
Oh, look, you're sending me artwork.
I did. Alid Helijord for 50 knock knock says, Thought Slime recently made a response to a natural vegan where he accurately defined what a neoliberal is. He knows. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think most of the communists do know what a neoliberal is because they are aware of the rhetorical trick they're doing by labeling everyone who's left but not a communist a neoliberal. I think they know what they're doing. Alida also says,
oh my God, this looks great.
S-class is best class.
S-class all pass.
Yeah, but you know what they say, Adam?
What?
Copying is the most sincere form of flattery. So
Really?
the fact that you're copying my means you're actually supporting S-class because you're
S-class, no thanks.
Lieutenant Amazul, hey Amazul, for $5 says he's such a bad lawyer that he won his court case. Oh, we're friends.
Oh, I read that one.
Wikipedia guy, yeah.
How is that one still up there for like ever? Huh.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I have one stuck up there. in my chat.
Big Mitchie for 2 Aussie bucks. I didn't read this on purpose, Big Mitchie. You're asking some controversial questions here.
Oh, good. Pass
Says,
it up.
Mauler and Fringy, are you A-team or S-class?
Oh, Rags threw down with A-team while you were gone yesterday.
Oh, how
Yeah.
dare he.
I recruited Rags.
How dare. What did Mauler say?
Mauler took the enlightened centrist position.
I see.
He was saying that he likes both of us.
Well,
he was
Rags is
leaning
mad.
towards A-team, though. He was definitely, he was like,
Rags is mad because I sided with Mauler on the Halloween versus Christmas debate. So
yeah, that came
that's
up.
why he's mad.
Yeah, I know. But, you know, whatever. Also, underdog. He was like, oh, I am a dog. The 18.
I see. You had to convince him to be A-team. Is that what you're explaining?
Well, you know, I'm selling it.
You made it sound like he was like, oh, yeah, I'm A-team. But no, what actually happened was Adam's like, no, Rags, you should be A-team.
No.
Because we're the underdog.
No,
And
no,
you're
no,
technically a
no,
dog.
no.
So therefore, we're like
No,
the same.
that's not how it went.
I think that's how
And
it
I was
went.
like, would you like a Scooby snack? No. That's not how it went. That's not how it went at all. But A-teams are A-team reigns supreme, and part of our mantra is like we are the underdogs. That's what people like about A-team. We're scrappy. We are. Don't laugh at us, S-class. Where's my comic? I gotta bring my comic up. Where's that bird face? I need to drop that bird face on you right here. When you laugh, this is the face I want you to see in your head, that little bird looking at you. Yeah.
CT said, what's your longest stream? Our longest stream is...
Who knows?
Is the Noam Chomsky one. It's 8 hours and 25 minutes. So
Mauler has a little graphic of all
Mauler
the
has a little
stream
graphic.
links.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't you do one of those for us?
I think a fan did that for Mauler. I don't know if Mauler
I
did
figured. Yeah.
that. Mr. Burble says, I'm on A team until UBI gets brought up.
But I'm not for UBI anymore.
That's right. You're for communist MMT. It's even worse, right?
MMT, yeah, modern monetary.
Communist
It's
propaganda.
only modern monetary theory is a description of the world. It's not. What is this? This
I like. Yeah, artists are irrational. A team, artist team makes sense. The irrational team.
It's so funny when you do that.
Overseer's log for $5 says, when your professor says Wikipedia isn't a source, they were serious. You can use it to find links to sources, but even then, you should search elsewhere.
True.
Yes. So the picture is CT just sketched out. This was her picture of Vaush for the comic, for the Vaush character.
Why is he in his Batman ball squeezers? What's up?
Because it looks funny.
It does look.
It says
hilarious,
UNT. I don't know if that's supposed to be cunt, but the C got cut off, or if it's supposed to be
Oh yeah, the
utilitarianism.
C is the arm, right?
Oh yeah, there you got it. Yeah.
It does technically say the bad word.
There you go. For
Trying to get us
consequentialist
in
man.
trouble. Trying to get us in trouble. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be consequentialist man
Yes.
for the comic, but really it looks a little like Vaush for no reason.
For no reason. Cole Frog for $5 says, just hopping in and out of the stream to say that this breadtuber, Mr. Beat, made a video about George Soros as if he's a good guy.
Oh,
Mr.
really?
Beat, huh? Check it out.
You've had dinner with George Soros, right?
Adam, you weren't supposed to say that. Okay.
I do have a George Soros.
Don't let them
story.
know that George Soros secretly bank funds this channel. Okay.
One of my friends was an arts dealer for an artist that would sell paintings for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like one painting for like $200,000. And he got famous because he sold paintings to George Soros. Oh, it's painful. It's painful. Can you imagine selling a painting for like $200,000? That's crazy.
That's so wonderful.
It's crazy cool. I know.
Mm-hmm.
This painting should go for $200,000. What's this love pig? Love pig, huh?
Harker made this picture. I feel like this does accurately depict Harker and CT are just having the time of their life, and I'm just like, ugh.
I like that scarf that Harker has. Jesus, where do I get a scarf?
Yeah, it's got
like
like
that?
they're demons. It's pretty.
That's
very cool.
amazing.
Very cool drawing.
Sign me up.
This happened. I think Harker and CT jointly asked me to be their joint Valentine, and I responded with a clip of Invader Zim responding to something, to some Valentine's thing, and he used the term love pig.
Valentines?
So now they're referring to me forever as love pig.
You got
Even
two
though
Valentines? What a
CT and
player.
Harker are being anti-Semitic because we all know that pigs are not kosher. Okay, so
Oh, is that what they're doing? Oh,
How dare you? Okay, how dare you mock my faith?
what a player though! You got two Valentines.
Well, you know, S class is best class. What can I say? What can I say, Adam? Big Mitchie for 2 Aussies says, Adam and Sitch, are you M team or F class?
M team or F? What?
I don't know if you meant like Mauler team or
Rags? Wouldn't that be R class?
no, or Fringy, I assume is what they were.
Oh yeah.
But
But Rags and Mauler have a Sitch and Adam situation going, right?
That's true.
Rags is on every week.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They're a good team.
Oh, is Vox also my Valentine? I didn't realize that. Okay. Harker, CT, and Vox. I'm all their Valentine. Very popular. Sea Trouble. Oh my god. Sea Trouble for $10 says, kind of a heavy question for this stream, but I figured I'd ask. I'm completely black-pilled on this point. Can you boys recall any times in history when a nation divided recovered without big violence? Sure. The civil rights movement.
Yeah, totally. There were
Right
so
there.
many riots during the civil rights movement. So many like burning down buildings. And what was the thing that the politician said? Burn, baby, burn was there.
Burn, baby, burn. Yeah.
Was their mantra. Yeah, it wasn't defund the police. It was burn, baby, burn.
Right. The Vietnam War is another good example.
Oh my God,
Prohibition, as
yeah.
you talked about. Yeah. We've had lots of times where our country's been very divided.
What about the communism? Oh, I guess that was McCarthyism was during the Vietnam War. Was that? Am I right or wrong?
No, it was
Or was
before.
it Korea? Yeah.
That was before, yeah.
Yeah, Korea. Yeah, this is SOP, man. Standard operating procedure.
Whaleyers for $5 says Vaush projects so much that he projects consequentialism onto hypothetical vegans.
Oh my God, I hate this comic. What the fuck? Who made this? What the fuck? Who made this piece of shit?
Some hero named 95 Keat made this wonderful comic.
What?
Here's Adam saying, I finally found it after 15 years. The scroll of truth. And it says S-class is best class.
And then I immediately throw it away. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Oh, what a beautiful comp. Thank you, 95 Keat. Wonderful.
I'm so pissed right now.
Oh, Keat asked me to get Fringy to read his super chat, but sorry. Kind of missed the boat on that one. John Smith for $4.99 says, Doctor Who is a bloated, feces-covered, decaying horse with critical race theories hand up its arse. I still love old episodes, but for the love of God, just let it die already.
Doctor Who. My wife is a giant Doctor Who fan, and the woke Doctor Who actually scared her away. Like she doesn't. She hates Doctor Who now. She won't watch it anymore. Which my wife watches terrible TV for like that's her favorite pastime, is to watch garbage TV.
Well,
so
does she not like it because it's woke, or does she just not think she thinks the quality itself is awful?
Both.
I see.
Yeah, the woke and the fact. I mean, if it was good and woke, you know, I kind of consider Into the Spider-Verse a little woke, but it's so good that it's like I'm willing to see past it. But
I think there's a difference between woke and having a diverse cast. Because woke people do not get the monopoly on diversity. They pretend they do, but they don't.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I would say because Into the Spider-Verse is anti-woke because even though Miles is, half black, half Puerto Rican, first of all, he is based off of a character that already existed. And then on top of that, he sucks for like 99% of the movie. He's like totally incompetent and clumsy and has
which is racist because he's like a black male.
Exactly. So I'd say it's anti-woke in many regards. And the white guy who's out of shape, he redeems himself at the end or throughout the course of the movie.
Oh yeah, that never happens in real life.
Stug for $2 says, "Hi Mauler, hi Fringy."
Hi.
Shinso Beam for $5 says, "A system's morality is a reflection of the morality of its individuals. So what would a society comprised of Vaushes look like?" That's a great
dystopian nightmare.
I know. That's a great point. A lot of grifting.
Vaush is going to be mad that you said that you called him a grifter.
Well, he's admitting to it.
Is he? I think if Vaush was here, he'd like dance around. What?
My definition, he would fit my definition of grifting. He would not fit his own. I'm sure he has his own definition of grifting. Where he says, "Well, I'm not grifting because he does believe in the end goal of communism or whatever." But
I don't.
I would
work
argue
out.
that lying to achieve something is also grifting, like literally definitionally.
Yes, totally. Using propaganda, any of that stuff is grifting.
Yes. So
Look at this.
Enlightened Centrist bought the Sitch Kill Me t-shirt, and he sent us a picture of himself wearing it.
I love it.
Isn't that great?
That's
Kill me.
awesome.
Awful.
Don't do that though, really, in real life.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, "What the fuck? Your EFAP got into my PSA Sitch and Adam show." Daniel the Bruce for $4.99 says, "Here's an example of a lie that's factually wrong but morally correct.
A-Team reigns supreme.
A-Team is better."
Oh, I know. I forgot.
It's interesting. What does that mean? How is that? That's factually wrong but morally correct. What is that? How do you interpret that, Adam?
It's an A-Team compliment. I'll take it.
There you go. I think Vaush prefers to be called a grifta. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to use grifter with a soft A, not an ER. I'm so sorry.
Isn't it Griftex? It's like Latin
maybe.
X.
Griftex, yeah. I didn't want to assume Vaush's gender. The R Heretic for $10 says, "Why are you listening to the pedo socialist and the weird shill who lets his wife lay with other dudes and calls it the free market? Debate time is over. Neither is credible at this point." Ouch.
Does Destiny? That's a dig at Destiny, right?
Yeah, I believe. I don't know if with his. I think Destiny's in a supposedly open relationship.
Yeah, I dug in a little bit on that, and it seems
Mhm.
like Destiny is a player and getting a lot of tang, and that's really what's going on there. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's what the problem is. It's hard for me to imagine. I don't know. Maybe you can find the right magic individuals, but it's just. It's hard for me to imagine that any open relationship is going to be balanced enough that both parties are going to be good with it.
sometimes you got to get it from 4 or 5 different girls. I'm kidding, obviously.
Oh my god.
Find someone you like and marry them. So find someone you like and learn to love them. Like marriage is the best thing going. It really is.
True. Here's Felix. Felix bought the really awesome Adam shirt that CT made.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how cool that is.
Beautiful. Thanks, Felix. Ultra Not for $2 says, "I propose more moon."
More
That they
moon.
call people who live on the moon.
Oh
More moon.
yeah.
I like
Moonanites is from
Aqua Teen.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Yeah.
See, Adam, me and CT were talking to Harker about Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and she didn't know what it was and had never seen it before.
Oh my God, she's missing out.
We showed her the episode with the Plutonians. I don't know if you remember it, the spiky guys.
Oh
who
yeah.
want to melt
totally.
Shake.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, she thought it was horribly unfunny.
What? Master
know.
Shake is hilarious.
I know. Terrible. I wonder if she had a soul after that. Yeah, it's true.
My personality is more meatwad, to be honest with you. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I can't do the voices.
Somebody said that I could do.
Is doing Bane?
I can do Bane if I do it into a glass.
Bane's British now. Oi, loves. Oi, Batman. I'm coming to get you, love.
Are you not entertained? It's a little gladiator. It's a little gladiator Bane.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I don't know any good Bane lines.
There you go.
Let us know in the chat. I'm happy to do some Bane lines for you.
Omega Shoes for $5 says, "No one believes tribalism and nationalism was created by capitalism, but our modern conception of biological races is mostly due to the slave trade."
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, I guess.
I don't know. Do you know?
I don't know. Sure.
I kept thinking it's so bizarre because the way to fight racism is with nationalism, but the people who most hate racism, the wokies,
Also hate nationalism.
hate
right?
nationalism.
Yeah.
It's like, what the
Right.
fuck? Tribalism is going to exist. Do you want
Right, well, they don't
national
understand that.
tribalism or do you want racist? I guess we're going to go with racist.
Well, that's why, I mean, you say no one believes, but I think they do. I think the legit commies do think that tribalism and nationalism and racism and all these isms is an offset of, or an offshoot of capitalism. And they think, I mean, who was it? Who were we listening to? Was it Tom Nichols or was it the crazy, no, it was what's that guy's name? The second
Nichols.
site guy?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He was the one that said
Nationalism is totally evil.
Yeah, he was the one
That guy
that
was
said
nuts.
people are born inherently good,
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
then, society.
Capitalism comes in and makes them terrible.
Right. Society comes in and just ruins it. And you're like, what? How could you be so wrong? How could you be so stupid?
Well, you don't read anything. You just go by what your gut tells you. And then you
I don't read anything.
Well, I read a
still
lot of
know.
shit and you pick it up.
I see.
We talk
I
like
see.
8 hours a week.
I see.
You're practically I'm educating you, okay?
Oh, I see how
You're
it is.
making fun of me a lot.
Mhm.
But you're learning.
Second Thought. Thank you, Brian. That's his name. Second Thought.
Well, you're reading, so you've been publicly shamed.
I remember
on my
in
recommendation.
in one of our first streams, Adam's like going on about Jonathan Haidt. And I'm like, oh, I don't know anything about him. And then you were just so shocked. You're like, you're like saying all of his stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. That's just what I believe. And you were just so impressed that I accidentally stumbled upon Jonathan Haidt and evolutionary psychology and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Sargon said the same thing.
I'm just such a big brain. What can I say? So this is an awesome picture by David Aragon. And he tweeted out and he said, POV, you've just insulted Avatar, The Last Airbender.
Uh-oh.
And so it's
Is that me on the ground? What? No, it's a great movie. I love it.
actually it's
what
Mauler.
did I do wrong?
It's Mauler on the ground. Because Mauler and Rags famously do not like Avatar: The Last Airbender.
I don't
And so
think
there's
I
me,
like it
Literature
either.
Devil, and ER, because the shadow people are all very in favor of Avatar.
That's the movie with the kid?
It's the TV show. The movie is terrible.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm allowed to say the movie is
You're allowed
terrible.
to say the movie is
Okay,
awful. Yes,
good.
the movie is awful.
We're on the same page
Yes.
then.
I did ask Mauler yesterday, I think it was before the stream started, if he saw this, and he said he had affirmed that he had seen the picture, David. So he thought it was funny.
I like this picture. This is great.
It's a great picture, yeah. Astro Line for 2 Canadians says, as a landlord, I must say most tenants are awful.
Yeah, I
you
was
go.
going to say.
A-tab.
I do have a job, asshole. It's fucking fixing your furnace. Right?
Derek Drummond for $5 asks the most important question of the stream. Does consequentialist man have free will?
I think according to the scenario that we set up, I would have to go with no.
Yes, he doesn't, because he's just drawn to situations.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
He's like, how do I get out of this? Let me just make something up.
Right. So the way I was conceptualizing him in the comic is that his superpower, besides being able to fly and being super invulnerable and powerful for some reason, has nothing to do with it. He is compelled to find people in the midst of a moral dilemma
And make shit up to solve their problem.
and to solve their problem via consequentialism.
Oh, I know how this terrible thing that you're doing will work out
Yes.
just fine.
Right. So under my conceptualization of how this would work, he would not have free will because he's just acting upon this impulse he has.
Yeah. Characters who don't have free will. Master Shake doesn't have free will, right? We're in agreement here.
No, he's totally
I'm not sure Meatwad has
elephant.
free will.
No,
I think
none of them have
Frylock
free
is
will.
probably the only character with free will on the show.
He's the closest, yes. Everyone else is just elephant.
Those are the funniest characters.
They are. It's true. MGS Komodo Dragon for $5 says, I'm partial to the statement that doing nothing is better than doing something stupid. Thanks, Netflix Punisher.
What was that? Doing
nothing is better than doing something stupid.
That's exactly opposite of the Marine Corps. It's better to do the wrong thing than nothing at all. That's the Marine Corps thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. There you go.
Because I the first time I heard that, I thought, I completely disagree with that. Better to do something than nothing at all, huh? Okay. Maybe I'm just lazy. All right, this comic's going to be tough to read because it's...
I'll read it.
Well, it's super long, though. And
Yeah. We'll just scroll. We'll scroll with some reading.
Here we go.
So in the first panel, CT says, "Morning, Adam. Go get some coffee and breakfast." And then Adam says, "Morning. Did you eat already?" And CT says, "I have." She's got Sour Patch Kids and Monster.
CT, what are you doing?
And then Adam says, "Can you eat like a person, please?" And here's a picture. Then CT says, "I'm not a person. I'm a zombie or a robot. The lore isn't super clear, honestly." She's got like a little picture. Zombie, robot, question mark. "Keep it up, and what you're going to be is dead." And then CT says, "Murder or natural causes?"
Look,
and then Adam gives the look, the anime look. And look, you even have like the JoJo anime sound effect in the background. Like,
I love it. I know.
CT says, "Fine, I'll go make an egg."
That's right.
I like the idea that CT, like you're like CT's father.
Basically. CT's been helping me out a lot on the comics, so.
Yep. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, Vaush makes me hate equality and value slavers.
Value slavers?
Vaush makes me hate equality and value slavers. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Lord.
That's Lord of the Nerds?
Lord of the Nerds. Anonymous Coward for $5 says, Vaush won't start a co-op because someone else will do it. But he wants to start a super PAC because if he won't, some conservative will. What the fuck?
Well, I think he realizes Vaush is pretty status conscious. I don't know if you've noticed that or... I think if you controlled a super PAC, aren't you really... I mean, he was talking about, oh, we could primary some of these people in purple districts. And, I mean, he's going for the jank move, right? Right. AOC takes Jank Uyghur's phone calls, right? You would assume. Maybe not. Sure. Yeah, well, I don't know. No, but maybe not.
Wasn't AOC directly cultivated by the Justice Democrats?
Yes.
Or am I wrong?
Yes, she came out of the Justice Democrats' money and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right.
But I don't know. She seems like if she doesn't like you anymore, she could be like, "Oh yeah, thanks, bye."
Well, she has, she could be the Frankenstein's monster. She can go off and do whatever she wants now.
Yeah, she's powerful as hell.
Michael Pittman for $5 says, yo, this will get me through my Hardy shift. Oh, awesome. Also, S-Class is best class. Thank you.
Notice how I slipped the harmonica in there? Just for you?
Thank you.
I wanted to celebrate.
Gentleman Damon for $20. Thank you, gentlemen. Says, great video last week, but starting to really feel like we just got to lean into... Oh, I read this one. Yeah, we got to lean into cancel culture.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And then for another $20... Yeah, for another $20, Gentleman Damon said, hashtag cancel Tom Nicholas. There you go.
We don't want to cancel Tom Nicholas. We want to get him on the show. He won't even respond to us. Yeah. He won't even respond to us.
No.
Did I tell you? Did we do it on my channel or did we do it last week? The Tom Nichols story about how he's a Tumblr where he does his research. I know I told you.
That was on yours, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you want to repeat the claim.
Do you want me to? Okay. So I got into it in his comment section with a couple of his commenters, and they were giving us a hard time because we didn't even read his research or something like that. And I immediately went to the description. I'm like, there's no fucking links to his research in the description. Maybe if he put links to whatever he's reading, we'd read it. And they said he has a Tumblr that he does his research on, and that we should follow his Tumblr. And once the commenter said that, I thought, okay, I'm being trolled.
Okay, I'm out of here.
I'm being trolled. Someone is trolling. It's one of our fans trolling us. Which, good on you, because I laughed my ass off when I read that Tumblr line.
David C for $5 says, Adam, I listened to you and Isaac, but the problem is that you don't come prepared with facts, and he refuses to look up anything in between. Fix that. Yeah, I listened to your last conversation.
Facts are not going to help. You know this.
I thought it was funny because, like, well, first of all, as I said earlier in the stream, I thought you were being way too mean to Isaac.
How was I mean?
Like, you kept saying that he was interrupting you, which he was, but then you were totally interrupting him.
Yeah, I'm allowed to, though. It's my channel.
But it was funny because Isaac was like, this is too much work, Adam. I thought you were going to give me, like, some 20-minute YouTube video that just purely explains cancel culture, and that's all I would have to look at. And then you said, well, wait a minute, you haven't watched the Red Pill documentary.
Yes.
It's too long.
I know.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Everyone in the chat was telling Mike Nania, is that it? His documentary on Brett Weinstein being canceled from Evergreen is on his channel. Watch that.
Michael Martino for $4.99 says, happy. And then for another $14.99. Wow, thank you, Michael. Says, happy, joy.
Happy, joy, happy, joy. I know that one.
Yeah.
I made a palindrome from it's the happy, joy song always reminds me of the one palindrome I came up with. Oh, now I'm not going to be able to remember it. Oh, joy, art tray, OJ, ho, ho. Have you ever been into palindromes?
No.
Yeah. They're fun.
Sounds like something Eric Weinstein would say. Have you ever been into palindromes?
Joy. Art tray, OJ, ho, ho.
Do you know the log song?
Yeah.
Log rolls downstairs. It's over in pairs. It rolls over your neighbor's dog. It's great for a snack. It fits on your back. It's log. It's log. It's big. It's heavy. It's wood. It's log. It's better than bad. It's good. Everyone wants a log. Everybody needs a log. It's log. From Blammo.
From Blammo. Yeah, I do remember.
Wow, that was totally from memory. I didn't even think I was going to cue that up.
Fuck, we've watched a lot of Ren and Stimpy, haven't we?
I'm pretty sure I also know the Don't Whiz on the Electric Fence
Stimpy!
By heart.
You idiot!
I used to, when I was young.
Stimpy! You idiot!
Stimpy! You idiot! When I was very young, I could do like I can't do it anymore because my voice has completely changed, but like pre-puberty, I could do a perfect perfect Ren impression. And
yes,
I was like 4 or 5, and I'm like saying like Stampy, you idiot, to my parents. My parents are like, why the fuck are you doing a Peter Lorre impression?
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
And then they're like forcing me to watch Casablanca because I liked Ren.
No, wrong. Casablanca is so far from
I mean, no, Casablanca's a good movie, but not when you're like 5.
It's okay, yeah.
Wow, it's okay. Don't whiz on the electric fence. When nature's calling, don't be stalling. Use your common sense. When you gotta go, just let it flow. Just don't whiz on the electric fence. Okay, I'll spare you guys the rest of that. MGS Komodo Dragon for $2 says, I bet Vaush plays Tau in 40K. I actually don't know anything about 40K to get that reference, but
40K Warhammer.
Yeah, but
I'm assuming it's like the Super Soy character,
or probably the consequentialist character, who's like They have
Or
some
the-
crazy goal, and
Or the
you can get
landlord
to it,
character, like the maniacal landlord character.
yeah. Right.
Vaush is like, haha, I'll show you. I'm going to be the landlord in this game. We should play Monopoly with Vaush sometime. I'm curious how that would shake out.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Do you know Monopoly was invented by a socialist to show how evil capitalism is, and it became like a super popular game?
I did know that, yes.
Yeah.
And I guess they're right because everyone hates playing fucking Monopoly.
I love Monopoly. Are you kidding me? I just played Monopoly recently with my wife. Destroyed her.
People are saying that the Tau are space communists. So there you go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There you go. Marv Alice for $5 says, no irony at all. Gandhi was legitimately really racist. Seriously, look at his thoughts on South Africa. There you go.
Really? Ouch. Go Gandhi.
That's why he's always trying to nuke people. True.
Maybe we should take his statues down.
Maybe we should. Derek Drummond for $5 says, there are some ideas that if you distill them down too much, though they may be easier to digest, they become false. This was my problem with 2 + 2 = 5. Yes, true. Very true.
Because that's the distillation of
Right.
it, which it's just like completely bonkers.
Metalworks for 1190 for $2 says, the Tau are space commies. Those damn space commies.
Woo woo.
Gotta escape them. Woodchuck00 for $5 says, World War II Bud guy fought for what he thought was morally correct, regardless of the truth. The US and UK fought to stay alive, not moral. BG was the hero, AOC. Who's Bud guy?
I don't know. But my hero is AOC.
I'm very
I
confused.
can't believe Ted Cruz tried to murder her. What an asshole.
Oh, maybe he meant to say like World War II bad guys. The Nazis fought for what they thought was morally correct.
There you go. Yeah.
Regardless of the truth.
They probably can't say that in the chat, even though we're allowed to say it on the show.
Yeah, the super chats
Just
really,
weird.
they like, I don't control that either. The super chats are very
I don't either.
censorious, and I don't have any control over that. I don't think I do. Unless it did automatically. I've never set anything up like that. I think I've only like censored like the N-word. I don't think I've censored anything else. Top Gun for $5 says, will the next Destiny arc be centrist? I need more people who just want to grill. I need someone to talk grill specs with. It's funny because Destiny hates to admit it, but he keeps repeating that maybe the anti-SJW centrists were right. It's
That's
slowly,
us. Thank you.
Slowly dawning on him.
Papa.
Yes. Oh, okay. So you have another comic. So this is another CT comic, and it's got I'm there, and I say, why is everyone here getting married? And it's CT, Harker, Rith, and Rena, I think. And CT says, when are you getting married?
Why is everyone here getting married all the time?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Why is everyone here getting married all the time? And then CT says, when are you getting married? And I say, I don't know. How about you? And then she says, the same day as you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And then there's like the static reaction shot. And I say, what? And then they say, oh my God. Sits, honey, she's implying. She's saying you're... And then CT says, no one tell him. The joke is funnier if he doesn't get it. So there you go. This is how CT proposed to me, guys.
Is this a proposal? Is she
CT,
proposing
yes.
right here on the show?
That's right. CT's proposing to me right here on the show. Actually, I said on Twitter, I said, this is the third This is the third marriage proposal I've had via art on Twitter. So
wow. You're like a
CT's
player.
proposing to me via a comic. Thank you, CT. Let's see. JMac for $20 says, it's why someone like Ben Shapiro is more palatable to me, even if I disagree with him, because he wants people to listen to other points of view. That's always my test, open to speech or not. Vaush seems to not be okay with it.
Free speech?
True.
He doesn't
Yes.
like. Poor guy.
Explosive X for 10 euros says, Gandhi said to the Brits, you will invite Herr Hitler and Signor Mussolini to take what they want of the countries you call your possessions. Look up the rest. It's edgy, LOL. Yeah, CT wants to point out that exact conversation happened in a voice chat many months ago.
Oh, this is a comic of the voice chat?
Yes, that's a comic of a conversation that actually happened.
I'm still waiting for you to respond. I'm still waiting for you to answer.
I understood it at the time, CT. Okay, I didn't understand if that was the implication you're making. I didn't understand there was some other hidden joke or something that was nested within there. Okay, I thought there was layers. I assumed that there was layers there.
He says yes. So sorry.
Baron of Belinga.
I'm making an executive decision here.
For the good of the stream.
I'm marrying you off to our fans.
That's right. Like the days of old, I'm a princess to be sold off for a political alliance.
Sitch is officially married from this day forward. It is here on show 123. 1, 2, 3. Let the record show. Sitch is married now.
I do not accept this. I do not accept this. I'm cashing in my free will, Adam. I don't accept this.
You have no free will left.
No.
You possess no free will.
The Baron of Belinga for $4.99 says, I've been considering on-campus third-party activism, and I totally agree with your take. People only uphold the two parties out of mob mentality. True.
Yeah. Rank voting is the way to go, but is Vaush going to start advocating for rank voting? I guess, I mean,
He
we
probably
can
would.
advocate.
I would imagine he would, yeah.
I like us. I like us being nobodies. I don't want to be like, I don't want to get big enough that we have to like advocate for things. Okay.
I know,
It
right?
Seems like a lot of fucking work.
Well, look, we can get as big as we want as long as we keep saying that we don't want to advocate for things.
Right.
We just want to criticize and be dicks.
Rank voting is the way to go, though. Yes. And I
Yes.
might occasionally advocate for MMT, so get ready for it.
Brian K for $2 says Tim Pool is objective. 18.
Yes, exactly.
18. There we go. Do you like that? Instead of I can go.
I do like that you're trying. I do like the effort. You get an A for effort.
There you go. Thank you. Shinso Beam for $2 says, I see Sitch's Tim Pool arrangements and is acting up again. There you go.
I think I might have a kazoo in the house somewhere.
Oh my God. Hater Jeffrey for $10 says, Tim stopped saying it's complicated lately. He's gotten better of late. Give IRL a chance.
Yeah, if you haven't listened to Tim Pool for a while, which I haven't.
I haven't, no.
If you check in every couple of weeks, you see a video that's looks interesting. You think, I'll check back in.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a magnitude more angry every single time.
Oh, I did know that. Yes, I did know that. Yes.
I'm like, oh shit, what the hell's going on? Yeah,
he's becoming
crazy
like
angry
the guy.
now.
He was like the guy in Network. I'm mad as hell.
Yes,
I can't take
totally.
any more guy. Yeah.
But I think he must be A/B testing. Like, here I'm a 9 and here I'm a 10, and the 10 gets more views. I'm going to 11, 15, 25. Jeez, Tim.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of his streams except the only one I did watch. Ironically, is the one with Vaush.
Yeah, I remember
that. Jay for $5 says, LOL. Owens versus White was legendary. Candace Owens versus who's White?
Oh, Blair White. Yes.
Oh, Blair White.
Yeah,
Blair White.
That was the guys. We covered that. That was one of the first things we do.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
I remember making the thumbnail with the guys.
Guys. That was pretty amazing. Luke Henry for $5 says, "Don't mess with Vaush. He can bring a Goodyear blimp to orgasm." Ew.
A Goodyear blimp. That's oh my god.
Yeah, awful.
Hilarious, but very wrong.
Pragmatic Culture for another $20. Thank you, Pragmatic. Says, "Can't imagine the guy who thought sending a polite letter to the third world in hopes it would end immigration, calling anyone else's position stupid. Self-awareness equals 0.
I hope that's not about me. That's not about my tax plan, is it?
Did you do that? Did you send a polite letter to the third world?
Well, if you count the stream as a polite letter. Come on, you guys, we're going to tax you 90%. The door's open.
Who did? I don't know who you're referring to. Who did that?
Was it Vaush?
Tim's show is ESPN 8, the Ocho for the culture war. That's pretty funny. DJM Voices for $10. Thank you very much, DJM. UM536 Vids for $2 says, "Every phrase a discussion." It's very true.
Yeah.
Vinicus Silveria for 22.90 Rs. Thank you. I don't know what R's are, but thank you.
Sweet. Rubles.
I thought rubles were like RUB or
okay.
It was like a symbol or something. I don't know.
Guesswork.
I'm gonna say R's are for really S class.
Really S class? Huh? How do you know it's not really 18?
Because look, it's got the money. It's got the dollar sign after it.
Maybe
the dollar
it's
sign
really,
is shaped like an S. Adam.
Really 18.
The dollar sign is shaped like an S, so technically all money belongs to S class.
Oh, dang!
Gotcha. Tickleson for £5 says, "Vaush can't read minds. I don't know if he can even read."
He actually reads pretty good, which is sad.
Right. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, You're arguing consistency of a man whose value is to lie." I know. It's true. It's pretty bad.
I'm bringing back the old thumbnail. I think I nailed it. I think you're wrong.
Oh my God. Mr. J for $14.99 says, "I will rebuild society. I will rebuild society from the ashes." That sounds good until you realize all you have to build with are the ashes.
Ashes. Yep.
It's funny because I literally just watched Avatar again, and Firelord Ozai is like, "I will burn the Earth Kingdom to the ground and become the Phoenix King, and from this world, a better one will rise from the ashes." The N-Rib for £5 says, "Is slavery ethical if you are doing it for the greater good?"
Oh, according to Vaush, yes.
Yeah, I'm curious to how you answer that question.
What if the wizard came and said, "Vaush,
Right.
press this button and you'll get the communist utopia, but it'll be run by slaves."
Well, I mean, which technically it would be. That's how it's always worked, right?
It'll be powered by slaves. That's what it would be.
Wolfsbane for $9.99 says, "The problem with buying slaves and freeing them in American history was the laws in place were actually to prevent that by other lawmakers. That's why the founding fathers had to find loopholes." Interesting.
To free them?
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know anything about that, but
There was no slavery in the North. The North never had slavery.
that's not true. We looked this up already, Adam.
No, I remember.
We looked this up in the past. The North did have slaves. They just got rid of it like way before the South did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to defer to your memory. Mine's shoddy right now.
Andrew Cruz for $2 says, "Is putting down child soldiers wrong?" Vader says no. That's
The
right. It was okay for him
younglings.
to kill the younglings because they're child soldiers.
So sad.
Terror Dome 3000 for £5 says, "Adam, dominate me with your brain impression by doing it into an empty glass."
Why, I can accommodate you.
Why do you?
How do you like this?
I mean, I guess because he sort of sounds like Sean Connery. He's British, so I guess I understand where you're coming from. But
Oh, God, I'm so glad I got that super chat. That's going to be a regular
there you
thing.
go. JJ Chica for $5 says, drinking wine and eating brownies while you all destroy Vaush is great. Best Valentine's Day ever. P.S. Go A-Team, long may it reign supreme.
You sound so depressed.
There you go.
Long live A-Team.
Terradome 3000 for £5 says, just say you know the thing and everyone will forgive you for not saying words, right? Yeah, you know the thing.
Yeah.
You know the thing, sure. Yeah, you know the thing. Mm-hmm.
My positions are clear.
Hamastin Becker for 20 Canadian, thank you, says, start with the proposition that everything is a social construct or a myth, then denying reality and lying, but being morally correct becomes the shortest path to constructing utopia. Vaush probably thinks he's Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah,
Very
he
true.
probably does.
Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely. Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $2 says, take the Buddhist pill and let go of attachment. I like attachment too much. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I was instantly thinking of all the things I'm so attached to that I don't.
Right. There's too much stuff I like.
I need. It's more than like. I need this stuff.
Party Civi for $1.99 says, watching Vaush commit argumentative seppuku is fun. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Idiot Sin for $4.99 says, imagine being born on Valentine's Day and growing up to be Vaush.
Oh my God. This is his birthday, isn't it?
That's what Fringy said.
Born on Valentine's Day.
So he's born on Valentine's Day. Yeah,
Crazy.
it's crazy. Tara Jones 3000 for another £5. Thank you, Tara Jones. Says, AI will lead to the xenomorph. Have you not seen Prometheus and Covenant? Sargon knows.
Yeah.
I actually haven't seen either of those movies.
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah.
I see all the Alien movies, even though some of them are complete and utter garbage, but I feel obligated.
I checked out after Alien 2. I said that was enough.
What?
That's enough.
Alien 3 is David Fincher.
Alien 3 is terrible. That's why I checked out. I was like, this movie sucks.
But it's David Fincher. You're obligated to like it at least a little bit. Don't laugh. I'm serious.
This sounds like a Vaush argument.
Forgive me. For actually, David Fincher forgive him. He knows not what he does.
Alad K for $4.99 says, digging the lineup tonight. A team for life.
A team for life.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, as long as aliens taste good, what's the problem?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost as good hearing you like not liking it. That's almost as good.
I know, it's funny. It's funny, right?
As you
That's the
being
joke.
enthusiastic about it.
If I said it all excited, it would be stupid. He's not denying it.
Yes, it would. It would be very stupid.
Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $5 says, Fringy is wrong. I've seen what Vaush looks like. He can't run, period. There you go.
Wash isn't working out.
Hey, I don't think a single ad hom was thrown by any of us this entire time. Right?
I think Mauler called him stupid one time.
Yeah, but that's based on what they were saying.
It's factually correct.
It's factually correct, okay? If it's factually correct,
not an ad hom. Yeah, it's just a description. It's like a description of the world.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, chat met the correct. Vaush now advocating charity. Yeah, he was all over the place with that.
Charity.
I know.
I remember the charity show. Sargon uploaded a video that was called Sympathy for Vaush, and made the most charitable video you could possibly make for Vaush. And Vaush responded by uploading like, I think I outed Sargon as a Nazi. or like a white nationalist or white supremacist.
Right.
Yeah, that was his video. He put a little Hitler mustache on Sargon and made it. No, I'm going hyperbolic here. Okay, that part didn't happen, but the levels of charity were not equal.
No. Terror Dome 3000 for £5 says, "Gotta go, chaps. If the EFAP crew require Defender of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom in a future Jurassic EFAP, I'm game. Great streams, gents."
Why, thank you. A-Team for life.
I'll let them know. I thought Jurassic World was fucking terrible, but if you want to defend it.
What do you mean? What? Oh, Jurassic World? You didn't like that one?
I never
That's
saw
the one
the
with the
next one.
whales. What are you talking about? With the whale thing. The whale. Yeah, the whale dinosaur.
That eats the lady?
You don't remember that from Jurassic World?
I remember there's this really weird part where there's this woman running and she gets grabbed by like a flying dinosaur, and then you think she's going to escape, and then she gets eaten by like the whale dinosaur.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. I love it. That's the one with Star-Lord, right?
Yes, that is the one with Star-Lord.
Star-Lord and the redhead with the
kid in
cleavage.
the kids in the hamster wheel. Yeah.
Yeah.
They tried to
Opie's
recreate
daughter.
that iconic scene from the first Jurassic Park with the kids in the car, and it just was not the same.
Not working, huh?
Nope.
Damn it.
Corporal Noobs for €2 says, "Vaush, Nazi guard argument. BT, outstanding move."
Yeah.
Yep. Lieutenant Amazon for $10. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Amazon. Sean Sullivan for $1.99 says, 24-hour stream. Let's go. No, Sean.
We might do
this is
that
gonna
when we close out the comic. What are you talking about?
Maybe.
They want to see us in pain, is what they really want. Yeah.
Right. But
God,
this will definitely be our longest stream ever.
We're like 8 hours and 30 minutes. What do we do? If we're gonna do a 24-hour stream, do we sleep for 24 hours ahead of time? Like, how does that work?
I don't think that's how sleep works. But
I don't know. You can't store it up like we store up the free will.
No, I don't think so. Sappy Seaman for $1.99 says, "Deleted Twitter. Where do I send fan art?" You can
Discord, maybe. I don't know.
Discord. Send it
Or
to us on
email?
Discord, or email it to Adam.
I check my email like once a month, so
I check my email like once a year, so I don't know.
Friended 2157 is my email.
Or here's what you could do: you could put it on an Imager page, and then you could send us a link during the show.
On Twitter?
No,
Or
like in the chat.
You can't post a link unless you're a mod.
Oh, that's right. Well, I don't know then. I guess you have to email it to one of us and just pray. So if you email to us and then you tell us during the show to check it, we will. So
Sure. You could join the Discord, and
yeah, if you have Discord, right?
Yes,
Definitely. But I'm
CT
assuming
has
someone
an art
deleting
section
Twitter,
in the
maybe they
Discord.
don't want to go on Discord either.
There you go. Look at that. Caffeinated tweaker. Discord works.
Yep.
Do it up.
Michael Martino for $4.99 says, "That's what happens." They sent another one for $9.99, but the message got retracted. I don't know if that means the money gets retracted or just the message.
I think it's just the message.
Just the message. Well, then thank you for the $9.99.
Yeah.
And for another $4.99, Michael says, "That's what happens when I get way too stoned. I have to redact my super chats. You'll probably be better off for it anyway." There you go.
What was he dropping in words?
I don't know what he was.
I don't even
We'll
think
never know,
those
I
you
guess.
can get those.
Machine Gun Hunt for Gaming for $5 says, "Sup guys, long time no see. Just giving you some advice to get some chain link crypto. It's going up and blowing up. Chat was given from the money I made." Oh well, I don't know anything about chain link crypto whatsoever, but sure, cool. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5. Thank you, Hummer.
Thank you so much. Hummer.
Michael Pittman for $5 says, "Damn, I finished my shift and closed the whole store before y'all could finish sifting through Vaush's waffling. I still have like 2 words, so S-class."
We only got halfway through, too.
We did only get halfway through. Yeah. We did better than I thought we would.
I'm glad we wore Mauler out because we have a competition going on the length of our stream. So I was so glad I finished up yesterday on EFAP. I felt like I could have done another hour too, to be honest with you. I was like, actually, I sat and talked to Rags and Mauler for probably about 30 minutes after we ended the stream. And Rags finally gave up. I got to go to bed. So it doesn't, it's sometimes it feels like you're in like a, you know, who can smoke the most weed kind of situation.
Who can stay up the longest. That's true. That's true.
That's how those 24-hour streams are hatched.
Mr. J for $20 says, this was the best crossover since Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents. I love you, Sitch, but today, Adam Senpai is my Valentine. A-team forever.
There. You couldn't blow it. It was too sentimental.
There you go.
I like
too sentimental. Tyrone Ross for $2 says, endless war, loss of freedom, economic collapse, sad face. Yeah, that's pretty sad. Jarful of Love for 2 Aussies. Thank you, Jarful of Love. Michael Waite for $4.99 says, Jordan Peterson's newest podcast is with God Sad. He talks about something. He talks about something regarding something Adam may find interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that. I wonder if he talks about he had a blow up with David Sloan Wilson, which I'm a little sad about because I like David Sloan Wilson. But
Ty Miller for $5 says, Sitch, I swear to God, if Supervillains Anonymous comes out before your HBO Watchmen video, I will burn my copy of the SS comic.
We'll burn it on stream so we can see, or burn it on video so we can see it, so we can share it with everyone.
Is this my Watchmen video or my video? I guess you said my HBO Watchmen video, so it'll be my full video criticizing HBO Watch. I really hope they make a season 2 because then it will give me a good reason to make the video. So
Mauler was saying that I should do some video essays because I have a writing background, obviously, but I was thinking it would be more fun to do parody of that stupid guy that we watched his video on EFAP because it dawned on me that you can just say any ridiculous shit, and if you make it look good camera-wise, like people are so dumb they fall for that shit.
Right.
That could be fun.
Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, I'm Dick Kickham. I'm Dick Kickham, and I came here to chew ass and kick bubblegum, and I'm all out of ass. What?
Dick Kickham.
I'm Dick Kickham, and I came here to chew ass and kick bubblegum, and I'm all out of ass.
I laid out our pages from the meeting in the comic, and I was fucking laughing my ass off at the one scene. I guess I don't want to say it, but I want you to remember the scene.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about no one will understand. I'll just say that. Yeah. Adam actually worked a Dick Smasher reference into Supervillains.
Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my God. I was laughing my ass off so hard. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny.
Utter Nonsense for $3 says, this Valentine's, I'm officially a PSA simp for a PSA sitch. Oh. And Adam too.
Oh, nice.
But
Simping time.
Yes. Also, Vaush. There you go.
Uh-oh.
DJ Crunk Factory for $5 says, hey guys, long time no super chat. Been saving money, but want to let you know you're still the best. I look forward to ripping lines off the cover of the comic with Baby Yoda in December.
Nice. You're gonna snorting coke with Baby Yoda.
Right.
Nice. Sweet.
You know how like back in the day, the really religious people would like tear pages out of the Bible and like tape them to their clothing and their chest? You can do that with our comic. Just tape the panels you really like to your clothing.
That's like a thing. My God, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But okay.
Well, I just watched Django again, and there's a part where like the guy does that. He's like whipping a slave, and he's got the Bible passages like taped to his chest.
Ooh, ouch.
Yep. Zombie Squad for $5 says, here's me tithing to the shadow god and Adam. Now blesseth me with free will and bad film takes. Well, first of all, Zombie Squad, I can only bless you with free will and good film takes. So you have to get all the bad film takes from Adam.
Yeah. Wonder Woman 1984, the intro. Oh my God. You are gonna shit. What? What?
I'm glad that you were able to provide and the bless him with a bad film take.
You must watch Wonder Woman 1984, but not past the amazing intro.
Utter Nonsense for $5 says, Vaush wants government to solve these social problems via higher taxes instead of billionaires doing it. Wouldn't they just pay for it anyway with their taxes? It would be done through government bureaucracy instead of individual action.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, right? Because is it really going to get done through government?
Right.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, but the issue also too is not just government inefficiency, but also because the government is controlled by two political parties that are always fighting each other and preventing each other from doing things. So
yeah, doing anything.
A lot of stalemating there. I don't know if you can just wait around for the government to get its act together.
That is the part when I talked about the black pill of where your money goes. It's even worse than that now because the Democrats don't want to see any of the money spent on the things the Republicans want. So they're stalemating. No, we don't want you to fulfill your promises to your voters. So they're literally trying to stand in the way of fulfilling any of the promises. So your money's just being taken in. Your tax dollars are being taken in, and they're being spent on impeachments. And impeachment hearings.
And that was who famously made that strategy popular in recent history.
Oh,
Mitch
Mitch
motherfucking McConnell.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell.
We're like coming out of the economic crisis of 2008, and he's like, we must obstruct everything. That's the most important thing, is to prevent Obama from winning a second time.
From doing anything,
Yes, more important than saving the country is politics.
Yeah.
Not good, not good.
Some people would say Newt Gingrich.
He did that too. He definitely did that too.
Predecessor, but yeah.
Right. That's true. That's true.
I think
but that kind of blew up on him because didn't Clinton
he lost.
Get more support after the impeachment failed?
Yep.
Well, actually maybe it did later, but it helped because people were saying, I don't know if this is true. I remember at the time people were saying the impeachment helped Al Gore lose. Which I was too young to be aware.
It made it hard for Al Gore to take on Clinton as a campaigner during his campaign because
that's true. That's a good point.
Which was super uncomfortable.
That's true.
I think he should have just went on tour with Monica Lewinsky and really just fucking
look. What we need here is a lockbox, Adam.
Oh, the lockbox is ridiculous. Now that I know MMT, all that stuff is garbage.
Right. Hey, though, the only reason Al Gore lost was because a bunch of old Jews in Florida couldn't figure out a bunch of fucking ballot correctly.
Oh, my God. Only you can say that.
So that's what happened. That is descriptively true.
Yeah.
Utter Nonsense for $5 says, I read that one. Fritz Philogene II for $3 says, I'm going to say that all the people in this institution are absolutely trash and deserve to be defunded, fired, or murdered. But of course, I'm only referring to the institution. What do you mean the people made the institution? What are you, crazy?
Yeah.
There you go.
Great,
Vaush
great point. Yes.
Death by Sloth for $5 says, it is a universal rule that all systems tend towards energy conservation. If a moral system has no limiting factor or room for nuance, it will eventually lead to enforcing it in the simplest way possible, which is almost always brutally tyrannical.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true, but it sounds true, and it agrees with my worldview, so I will say it is true.
Seems true to me, but I'm exhausted.
To love Dr. 69 all day for 150 says, I truly, frankly don't understand how leftists arguing that even living under capitalism makes you an immoral person is not just original sin. Also, hi Mushli and Fringald. A weird way of saying Mauler and Fringy. Keep doing you and making more content.
Well, thank you.
CT for $1 says, Adam. Oh, thank you, CT. I forgot about this. Adam, I don't know who said it, but they said you reminded them of Benny when we watched The Mummy in the server. But just so you know, me and Sitch defended you after we stopped laughing.
What?
Do you remember who Benny is in The Mummy?
No. It's been forever since I saw that movie.
Benny was the Weasley guy who like ended up working with the Mummy. Remember the Mummy's gonna kill him? And he has all the religious charms and he's going through all the different religions to try to save himself.
Okay. You guys can
and
make
someone
fun of
said
me. I don't mind.
that he reminded them of you.
Okay. That's cool. Make fun of me. I can take it.
Hey, I defended your honor, okay? I mean, we laughed for like 5 minutes straight, but after that, me and CT defended you.
Hell, what was the defense like? I'm curious.
That you don't look anything like Benny.
Okay. It was factually incorrect,
yes,
but
it's
morally
factually
true.
Yes, there you go. It's factually incorrect, but morally true. That's gonna be our next meme for everything. The Love Doctor 69 all day for another 150 says, if misinformation can be excused, if it is politically expedient, then how can you principally critique the right or anyone on the right if they do the same? By that logic, surely they would just be more expedient, right? Well, I guess Vaush would say to that is, I'm critiquing them on the principle that their goal is wrong. He doesn't really care about, doesn't seem like he says he doesn't care about the means of the goal. It's just the goal, whether that is right or wrong, is the moral statement there.
I don't know how he can be so self-assured about this system being better for everyone when it would be tangibly worse for so many people.
I mean, you could just be egotistical, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably right on the money.
Right? I mean, he comes off very egotistical and smug, so makes sense.
So sad.
Utter Nonsense for $1 says, Vaush and Ben Shapiro need to drop acid and watch Rubber together.
Can we watch it with them? I'm down.
That would probably be the only way I'd watch Rubber together. I mean, watch Rubber again was on drugs. True. Genos Kuhn for $3 says, Adam. Adam, the simulation gods play a trick on you. Your wife's mind ends up in Sitch's body. In Sitch's mind in her body.
Oh my God.
To fix this, you have to fuck with one of them to mutual completion. What do you do?
This is the worst.
What a terrible.
I know.
It's like
Sitch, I'm sorry I have to have sex with you to get my wife back.
So you're gonna have sex with your wife's body with my mind?
Obviously. Come on, Sitch. Come on.
I wouldn't prefer that. At least if you had sex with my body, but I was in your wife's body, at least I wouldn't have to remember it.
Yeah, how's that work? We have to. There needs to be a follow-up. Please tell me that we all get memory wipes after this whole ordeal takes place.
They also said, not gonna lie, A-Team cover looks best until no pan S-Class cover. I think they mean no, like nude, like the nudie S-Class cover.
Oh, really?
Or maybe they mean the no covering Sitch S-Class cover.
Oh, the no pants. Sitch was a little upset. He didn't want to go that route. I tried to show a little bit.
Adam wanted to put like a towel over me or something. It looked weird.
Well, he still does.
A bed sheet or something.
Yeah, you're still kind of wrapped in sheets.
Yeah.
There's like this red sheet that's under them all.
Right.
Yeah.
But you wanted more of it to be on display.
Well, there was a leg sticking out and part of his dong.
And I said, no one wants people that want the S-Class cover. They don't want it to see naked Sitch. Okay. Just telling you. I'm telling you.
No, I think they did. I think they did.
I don't think they did. Harker Hayes. Hey, Harker. For $5 says, hey now, happy heart day. Love Pig and Adam. Quick, if given the choice, would you rather fight in a robot apocalypse or a zombie apocalypse? And do you have a plan for either? Don't lie, we've all thought about it.
Zombie apocalypse, obviously. The robots are just they move fast and have computer brains. No, zombies.
Right. Yeah, I feel like you'd have a better chance in the zombie apocalypse by far.
And we could create our own robots in the zombie apocalypse. I mean,
That's
sooner
true.
or later we would do it.
That's true. CT for $1 says, Sitch, Vox is saying Hades is a mobile game. This is almost as bad as eating cereal with a fork. It is. It's worse. How dare he besmirch the good name of Hades by equating it to a mobile game? Disgusting. Vox, I'm disgusted with you. Okay? We're through, Vox. I'll no longer be your love pig, Vox. We're done.
You're so harsh.
I love Hades, okay?
Yeah. Throwing away
love
friendships over a video game? Sitch.
Yeah. Look,
The
that's
hell
how I
with
roll. Okay. Look, Adam, I'm a
with
true
that.
gamer. I don't know about you.
Well, if it was like Carmageddon too.
The Love Doctor 69 all day for 150 says, oh, I see now. So when a slave was put up for a market, one plantation owner can just say, nah, don't want it. And then the slave despawns. You learn something new every day. Thanks.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Didn't they kill the ones that no one bought?
I have no clue. Probably. They probably just kept shuffling them around, I would imagine. Someone buy them eventually.
So bad.
Utter Nonsense for $2 says, you should play Democracy 4 and make that centrist utopia. Maybe we will. That could be fun to stream.
Yeah.
We never played the Goose Game.
Yeah, we have to play it.
Or, you know what would also be fun? Watching me and Adam play Overcooked. That'd probably be fun too.
Yeah.
ContraPointrast.
ContraPointrast. Okay.
I wonder who this could be. ContraPointrast for $1.56 says, Christ, you cunts still going. I guess Vaush has some big titties. Ew. Oh my God, contrast. Some big titties to squeeze the succulent socialist juices from, spraying the dishonest tactics all over the gullible audience. The Marxist fluids soaking into the crevices of the proletariat. Be a squall.
Jeez.
Horrifying. CT for $1 says, I don't want to hear it, Laser Man. You told me to marry Sitch because Florida has white sand. That was your sales pitch. Literal dirt. I'm not marrying a man for sand, Adam. That's just the plot to the Star Wars prequels. Wait a minute. Is this true, Adam? Adam, is this what's going on behind the scenes?
What? I didn't do anything.
You're trying to play matchmaker behind the scenes. That was happening, Adam.
She proposed. I said yes for you. It's as simple as that.
Look at him. He's pulling a Vaush here. He's deflecting. He's not answering the question.
How do you define marriage?
The expert layman for $5 says, there was a sort of mantra in commercial printing that applies to Vaush. Quality beyond what your customer is likely to notice hurts your bottom line.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
That's very true. That's very true.
Is that basically saying not to
don't try too hard?
Not to charge below market rent?
Well, it's saying you only need to do as good as your customer requires. You don't have to do better.
I found a photo for you. I found a meme, an old meme I had lying around.
What?
The old AOC laser boobies.
Oh. Anyways.
Oh, this is it? Holy cow.
Anyways. Hey, this is our longest stream, Adam. We broke a record. We're breaking records, Adam.
Destroying EFAP.
Well, no, they've done. He did a 30-hour stream.
Oh,
He did a 30. They did a 30-hour stream,
Cumulative
which I was
hours.
on. I was on the 30-hour stream for like 5 or 6 hours.
Cumulative hours, and we started before them, technically in time.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Big shout out and thanks to Mauler, Fringy, and Sargon for coming on with us. It was lots of fun. Great show. Thank you, Vaush, for going on Destiny's show and saying the dumbest fucking shit ever.
And the second half is even better.
And the second half is even better. And we are going to do it, whether it's going to be sometime in this week or on next Sunday. We will finish this. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for going with us on this journey.
Damn it. I almost forgot. We have to refresh the page. Come on, somebody. I'm sure we have new backers. And if we logged off without refreshing the page,
that's right,
they would be very angry at us. So we're at
right.
$23,605 with 397 backers. Oh, this is paint. This is like pulling the slot machine here. Oh, we're going to get more backers.
No whammies.
Get more
no
backers.
Whammies. Stop.
Let's see here. 401 backers. Oh my God. $23,745. Oh my God. This is fun. This is great. Can't wait to deliver you guys a great book. And bye-bye.